Where do I even begin? I guess from the start. I used to be a regular village girl. Nothing special. Well, maybe I was a bit prettier than average. Life was normal, and I wasn't even thinking about romance or anything like that. I was just a kid, after all. Everything changed on my 14th birthday. My village got raided, and my parents were killed. I was in shock, but there wasn't much time to grieve. I had to focus on surviving. They took me to this underground facility, blindfolded, so I didn't even know where I was at first. Later, I found out it was really far from my village, and I never bothered to go back. They experimented on me, no anesthetic or anything. Can you believe that? I could have died from the pain, but I didn't. Somehow, I survived and became their first success. That's how I became a nanomancer, a mix of science and magic. It gave me the power to create almost anything as long as I had the mana and knowledge. Of course, they put safeguards in me so I couldn't rebel. For a long time, I stayed under their control, improving my abilities but never learning enough to escape. Then, a hero and his group showed up and raided the lab. I was sent to fight them, but the hero didn't kill me. Instead, he disabled me and later used a device to free me from the lab's control. He invited me to join his party, and I agreed since I didn't have any other plans. We got stronger together, or at least, I did. I leveled up fast, and I think my power made the hero uneasy. His ego couldn't handle someone stronger than him. So, he tried to block my powers with a device, but it didn't work perfectly. I was still slightly weaker than him. In the end, he killed me. And then, I woke up, here, in this snowy place, surrounded by wolves. That's the short version, anyway. Now, I'm stuck talking to a wolf skull. I've officially lost it. I'm Shiro, short, pale, with black hair and blue eyes. It's weird being a low-level monster. My nanomancer abilities are still technically maxed out at SSS level, but I can't use most of them because I don't have the mana or strength. I had to adjust my stats, putting points into agility and intelligence to survive. Right now, my best bet is to rely on the Snow Girl's ice magic since I'm too weak to use my original class skills. I need food, but these wolf corpses aren't dropping any mana stones, and Snow Girls aren't supposed to be carnivores. After some trial and error, I figured out that I can absorb the mana from their bodies when they disintegrate. It's not exactly filling, but it'll do for now. I'm collecting random loot, fangs, pelts, and stuff, but honestly, I don't even know what I'll do with them. The currency system is strange too. I got something called USD, which isn't the gold and silver I remember from before. Maybe I'm in the future? Or maybe this is another world. For now, I need to figure out how to escape this dungeon. If I kill the boss, the dungeon resets, and I might get wiped out with it. I can't afford to die again. Not like this. I set some traps earlier to deal with the wolves, and they worked, but I need a better plan. As I sit here perched in a tree, I spot the obelisk, the way out of the dungeon. But it's not safe to move now since the monsters become more aggressive at night. I'll have to wait until morning to try my luck. As I lie here, I wonder, can I eat wolf meat if I cook it? Or will I just keep living off mana? Either way, I need to get stronger. There's no way I'm staying stuck in this dungeon forever. And I'll make sure that if anyone ever tries to eat me, they'll regret it. I woke up hungry, standing on a tree branch, scanning the area for some easy prey. Bears, lots of them. Level 10, level 8, level 15. Great, I muttered. The wolves must have moved out since these bears took over. That usually happens when a stronger monster or a leader class shows up. Monsters have ranks, from basic no class to powerful leader class, noble class, or even king class. Right now, I'm just a no class, Snow Girl. If I level up enough, I could evolve and get stronger, but that's still far away. My stomach growled, and I figured I needed to hunt at least one bear before making a move. But I had to be smart about it. I found a low-level bear, but it was marked as empowered, which meant it was getting a boost from a nearby leader monster. A level 6 empowered bear is about as tough as a level 12 one. Yeah, nope, not today. I wasn't strong enough yet, so I decided to sneak away toward the obelisk, the way out of this dungeon. But guess what? More empowered bears were guarding the obelisk. Just my luck. I backed off and made a plan. Level up by killing wolves until I reached level 10. It took me 3 days. Bears kept expanding their territory, which made hunting harder, but I pushed through. After finally hitting level 10, I felt confident enough to fight the weakest bear. The first one I fought was tricky. The weak spot? Its rear end. Gross, I know, but it's the easiest way to bring it down. I used ice magic to shoot a spear, straight up there. The bear fought hard, but I kept pushing the spear deeper, even blocking its mouth with ice to muffle the noise. Then things got wild. The bear clenched, snapping my spear in half. Nice muscles, I joked, though it was not funny at the time. It got enraged, but I didn't panic. I quickly stabbed another spear through its mouth, joining it with the broken one inside, and skewered the bear to death. After the fight, I dug into its heart and found a mana stone. It tasted like fruity candy, better than the wolf ones. I looted the bear and absorbed all its mana. No good equipment, though. Just some junk to recycle later with my nanomancer abilities. I sat on a tree, watching a group of bears sniff around where I killed their buddy. I couldn't fight them all, not yet. I was getting stronger, but I knew even a low-tier adventurer could still squash me if I wasn't careful. After resting, I went after another bear. This time, things didn't go as smoothly. The bear stood up right as I fired my ice spear. It shattered on impact. Oh, sorry? I muttered with a twitchy grin. The bear wasn't amused. It roared, alerting the others, and I ran for my life. I led the angry bears toward a pack of wolves. Let them fight it out while I slipped away. Sorry, wolves, but I need to stay alive. After making sure I was safe, I hunted another lone bear. This time, I didn't make any mistakes. I used my ice spear and made it explode into shards inside the bear. Much cleaner, and it helped me level up quickly. By the end of the day, I was already at level 16. Not bad, right? I'll keep grinding until I'm strong enough to escape this dungeon. And once I get out, nothing's going to stop me. Today's task was simple. Scout the leader class, bear, and, if possible, slip past it to reach the obelisk. If things went south, I'd bolt. No way I was fighting that thing head-on. The forest was crawling with high-level bears, all empowered. Most were at level 20, which meant any mistake would be my last. I zipped through the trees, moving as quietly as I could. After hours of sneaking, I finally reached the obelisk. But so did the leader class, bear, a massive ice elemental bear. Its black fur shimmered with ice spikes down its spine, and its glowing blue eyes scanned the area like it owned the place. And it pretty much did. My Tier 1 ice magic wouldn't even scratch it. The worst part? I watched it casually kill one of its own level 20 bears with a single hit and eat it. I needed to escape. Waiting for the right moment was useless. The bear didn't move an inch. I tried throwing rocks to create distractions, but it only sent its guards to investigate. When I saw a chance, I dashed straight toward the obelisk. The bear locked onto me instantly. I threw up a block of ice to shield myself, but it shattered like it wasn't even there. The bear's paw came crashing down, missing me by a hair but still launching me across the ground. Pain shot through my body. My HP dropped to 680 out of 1200. Before I could recover, another paw came swinging at me. Luckily, the first hit had thrown me right next to the obelisk. I slammed the teleportation button and escaped to the first floor just in time. Safe, at least for now, I lay back and let my HP slowly regenerate. I chewed on some mana stones from my inventory to recover faster while I thought about that fight. That bear's strength was no joke. It must have had a strength stat well over 200. One hit from it would have squashed me like a bug. As I made my way toward the dungeon's entrance, I spotted a party of 5 entering. They were chatting casually, clearly not expecting any trouble. I figured I'd sneak closer to learn where and when I was. Then one of them, an archer, spotted me and shot an arrow without warning. Rude. I dodged and peeked at their info. They were all in the mid-teens level-wise, which meant I could take them one-on-one, but not all at once. They formed up in a defensive stance, and one of them tried to taunt me. It didn't work. I fired an ice bullet at their assassin, but the priest healed her right away. Smart. Fighting them now wasn't worth it. so I retreated into the forest. Perched on a branch, I kicked my legs and sighed. Those guys were more experienced than I thought. They didn't chase me. I'd hoped to lure them into a trap, but now I had to move on. A flaming fox suddenly attacked me. I waved my hand, and an ice spear skewered it through the mouth. Easy kill. Fire monsters were weak against ice. After all, now that I was safe for the moment, I thought about my next steps. First, I needed to reach level 20. Then, I had to get out of this dungeon for good. I couldn't afford any more close calls with leader, class monsters. This Missy isn't getting killed in a place like this. After working hard for a day and a half, I checked my stats. I had leveled up from 16 to 18, but I was still far from reaching the next level. Hunting fire-based monsters wasn't helping much since they were weaker than me, even with the mutation. I came across a fire spirit golem, a level 15 elite class monster. It stood over 2.5 meters tall, with fire bursting out of cracks in its rocky body. It looked like a challenge, but I was ready. I created 2 daggers using my Nanomancer skills, each draining a huge chunk of my mana. The fight was intense. I dodged molten rocks and used my ice magic, combined with my Nanomancer abilities, to weaken the golem. My daggers worked like grenades, detonating at just the right moment to cause major damage. Even though I managed to take it down, I still took a lot of hits from the heat, which chipped away at my HP. After the battle, I looted the golem's remains, finding a mana stone that tasted like oranges, along with some useful items like a fire spirit's ring. This ring gave me a boost in intelligence and defense, so I equipped it right away. Most of the other loot wasn't suitable for me, so I recycled it using my Nanomancer skills. By the time I finished, I had reached level 20, a big milestone. Now, it was time to class up. I had 3 options: Ice Girl, Snow Girl, or Snow Spirit. Snow Spirit was out. I wasn't about to give up my physical body and become vulnerable to fire and holy magic. Ice Girl offered more power but made me weaker to fire, which didn't seem worth it. So, I chose Snow Girl. It would make me stronger without adding more weaknesses, but it came with harder requirements. Conquer an E, rank dungeon solo, obtain AD, rank mana stone, and reach 100 intelligence, which I already did. It's going to be tough, but I'm excited. More challenges mean more fun for me. I finally reached level 20, but to unlock my class upgrade to Snow Girl, I needed to solo an E, rank dungeon and find AD, rank mana stone. At least I confirmed one thing: if the dungeon resets, I won't die. That was a relief. Walking through the dungeon, I dealt with any bears that got in my way. Even though I hit level 20, I could still earn a few extra stat points with pseudo levels, but they weren't nearly as valuable as the points I'd get after my class upgrade. Eventually, I reached the leader class fire spirit bear again. The big guy had changed, now covered in muscle and fire instead of ice. He wasn't just intimidating, his flames melted my ice almost instantly. But no way was I backing down. I jumped onto his arms, dodging his attacks, and stabbed him in the eye with a dagger. When he tried to retaliate, I froze his other paw mid-swing. "You really thought I'd let you hit me?" I grinned, detonating my dagger and blowing part of his skull open. The bear went berserk, flames surging all over him. I dodged fireballs by skating on ice, building ramps and traps as I zoomed around him. Bit by bit, I encased him in an orb of ice, locking his limbs down with spears. When he tried to cover himself in flames, I just kept piling on more ice, slowly breaking him down. After several grueling minutes of attacking non-stop, the bear was finally dead. Exhausted but victorious, I tore into his chest to reach the heart, pulling out a mana stone the size of a large egg. I devoured it on the spot, savoring the sweet taste. The loot was decent: some blue, ranked equipment, and a rare lucky skill stone. When I crushed the stone, it gave me a skill called Disguise. It lets me hide my status from others. Not bad, though it felt like a waste for such a rare item. I checked my stats, now with better gear and my new title, which boosted all my attributes by 10. Satisfied, I disguised my status to make myself look like an ice mage instead of a snow girl. No one needs to know what I really am. With my health and mana back up, I touched the obelisk and teleported to the 3rd floor. There, I found myself in a grand room made of black marble, with red flags hanging from above. At the end of the room, a figure sat on a throne, its head a swirling flame inside black armor with glowing orange lines. Another fight was waiting for me. I'm game, I whispered, grinning. Meanwhile, the party of five I'd encountered earlier returned with backup, 2D, rank adventurers. They found the aftermath of my fight with the fire spirit bear and guessed that a powerful monster had clashed with the obelisk guardian. When the five told the adventurers about me, they got my name wrong, calling me Shino. And just like that, the first record of me in this world was filed, Shino, the snow girl. After defeating the boss, Shiro decided to teleport to the closest teleport shrine. Teleport shrines were naturally erected buildings, as they provided a waypoint for people to use as transportation. The teleport shrines were usually in the shape of a great tree hundreds of times bigger than people. There would be an obelisk-like object inside the teleport shrine, as it would allow a person to choose which teleport shrine they wanted to go to. However, the range of teleportation was limited to what you've already discovered. Example being if there were two shrines at point A and B respectively. If you haven't discovered point B, then you won't be able to teleport to that shrine. But there is a way to bypass this. There are two main options, and those are link and party. Link is when two shrines becomes linked to each other, meaning even if you haven't discovered the shrine, you would be able to teleport. The other was party. This is when the party leader teleports everyone in the party. This, however, was then limited by the shrines the party leader himself/herself had been to. What confused Shiro the most was why she could use it as well. She's never heard of a monster being able to use the teleport shrine, so she was surprised. And here she was, being prepared to be dropped in the middle of a forest outside the dungeon. Looking around her, she saw that there were a few people patrolling around. Just from the vibes they gave her, she knew they should be mid to top class D rank, roughly LVL 50. Her appearance surprised a few people as she was a gorgeous young girl. Her height and face gave them the idea that she was roughly 13 to 16 in age. She looked around with both curiosity and nervousness, making people believe that she was lost. Not wanting to hold the line up, Shiro walked out of the teleport shrine. She was shocked at the different architecture that was visible before her. Both the language and building type was different from the one she was used to. She could understand what the people around her was saying, but she can't speak, nor could she read their language. My priority should be learning about where I am at this current moment in time, but I also need to be able to communicate. She thought as she sought out one of the patrolmen. Liam, LVL 46, Night MN? Hello, miss. How can I help? He asked with a smile. Shiro opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She frowned in annoyance as Liam looked at her. Could it be that you can't talk right now? He asked, unsure. Shiro's eyes brightened and nodded quickly. Are you able to write? He asked. She shook her head. You obviously understand what I'm saying, but you can't speak or write. Can you read? He asked as she shook her head. How the Hades did she live her life till now? He thought. Are you lost? He asked. Shiro shook her head, but then decided to nod it. She wasn't lost directional sense-wise, but she didn't know which city she was in. Do you know where your parents are? He asked again as she shook her head. Do you know who your parents are? She shook her head again. I'll take her to the guild for now. Maybe they can find out her background. Liam Wilford calling in. Is anyone free right now? He asked over a device. This is Jason Matthews. I'm currently free. Are you able to take my patrol for now? I've got a girl here who doesn't know who her parents are. She's mute, can't read nor write, but she can understand people. I'm going to take her to the guild and get her checked out. Got it. Give me your location. Teleport shrine number 2. I'm just outside it. Okay, coming over now. We'll go to the guild and see if we can find out anything about you, okay? Liam said as Shiro nodded. Taking the moment to inspect her, he saw her display. Shiro LVL 20, Ice Mage, LVL 20 Ice Mage? She's as strong as a peak E rank adventurer. So young as well. He thought seeing her LVL. As she was walking away, he realized what she was wearing. She wore a simple white dress and that was it. No socks or shoes. Did she run away from home or something? He thought with sympathy. Jason arrived not too long after as he and Liam chatted. Shiro sat by the side as she decided to check out her stats since she had nothing else to do. All of the drops she received from killing the dungeon boss was heavy armor, which decreases speed, but gave her STR, VIT, and DF. They weren't useful for her, so she recycled everything using her Nanomancer class. Right now, she was almost finished with her class up. Snow Girl class up requirements. Conquer E rank Dungeon Solo D rank Mana Stone, 100 INT. The only problem left was the D rank Mana Stone. In order for her to obtain one, she'll need to kill a D-ranked monster and get the stone. While it may not be hard, trying to find the right dungeon would be the hard part. She could search for D ranks out in the wild, but there was always a certain danger that comes with trying to find the monster out in the wild. While you're trying to honey rank, a C rank might just show up and kick you to the netherworld. Miss Shiro, are you ready? Liam walked over as Shiro nodded and stood up. Following the patrolman to the guild, Shiro looked around in curiosity. Do you want me to explain some of the shops here? He asked as he could see her curiosity. Seeing her nod, he took it as a cue and started to point at a few shops. The shops in this district is civilian clothing. They deal with clothes that don't contain any sort of benefit. Civilian clothing, if you will. We have the food court, the market. Liam continued to explain as most of the shops in this area was for civilians. And now from here on we have the facilities aimed towards adventurers. We have the Alchemist/Pharmacist Association, who deals with anything potion-related. You're also able to register with them and take a test to officially become an alchemist. Next is the Blacksmiths Association. They deal with anything weapon and armor-related. And finally, the Adventurers Guild. They deal with anything adventurer-related. It's government-funded and registers every adventurer in the world and provide them with benefits. Naturally, not every adventurer, since a few would opt out of this. There are other associations, but these are the big three, and the ones you would most likely visit. Liam explained as Shiro nodded. Looking at the Adventurers Guild in front of her, Shiro couldn't help but marvel at the enormous building. Standing at more than 50 floors from what she could tell, the building had a sleek and smooth design. Wow, she thought unconsciously. Come on, Liam said with a smile as they walked towards the reception. Liam and the receptionist talked as he explained the situation to her. Shiro sat by the side as she watched the adventurers walk around. Odd. How come the adventurers here are all E to D ranks? There's hardly any C rank or above. Actually, none for that matter. Shiro thought. However, what she was most surprised about was how the demi-humans are interacting with everyone. Elves, beast-kin, and other subspecies weren't uncommon. But they weren't treated as slaves either. This was different from what she remembered, as there was heavy discrimination against the demi-humans. Miss Shiro, the receptionist called out as Shiro turned towards her. Would you like to follow me to the examination room? She asked as Shiro nodded. Liam followed along as they walked towards the elevator. Pressing the button for the 25th floor, the lady turned towards Shiro. This examination will be recognizing your mana signal and track your identity. Hopefully, this should allow us to find your parents, she said with a smile. Shiro nodded, but she could already guess the results. When they arrived on the 25th floor, they entered a private room with an orb and a computer next to each other. Just place your hand onto that orb, and it'll read your mana, the lady said as she sat in front of the computer. Shiro nodded as she placed her hand on the orb. Liam stood beside them without saying anything. Data not found as expected. There were no records pertaining to her identity. She was a mystery. This shouldn't be. Give me a second, the lady said as she started to tap away at the keyboard. Strange. It's as if you don't exist. No records, no matching mana, no nothing. The lady frowned as she turned to Shiro. Even if you didn't register with the Adventurers Guild, there should still be some records. Where were you before you came here? She asked. Shiro shook her head, showing them she didn't know. Huh. All right, head to the lobby and wait for me there. I'll have to ask my superiors about this, she said as Liam nodded. Returning back to floor 1, Liam went to buy a few sandwiches for Shiro to eat. Sitting down, he saw her look towards the city. Are you perhaps curious about the city? He asked as she nodded. The city is called New York. It used to be one of the most populated cities in the world. Liam started to talk as Shiro turned to him and listened earnestly. New York was even more popular than the capital. However, After what we now claim as the Great Metamorphosis, the city now became a location for the weak. The very world itself changed as the land expanded. What we knew of Earth is now just a mere fraction of the current world. As for New York City, the city is now located in the center of a cluster of dungeons. Each of these dungeons don't surpass D rank in scale, making this a prime location for people to train themselves up and never return to. When an adventurer overcomes D rank, they would leave for the other cities. They provide the adventurers with more benefits and more facilities. Not to mention exploration of the great unknown. The adventurous hearts of many were awakened with the Great Metamorphosis. Factions also create subsidiary branches in this city to find anyone with potential and send it to the main branches. Liam said as Shiro raised a hand to stop him. HM? Are you interested in factions? He asked as she nodded. Factions are what people create outside of the Adventurers Guild. There are millions of factions already made and more still coming. However, there are 5 main factions who haven't been toppled since the start of the Great Metamorphosis. The Great American Dream faction led by the tanker hero James Thomas. Tianlong faction, or Heavenly Dragon faction. This Chinese faction is led by the martial hero Ling Tian. Lumia's Blessing faction. This British faction focuses on providing everyone with support. This is led by the healing hero Rachel Victoria. The Gods Pantheon faction led by the mage hero Ilya Ivanova. Some may think this is a Russian faction, but they're wrong. This is a multinational faction which the leader is determined through a selection process. And finally, the Rising Sun faction led by what I would like to call the Yandere. Surname Minamoto, given name Keiko. She is Minamoto Keiko, the assassin hero who kills without mercy. Liam said as Shiro nodded. Her aura became cold, however, at the mention of hero. She hates heroes. She was betrayed and killed by one after all. From what she knew, they were egotistical hypocrites. However, she too knew why they were called heroes. It wasn't their morals or what they do, it's their class title and power. She didn't know the specifics, but she knew that getting a hero title grants you a lot of benefits. The hero who killed her had the title Light Bearer Hero. The title granted him control over the element light as it could increase his speed and increase the temperature of his attacks. There were more benefits, but those were the ones she could recognize. Light Bearer Hero. If only I can see you one more time. Shiro thought as her killing intent surged outwards. She suddenly remembered where she was and quickly restrained the intent. Peeking slightly at Liam, she saw that his face was slightly pale. She tilted her head as she gestured her confusion. HM? Oh, it's nothing. Liam replied. What was that? Liam thought, nervously looking around. The sudden killing intent made him hold his breath and cold sweat run down his back. He couldn't locate the source as the killing intent was so dense and it covered quite a large area around them. He would have never imagined the source to be the young girl sitting in front of him. However, what no one realized was Shiro's name turning black when she had thought about the Light-Bearer hero. When she restrained her killing intent, her name returned back to white. Sorry for the wait, the lady called out as she walked over. Since Miss Shiro doesn't have an identity right now, the superiors have asked me to create one for you. As you are also unable to read or write, you are eligible to enter the school and learn from there. The lady said as Shiro thought about it. Since I don't have an identity, traveling from place to place would probably be difficult. I can also learn more about this world in the school. She nodded her head eagerly and flashed a happy smile. How cute. Both the lady and Liam thought seeing her smile. We'll just need you to take the rank examination and we'll send you to the school. Lodging and other services will be provided free of charge as a part of the current education scheme. The lady said as they followed behind her. This time they entered what seems to be like a combat room as there was a stage in the center. The examination is simple. We'll first check your mana density. Then we'll test your combat prowess to see your rank. The lady smiled as Shiro nodded. Since we've already scanned your mana, we just need to do the combat test, she said, walking up onto the stage. She rolled her sleeves up and gestured to Shiro. Emilia LVL 50. Berserker, you want me to fight you? Shiro thought as it showed on her face. Ha ha ha, I'm not going to fight you seriously. Rather you attack me and I evaluate your performance. Emilia giggled slightly. Shiro nodded and walked onto the stage. Her concentrated peaked as this was a good chance to see how she fares against a LVL 50D rank adventurer. Emilia's smile faded slightly as she was surprised at the concentration and pressure Shiro was emitting. "Whenever you're ready," Emilia said, and Shiro nodded. Ice started to spread outwards from her feet as the entire stage became coated with a layer of ice. Emilia smiled before stamping downwards and cracked the ice. In the time she took to stamp down, Shiro was already near her. Fast, Emilia thought. Shiro punched towards her as Emilia hit the side of Shiro's hand and deflected the punch. She followed along with the momentum and punched with her other hand. Ducking quickly, Emilia tripped Shiro's legs as her body was suspended slightly. Emilia quickly pulled back as Shiro created ice around her and slid backwards. She raised her hands as ice spears formed next to her. Boom, boom, boom. Emilia dodged and punched the sides of the 3 ice spears, shattering them easily. By the time she retracted her punch, Shiro was back in her reach. Shiro punched towards her stomach as Emilia tried to dodge backwards. Her movement was suddenly stopped as an ice block was preventing her from moving. Boom. She managed to catch Shiro's punch before it hit her stomach, while her other hand was aimed at Shiro's face. Similar to how Emilia blocked her punch, Shiro had already created a piece of ice to link her spare hand and Emilia's hand together, stopping her to exerting force. Sensing danger, Emilia quickly jumped backwards as ice exploded out from Shiro. Not giving her a moment's rest, Shiro flicked her wrist as ice wrapped around Emilia's legs to stop her from moving. Shiro dashed towards Emilia as she twisted her body and threw an ice spear with increased momentum. Emilia's face became serious as she punched downwards. Her hands glowed for a moment before that glow disappeared. The punch shattered the ice as Emilia flipped backwards, avoiding the spear. Alright, you pass. Combat experience is definitely above AE rank. Mana is above E rank. However, you haven't classed up yet, so we'll leave you with AE plus rank. Would that be fine? Emilia said, stopping the examination. Shiro nodded. That last move was definitely the move ground pound. Shiro thought, as it would have damaged her quite a lot considering Emilia's stats. Please head to the lobby while I set up your identity. Emilia smiled. Seeing Shiro leave, Emilia sat down and took a deep breath. Who is she really? Emilia muttered. Looking at her hands, Emilia clenched her fists. It was like I was fighting a senior adventurer just without the strength. The pressure she emitted and her instincts didn't match her current strength. I almost made use of my skills against her. No normal E rank nor D rank can force me to do this. Emilia thought. Most people in the city knew about the D rank ex-adventurer Emilia, though they don't know the exact reason of why she quit to become a guild staff. What they did know was that her combat prowess and skills allowed her to face off against low C-ranked adventurers. For her to be forced to almost use her skills against AE rank LVL 20 was unbelievable. The enemy was an ice mage at that too. As they walked away from the scene, Liam couldn't help but glance over at Shiro. Miss Shiro, where did you learn to fight like that? Aren't you supposed to be a mage? He asked as she turned to him. Is he being serious? She thought hearing him ask her that question. Shiro pointed at her throat, then her mouth as Liam face-bombed. All right, can't talk, he muttered. Sitting back down, Liam brought out the sandwich he bought before. Hungry? He asked as Shiro nodded. Taking the sandwich into her hand, Shiro took a bite. Tasteless, Shiro thought with a slight frown, but made sure he couldn't see it. How is it? Liam asked. Shiro smiled as took another bite. This time, she hid a mana stone in between as she ate with a happy smile. Liam sighed in relief. He was hoping the sandwich was to her liking. Shiro finished the sandwich as she saw Emilia walking towards them with a smile. Sitting down, she put a few things on the table. First is your ID. You can always apply for a new one if you lose your old one, she said, pointing at the card. When making her ID, she did see another similar entry as it was a record about an escaped monster. However, the system clearly showed Shiro being a human ice mage. Not to mention, the monster was called Shino, not Shiro. Name, Shiro. Estimated age, 13 rank, E+ class. Ice Mage LVL 20. This book is a guide on all the facilities in the city. You can also find a map of the whole city in this guide. Emilia said, opening up the book. Shiro could see the guide written in an unfamiliar language as she tilted her head. If you can't read, don't worry. I let them know about this so you can press on a location you're curious about and it'll explain it to you. Emilia smiled and pressed on the Blacksmith Association. The Blacksmiths Association is the gathering point of people aspiring to craft weapons and armor. You may commission a custom-made armor/weapon or check out an artisan's wares. See. Emilia smiled as Shiro nodded, hearing the audio cue. In this file are the documents needed for the school transfer. Everything you need to know is in there, and once again, audio cued. Instructions are inside, and it will tell you what to do. Emilia said, handing her a file with paperwork inside. When you find the reception, just give this file to the receptionist and she'll sort things out. Emilia singled out a file as Shiro nodded. Shiro then pointed at the 2 stones as she looked at them in surprise. Artificial Skill Stone. Minimap displays a map of your surroundings as well as the general location of monsters nearby. Artificial Skill Stone. Inspection shows the name, level, class, HP, and MP of a monster. Artificial Skill Stone? They can make those? Shiro thought in shock. She heard about the skill stones being dropped but never being made. These 2 stones are what is given to every adventurer. These help tremendously out in the field, and the creator made it a requirement for everyone to have one of each. Emilia chuckled slightly, seeing Shiro's surprise. It reminded her of a little kid when they're given a new toy. Shiro grabbed the 2 stones and looked at Emilia just to make sure she wasn't high or something. Go on. Emilia gestured as Shiro learned the skills. Passive skill gained, minimap skill gained. Inspection as the passive skill suggested. A minimap could be seen on the top right corner of her vision. It allowed her to see the surroundings as well as white dots to represent humans. Her icon was the shape of an arrow, as it was also white. This was due to her disguise skill changing her displayed race to human with the addition of changing her class from Snow Girl to Ice Mage. Going through a few more formalities with the help of Liam, Shiro had her identity completed and was ready for school. They settled with her being around 13 due to her features being still quite immature. Let's see. Found it. Shiro smiled as she pressed on the images with a hammer and coins. Auction building. Find the items you want and either bid or buy them. For her class up, she needed a D rank mana stone. The stone shouldn't be too hard to procure as both blacksmiths and pharmacists needed in their respective crafts. Considering the fact that this city is a place where E to D ranks hang out, there should be quite a few pieces of D rank mana stone. Making her way to the building, she entered it and was greeted by a well-decorated room. The main hub had electronic displays showing you what items were on sale, as well as the auction rooms the items were being sold in. This is just like the terminal back in Aria. It shouldn't be too hard to use. Shiro thought as she tapped the screen. The layout was simple as it showed items that were popular, recommended, and suitable for newcomers. Above this, there was a bar that shows right what you need, and a search button next to it. This Missy can't talk, read, or write. What the Hades does any of this mean? Shiro thought as her face was frustrated. She thought they would have pictures to show which item was on sale and the price. Yet she didn't think that there were so many miscellaneous items that it covered the entire page. The categories were written instead of pictures, so she couldn't look for mana stones that way either. Maybe someone can help me, Shiro thought as she looked around and walked to the closest person near her. She couldn't speak, so she tapped his arm to get his attention. Che, don't bother me, the man said, glaring at her. She decided to look for people that seemed to be working here instead. Hello, how may I help? A man asked as she walked over to the reception. Shiro took out a mana stone as she pointed at it. You wish to put a mana stone on sale? He asked, but she shook her head. You want to buy mana stones? Shiro gave him a nod. You can find mana stones on those terminals, the man said, pointing over at the terminals. She shook her head. Going through the constant back and forth of not knowing what Shiro wanted to convey, the man became annoyed. You need help but won't tell me what you need help with. Is this a joke? He said with a frown. Joke, my ace. If this Missy could speak, I wouldn't even be asking you, would I? Shiro thought in her head with frustration. Gesturing towards her throat and mouth, she made an X sign showing him she couldn't speak. You can't speak? He asked as she nodded with a roll of her eyes. All right, so you want to buy a mana stone, right? The man asked, feeling a little guilty. Shiro nodded as he tapped away at his computer. What rank do you need? He asked. Why are you still asking that question? Did you forget that this Missy here can't speak? Shiro thought as she looked at him with a blank expression. Oh right, Put one finger up for E rank and two fingers up for D rank. For C rank and higher, you would need to look for it in a bigger city. D rank. Okay. The lowest price for a D rank mana stone is 25,000 US dollars and is currently underbid in room 6. The man said as Shiro nodded. You'll have to use a terminal if you want to bid. The man continued. Since you don't know how to use one, I can do it for you. Place your hand onto this crystal and it'll subtract the required USD from your account. The man said, showing her the bidding page and the crystal. Shiro nodded as she touched the crystal. Transfer 26,000 US dollars? She saw this on her interface as confirmed. The number on the bidding page jumped up to 26,000 US dollars as the man was slightly surprised. Even though the young girl in front of him was a LVL-20 adventurer, he didn't think she'll hold that much money. The bid finally ended with the final cost being 30,000 US dollars. Shiro waited patiently as the man went to retrieve the item. Please double-check that you have the right item before you leave, he said, handing her the mana stone. D-rank mana stone. A D-ranked mana stone, taken from the corpse of a hobgoblin. Shiro nodded as she jogged out of the auction house. She can afford a 30,000 US dollars mana stone, but no shoes or socks? The man thought, watching her leave. Shiro sat down near a fountain as she looked at her interface. Class up requirements met. Would you like to class up into Snow Girl? Shiro was about to confirm when she realized something. Class UPS for a monster may be different compared to the class up a human would experience. In her past life, she remembers seeing a monster evolve before their eyes, and it was a spectacle. You couldn't not see it. A beam of energy emerged from the monster as a cocoon formed around it. If that was to happen in the middle of a plaza, Shiro shivered slightly, thinking about the consequences. The best way would be for me to enter a dungeon. I've got some time before I need to head towards the school dorms where I would be studying for now, so I should be fine, she thought as she brought up her map. She remembers the dungeon signs being that of a tower. There were several E-ranked dungeons nearby, and the closest one was just a 5-minute jog away from where she was. Storing everything away in her inventory, Shiro jogged over to the dungeon. Due to her high AGI, it didn't take too long for her to arrive. This dungeon was a public one, as anyone can enter when they want to. There are restrictions to how many people can go in there at a time though. If a dungeon is higher than level 10, one would need at least a party of 5 E ranks to enter. From what she could hear from the surroundings, this dungeon was a particularly weak dungeon, so anyone can go in. Even solo. It was good that she could enter alone. However, even if she couldn't, she would have just find another chance to class up. Her task was simple. Go in, class up, come out. Nothing more, nothing less. Entering the dungeon, she saw that she was in the middle of a plane. Slimes were jumping around as one tried to attack her. HP 3795/3800. Shiro looked at the blue slime, which dealt 5 damage to her. Crouching down, Shiro gave the slime a smile as she reached out her hand. Tapping the would-be forehead of the slime, she froze the slime instantly and shattered it. Jogging a safe distance away, she made sure that no one is around her before confirming the class up. Blue light appeared near her as it formed a silk-like layer which wrapped around her body. Shiro could feel her powers increasing as she gained knowledge about her new skills. Snow Girl, Tier 2 Ice Magic, Passive Regeneration, Blessed by Ice, Snow Magic, Faded Snow Movement, Cold Aura, Nanomancer, Dagger Creation, Other, Mini-Map, Inspection, Disguise, Power Boost, Equipment, Fire Spirit Blessing, Equipment. The silk cocoon unwrapped itself as Shiro sighed in relief. Thankfully, I didn't class up back in the plaza, she thought before checking out her new skills. Snow Magic, magic which has high synergy with ice magic. Snow magic is primarily used to obscure sights, used as a medium for ice magic and control enemy movements to a certain extent. Current output power. Tier 2, matches tiers with ice magic, faded snow movement. Turn a portion of your body into snow as you increase movement speed and gain a certain amount of damage nullification. With enough MP, You may even regenerate a limb, unusable at this moment in time due to low MP. Plus 50% movement speed, 30% damage taken cost. 300 MP upon activation, 50 MP per second cold aura. Passive: the area around you will always be cold and fluctuate depending on your anger and bloodthirst. Plus 10% ice efficiency, plus 10% snow efficiency. She smiled, seeing faded snow movement, as it would help her a lot in a fight. After she had classed up, it rewarded her with 20 points straight up. She put 10 points into her INT, 5 points into AGI, and the last 5 into DX. This bumped her total MP to 5,300. Walking back to the dungeon gate, she left with a light smile. The people were surprised seeing her exit so fast, as they saw her enter a few minutes ago. But they shivered slightly when she walked past due to the low temperature. As she was walking, Shiro couldn't help but notice some changes to her skin. After her class up, her skin became much smoother and soft-looking that she couldn't help but give it a pinch and poke. Her skin was cool to the touch, as it was rather refreshing. How nice, she thought. To outsiders, a beautiful young girl was walking whilst prodding her own arm. As she made her way to the school, she saw the building situated in the middle of several open fields. There were branches connected to the main building, as she could see a separate building which seemed to be the lodging. Walking over, Shiro looked at the students in curiosity. Most of them were well-dressed and seemed to be curious about her as well. Well, mostly the fact that she's barefooted, even though Shiro herself doesn't really mind. Arriving at the lodging, she checked her guide once more to make sure the location is correct. Matching up the map in the guide with her own mini-map, Shiro sighed in relief. Knocking on the door, she heard a beep as an audio cue kicked in. Due to the lack of student ID, please state in simple words the reason for your arrival. Like Hades, I can speak. Shiro cursed in her mind as this was annoying her. She wished she could learn how to write this language quickly so she can actually communicate, though it still wouldn't help in this situation as she needed to speak. While she could try to speak out, it would just seem like she's opening her mouth without actually saying anything. Maybe it was due to her monster physiology, but no recognizable language came out of her mouth. In fact, no noise came out except for a few cries like ah or oh. As Shiro's frustration grew, the temperature around her dropped as frost could be seen forming over the device. Hello? Excuse me? A shivering voice rang out behind Shiro as she calmed down quickly. Turning around, she saw what seemed to be an elf. She had long blonde hair, pointed ears, emerald eyes, a delicate face, and modest body proportions. Her height was roughly half a head taller than Shiro. She sighed in relief as she felt the temperature rise again. Lyrica LVL 10, Elven Swordswoman. While Shiro was inspecting Lyrica, she was also inspecting the Shiro. Shiro LVL 21, Ice Mage. Wow. Level 21. Lyrica said, astonished at Shiro's level. So I saw you struggle with the voice recognition. Do you need help? She asked with some nervousness in her voice, seeing Shiro stare at her so intently. Shiro nodded and held up a piece of paper. She remembered Amelia telling her to show this to the lady at the reception, so it might help her out here. HM? Let's see. Air name, Shiro. Age .13. Disabilities. Mute? So that's why. Lyrica couldn't help but smile wearily, as it was truly unfortunate. For those without a student ID, they had to state the reason of why they were visiting. Yet the girl in front of her was mute, so how could she state the reason as to why she was here? Here, I'll take you inside. Lyrica smiled as she scanned her ID and opened the door. What a nice girl, Shiro thought with a smile. Following her in, they walked towards the registration till. Excuse me, Lyrica called out as a middle-aged lady walked up. Lyrica? Who's this? She asked, peeking over at Shiro. She's Shiro, and she seems to be a new student. She's mute, so she couldn't get in, Lyrica said as she gestured towards Shiro. Seeing that the woman in front of her should be the receptionist, Shiro brought out the files. The woman saw the files and understood what Shiro needed. Taking the files, she started to work away at her computer. Shiro wanted to say thank you to Lyrica, but could only sigh since she wouldn't be able to understand her. Done. Here is your student ID. Your room is on the third floor, room 306, next to Lyrica's. You can help each other out, the lady said as Lyrica nodded. I'll show you the way. Lyrica said eagerly as she went to grab Shiro's hand. However, she flinched slightly, feeling how cold her hands were. Shiro frowned at her hands and could only give Lyrica an apologizing smile. No worries. Is it something you can't control? I saw it get colder when you got annoyed outside. Lyrica said as Shiro nodded. Shiro was surprised at how observant she was. Lyrica walked in front of Shiro as she showed her the way to her room. So your uniform should arrive tomorrow. Your timetable should be on the tablet. As for the lessons, we can choose whichever lesson you want to go to. You just need to be able to pass the end-of-year exams. Lyrica said as they arrived. Shiro pulled out her file as she showed it to Lyrica. Pointing at the words, Shiro shook her head. The information is wrong? She asked. Shiro pointed again as she shook her head. Is there something missing? Lyrica asked, taking a second read of the information. Shiro frowned but gained an idea. She pointed at her throat and made an X sign. I know you're mute. Lyrica nodded. Shiro then made a writing motion and made an X. You can't write either? Shiro nodded. She then pointed to her eyes before pointing at the words and made another X sign. You can't read either? Lyrica said, surprised. How did she survive till now? Lyrica thought as she had an idea of what Shiro was asking. You want me to help you with reading and writing? She asked, not sure. Shiro nodded quickly with a smile. Oh, that's simple then. I can teach you about it every day when you have time. Lyrica smiled as Shiro nodded. Entering her room, Shiro sat down on a chair and leaned backwards. Her mind started to wander as she thought about the girl she just met. That girl, Lyrica. She shows symptoms of a low self-esteem. Not only was she concerned over the impression she made on me, she was also slightly reluctant to put herself first. Her body posture showed that she tried to make herself seem smaller than mine. Rather than saying when she had time to teach me, she was worried about whether or not I had time to be taught. The most likely causes of this are poor performance or family issues. Shiro thought, looking at the wall connected to Lyrica's room. I should see if I can solve this for her as payment for teaching me how to read and write. Shiro thought. She wasn't the type to repay hatred with 100 times the hatred, nor was she one to repay kindness with 100 times the kindness. However, she did like to treat people who gave her a good impression. A whim if one had to classify this. For a girl like Lyrica who treated her well on the first meeting, Shiro would try to help her resolve a problem in return for that kindness. Lyrica, who returned to her room, sat by her bed. Was my impression on her okay? Was she freaked out by me? What if she doesn't want to be friends with me? I should be fine, right? I mean, she wanted my help. She needs my help. Someone actually needed my help. But what if I disappoint her with bad teaching? Lyrica thought with a nervous frown. I was too hasty. What if I can't teach her well enough? She muttered with a sigh. Looking at her tablet, Lyrica searched up the best ways of teaching reading and writing. Waking up to a frozen, stiff bed cover, Shiro's smile twitched as she knew this was most likely going to be an ongoing problem. She looked over at the clock and saw that it was 7:30 a.m. A little early, I guess. Shiro thought as she rubbed her stomach. Taking out a few mana stones, she threw it in her mouth as she had a look at how many ranked mana stones she had left. E-rank mana stone X 132. 132? Should last me for a while. Though with that being said, I should probably hunt a few more monsters to get my stock filled. Shiro thought as she noticed her increased intake. Previously, 3 to 5 mana stones could help her through the day. Now, 5 mana stones were a small snack for her. Considering the pattern, Shiro was sure she would eventually need to eat a warehouse full of E-rank stones just to fill her stomach. Knock, knock, knock. Shiro heard the door knock as she walked over and opened the door. Lyrica? Shiro thought, seeing her still in her pajamas. She had dark circles under her eyes as she pulled out a thick notebook. I've done it. I've found the best way to teach reading and writing to you, Lyrica said as she smiled. Her eyelids were drooping every so often as Shiro frowned slightly. Did this girl stay up all night to compile this? She thought. Shiro held the helms of her pajama as she dragged Lyrica back to her room. Shiro pointed at the bed as her eyes bore into Lyrica's. Huh. Shiro, you want me to sleep? Lyrica asked as Shiro nodded and took the notebook. She pushed Lyrica onto the bed gently as she looked at her. Shiro made a sleeping motion as she pointed at the pillow. Her eyes seemed to only take yes for an answer. Lyrica decided to relent to the comfort of the bed. The moment she closed her eyelids, she fell asleep almost instantly. Heh, what a foolish girl. Shiro, though, as she covered her up. She sat down as she looked at the notebook in her hands. Efficient notebook for learning reading and writing. Creator, Lyrica Wallenstein. Shiro could only sigh seeing the effort Lyrica put into making this, even though they've barely met. As the first person I've met at this school, I'll give you some privileges. Shiro thought before turning to the notebook. She wanted to see if she could decode this notebook and study on her own. Amen. Lyrica slowly opened her eyes as she felt refreshed after sleeping. Oh right, Shiro. She thought as she instantly sat up. She looked around and was surprised seeing Shiro at the desk with lots of paper around her. Currently, Shiro had tilted her head back as it seemed like she was fatigued. Noticing that Lyrica had woken up, Shiro grabbed a notepad and quickly wrote something down. You're awake. She looked over with a smile. Lyrica was both shocked and surprised. You learned reading and writing in the time I was asleep? How? Lyrica asked. Decoding. I matched my audio cues saying the words with the alphabet. I slowly decoded what each letter sounded like and memorized it. Shiro wrote down as Lyrica couldn't believe someone could learn a whole language in the time she was asleep. Unbelievable. Lyrica muttered. Is it really? We live in a world with dungeons and monsters. I think learning language in a day isn't that shocking. Shiro wrote down with a grin. I suppose so. Lyrica said as it made sense. So what lessons do you have? Lessons? I take swordsmanship, close-quarter combat, and dungeon exploration. Lyrica replied as Shiro nodded. Then I'll take those lessons with you. She smiled. What about yours? Aren't you an ice mage? Lyrica asked, slightly flustered. Shiro smiled as she flicked her fingers and a sword made from ice appeared. Close quarters combat is important for a mage as well. Shiro wrote down. That and also you've helped me greatly. No, it's mostly because of your efforts. I didn't do anything. Lyrica shook her head as she didn't believe in her own contribution. Without your help, this would have taken much longer. Being able to recognize the language today will help me greatly. Shiro wrote down as Lyrica became embarrassed. Since you've slept for the entire day, you want to go eat? It's 8 p.m., Lyrica said, shocked as she held the clock. It'll be my treat. Shiro wrote down. You really don't have to. I can afford it. Lyrica said, looking at Shiro. If you don't let me do this, I will be angry. Shiro frowned slightly. Fine, Lyrica said as she quickly dressed up. They walked towards the food court as Lyrica couldn't help but ask a few questions. Shiro, how come you don't have shoes or socks? She asked. I woke up this way. It doesn't matter though since it doesn't hurt. Shiro replied. How did you manage to get to level 21 even though you're 13? I kill monsters and level up obviously. That being said, how old are you? Me? I'm 15 and only a level 10. Lyrica said, slightly depressed. No worries. Since we can explore dungeons, I can help you level up quickly. Why are you so nice? Lyrica asked. You showed me kindness, so I'll naturally reply with kindness. Shiro smiled as they arrived. They ordered some food and started to eat away. Shiro only ordered a sandwich as she hid a few mana stones inside, or else the sandwich would taste just like water. It doesn't fill her up either. Only mana stone does. Lyrica seemed nervous as she kept fidgeting whilst they ate. What's wrong? Amen? Oh, it's just that this makes us seem like friends. Are we not, though? I guess, but you don't want to hang out with me. How come? Well, you might get looked down upon because you're hanging out with me. Everyone is at least level 13 plus when they reach the age of 15. Yet I'm still at level 10, Lyrica said. A genius like you who's reached level 21 at the age of 13 shouldn't be hanging out with trash like me. Lyrica sighed. Then what do you think about those people at a higher level? Some have a difference of 50 levels, yet they're at the same age. Are they still trash? Shiro wrote down. Of course not. They had the talent to reach such a high level after all. Lyrica replied. Then have you heard of those people who jump levels to challenge their superiors? Lyrica nodded as she proceeded to say. Experience can make up for the lack in stats. Then we just need to give you more experience. Not to mention, your class seems to be different from the normal starting class. Maybe it's because of your elven heritage, but it may need more EXP for you to level up once. Shiro wrote down. It can't be. Lyrica denied. The class Elven Swordswoman is the basic class of every elf who chooses to use the sword. Lyrica said as Shiro felt her smile twitch. This girl. Shiro thought as she was denying herself a little too hard. She remembers the Elven classes. At the start, they were basic classes. But later on, they become harder to class up compared to normal classes. This is because everyone had a chance at obtaining the special class Elven Sword Saintess. Each type of weapon had its own saint class. Examples being Elven Archer Saint, Elven Axe Saint, and Elven Dagger Saint. However, there was only one shot at this class up, and if they failed, they had to go with Elven Grand Swordswomen / Elven Grand Archer, etc. The only reason Shiro knew about this class was due to the elf in the Lightbearer Hero S party. She had the class and exhibited superior battle prowess than even the hero at certain moments in her life. Shame she died during a large battle that raged on for 5 days and 5 nights. Then why don't we work together? You can help me while I help you in the dungeon. Shiro smiled. How would I help you? I can't speak, so there are some limitations in my life. Not only that, I don't know anything about myself, so having a friend stay with me helps a lot. Shiro wrote down, making up a reason. Lyrica's eyes brightened up as she grabbed Shiro's hand whilst ignoring the cold. Shiro was shocked seeing her suddenly grabbing her hand. You can count on me, Lyrica said as Shiro could only chuckle slightly. After they finished their meal, they walked home with Lyrica feeling happier than ever. Shiro shook her head with a smile. But it was during this that an idea suddenly popped into her mind, and a grin formed on her face. Tapping Lyrica's shoulders, Shiro showed Lyrica her notepad. So you know how elves have longer life expectancy than humans? Wouldn't that mean you're currently a lot younger in human years? So you aren't underlevel, but rather you're looking at this using the wrong age system. Shiro wrote down as Lyrica paused. That does seem to be the case. She replied, feeling embarrassed. However, age doesn't really matter. The higher level you are, the more mana you have stored inside you. The more mana you have, the more it vitalizes your body. This made it so that you're able to live for much longer than normal. But Shiro won't tell Lyrica that since she had just managed to give her some hope. Therefore, you have no reason to feel down. Shiro wrote as Lyrica nodded. You're right. Lyrica smiled. Returning back to their rooms, Shiro found a package next to her door. It's probably the uniform, she thought as she took the package inside with her. Inside the package was an assortment of clothes, a set for winter and a set for summer. The summer uniform was a short-sleeved gray dress with a red bow tie. The skirt stopped around her knees as the uniform also came with black knee socks and shoes. The winter uniform, on the other hand, was earmuffs, scarf, and a long-sleeved white shirt with a black vest. It included a uniform jacket as it was also gray in color, a separate skirt that reached her knees, and black tights. Folding up the winter uniform, Shiro placed the summer uniform ready for tomorrow. Before sleeping, she checked her timetable for the lessons she's applied for. Lessons Swordsmanship, Magic, Close Quarters, Combat, Dungeon Exploration. She chose to apply for Magic as there may be some interesting concepts in this new world. The first lesson tomorrow is Swordsmanship. I have decent swordsmanship, but it can definitely improve, Shiro thought before falling asleep. So Shiro here will be studying with everyone. She's 13, so be patient with her. Oh, also she's mute, so she'll be carrying her notepad around with her. The teacher called out in the swordsmanship class. A girl raised her hands as the teacher gestured for her to speak. Why is she in the swordsmanship class? Isn't she a level 21 ice mage? The girl asked. That's because learning some swordsmanship will be helpful for mages as close quarters are our weak points, Shiro wrote down. As Shiro mentioned, this is beneficial to her. Many high-level mages know some form of close-quarter combat to keep themselves safe. The teacher nodded. Sit wherever you like, she said as Shiro nodded. Walking over to Lyrica, Shiro sat next to her as she could hear a few mutters around her. Hey, Shiro smiled as Lyrica nodded. Try not to talk to me too much. They'll look down on you, Lyrica whispered. I don't care, Shiro wrote as they focused on the class. The class itself was pretty simple for Shiro. It focused on the stances and which part of the body you need to focus on when using the sword. While Shiro found this pretty boring, she could see Lyrica writing down notes earnestly. The theory lesson was over soon, and it was time for demonstration. Everyone paired up as Shiro could see a bunch of people wanting to pair up with Lyrica. However, she rejected all of them. How come you don't want to go with them? Shiro asked. They just want to suppress me. Because I'm level 10, my stats are lower than theirs. I can't really gain any form of experience sparring against them. Lyrica replied with a sigh. Then I'll spar with you. Shiro smiled. But aren't your stats much bigger than mine? I won't attack actively. You try to break my guard, okay? Land a hit on me, and you win. Shiro wrote down as she picked up a wooden longsword. Lyrica nodded as she too picked up a wooden longsword. Ready when you are. Shiro wrote down as she held the sword with one hand. Lyrica nodded as she ran towards Shiro with her sword. Shiro only smiled as she placed the flat side of the blade on her palm and parried Lyrica's sword. Shiro allowed her sword to slide down the blade as she was about to attack. Lyrica drew the blade upwards to try block, but Shiro landed a light attack on her shoulder. Her eyes narrowed as she had a suspicion about Lyrica's moves. Not giving up, Lyrica held the sword in a reverse grip as she clashed with Shiro once more. This time, at the very moment the swords clashed, Lyrica let go of her sword as she held it in an upright position. She twisted the sword as it moved Shiro's sword downwards. Shiro smiled as she crouched down and tripped Lyrica up. Again, Lyrica said as she had a smile on her face. They continued for several bouts as Lyrica kept getting knocked down. To outsiders, she was taking a beating. To Shiro, Lyrica was improving quickly. This girl is smart. She quickly corrects herself when she finds out what went wrong. If it wasn't for the other students suppressing her with their attributes, Lyrica would most definitely not have this self-esteem issue. Shiro thought as she hopped back and slid on the ground slightly. However, her movements seem a little awkward at times. It's like she's trying to use a staff rather than sword. She raised her hand to get Lyrica to stop. Picking up the notepad, Shiro started to write something down. You've improved a lot, Lyrica. So smart. Shiro praised. It's just dumb luck. Lyrica said as Shiro shook her head. I have an idea. Do you want to give it a try? An idea? What idea? Shiro walked over to the teacher and got her attention. Do you have a handle without a wooden blade? She asked. A handle? Yeah, we do. What do you need it for? I think Lyrica's moves match a different weapon better. I want to see if I can use my eyes to find out the weapon. I see. Since you have an idea, give it a try. The teacher smiled as passed Shiro a wooden handle. Thank you. Shiro wrote down as she jogged back to Lyrica. The temperature around her dropped as ice started to coagulate on both ends of the handle. As the ice finished, Lyrica was surprised at what Shiro held in her hands. It was a dual-ended blade. On either side of the handle was a double-sided sword as Shiro lightly threw it over to Lyrica. Give it a try. Shiro wrote down as Lyrica nodded. Holding the weapon, Lyrica waved it around as she became more proficient. Wow, Shiro, this weapon is really easy to use. Lyrica said, surprised at how easy it was for her to use it. I knew it. Shiro thought with a smile. What Lyrica experienced was hidden proficiency. Hidden proficiency was a situation where the body would exhibit movement habits for a certain type of weapon. It wouldn't show up on the status board, so it was hard for people to know which weapon suited them. Most of the time, it was custom-made weapons. For those who did discover their hidden proficiency, their combat prowess soared as their body movements were designed to fit that weapon. While the dual-ended blade wasn't exactly Lyrica's hidden proficiency, Shiro already knew the weapon was something similar to the dual-ended blade. She noticed this during the fight as Lyrica would always fall back on using the bottom of her sword when she was forced into a tight situation. When used with a long sword, it is suicidal. When used with a dual-ended sword, it was effective. Try attacking me now. Shiro wrote down as Lyrica nodded. Twirling the blade, Lyrica charged towards Shiro. Parrying the top-down slash, Shiro twisted her body as she dodged the other end of the blade. Lyrica didn't let her loose as the blade followed Shiro's movements like a ghost. Parrying her attacks several more times with a few close calls, Shiro was surprised at how powerful Lyrica's hidden proficiency was. Even though she was suppressing herself until she was roughly level 10 in stats, it was still amazing for Lyrica to sneak in a few close calls. The spar finished as Lyrica panted heavily. Shiro, on the other hand, was fine as always. Congratulations, Lyrica. You found the weapon you're really good at. Shiro smiled and showed her the writing. It's all thanks to you, Shiro. Lyrica replied, happily feeling her confidence rise. Shiro was an enigma for her. The moment she arrived, Lyrica felt her life change. Shiro gave her confidence, and even a weapon she was strangely proficient in using. If Shiro never appeared, Lyrica doesn't know what kind of a state she would still be in. After the spar, it was time for lunch. Both Lyrica and Shiro went together as Shiro bought some sandwiches once again. Do you want to go dungeon exploring later? We'll try to get some money, so we can make you that new weapon. Shiro wrote down whilst eating a mana stone-filled sandwich. What do you mean? Lyrica asked. Don't you need the dual-ended sword? We'll save up some money, so we can go get one made for you. Then you'll be able to do dungeons much easier. Well, a higher-level dungeon needs at least 5 people. I've always been on my own, so I don't really enter dungeons most of the time. When I do, the loot goes to the other people since they have more contribution than me. Lyrica admitted with slight shame. Shiro frowned hearing about this. It's fine. I had my class up, so I should be a D-rank adventurer. Right now I'm AE+, because I didn't class up last time. Shiro explained, showing Lyrica her guild ID. Even then, we need 2 D ranks to enter the level 10+ dungeon. Lyrica said as Shiro frowned. Troublesome. She thought. Is there a way to get a permit to enter the dungeon with just us 2? Shiro asked, but Lyrica shook her head. Shiro tried to think of solutions, but couldn't come up with one. To level Lyrica up, the best way was for them to enter a dungeon higher level than 10. She was able to enter alone into the public dungeon last time, was due to the monsters being level 5 or below. That, and also she was AE+ rank adventurer. A woman walked past as she paused, seeing what Shiro had just wrote down. You want to enter a dungeon with just the 2 of you? She said as Shiro turned to her. Madison LVL 14. Swordswoman, she had brown hair tied in a ponytail, black eyes, and an average face that had its own sense of beauty. Yes, is there anything wrong? Shiro wrote. Maybe not for you, but this loser would drag you down, Madison said, pointing her finger at Lyrica. Lyrica shrunk back, not daring to meet her eyes. Shiro frowned, seeing her confidence shrinking once more. I'm a level 21 ice mage. I can make up for what she lacks. Shiro wrote down as her surroundings started to drop in temperature. Even as a level 21 ice mage, you'll run out of MP eventually. The loser here will just draw in more enemies and cause you to suffer losses, Madison said, not relenting. And how would you know that? I know because she was in my party once, Madison said as she glared at Lyrica, causing her to shrink back further. Shiro paused as she realized that this was a prime opportunity. In one dungeon run, I can guarantee that she levels up to 12 at least. That should prove her worth. Shiro wrote down as Madison laughed. Level 12? EXP is calculated in terms of contribution in the party. With a hindrance like her, it would take forever to level her up once, Madison said. I can guarantee her a high contribution percentage easily. Shiro smiled. Big words for a little girl, Madison said, seeing what Shiro wrote. How about this then? I want you and 2 of your friends to fill in the gap in our team. Me and Lyrica will proceed with the dungeon. We'll have a single day inside the dungeon or an hour outside. If I don't get her level to at least level 12, I'll serve under you and help you level up to 20 instead. Shiro wrote down as both Lyrica and Madison felt their jaws drop. Shiro? Lyrica said, shocked at what Shiro was wagering. Having a level 21 assist me will make me level up much faster. Madison thought. What do I have to do if I lose the bet? She asked. Shiro smiled as she knew she had Madison hooked. For 5 days in a week, you'll help me and Lyrica fill the numbers needed to enter a dungeon. 5 days. 3 at most, Madison said as Shiro nodded. Being able to enter the dungeon 3 days in a week was worth it. Even if I lose, 3 days isn't too bad, Madison thought. We'll sign an agreement later so neither of us can go back on our words. Shiro wrote down as she remembered the school allowing bets, but they must be under a contract. All right. I just hope you don't back out, Madison replied. Don't worry, I won't. We'll do the bet today since the dungeon exploration class will start soon. Shiro gestured for Lyrica to follow. Just a kid in the end. I'm an ice system-focused mage. My magic can help lock down monsters, making it easier for my teammates to kill them. This is basically a one-sided bet. Shiro thought with a grin. That, and also the fact that there was a slight loophole in the agreement. She never stated how many times they'll be running the dungeon in a day. A day is 24 hours. She can spend 24 days in the dungeon if she wanted. As they left the food court, Lyrica couldn't help but be anxious. Shiro, you shouldn't have done that. EXP is calculated in contributions. I doubt I'll be able to get enough contributions to level up twice. Not to mention, you'll basically become her servant, Lyrica said, sounding anxious. Don't worry about it. It's only till level 20. Shiro grinned. How can I not worry? The average for level 20 is 16 to 18 years old. You'll have to help her for at least 2 years or more. I'll be making the dual-ended sword for you using my ice. My INT is pretty high, so it should help you in terms of contribution. You'll be killing the monsters while I'll be restraining them. This way, you should be able to get enough contribution. Shiro wrote down. But your freedom is at stake? Oh please. If I can level up to 21 even though I'm 13 years old, I'm bound to have a few tricks up my sleeve. Shiro said, shrugging her shoulders. Well, the truth is that I reached level 21 in just a few days. Shiro thought. Even so, that's your freedom at stake for 3 fill-ins. Lyrica frowned. It's just till level 20. If anything, I'm counting on you. Shiro grinned. Huh. You make reaching level 20 quickly sound so easy. Lyrica sighed. Don't worry about it too much. Just focus on increasing contributions later when we do the dungeon. You didn't cower out, Madison said as she had her arms crossed. Neither did you. Shiro wrote down as she walked towards her. Lyrica walked behind Shiro as she tried to muster up the courage to face everyone with her head held high. However, her nerves got the better of her as she started to shrink herself a little again. HAAA. This girl has a long way to go. Shiro thought with a weary smile. So I'm the observer for this bet. Madison Wilcroft and her 2 friends will agree to fill up Shiro and Lyrica Wallenstein's party for 3 days every week. In return, should Shiro and Lyrica Wallenstein fail their side of the bet, Shiro will help Madison Wilcroft until she's reached level 20. Is that correct? The teacher said as Shiro nodded. Since I have received the confirmation, please sign the contract as you won't be able to go back onto your word until both parties have agreed. The teacher said as both Shiro and Madison signed the contract. The bet shall start the moment you enter the dungeon. The teacher called out after authenticating the contract. Shiro added the 3 people in front of her to the party. Shiro LVL 21. Ice Mage Party Leader Lyrica LVL 10. Elven Swordswoman Madison LVL 14. Swordswoman July LVL 13. Mage Carol LVL 13. Swordswoman, seeing that everyone is in a party, Shiro nodded and entered the dungeon. Serpent's Cavern 1F. Serpent's Cavern is a level 12 dungeon, meaning the boss should be around level 15 give or take. Shiro thought as she pulled out the sword handle the teacher gave her before. CRR ice froze over both ends of the handle as Shiro threw the sword over to Lyrica. We'll stay here and wait. Hopefully, you don't waste too much of our time and come back. Madison sneered as Shiro only shrugged. Come on, Lyrica. Shiro wrote as Lyrica nodded. Leaving Madison, July, and Carol behind, Shiro and Lyrica dashed into the caverns. The caverns were oddly lit up yet still dark as they couldn't see too far ahead of them. Shiro and Lyrica dashed through the caverns without stopping as per agreed on. Shiro's speed was much higher than Lyrica's, so she slowed down just to make sure they were together. As we agreed before, I'll lock down the serpents and you decapitate them, okay? Quick and simple. Shiro showed Lyrica the note as she nodded. Shiro turned her focus in front of her as 2 serpents were being picked up on the mini-map. Shiro quickly made 2 ice spears as she threw them towards the serpents. Missing the serpents' bodies, the spears created an arc that locked them in place. Cave Serpent LVL 10 Cave, Serpent LVL 8. Without needing to be reminded, Lyrica already know what to do. She slid on the ground slightly as she twirled the blade in a spinning motion. Jumping up, she did a flip whilst the blade itself decapitated the 2 serpents. Wah, they've already killed some monsters? And that loser got 65% contribution as well. July called out as Madison turned her attention towards her friend. Madison, if they actually do this, I hope you remember what you promised us. Carol said as Madison nodded. I know. I'll pay you guys for every hour we have to fill for their team. No biggie. Madison said, but her heart was pounding due to nervousness. How is she getting so much contribution? Madison thought with a frown. It took a while, but Lyrica leveled up to LVL 11. Shiro. I leveled up. Lyrica cried out in happiness and hugged Shiro whilst ignoring the cold. Shiro smiled wearily, seeing Lyrica's enthusiasm. I know. Come on, let's get as many levels as we can for you. My MP can still hold up for a while. Shiro replied, holding up the notepad. All right. Lyrica replied as Shiro refroze the sword to make sure it kept its sharpness. After clearing out a majority of the beasts that were in front of them, Lyrica didn't manage to level up again. Most of the mobs were below LVL 10, making the EXP gain lower. We'll just kill the Obelisk Guardian then. That should level you up to 12. Shiro wrote down as Lyrica was panting heavily due to how much she had been moving. Can we handle it? She said, taking a short break. We should be able to. Though I'll have to let my MP regenerate to full. You should take this chance to recover some of your stamina as well. Hey Shiro, isn't this bad for me? Like, I'm leveling up quickly, but my experience would be limited. Lyrica said after a while. It's good that you know. However, this is just to get your level up to par with everyone else so they don't look down on you. Afterwards, we'll be able to challenge dungeons 3 days a week with the trio filling up the missing spots. Shiro replied. But 3 runs per week is still a little short. I wish I can get more experience. Lyrica replied with a sigh. When did I ever say we're going to do a single run a day? I said 3 days a week and never specified how many times they had to accompany us. For all we know, they could accompany us for 24 days inside the dungeon or 24 hours outside. A single day. Shiro showed Lyrica her note with a grin. Ha ha ha, Shiro, that's mean. Lyrica chuckled, seeing the trap Shiro laid out for the trio. But wouldn't they retaliate? Lyrica asked. Nope. It's part of the contract after all. They can only blame themselves for not reading carefully. Not to mention, this Missy here is a level 21, while they haven't even classed up yet. Sometimes I wonder if you're really a 13-year-old Shiro. You seem so much more mature than I am. Lyrica said as Shiro shrugged. The physical body doesn't represent the mentality. One can be old yet have the heart of a child, or be young and have the mindset of an adult. Shiro wrote down as Lyrica nodded in agreement. Shiro is a smart, scheming, and is a powerful person. In a good way, of course. Lyrica grinned. And you are a hopeless person who needs guidance. Shiro thought with a smile but didn't say out loud. She had a feeling that Lyrica will become someone great as long as she got the help she needed. This whim of hers may prove to be more beneficial than she had expected. Giant Rock, Serpent LVL 15, Elite. You didn't need to write the 3 dots. Lyrica whispered over to Shiro. I didn't, but I still did in the end. Shiro grinned. Are you sure we can take that on? My attacks will hardly work on rock. Lyrica asked as they were currently hiding behind a large boulder. I'll use a hammer I have in my storage. What I need you to do is to rack up contributions so you can get some EXP as well. Shiro wrote down. When the fight starts, I want you to see if you can hit it at any weak joint. If you can't, try to use the sword to lock it down. All right, but how would I do that? How else? Stab it through the mouth. Shiro replied, rolling her eyes. Stab it through the mouth? That's really dangerous. Lyrica whispered over. You can also stab it in the ace. I've tried it with a bear, and it worked wonders. Shiro suggested. Is this girl serious? Lyrica thought, hearing the suggestion. Shiro. Stabbing a monster through the ace isn't the most ladylike thing you can do, you know? Lyrica said. And? We're here to kill that monster. Not take it out on a dinner date. Shiro wrote down. True. Lyrica replied after a short pause. All right, when I draw its aggro, you attack. Got it? Lyrica nodded as Shiro took out the hammer she received from the boss back in the first dungeon. The hammer needed 60 STR, but Shiro had just enough. 35 STR from base stats, and the extra 25 from equipment. This brought her up STR to exactly 60. Fire Spirit Empowered Hammer, Blue, LVL 20 requirements. 60 STR plus 30 blunt damage plus 15 momentum boost plus 15 fire, element 10 attack speed passive skill. Reduced weight. Reduces the weight of the weapon by 30%. Lyrica didn't know what kind of hammer it was, but she knew it was a good weapon. However, her most important question was, how the Hades is she carrying that hammer? Isn't she a mage? Hammers, axes, greatswords, and other heavy weapons had a requirement on STR. As a mage, Shiro's STR had to be low, yet she's carrying this weapon without problems. Looking at the 4-meter-long serpent with gray scales, Shiro readjusted her grip on the hammer. She stepped hard as she dragged the hammer behind her. Sprinting towards the serpent at full speed, Shiro started to freeze the ground beneath her as her momentum increased further. Hitting the peak of her speed, Shiro elevated the ice and made a ramp. "It's hammer time," Shiro shouted with a grin even though Lyrica couldn't hear her. To make sure she dealt the most amount of damage, she activated the skill that came with her Fire Spirit-infused Power Gauntlet, Blue, LVL20. The skill was Power Boost, which gave her an 100% increase to damage and plus 15 STR for 20 seconds at the cost of receiving 30% more damage during the 20 seconds it was activated. Jumping off the ramp, Shiro twisted her body as she used her entire strength to smash the hammer against the serpent's head. Boom! The collision caused a miniature shockwave to explode out as the serpent recoiled backwards. SSSSS. It hissed at her with a glare. Wrapping its body up into a coil, the serpent's head shot towards Shiro as if the head itself was spring-locked. Shiro flicked her finger upwards, creating a ramp. The ramp had a gentle curve which redirected the serpent's attack. The ramp redirected the serpent's attack in a clockwise direction, so Shiro twisted her body anti-clockwise. The hammer and the head met up as the two forces clashed once more. Am I even needed here? Lyrica thought to herself as she knew Shiro could probably kill the boss on her own. Even though she was thinking that, her body bolted into action the moment she recognized the fact that Shiro had the serpent's aggro. She kept her body low as she twirled her dual-ended blades. Stabbing the blade into the ground, she vaulted herself upwards as she slashed at the back of the serpent. The slashes only made a few shallow scratches as Lyrica landed and retreated. However, she had accidentally retreated into the path of the tail as she shut her eyes and brought up her hands to protect herself. CRRR. Lyrica heard a freezing sound as she reopened her eyes. The tail was frozen a few meters away from hitting her. She turned towards Shiro and saw that she was crouched as a trail of ice extended from her palms towards the tail. Thanks, Lyrica replied, stuttering slightly as her nerves were a little tense right now. Shiro nodded as she kicked back and hit the serpent on the side of the jaw. Following her momentum, the hammer stuck the serpent on the underside of the jaw. Wow! Lyrica was amazed at how Shiro was fighting. All of her movements seemed natural as it didn't matter if she was using a foreign weapon or not. It was as if she knew the best ways to utilize each of their strengths. Shiro looked at Lyrica before holding up a finger and did a pushing up motion. Fine, Lyrica said as she made a slightly bitter face. Making sure she had a firm hold on the dual-ended blade, Lyrica ran behind the serpent as she looked for the ace. She started to become flustered after not being able to find it. I can't find it, she shouted out as Shiro looked over at her. Blocking another strike of the serpent, Shiro became slightly annoyed at the serpent. Bang! She hit the jaw of the serpent as she sent it stumbling backwards. Holding the hammer with one hand, Shiro scribbled something down before kicking the notepad towards Lyrica. In the time she was writing, Shiro dodged every one of the serpent's attacks without much problems. Lyrica picked up the note as she read what Shiro wrote down. The cloaca or ace of a serpent is 3/4 S down the body. You'll have to lift up a scale, and the hole should be present. There is only one hole, so you can't miss. How does she know where the ace is so well? Lyrica thought in her mind. However, she trusted Shiro's knowledge, so she took the chance to search for the serpent's cloaca. It was made easier due to Shiro freezing the tail as it didn't move too much. It didn't take long for her to find the scale that lifted up and exposed the ace. Lyrica held her breath as she tightened the grip on her blade. I'm sorry. She apologized as she plunged the blade in with as much strength as she could. Sasa! The serpent screamed as Lyrica backed off. The serpent's body rampaged as it broke the ice, locking down the tail easily. The serpent locked onto Lyrica instantly as it forgot about Shiro. Seeing the back exposed, Shiro dashed towards the blade. Open those cheeks for this, miss. Shiro shouted as she uppercut the hammer into the blade. The force caused the blade to shoot through the body of the serpent and come out the torso after piercing the heart. The serpent writhed around in pain for a short while before collapsing. Shiro supported the hammer on her shoulders as she had a happy smile on her face. Being able to let loose and kill a monster or two felt therapeutic. Unfortunately, even with the 20% contribution of the boss, Lyrica didn't manage to level up. Shiro didn't want to waste this corpse, so she searched for the mana stone before storing it away. Collect the serpent's body faded away as Shiro checked the total loot drop for the first floor run. 9 green armor pieces, 1 blue accessory, 5 green weapons, and a bunch of miscellaneous items. Are you a blacksmith or alchemist? Shiro wrote down. No I'm not. Lyrica shook her head. Then I can sell the miscellaneous items? Go ahead. I don't need them. Lyrica replied as she sat down and rested. Getting confirmation, Shiro checked through all the gear that would be helpful for neither her or Lyrica and recycled them all. What she was left with was 2 green pieces beneficial for Lyrica. On the other hand, Shiro's harvest was a green piece and the blue accessory. The pieces for Lyrica was as follows. Both of these items focused on the STR and AGI stats, which was good for adventurers that use a sword. As for the equipment Shiro chose for herself, they were as follows. Switching out the gear, Shiro experienced an upgrade of +5 in INT and a +5 in STR. In addition to this, the blue drop from the boss was a head accessory. Snow Girl, Tier 2 Ice Magic, Passive Regeneration, Blessed by Ice, Snow Magic, Faded Snow Movement, Cold Aura, Nanomancer, Dagger Creation, Other, Mini-Map, Inspection, Disguise, Power Boost, Equipment, Fire Spirit Blessing, Equipment, Lesser Fear, Equipment. Shiro walked over to Lyrica as she passed her 2 pieces of equipment. Your bounty for the first floor. These 2 were the best for you since the stat bonus they give are beneficial for using the sword. Thank you. Lyrica smiled as received the 2 pieces of equipment. Shall we challenge the floor 2 boss? Shiro wrote down with a smile. Floor 2? I don't know. I feel like it's more beneficial if I try to fight it fairly. I can gain more experience that way. Lyrica replied as Shiro nodded. Then after we clear out the second floor, I'll freeze the boss and we'll use the obelisk to return back to floor 1, okay? No problems. Lyrica smiled. Clearing out the second floor was an easy task. Most of the monsters that were present on this floor were level 10 to 13 rock serpents. To fight these rock serpents, Shiro would use lesser fear on the monsters, whilst Lyrica would stab them through the head. This proved beneficial as Lyrica's contribution was always above 75%, giving her most of the EXP. When they cleared the floor out by roughly 60%, Lyrica leveled up, fulfilling their side of the bet in only a few hours. Unfortunately, none of the drops could be used, so Shiro recycled everything. As previously agreed on, Shiro froze the obelisk guardian while they used the obelisk to return back to the first floor. Walking calmly back to the 3 girls, Shiro and Lyrica saw Madison's bitter face as Lyrica couldn't help but feel slightly giddy inside. The foreign feeling of proving people wrong was amazing. So I take it as our win? Shiro smiled, showing Madison the note. Madison frowned in annoyance as she glared at Lyrica. It's all her fault. Who told her to level up? She should have just stayed as a low-level loser. She thought. Shiro frowned as she could feel Madison's hostility. The temperature started to drop as Shiro looked at her coldly. Make a move, go on. I dare you. Shiro wrote as she smiled with a menacing aura. Madison shivered seeing that smile and quickly ran out the dungeon with her 2 friends. Shiro shrugged as the temperature returned back to normal. As they exited the dungeon, the teacher walked up to Shiro. As you have won your side of the bet, Madison Wilcroft will fill up your party numbers for 3 days a week. The teacher said as he passed her contract to her. Shiro nodded, taking the contract. Thank you. She wrote down as she left with Lyrica. After walking for a while, Shiro couldn't help but notice Lyrica's conflicting gaze. What's wrong? Well, it's just that you basically put a few years of your life on the line just so that we can run dungeons. Why are you doing this? Even if you said it was payment for helping you with reading and writing, I can't help but wonder. Lyrica said as Shiro paused. It was a whim of mine. Life is full of twists and turns. If you don't actively seek them out, then life wouldn't be as interesting. Meeting new people, making new friends. All of it starts with a whim. The whim may become something more, or it may just be another day of my life. Don't dwell on it too much. Shiro smiled, showing her the writing. So it's just a whim? Yet for me, it has become something more. Lyrica muttered. Don't sound so depressing. We just got our chance to run dungeons for 3 days a week. Shiro smiled, patting Lyrica's shoulders. You're right, Lyrica replied as they walked home. Shiro gave Lyrica a wave before entering her room. Since I'm thinking of making a commission for Lyrica's weapon, I need to find the prices, she thought as she searched up the web. After scouring around for a while, Shiro found the blacksmith's website. It's not too expensive, Shiro thought, seeing the prices. I'll be exploring the town a little today, so I won't be back until late. Shiro wrote down as Lyrica nodded. Okay, take care, Shiro, she replied. Leaving the school in her uniform, Shiro walked towards the Blacksmiths Association. On her way there, she saw a familiar figure patrolling the streets. Walking towards him with a light smile, she tapped his arm like the first time she saw him. Thank you for your help last time, Liam, Shiro wrote down while Liam looked towards her. So it was you, Miss Shiro. Liam smiled. You've already learned how to read and write? That was fast. Liam complimented. I had a friend to help me study after all. Ho already made a friend, huh? Nice going. Liam smiled. Anyways, I was here just to say thanks, so I won't bother you on your duty any longer. Shiro smiled, giving him a wave before leaving. Liam only smiled before he carried on his duty. Reaching the Blacksmiths Association, Shiro walked up to the counter. Hello, I would like to check the prices for commissioning a custom weapon. For that, you'll need to ask the individual craftsmen for their prices depending on what your weapon is. The craftsmen are over to the left, the receptionist said simply. Walking through the area of craftsmen, she would occasionally check out their wares and see the quality of the weapons they're producing. Each of these weapons are in poor condition, Shiro thought, examining the weapons. Picking out the blacksmith who seemed to have the best quality, Shiro lined up. However, the queue moved at such an abysmal pace that even Shiro was getting impatient. In the time she was waiting, Shiro decided to pull up her tablet and browse the net on information around the surrounding dungeons. There are around 28 E-ranked dungeons nearby. Each of these dungeons ranged from the lowest being level 2 and the highest being level 20. The dungeon I was in was a level 10 to 15 dungeon that mutated into a level 20 dungeon. Shiro thought, reading about the dungeon. As for D ranks, there are 15 dungeons, 5 being level 21 to level 35, 3 being level 35 to level 40. And finally, the last 7 are level 40 to level 50. She was currently level 21, so she was still a while away from level 50. Waiting in line took an hour before Shiro finally reached the front. What do you need? Keep it quick. The person who said this was a man who looked like he was in his early 20s. He had flaming red hair and red eyes. His hair was short and spiky, measuring around 6 feet 4 and looking around 20 to 25 years old in age. He wore a blacksmith uniform. Ding, 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 he hammered away at the metal rhythmically. Helion LVL 50. Pugilist Shiro wrote something down before tapping his arm. If you need something, just say it, he said, not turning around. In hindsight, I should have brought Lyrica with me, Shiro thought. Shiro decided to walk around the bench as she stood in front of him and showed him the note. I want to commission a custom weapon for my friend. The handle should be around 30 centimeters with 2 blades attached to either side of the handle. The blades themselves should resemble long swords. Also, I'm mute so I can't talk. Clang. Helion dropped his hammer, immediately seeing the girl in front of him. She had clear azure eyes and long flowing black hair. Her height was 5 feet 3 and a modest body build. Holding the sign in front of him, she seemed almost defenseless. Seeing his reaction, Shiro furrowed her brows slightly and wrote down another sentence. Excuse me? Shiro waved her hand in front of his face, causing him to snap out of it. Well, can you tell me what you mean by the weapon? Helion said as he coughed slightly. Shiro took out the handle and remade the ice dual-ended blade Lyrica used. The blade looks like this, Shiro wrote down, handing him the weapon. It's definitely an uncommon weapon, Helion said whilst he inspected the weapon. What level is your friend? He asked. Level 12. Level 12. So it should be more worthwhile to make a level 15 weapon rather than 10. What types of attributes does your friend need the most? He asked, looking over at her. Seeing Shiro look down and start writing on the notepad, he couldn't help but admire her a little longer. I'm estimating the stats she needs are AGI, STR, and DX since she's a swordswoman. Shiro wrote down. So what materials do I need? She asked. It really depends. The higher level the source of the material, the higher level the weapon will be. So I'd say you're looking for serpent scales, scorpion stingers, bare bones, a core, and AE rank mana stone. He replied as he started to draft up a design. What do you think? He asked eagerly. Shiro was slightly taken aback at how fast he worked. The design showed the bare bones being used as the handle with the core and E-rank mana stone slotted in the bone marrow. The scorpion stingers and the serpent scales mixed together to make the blades, causing the dual-ended sword itself to look menacing. How much is it? It's all on. Tap, tap, tap. Shiro tapped 3 times on the notepad to get his attention on the note. She wasn't about to let him say it's all on me. $5,000 deposit, and it should be around $75,000. Helion replied as to not displease the young girl in front of him. Okay, give me a list of the number of materials so I can keep an eye out for them. Shiro wrote down while Helion took a pen and started to write the materials down. Thank you. Shiro wrote down before she started to walk away. Rock serpent scales can be obtained in the dungeon near the school. Tough bear bones can be obtained back in the dungeon I woke up in. Shiro thought since she would have to clear quite a few dungeons to get everything she needs. Not to mention, I need around $75,000 to pay for weapon. She sighed as she decided to see how much money her level 15 blue-grade greatsword would give her. Walking to the auction house once more, she tapped away at the terminal and found the weapons section. Howling Wolf's Claw LVL 15, blue, claw gauntlet, $150,000. Oh, $150,000 for a level 15 blue-grade weapon. A claw weapon is a slightly unique weapon, so it could either be more expensive or cheaper. A greatsword is more common, so it should fetch a decent price. Shiro thought, if I want to get the most out of this weapon, I'll need to factor in a few variables to make sure the price goes up. Shiro thought, bringing up her tablet and search for any combat events that will happen soon. There is a faction recruitment in a month's time that will test the adventurers. I can probably hype up the weapon using this as leverage. Not to mention, the skill has a 100% increase in strength and 50% increase to damage. The 80% speed can be made up for using other equipment, but the skill itself is pretty good even for people around level 30. Shiro thought as she searched for a few key items she needed to take notice of. Finding everything she needed, Shiro had a calculating glint in her eye. I wish to put a weapon on sale. Shiro wrote down and showed it to the receptionist. If you wish to put an item on sale, please go to the second floor and ask the receptionist there. The receptionist lady replied. Shiro nodded as she looked for a set of stairs. It didn't take too long since the staircase wasn't hidden at all. Arriving on the second floor, Shiro was surprised at the sheer amount of people selling miscellaneous items. Maybe it's because the Blacksmiths Association is nearby, she thought. Clearing her head of these thoughts, she walked towards the receptionist. I wish to put a weapon on sale. Shiro showed the receptionist the same note. Understood. Please follow me to the inspection room. The receptionist replied, gesturing at Shiro for her to follow. Waiting in the inspection room, Shiro waited for a few minutes until a woman walked in. Skill, Fire Giant Empowerment plus 100% strength, plus 50% damage, 80% speed duration, 1 minute cooldown, 5 minutes of blue greatsword? Hilda exclaimed in surprise. Blue weapons that were put on a sale were rare. Even then, most of them were uncommon weapons. However, in front of her, laid a blue grade level 15 greatsword that came with its own skill. Since the weapon is a more commonly used weapon, the prices would increase. Little girl, are you sure you want to put this weapon on sale? Hilda asked, looking over at Shiro. Yes, I do. I'm an ice mage, so I have no use for a greatsword. That is true. How about this? The auction house will give you $200,000 up front if you sell this to us. Hilda said as Shiro shook her head. Does she think I'm just your everyday little girl? Shiro thought. I wish to put it on bid so I can get the most out of this weapon. I still need to purchase some materials after this. What if we trade you 200,000 US dollars and the materials you need for the greatsword? Hilda asked. 400,000 US dollars and materials. Hilda frowned at the price. Too much. 200,000 US dollars and materials for the weapon. Miss Hilda, there is a faction recruitment in a month's time. Using that as an excuse, you can hype up the weapon's actual value for more than 500,000 US dollars. Shiro wrote down and smiled calmly. She crossed her legs whilst waiting for Hilda's reply. Even so, there is no guarantee that it will surpass 500,000 US dollars. 300,000 US dollars in materials, and not a bit less. Hilda said as she realized the girl in front of her wasn't going to get tricked. Miss Hilda, may I remind you that the auction house isn't my only way to selling items. I can in fact wait until the faction recruitment to sell this. I wonder how much money I'll get by them. Shiro smiled with slightly narrowed eyes. Hilda became slightly nervous inside as Shiro was correct. They could make a fortune using the event. I'll have to ask my superiors about this, Hilda said as Shiro nodded. I'll wait 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the deal is off. Hilda nodded, quickly leaving to call her superiors. Shiro sat there calmly while she waited. Naturally, there is also the chance for them to try rob her, but she's already set up a few freezing traps to slow them down. She's also able to escape through a few narrow places using fated snow movement. Hilda returned after around 3 minutes. My superiors have agreed to your price of 400,000 US dollars and materials, provided that they aren't too expensive. I need 30x Scorpion's Poison Stinger, 50x Rock Serpent's Crown Scales, 2x Hobgoblin's Bones, 5x Element Gems, and 8 D-rank Mana Stone. Shiro wrote down, causing Hilda to narrow her eyes lightly. Too much. 300,000 US dollars and these materials. Then the deal is off. Shiro wrote down decisively as she stood up and walked towards the door. Wait. Hilda called up, surprised that Shiro was so decisive. Miss Hilda, 450,000 US dollars and the materials. Not a bit less. Shiro smiled. She had the upper hand in this arrangement, so she had to take advantage of it. Hilda frowned, seeing the price rise once more. The quota her superior gave her was 500,000 US dollars and the materials she needed. However, the total cost of materials must not surpass 150,000 US dollars. 450,000 US dollars is fine, though the materials are a little too much, Hilda said after a deep breath. Then how about 20x Scorpion's Poison Stinger, 50x Rock Serpent's Crown Scales, 2x Hobgoblin's Bones, 5x Reinforcement Gems, and AD rank Mana Stone? Shiro wrote down, subtracting 10x Scorpion's Poison Stinger, and downgraded the Element Gems slightly into Reinforcement Gems. That is fine. Hilda nodded as it was within her quota. Finishing the trade, Shiro confirmed the items she received before leaving. Hee, my harvest isn't too bad, Shiro thought with a grin. The materials needed originally was the E-rank versions of the materials she received in the end. This should make the weapon Helion creates much better and have a good chance of reaching blue in ranks. The level requirement may also increase, but he can mix it with E-rank materials to decrease the requirement. Of course, it's also dependent on the craftsmanship of the blacksmith himself. Shiro made her way back to Helion as she queued up once more. Tell me what you need and keep it short. Once again, Helion greeted with the same greeting without looking back. Shiro shook her head as she walked around like last time and showed him the note. I've got everything I need, she wrote down. It's you, Helion said, surprised at how quick she came back and immediately stopped everything he was doing. Shiro started to place the D-rank variants of each material onto the table. Would these be okay? They're a rank higher, Shiro wrote down as Helion started to examine the materials. Yeah, they would actually. I can probably mix some of this with metals to make the E-rank weapon and use the remainder to make the D-rank weapon. These should help carry your friend for a while before he or she needs to change weapons. I need an E-rank Mana Stone for the E-rank weapon, Helion said as Shiro nodded. I'll be counting on you then. How much do I need to deposit first? Market price, please, Shiro wrote down. For an E-rank custom weapon would be 5,000 US dollars. For the D rank, it would be 50,000 US dollars. Helion replied with a weary smile. He wanted to get on her good side by giving her some benefits, but it seems like his intentions were seen through. Okay, I can give the money straight away. Do you know how much the final price would be for both weapons? Shiro asked. Around 300,000 US dollars for the D rank weapon and 75,000 US dollars for the E rank. But if it's too much for you, I can give you a little discount. Helion offered. No, it's fine. I can afford it. Shiro shook her head. Helion could only smile bitterly. The only time he wanted a customer to not have enough USD for his items, she actually had enough. All right, shall I build it today? He asked as Shiro thought about it and nodded. Please. Helion nodded as he turned to the queue. I'll be doing a big commission today. Come back tomorrow. He shouted out as the queue dispersed. Shiro raised an eyebrow seeing this. They seem rather obedient. Shiro wrote down. If they're not, I can just blacklist them. Helion shrugged. He walked back into his workshop as he started to lay out the materials. 50x Rock Serpent's crown scales, 2x Hobgoblin's bones, 5x reinforcement gems, an assortment of different metals, E-ranked mana stone and AD rank mana stone. Is it okay if I waited here while you work? Shiro wrote down. Of course. Helion replied with a little too much enthusiasm. Shiro only chuckled slightly as she pulled up a chair by the side and sat down. Crossing her legs, she rested her head on her left hand, whilst her spare hand searched on the net. Shiro was currently looking at the dungeon available around the area, so she can plan the level-up schedule for both her and Lyrica. Helion paused slightly as he admired Shiro. Shaking his head, he started to work away as he brought materials out. The process could be narrowed down to 6 main steps. 1. Forging the step to get the metal into the desired shape. 2. Annealing, cooling the metal over a long period of time, making it soft and easy for grinding. 3. Grinding, sharpening the edges of the metal. 4. Hardening, heating up the metal and cooling it quickly to harden the blade. 5. Tempering, heated up to a lower temperature than the temperature during hardening, it is cooled quickly. Repeating this step several times will allow the blade to be strong but not brittle. It will also retain some flexibility. 6. Completion. This step adds the handle, guard, and pommel. It is the finishing touch needed for the weapon. But before that, he needed to make the main material for the sword. Since most of the materials are D-ranked, he needed to mix it with some E-rank metals to lower down the level of the final product. Grabbing some metals, Helion heated it up in the forge until the metal was almost colored white. Pulling the metal out of the forge, Helion's face and aura became serious. Sensing the change in aura, Shiro looked up from the tablet and watched carefully. Grabbing the hammer, Helion's muscles tensed up as he raised it up above his head. The hammer burst into orange flames just before Helion stuck it down. Ding, 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 ding. Rhythmic hammering rang out. With each strike of the hammer, the metal was slowly flattened down. Sparks flew everywhere as Helion's concentration hit its peak. Helion stomped down as it caused some of the materials to be launched up into the air. Reaching out his arm, the materials he needed magnetized over to his hand. Pugilist's Ground Stomp and Attraction Force. Ground Stomp causes the enemy to become airborne for a slight moment, whilst Attraction Force pulls the enemy towards you. For him to use both skills to help him make a weapon is quite innovative. Shiro thought with a slight smile. When Helion used both skills, his other hand wasn't idle either as he continued to hammer away. He took 5x Rock Serpent's crown scales and lined them up along the entire piece of metal. This time, he infused more mana into his hammer before he continued to hammer down with increasing speed and intensity. Pulling the metal slightly off the metal workspace, Helion slammed the hammer on the middle of the metal as he folded it over. Repeating the process for a few more times, Helion finished the first piece of alloy that he was going to use for one of the blades. Helion then wrapped the alloy in a fireproof material to let the alloy cool down slowly. He then continued to make the second alloy for the second blade that will be included in the weapon. Repeating what he did with the first alloy, he set it aside to let it cool slowly. While the first 2 alloys were cooling down, Helion started to make the 2 blades for the D-rank dual-ended weapon. This time, instead of mixing it with metal, Helion was patient as he heated each of the crown scales before hammering them together piece by piece. 20 pieces of rock serpent's crown scale was needed to make a single blade. As the heap of scales were pure white due to the heat, Helion started to hammer it into shape. Grabbing 10 pieces of Scorpion's poison stinger, Helion crushed the tip of the stinger and lined them up along the edge. Shiro's eyes glimmered slightly when she observed how he hammered away at the materials. On point of contact, he would shift his wrist ever so slightly so that the stingers would fold upwards and over the scales. In between the gap, he would sew dense mana fibers melding the two materials together. Once he finished with the 2 blades for the D-rank weapon, he turned his attention back to the first 2 alloys he made for the E-rank weapon. He laid the 2 alloys in front of him as he pressed all 5 of his fingers on the workbench. Runes spread out from each of his fingers as it formed a circle around the 2 alloys. Shiro could tell that Helion was speeding up the cooling process while not damaging the blade itself. Infusing mana into the blades whilst he was cooling them down, he ensured that they didn't lose any of their attributes while softening up to be sharpened. As he finished the cooling process, he set the D-rank blades to experience the same cooling. During this, he took the alloys to the grinding wheel as the wheel itself was reinforced to be able to shave away at the alloy. Sparks flew everywhere while Shiro watched in interest. It was fascinating watching a craftsman focus on their work. Their pacing, their concentration, and their finesse when making their crafts intrigued her. When she makes her nano-craft weapons like the dagger, it was akin to pouring molten metal into a mold. None of this intricate process was involved. The joy of watching anything grow from almost nothing to something was calming. It was a feeling that didn't come with the almost instantaneous creation of her nano-craft weapons. As Helion finished sharpening both alloys, he raised it up above his head as he examined the edge. Nodding in satisfaction, he took the D-rank blades and proceeded to sharpen them as well. The time needed to sharpen the D-rank blades were much longer than the time needed for the E-rank alloys. This is due to the fact that the D-rank blades retained most of their hardness even after softening them up. Now that all 4 blades were sharpened, Helion stuck all of them into the forge as he started to heat them back up. After waiting for a while, he pulled out the 4 blades and placed them into a basin of cold water. Chsssssss, the sound of red-hot material touching the cold water hissed out as the cold water boiled almost instantly. Repeatedly heating up and cooling down the metal, Helion finished the tempering stage. Taking the blades to the grinder, he grinded it down one last time to give the blades a cleaner look to them. The materials he had left were 2x Hobgoblin's bones, 5x reinforcement gems, an E-rank mana stone, and a D-rank mana stone. He collected the shavings from the blades, which were the result of grinding them down. Putting the shavings into a bowl, he sat down and started to work on the bones. Cutting the bones in half down the center, he scraped out all the bone marrow. Adding a liquid to the shavings which acted like glue, he filled up the inside of the bone as he embedded 1 reinforcement gem in the E-rank mana stone. A neon blue light started to spread from the mana stone as roots seemed to travel along the liquid shavings. Slotting the other half of the bone back on top, Helion covered the entire bone in the liquid shavings. Getting the E-ranked alloy blades, Helion attached them to either side of the bone handle and waited for it to set. As the liquid shavings solidified, they formed a sort of natural grip as it made it harder for the weapon to slip out of a person's hand by accident. Setting the E-ranked blade aside, Helion started working on the D-ranked handle. The requirement for this was much higher as he crushed 2 of the reinforcement stones and mixed it with the liquid shavings. This, in turn, colored it a grayish red. Replacing the bone marrow with the new liquid shavings, Helion embedded the D-ranked mana stone in the middle, while the final 2 reinforcement stones laid on either side of the mana stone. Similar to what happened with the previous weapon, neon light started to spread from the mana stone, but the amount of roots it formed was many times more than the E-rank mana stone. Doing the final touches of slotting the bone together as well as coating it in the remaining liquid shavings, Helion attached the D-ranked blades to the handle. Shiro could see the roots spread out from the handle and along the flat side of both blades. Waiting for a while, Helion only let go of the handle when the roots carved themselves onto the blade. Alright, done. The products were better than expected. The E-rank will cost $80,000 and the D rank will cost 320,000 US dollars. Helion said, handing both weapons to Shiro. Thank you. So how do I pay? Shiro wrote down. Helion took out a crystal as Shiro recognized it to a similar crystal to the one back in the auction house. Placing a hand on the crystal, Shiro transferred 400,000 US dollars and the 55,000 US dollars total deposit, thus leaving her with a measly 19,000 US dollars. If you need any other weapon being commissioned, just come to me. I can guarantee I finish it in one day. Helion replied, smiling, but Shiro could see him sweat profusely from how hard he worked. I'll take you up on that offer. Take care of yourself. Shiro smiled as she walked away with the new weapons. Helion paused, seeing Shiro smile. Ignoring the fact that she looked 13 to 15, her beauty was in a league of her own. Just a smile was like a cool breeze on a hot day. Walking back to her room, Shiro took out both weapons and laid them on the table. Looking over at the level 15 unnamed weapon, Shiro decided to name it Dual-Ended Poison Blade. As for the D-rank weapon, she wanted to run a little experiment. With her experiences of the Nanomancer class, she would be able to make small trinkets that don't exceed her current limit. But the next item she was going to make might be pushing it a little. Lightning and metallic particles swirled around her open palms as Shiro closed her eyes. She started to extract mana and twined them in her open palm. The mana converted into nanobots as Shiro took out an E-ranked mana stone and stuck it into the swarm of nanobots. The metal started to wrap around the stone itself as Shiro envisioned a blueprint she remembered from her past life, making a few corrections so that it fit a level 30 rather than a level 200 plus. Shiro could feel her mana drain at an absurd speed. Sweat dripped from her forehead as she furrowed her brows. Energy compartment, conversion compartment, distribution vents, mana diffusion compartment. Shiro thought as an orb was being created on her palm. Phew. Shiro breathed out heavily as she reopened her eyes. Glancing over at her MP, she couldn't help but smile bitterly at how much MP she needed for the Nanomancer class. MP 200/6300, she had to keep at least 200 MP as a failsafe for her disguise skill. However, when she looked at the tiny orb that needed 6,100 MP, Shiro couldn't help but smile. Nano Growth Infuser Prototype MK1, LVL20, Blue Plus, Nano Growth Infuser Prototype MK1, LVL20, Blue Plus, apply to a weapon at or below LVL20. Adds the passive skill Nano Growth at the expense of consuming some of the weapon attributes. Nano Growth consumes the weapon's attributes and allow it to evolve. The weapon will lose 5 levels, but when evolved to the max level of the infuser, LVL20, its final attributes are much higher than the base value. As this is the prototype, the weapon will only experience a slight increase in attribute growth when it reaches level 20. The orb in Shiro's hands is one of the most beneficial items she could create with her Nanomancer class. It took the growth-like properties of her nanobots, and it would infuse it to a weapon. As for the reason it would evolve the weapon, it was due to the unique reaction the nanobots had to mana. When a person's level grew, the mana would also grow along with them. The nanobots recognized this growth, and it would increase the levels of the items the host could make. However, the level will never exceed what the host's level was. The Nano Growth Infuser was something Shiro had designed in her past life. At the max capacity she had managed to reach, it increased a weapon's attribute by more than 80%. However, she wasn't able to see if it could go any further due to her death. Her initial goal was to make a level 30 version of the infuser. However, it seems like she'll be using it on the E-ranked Dual-Ended Poison Blade instead. Skill activated. Nanotech Engineering Tier 1. Although it says the skill was activated, Shiro could barely make use of it with her minuscule amount of MP. Nanotech Engineering, in its essence, was the Nanomancer's core skill. It was the skill she would use if she wanted to create anything on the run. Examples being armor, vehicles, and even bunkers. The largest creation she had ever made in her lifetime was the Flying Fortress, Seraphim. The Flying Fortress was one of the key factors in ending a battle that had raged across the continent. Spanning over several tens of miles in diameter, she had an army help her make use of all the functions Seraphim came with. Cannons, railguns, drones, acceleration, barriers, etc. Raining destruction onto the land below. Her flying fortress turned the tides of war into a one-sided slaughter. Musing at the memory, Shiro shook her head as she stored the D-rank weapon away. She then focused her gaze on the E-ranked dual-ended poison blade. Her hands hovered over the handle as she dropped the infuser. Before the infuser touched the handle, it started to shift as compartments opened up and latched itself onto the handle. Shiro could see metal tendrils slowly eat away at the materials as it spread outwards onto the blade. From the center of the infuser, a fan could be heard spinning as Shiro recognized the sound to be the infuser mixing its mana with the weapon. A neon blue-like pulse traveled along the tendrils as it slowly covered the entire weapon. It took a while to complete the fusion, but the infuser had succeeded in converting the weapon into a growth-type weapon. The organic handle was now decorated with mechanical detail lined with neon blue. Both blades also underwent this change, as there was a constant neon blue pulse that traveled from the handle to the edge of the blade. Seeing the upgrade, Shiro smiled in satisfaction. However, there was just a slight problem with this. It exposes the fact that she is a nanomancer. Now time to see if this works, Shiro thought as she attempted to use disguise on the weapon. Skill failed. Shiro sighed seeing this. No, wait. Actually, this might work, Shiro thought as she waited for her MP to regen. When she recycles her equipment using the Nanomancer class, she's able to reprint the skills that came with the equipment to a new one at a later date. Naturally, she would keep the original skill stored in her databank. Same goes for her inherit skills. When her MP regenerated to full, Shiro closed her eyes as she envisioned the skill compartments. It was more like an add-in than anything. Printing the skill disguise onto a small nano chip, Shiro inserted it into the infuser. She smiled seeing the infuser take the skill without any backlash. Inserting mana into the weapon, she tried to use disguise once more. Her smile widened as she saw it succeed. This was because the disguise skill only disguised the information of the possessor of this skill. So her theory was if she imprinted the skill onto the weapon, it would be able to disguise itself as the weapon now became the possessor of the skill. Editing the information a little, she was left with this. Requirements to evolve into LVL 15. 5x E-rank Mana Stone 2x LVL 15 Sword type. Weapons. The disguise skill will be active continuously until the weapon ran out of durability. With this, she's managed to hide any signs of her involvement along with the fact that it was nanotech. Of course, she couldn't go without a failsafe. Gathering mana, Shiro created a mana recognizer add-in as she placed it into the infuser. The mana recognizer add-in was a simple device that acted like a lock. Should someone with a foreign mana try to access the nanobot-infused weapons, the nanobots would undergo a self-destruct phase that wipes out all traces. She decided to save the D-ranked equipment for now since Lyrica was still far from level 30. Checking the time, Shiro saw that it was 10:48 p.m. Storing the poison blades, Shiro walked over to Lyrica's room and knocked on the door. "Ah, Shiro, you're back. Come in," Lyrica said as she gestured for Shiro to enter her room. Shiro nodded as she took out her notepad. "I've got your weapon ready." Shiro smiled. "That fast?" "Yeah. This guy called Hellion made it on the spot." Taking out the sword, Shiro watched with a smile as she waited for Lyrica's expression. Her jaw was open as she looked back and forth from the weapon and back at Shiro. "Pa." She gave herself a slap to make sure she wasn't dreaming. "Shiro, this is a growth-type weapon. How did he even make it?" Lyrica shouted in surprise. "I don't know, but this weapon is yours now." Shiro smiled. How much do I owe you?" Lyrica asked. "Nothing. Think of it like this. If you use this weapon to rack up your contributions in the dungeon, I won't have to restrain myself as much." Shiro wrote down. "I also found out that there is a faction recruitment in a month's time. It would prove helpful if you train yourself up for that event." "Now that you mention it, you're right." Lyrica paused. The faction recruitment was just around the corner. If she could get her level up as quickly as possible, she'll be able to join one. "What about you then?" "Except for that hammer, I don't see you use any other weapons." Lyrica asked. "I'm an ice mage. My magic is my weapon." Shiro wrote down with a roll of her eyes. "And also, did you forget the fact that I can make weapons with my ice?" Lyrica avoided eye contact as she just realized how stupid of a question she had just asked. "So which faction are you hoping to join?" Lyrica asked, changing the topic. I don't plan on joining any faction. Shiro shook her head. Why? Doesn't factions bring you much more benefits? Lyrica asked as she was confused about Shiro's decision. I don't like being tied down to a faction. Any benefit they can provide, I can get with a bit of hard work. It's not like they force you to be in a faction to begin with. Shiro shrugged. The benefits a faction provided included equipment, access to higher-level dungeons, and access to a raiding party. The main benefit would be the raiding party. The reason as to why it was called a raiding party was due to the fact that the members involved would be more than 50. This party of 50 adventurers would challenge the large-scale dungeons with huge bosses that can't be taken down by an average party of 5 to 10. In each of the floors of these large-scale dungeons, they would have a floor guardian rather than an obelisk guardian. The floor guardians were much more powerful than obelisk guardians as they were guaranteed to have a general class title or higher. There were also raiding parties in the Adventurers Guild, but the mortality rate was much larger as most of them would be strangers to each other and not coordinate well. These large-scale dungeons were dangerous, but the rewards were just as enticing. For normal dungeons, the party leader would be the one to collect and distribute the equipment. But for the large-scale dungeons, the rewards are distributed in terms of contribution. Everyone is guaranteed a drop as the party leader has no control over this. The system calculates and distributes. Since Shiro's not joining a faction, I won't either. Lyrica said, Don't be stupid. I chose not to because I am confident that I can join a public raid and not die. Shiro wrote down. But Lyrica was about to reply, but stopped seeing Shiro's glare. Unless I see you clear a level 20 dungeon by yourself, I won't let you be so reckless. Shiro wrote down as Lyrica nodded slowly. With a faction raid, there will be plenty of healers to help you. With public ones, healers aren't a guarantee. And even if they are, they may focus on healing one person instead. Lyrica nodded at the harsh truth. Chin up though. We'll be challenging a dungeon tomorrow. Shiro gave Lyrica's shoulder a pat before walking out of the room. Lyrica sat in the same spot as she clenched her fists. She was frustrated that she couldn't prove Shiro wrong either. I need to prove that I can solo a dungeon even without her help. Lyrica thought, feeling spurred on to prove Shiro that she has the potential to survive an E-ranked raid if they did go to one. Shiro, who was observing her through the crack of the door, smiled seeing her plan work. It was a make-it-or-break-it situation that would be extremely helpful for Lyrica's mentality. If she rises to the challenge, then that means her low self-esteem is almost fixed. When it does, what remains will be a reliable teammate. As they say, a foolish teammate is worse than a strong enemy. Now I just need to make sure I cultivate her confidence, but not turn it into arrogance. I also need her to have a sense of situational awareness. Charging into a fight with an opponent much stronger than you is idiotic. And trying to rely on some miracle to happen and save you is ridiculous. Shiro thought as she smiled and walked away. Returning to her room, Shiro changed out of her school uniform and into the dress she first woke up in. She didn't know what the dress was made from, but she did know that it was indestructible. It didn't provide any benefits, though. She left the school grounds as she opened her tablet to search for the lowest D-ranked dungeon. She wanted to have some time to level up by herself. Fragant's Burrow LVL 21, floors, 3 boss level. LVL 25. The location was just on the outskirts of the city, as it would take roughly 30 minutes even with her AGI. Shiro didn't mind though as she dashed towards the location. She froze the ground under her feet as she started to skate towards the location at a much faster pace. Taking routes through the alleyways and rooftops, Shiro avoided most pedestrians' attention. She didn't leave any traces of ice behind her either, as that would be troublesome if incidents happened because of this. In just 20 minutes, Shiro arrived at the dungeon location. Hardly anyone was here as Shiro entered the dungeon before they realized she entered alone. The dungeon was similar to the Serpent's dungeon. It was housed in an underground area with barely any lighting. Giving her body a stretch, Shiro created a dagger as she could already see a few frag ants climbing out of their burrows. After reaching LVL 21, her daggers took a 1500 MP to make a level 21 version. But the benefits it came with were well worth it. Nano-crafted ice dagger LVL 21. Blue. Shiro grinned as snow started to fall. The ground proceeded to freeze from beneath her feet as she dashed the moment the frag ant's head popped out of the ground. With a single efficient cut, The ant's head was sent flying through the air. Shiro's grin widened, seeing more frag ants appear. This Missy needs to level up quickly. Won't you be a dear and help out? Snow Girl. Tier 2 Ice Magic, Passive Regeneration, Blessed by Ice, Snow Magic, Faded Snow Movement, Cold Aura. Nanomancer, Dagger Creation, Nanotech Engineering Tier 1. Other, Mini-Map, Inspection, Disguise, Harden, Equipment, Lesser Fear, Equipment. In the 2 hours of constant killing, Shiro had managed to level up herself twice. The points she gained amounted to 40, while the passive point gain made her INT skyrocket. As for equipment, most of them were green and only one was blue. The skill that came with it was Harden. Harden hardens your skin for increased defense, plus 35 def and 20% damage taken, 20% AGI. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. She had replaced the old equipment that came with skills like Fire Spirit's Blessing, as it would become ineffective once a person out-leveled the equipment. Throwing the D-rank mana stone into her mouth, Shiro could already feel the difference between ranks. She chewed with a blissful smile as she walked towards the obelisk. By the time she reached it, both her MP and HP had fully regenerated. Hiding behind a rock, Shiro observed the boss. The obelisk boss was a giant ant which measured roughly 3 meters in length and 1.5 meters in height. Blood-red chitin which protected its body, for mandibles that opened in different directions, and the metasoma/abdomen of the ant, which pulsed with an ominous orange energy. Che, why can't my stats be as insane as you guys in the dungeon? Shiro said, feeling slightly unfair that her stats were much lower than the elite Bombard frag ant. Observing the ant, Shiro could guess the basic weapon it possessed, the main weapon being the mandibles and the abdomen location on his rear. The abdomen would lay traps around the area when they fight. These traps would act like landmines which exploded on impact. Remembering what she read about the Bombard frag ant, Shiro understands that setting all of these mines off at the start would be the safest option, especially since the explosions don't affect the ant itself. Exploding the mines would take too much on my MP since I'll have to cover quite an area, Shiro thought as she made a dagger in her hands. Twirling the dagger between her fingers, Shiro grinned. Therefore, the best option was to explode the newest mine it plants down and aggro it to my territory, Shiro thought as she threw the dagger towards the ceiling. A pale blue light spread across the roof as Shiro smiled, seeing her traps in place. Flicker her wrist, she called the dagger back. MP 120/2000. Injecting more mana into the dagger, Shiro made a second dagger as she was ready to fight. Now, Shiro thought, seeing the ant laid another mine. Throwing the dagger towards the mine, Shiro had already started to dash backwards in case of a chain reaction from the mines. Boom! The mine caused 2 other mines to blow up as smoke obscured her vision. She could hear the legs of the ant skitter across the ground as she recalled her dagger. Krrrr. Bursting through the smoke, the ant charged towards Shiro with its 4 mandibles opened wide, ready to crush her. Twisting her body, Shiro threw both daggers at the opening before flipping backwards. As expected, the ant closed its mouth, causing the daggers to bounce off. Shiro grinned as she clutched her hand, causing the daggers to explode into 2 pillars of ice. The pillars of ice was formed in front of the ant, which blocked its path. The ant stumbled at the sudden obstacle. Seeing the ant stop in its tracks, Shiro activated the traps she set earlier. KSH, 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 KSH. Several ice spikes shot down from the ceiling as it formed a cage around the ant. Some of the spikes struck the ant's body as it constructed a scaffold with the other spikes to reinforce the structural integrity. Krrrr. The ant cried out in anger when it felt the ice locking down its movements. Sleep, my child. Shiro grinned as the temperature dropped around her. Using her snow magic, the tunnels became a winter wonderland of ice and snow. The ant raged as it wanted to try keep itself active, but despaired, feeling its own movements become sluggish. Due to the fact that its primary physiology resembles that of an ant, when the temperature decreases, the Bombard frag ant would enter a hibernation phase. Giving Shiro one last glare, the ant collapsed under its own weight and entered deep hibernation. One shouldn't always fight a hard battle. Fighting smart is just as important. Shiro smiled and walked over to the ant. HP 31, 250/38, 000. Its HP was decreasing every second as Shiro made sure it was encased in ice. Placing her palm on the ice, Shiro started to control the ice so it slowly cut away at the ant's head. The more she cut into the skull, the faster the HP of the ant dropped until the brain was in sight. Without a single shred of mercy, Shiro controlled the ice to destroy the brain, killing the bombard frag ant with it, not even being able to retaliate. Dismissing the ice, Shiro reached towards the heart of the ant and pulled out the D-rank mana stone. Storing the stone away, she collected her loot. To her disappointment, everything the ant dropped were miscellaneous items and equipment that were worse than what she had on. "Can't you at least give me something I can use?" Shiro muttered, kicking at the spot where the ant had died. Recycling everything, she proceeded towards the obelisk. However, something grabbed her attention as her hand paused just before touching the obelisk. Walking behind the obelisk, Shiro crouched down and found a hole of sorts. The hole could probably fit a young adult of a modest build as Shiro's interest was piqued. Stepping back slightly, Shiro sat down and brought up her tablet. Searching the information she downloaded for the frag ant's burrow, she saw that a few people discovered this path but never reached the end. Contemplating on whether or not she should enter, Shiro eventually decided to enter since the max level of this dungeon was 25. The dungeons adhere to a strict rule, and unless the dungeons mutate, no monsters of higher level will be spawned. Climbing into the hole without much difficulty, Shiro continued to traverse the hidden path. As she went along, the path seemed to have started to shrink as an adult would have difficulties entering. Shiro didn't have any problems entering since her physiology was that of a young teen. The further she went, the narrower the paths became. Eventually, she had to crawl to proceed through the tunnel. "Maybe I should turn back," Shiro thought, as this may just be a meaningless hole. However, her instinct told her that there was definitely something to be gained at the end of this. Some dungeons had a feature where there would be hidden paths. Hidden paths were hard to traverse, but gave bountiful rewards. Shiro knew this path would be hard for any adult to enter, and would be impossible for any young teen to enter either. This was due to the fact that the adult was too big, and the teen would probably die before entering the tunnel. A single frag ant would have the prowess to kill the teen even if she sought refuge in the tunnels. Since her physical body had no correlation to her age, she had managed to fit both the criteria of strength and a small build. Continuing her crawl through the hole, Shiro only felt her frown deepen as she had been crawling for a little too long now. "Work smart, work hard. Since you want to test my patience, I'll show you what I can do," Shiro thought as her fingers pressed down on the walls of the hole. Phew! She let out a breath of cold mist as the hole started to freeze. Using the skill, Faded Snow Movement, Shiro increased her speed to the maximum and started to slide through the hole. Her speed started to pick up as she continuously built up her momentum, using the ice to give her a push. After what seemed to be an hour of high-speed sliding, Shiro felt the surroundings shift slightly as it was getting brighter. Making 2 daggers, Shiro plunged them into the side of the walls to slow her down. CRRR. The sound of metal dragging across the rocks assaulted Shiro's ears, causing her to flinch slightly. However, she had achieved her desired effect since she slowed down to a complete stop. Panting slightly from the amount of strength she exerted, Shiro made her way to the opening of the hole. Climbing out, her eyes widened to see where she was at. It was something akin to the inside of a cathedral, except that it had no seats. An interior designed with a combination of quartz and gold. Pillars etched with the carvings of holy animals and angles supported the ceilings. On the ceilings, a heavenly scenery was painted with fine details in every corner. On the floor, a symmetrical pattern was tiled as it swirled towards a single chest that laid in the middle of the room. Why would something like this exist? Hardly anyone would be able to see this, Shiro thought with a frown. Location: Tomb of the Holy Dragon Emperor. Tomb of the Holy Dragon Emperor? She muttered as she looked around and observed the room. Her eye twinkled as she understood the situation. Walking over to the pillars, Shiro placed her hand onto one of the carvings. The material was cool to the touch, even for someone like Shiro who is a snow girl. Crouching down, Shiro tapped the symmetrical tiles with her knuckles. Shiro narrowed her eyes as she looked around. This was definitely not a tomb of a holy dragon emperor. A tomb of a holy dragon emperor wouldn't include any cold materials, especially not one that was so cold to the touch even for her. A real tomb of the holy dragon emperor would be lukewarm to red hot due to the materials used to craft its tomb. Even without hot materials, it would refuse to be cold materials as a substitute. The holy dragon would rather go without a tomb. Since this isn't the real holy dragon emperor's tomb, what is it? Shiro thought to herself. The only thing left around was the chest, which was situated in the middle of the room. Narrowing her eyes, Shiro crouched down and placed both palms to the ground. Freeze! Ice spread out from her hands as it shot towards the chest. Sensing danger, the chest opened up with arms extending out from the inside. Pushing against the pedestal, the chest dodged the ice. Den of the trickster, I knew it, Shiro thought, seeing the updated location. The previous cathedral disappeared as the surroundings were illuminated, but a blue glow. Crystals hung from the cave ceiling as the tip of the crystal was the source of the blue glow. Scattered around the ground were several dried-up husks of ants and human skeletons. The weirdest thing was why human skeletons remained here even after the dungeon wipe. The adventurers probably died to the trickster. Shiro thought, as this would most likely be why no one had recorded this on the net. The Trickster LVL-25, Elite. The Trickster was the next step up from a mimic, but it still looked like a normal adorned chest. However, when opened, two sickly thin arms would crawl out from inside. The inside of the chest resembled the mouth of a worm. With row upon rows of teeth, saliva could be seen dripping constantly. For disgusting tongues could be seen as the tongues themselves seemed like they were constructed with a multitude of tongues due to the grooves. Thankfully, she realized sooner that this was a trap, or else, the moment the trickster grabbed hold of her, she wouldn't be able to escape its grasp. Naturally, she could then just freeze it. However, higher-level tricksters were known to cancel out your skills when in close proximity of their mouth, so Shiro would rather not risk that unless she was backed into a corner. Flicking her fingers upwards, several ice pillars shot up from around the trickster as scaffolds started to construct themselves. The trickster trembled slightly before it erupted into a mass of flesh. With the chest as the source, a giant mutilated worm-like being could be seen extending out of it. 6 unnaturally long arms with 5 joints thrashed around as it destroyed the ice. Its body had no skin as it was just muscle and teeth. It measured to around 4.5 meters in length and had a diameter of 2 meters. This one already knows the skill Flesh Puppet? Shiro thought with a frown. Flesh Puppet was a rare skill that a very select few of the tricksters were known to have. At the cost of its HP, a fleshy puppet was summoned to help it battle. The longer the Flesh Puppet was activated, the more HP was drained. You're only just a huge target, Shiro said as her pupils glowed a menacing blue. A blizzard started to form as ice spread out with her being the center. The snowfall increased as it eventually encompassed the entire room. With the snow blocking the sight, the overall temperature hid Shiro from the trickster's senses. Eerie! The flesh puppet screamed out as one of its arms was pierced by a dagger. Turning the head towards the dagger, the teeth on his body twitched as it sensed danger. Boom! The dagger exploded into a mass of ice, causing the trickster to stumble from the force and use its arms to stabilize itself. 2 floating blue lights tracked it down as another dagger hit the face and exploded. KSHHHH. The trickster was enraged as the flesh puppet shrank its body down before expanding out with teeth extending for several meters. Shiro frowned seeing this as 2 of the teeth that extended outwards had almost hit her. If not for faded snow movement that turned a portion of her body to snow and mist, it would have pierced her left shoulder and right thigh. Moving towards the trickster, Shiro narrowed her eyes as she dodged the teeth strikes. Mana started to gather at her palms as the sheer amount of mana she was gathering became visible to the eye. Focus and explode, Shiro thought as she was within touching distance of the flesh puppet. Boom! A giant explosion of ice fanned out as it cut the flesh puppet in 2 before freezing the bisected part of the puppet. The chest shivered seeing the puppet die as Shiro didn't give it the chance to escape. Her two eyes glowed menacingly above the chest while she summoned a ice spear and pierced the chest. Landing softly, Shiro breathed out a wave of cold mist as the snowfall lightened up before stopping completely. Her MP usage wasn't too extreme, as the main catalyst for the blizzard was her passive cold aura. As a seasoned veteran in combat, she could control the amount of bloodlust she exhibited. By pushing the limit of her bloodthirst, she could actively freeze her surroundings without using MP and instead make it more efficient to use her ice magic. Kicking the fragments of the chest away, Shiro was disappointed that there were no mana stone to harvest. Collect, oh my. Well, isn't this something? Shiro muttered, seeing the loot. It wasn't that the loot was bountiful. It was just a single key. Tier 2 Trial Key, a key to access the Tier 2 Trial Silvermoon Keep recommended level 40. This was a concept Shiro was unfamiliar with. There had never been a mention or a rumor about trial keys back in her previous life. An unfamiliar concept means undiscovered adventurers, and undiscovered adventures mean undiscovered opportunities. Storing the key away in her inventory, Shiro had a smile plastered on her face as just thinking about the mystery of this key made her giddy. With that being said, I should probably enter when I'm level 45 or something, Shiro muttered, since the recommended level could potentially mean the minimum level needed to survive. Barely. Looking around as she now had the time to inspect her surroundings in much greater detail, Shiro saw that there was another room connected to the room she was in. Walking through the crack in the walls to reach the room, she saw the location update once more. Trickster's Abode, Trickster's Abode? The thing had a house? Shiro muttered. Walking through the cave walls, she eventually found the abode as she was surprised at what she saw. A clear stream circled a small island in the center of the cave. From the island, a simple wooden bridge was present to connect the tunnel and the island together. A single lone cabin stood atop the island as it gave Shiro a feeling of loneliness. Illuminated by glowing stalactites, the scenery almost looked mystic. Walking over, Shiro came up to the door of the cabin. The cabin seems to have been here for a long time, Shiro thought, seeing all of the dust that had gathered over time. Opening the door, Shiro coughed slightly from all the dust. The interior was simple: a bookshelf and a rocking chair. Besides the rocking chair was a small table. A decorated book laid on top of the table, as it seemed like a grimoire of sorts. A grimoire was a book that contains a skill and, most often than none, a tale. Picking up the book, Shiro opened it to give it a quick read. Grimoire of the Broken in Life. I was a genius. A master of disguise. There was no one who I couldn't fool. Yet, because of this talent, I had lost sight of myself, trapped in a myriad of personalities that had become too real for me to forget. In my struggle of multiple personalities, someone gave me light. No matter the personality, she accepted them. Only one thing became a common factor amongst my thoughts: my love for her. But who knew she was the princess of the royal family? Her family hated me, who was but a trickster, a clown suffering from his own talents. Afraid that their daughter was tricked by me, they interrogated me. Oh, how laughable. My talent who broke me internally was fixed by her. Yet, it was her family who broke me once more. Same question, different answers. That was the interrogation in its simplest form. No personality agreed with the other, as the answers I gave was nothing but a jumbled mess. Disgusted with me, they banished me to this dungeon without her knowledge. She must think I abandoned her. Trapped in a dungeon that she doesn't even know existed. I wait for my time to come. To whoever reads this, I hope that you may find it in you fulfill a dead man's wish and pass on my message to my love. There is only one thing in my life that will never change: my love for you. The trickster, the broken soul Rundal. Shiro was speechless. First of all, who the Hades do you want me to pass this message to? I don't know her name, I don't know her rough location, nor do I know about why the Hades this still exists. Shiro thought to herself. When a dungeon resets, a total wipe should occur. Monsters, items, everything. So for this place to exist was strange in and of itself. And to top it all off, this Saul Rundal gave her a wild goose chase. He never once mentioned the name of that princess. Everyone has a love story or two, but I'm afraid you won't get your wish. Shiro apologized as she flipped to the end of the book. Learn talent. Trickster? A talent? Shiro muttered. She was somewhat expecting a skill but not a talent. The difference between a talent and a skill was the talent being more natural, more powerful, and more efficient. It requires less MP, and it gives you a title. Naturally, there are double-sided talents like what Saul Rundall had suggested in his tale. Shiro could guess that the trickster talent would develop a split personality should one abuse it too much. Talent, trickster all disguise, misdirection, and stealth-related skills are 70% more effective. Title, trickster passive, perfect actor act in the manner of anyone, fictional or real, without flaws. Curse, broken over time, perfect actor would develop a split personality inside you. Not worth it, Shiro concluded. Recycling the book, Shiro scanned the books on the bookshelf. However, she sighed in disappointment when she realized they had nothing important. Walking out of the cabin, she made her way back to the obelisk. I guess in the end, it was an okay trip. Shiro thought as her best harvest was probably the key to the Silver Moon Keep. Tapping the second floor on the obelisk, her body was teleported away. Clang clang. The moment she was teleported, Shiro felt killing intent and summoned her 2 daggers. Looking above her, she could see 2 ants with blades for arms. Wow, so hasty to kill me so soon. Shiro grinned at the challenge. Quickly ducking, Shiro avoided another blade as the 3 blades above her head clashed with one another. Her mind worked quickly as she put strength into her arms and pushed the ants up ever so slightly so she could roll out of danger. Rolling on the ground slightly, she did a flip as she flung her daggers towards the 3 ants. Boom! The dagger froze all 3 ants, but Shiro kept a serious face on. Kicking her body off the ground slightly, she twisted mid-air so that she was parallel to the ground. Phew phew. 2 blades cut above and below her. If she stayed still, the blades would have hit her head and legs. Reaching out to touch the flat sides of the blades, Shiro froze the ants just before she landed once more. In that short exchange, Shiro had managed to freeze 5 ants. You guys are relentless, Shiro commented as she shattered the ice and killed all 5 ants. And then I'm left with the rest of you, Shiro said, turning around to an army of floating eyes crawling towards her. Cracking her neck slightly, Shiro made an ice spear as she crouched down. Phew. Breathing out slightly, the temperature around her began to drop. Digging her feet into the ground, Shiro sprinted towards the army of ants. Krrr. The ants cried on in return as started to skitter towards her. Stepping down as hard as she could, Shiro built up for force and momentum as she threw the spear as hard as she could. Flicking her fingers, the spear broke apart mid-air. Break! Shiro shouted as each of the pieces exploded into pillars that crushed several ants. The ants became enraged as Shiro only grinned. Sliding across the ground, she erected 2 ice blocks and sent them forward. Boom boom, ants could be seen flying through the air from the force of the collision. Not enough, faster, more efficient, more ruthless. Shiro thought in her mind as she still wasn't fighting to her full capacity. The shorter arm reach, the weaker muscles, the height, and the stamina. Everything was a factor that she needed to get used to, or else she can kiss full body control goodbye. Bending her body backwards, she evaded 2 blades as both her hands touched the floor. When her hands came into contact with the floor, 2 ice spikes shot up piercing the ants. Putting strength into her arms, Shiro flipped backwards and slid across the ground. There was a trail of ice wherever she touched as she could be seen gathering mana in her palms. Boom! Spontaneous explosions rang out with ice spikes shooting out from every direction and skewered the ants. An army is fine, but you're not going to overwhelm me that easily. Shiro grinned, seeing the destruction that laid before her. Clutching her fists, all of the ice shattered, killing a majority of the ants. There were quite a few left over, but it was just a matter of time before they all become her loot. Snow Girl, Tier 2 Ice Magic, Passive Regeneration, Blessed by Ice, Snow Magic, Faded Snow Movement, Cold Aura. Nanomancer, Dagger Creation, Nanotech Engineering Tier 1, Sword Creation. Other, Mini-Map, Inspection, Disguise, Harden, Equipment, Lesser Fear, Equipment, Sensory, Equipment. Panting slightly, Shiro sat down. She had finally killed the entire horde after much difficulty, due to the strain they placed on her stamina. However, her troubles were rewarded with a level up and her MP passing the 10,000 threshold. Just seeing the 5-digit MP count made her smile with glee as she was a step closer to regaining her former strength. When she does, she can explore this unknown world without much trouble. As a result of the 5-digit MP count, Shiro had managed to unlock her sword creation for the Nanomancer class. The damage value of the sword would be much higher than the daggers, but she would no longer have the option in throwing the weapon as a catalyst. However, it was okay because it made up for her less than desired close quarters combat power. Switching between dagger and sword will help cover both long and short range. The final benefit she got from the horde was equipment. Replacing some of her old equipment, Shiro gained a new skill from the new replacements. Sensory, passive natural senses are heightened slightly. It wasn't a massive boost, but it was welcomed since it helped her perceive her surroundings better. Shiro waited for her HP and MP to completely recover before she started to make her way towards the obelisk. A few bladed frag ant drones wanted to ambush her but failed. They were, in essence, cannon fodder. Without a giant army to swarm the person, they were easy to kill. Naturally, this was what Shiro thinks. Most parties needed at least a healer to help them kill a bladed frag ant drone. This was attributed to the fact that their instincts and body control paled in comparison to Shiro. Ignoring the fact that her strength was limited, her control and instincts were the finest even amongst veterans of combat. Funnily enough, the closer she went towards the obelisk, the fewer times she got ambushed. It was weird since the dungeon ecosystem was mostly correct 9 times out of 10. For an anomaly like this to happen must mean the obelisk guardian is that of a foreign species, or that it cannibalizes, which inflicts fear towards the drone. From what she read about this dungeon, the obelisk guardian was a boss called 100-blade frag ant. Since it's the same species, the most likely situation was cannibalism. CRRR. The scraping of the blades against the ground could be heard faintly as Shiro knew she was getting close. As its name suggested, it looked as if it had 100 blades acting as legs. Measuring 8 meters long and only 1 meter tall, it was armored with void black chitin with 2 short antennas and a visible jaw. Ant my ace. It's a god giant millipede. Ant my ace. It's a god giant millipede. Shiro thought, cursing at the misleading name of the monster. No wonder the ants weren't as common closer to the obelisk. There's another species guarding it, that's why. Millipedes were different to centipedes. While some may get the two mixed up, there are a few distinct differences. First off, the millipede have very short antennae compared to the centipede. The physiology of a centipede is flatter compared to a millipede, which supported a more rounded chitin armor. The centipede's legs are positioned outwards like a razor blade, while the millipede's legs are tucked under its body. In addition to this, the centipede was limited to a single pair of legs per segment of its body. This is where this huge millipede earned the name 100 blades. Unlike a centipede, the millipede has 2 pairs of legs per segment. Not only this, each segment is relatively smaller than the centipede's segments, with each of the legs being composed of a razor-sharp blade. Shiro shivered slightly just thinking about getting caught in those legs. Even with her MP and attack, the millipede would just wear her down in a battle of attrition. Millipede. They are scavengers that are classed as herbivores. Yet, obviously, this one wants to chew on meat. Shiro thought, seeing the ant move around. Since I can't base it on the normal standards, I'll learn as I fight, she concluded, preparing herself so that her concentration was at its best. Shiro created 2 daggers for now. When testing the capabilities of an enemy, one must be between the fine line of the danger zone and the safety zone. Too far into the danger zone without sufficient understanding can be highly fatal. Yet, staying in the safety zone will restrain the knowledge you receive. Therefore, one must dance around these 2 zones carefully to get the maximum benefit. First, concussive shock. Test the reaction when robbed of its sensory, Shiro thought as she dashed towards the millipede. Twirling the blade by the handle, she threw it towards the short antennas. The speed was decreased dramatically as most of the force was focused on making it spin through the air. The millipede raised its head as the daggers bounced on both antennas. CRR. Freezing the antennas, Shiro jumped backwards, immediately seeing the desired effect. Without hesitation, the millipede rolled into a ball. Is that all? Shiro thought with a frown. Kishin. The millipede's blade-like legs protruded from the side of its body, while the shell spiked up abnormally like a porcupine's quills. She wasn't sure how the millipede was generating the forces for it to spin on the spot, but she knew it was preparing to go on a rampage. Pushing her palms outwards, a ramp was created with scaffolds to support the structure. Kr, the sound of blades cutting through rock could be heard as she knew it was rolling around to try hit everything due to a loss of its sensory. Robbing the millipede of the senses will increase fight difficulty. Patterns become random as it would try to attack anything and everything, she thought, dismissing the daggers freezing the antennas. The millipede continued to roll, causing Shiro to frown. Making a spear of ice, she threw it towards the millipede hoping for it to cause some damage. Unfortunately, the spear was smacked downwards due to the millipede's roll and crushed under its armor. Armor is absurdly powerful. Fighting head-on is not advised. Remaining calm, Shiro retracted all of the ice as she waited for the millipede to unfurl itself. It was only after 10 minutes of rampaging did it unroll itself. Her eyes narrowed as she peered past the tins of blade legs it had under its body. With the blades being mostly concentrated on its underbelly, it may be a natural defense due to its weakness. Raising up her arms, Shiro gritted her teeth slightly as ice started to form under the millipede. CCRRR. The ice raised the millipede into air little by little as it tried to claw away at the ice. Flexing her fingers, Shiro froze the bladed legs in their place, making a sharp ice spear. She took aim and threw the spear. TSSSSS. Chemicals sprayed out from under the millipede as Shiro watched all the ice melt visibly. It has ridiculous armor, bladed feet, and chemicals. Unless you try to overpower it, you won't kill it in any time soon. And if I try to fight it in a battle of attrition, it's not worth the effort. However, I want to see just how I will pry your shell open. Shiro grinned. Electricity sparked in her hand as she started to use her new skill. Sword creation. Running towards the millipede before the swords even finish being crafted, Shiro stepped down hard as a pillar of ice extended out and pierced towards its legs. 4 of the millipede's legs reacted as it cut the pillar into small sections that did it no harm. Surprised Shiro appeared near the legs as they couldn't retract in time. The sword formed fully in her hands as she twisted her body and cut the legs. Kree. The millipede screamed, feeling 6 of its legs cut off in one go. I had just as sharp as I remembered. Shiro grinned. The sword was a metallic black in color. Mechanical details could be seen around the guard and the hilt. It was a simple-looking sword, but its sharpness was something to be feared. Nanocraft Sword LVL-24, blue, plus 30 sharpness plus 25 bleed plus 10 critical rate plus 5 critical damage plus 30 severing skill. Razor Edge use 400 MP to gain plus 20% cutting strength for the next attack. MP 3600/4000 quickly kicking her legs so that she flipped backwards. Shiro avoided the chemicals the millipede spat at her. Mid-flip, she sliced towards the chitin and left a slight groove. Seems like the best way is for me to attack the bottom. Shiro thought, preparing herself. Landing softly, she slammed her hands down and created a wall of ice just under the millipede, raising it up into the air. Once again, the millipede tried to use its chemicals, but Shiro was way ahead of it. Clutching her fist, the ice pillars lifting the millipede up exploded into a myriad of spikes, penetrating its weak lower body. Chemicals went everywhere as Shiro had to shift her location several times to avoid getting doused in corrosive liquid. Dragging the sword on the ground, Shiro dashed towards the underbelly. Krrr. The sword ripped through the soft armor with barely any resistance. Using faded snow movement, Shiro quickly avoided some of the bladed feet trying to kill her. Twisting her body, she escaped from under the millipede. HP 43 000/80 000. Her attacks proved to be extremely effective as the health was dropping rapidly. Sensing its doom, the millipede wanted to take her down with it. Curling into a ball, the millipede's chitin spiked up as Shiro narrowed her eyes. She cursed, seeing the abnormal mana density. Running would prove foolish as her defenses are too weak to survive the self-destruction of a level 25 boss. Shiro quickly dissembled her sword to regain her mana and used Harden. A silver metallic sheen seems to cover her body as she placed her palm on the ground and used the remainder of her MP to create a giant wall of ice. Bam, 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 bam. Layers upon layers of ice walls shot up in front of Shiro as she quickly braced for impact. Boom! It felt like the entire dungeon shook as Shiro was blasted backwards from the explosion. Even when her ice walls absorbed most of the impact, the force hitting her body still launched her backwards. Rolling on the ground a few times, she made sure to use her arms to protect her head. When she finally stopped rolling, Shiro quickly put her guard up in case any blade ants wanted to ambush her. Phew. She sighed out seeing that there was no danger and checked her HP and MP HP. 950/7300 MP. 80/11, 300. This was the first time her HP and MP have dropped so low in terms of the overall percentage. Stumbling on her feet, Shiro limped towards the obelisk. What used to be the space for a boss fight was now covered in corrosive chemicals, flesh, blades, and armor. Looking around, Shiro was sure the walls were pushed back by quite a remarkable amount as the explosion must have taken some of the cave walls with it. It was a known fact that dungeon walls are one of, and if not the strongest material known ever. The material scaled up in level as the higher level the dungeon, the sturdier walls. For the boss to be able to shave off quite a few layers of the wall shows just how absurd that explosion was. She collected her look straight away as she knew there won't be a mana stone. When the monster self-destructs, the mana stone was used as the source and gathering point. Therefore, there won't even be a shard of the mana stone left. The loot she got wasn't too bad, but she had no use for any of them. Recycling everything, Shiro sat down by a rock that wasn't coated in corrosive liquid. Whilst waiting for her HP and MP to regen, she decided to have a look at her current food stock. Rank Mana Stone X 84D, Rank Mana Stone X 4040D, Rank Mana Stones should last me a while. Shiro muttered as she laid on her back and threw an E-Rank Mana Stone for her mouth to eat. It took her quite a while to regenerate everything as she wondered if she should stock up on some health and mana potions. It would probably for the best if I stocked up. At least then I can regenerate my health and mana quickly, Shiro thought. However, as handy as health and mana potions can get, they also have their own backlashes, mainly due to the skill of the creator who made the potion. Examples being low-tier health and mana potions having adverse effects later along in the line. These effects can be a decrease of total HP, slow MP recovery, and so on. Only the higher quality health and mana potions provided barely any adverse effects. I think I'll stick to my passive regeneration for now, Shiro concluded. There was another skill she would like to get. It was the top-tier regeneration skill of monsters called Cell Rebirth. It was a skill that is both passive and active as the monster can use its own MP and exchange it for health. The known limits of this skill were the power to regrow anything that doesn't destroy over 80 to 90% of your body. Just remembering the sight of a level 100+ monster regenerating all of its lost HP made Shiro curse at the perverted skill. With that being said, she wanted the skill as well since it would increase her survivability by a large amount. Not only that, she was currently a monster, so there may be a chance for that in the future. Giving her body a stretch, she opened the obelisk and tapped the final floor, the boss floor. The room was oddly shaped as it had an open sky that was sprinkled with stars. The surroundings seemed to be the ruins of an open coliseum as Shiro spotted the boss. The boss had an armored body like the rest of the ants, but there was one huge difference. Flying Frag Ant Queen LVL 25, boss HP 150, 000/150, 000 MP 200, 000/200, 000. The boss hovered in the air as the transparent wings flapped at incredible speeds. Shiro stared at the boss with a bland expression. Flicking her finger, a huge ice spike shot up as the queen wanted to evade. Suddenly, the tip of the spike opened up like a flower as the smaller spikes pierced the wings, suspending the queen in mid-air. When you expose such weak wings and stay in the same spot, you're asking to be killed, Shiro said without a smile. Her azure eyes bore into the queen's eyes as Shiro created 2 daggers, whilst the queen seemed to be shocked. KSH. Slicing the wings off in a few simple movements, Shiro kicked the queen's head as she leapt off and landed softly. Enraged, the queen's body started to enlarge as the armor became the color of quartz with a slight rainbow pearlescent tint onto of the quartz. From the wounds of her old wings, neon blue mana gathered together to form 2 pairs of wings. Much better. Shiro grinned at the feeling of challenge. Not only did the queen's appearance change, but also her stats. Her HP increased from 150,000 to 200,000, while her MP gained a substantial boost of 100k. Let me make the playing field fair first, Shiro said as mana gathered in her palms. Using her passive Cold Aura, she enhanced the freezing power of Cold Aura with her Tier 2 Ice Magic. CRR the entire ruin started to freeze over as Shiro was now able to attack the Ant Queen wherever the ice was present. The queen's eyes glowed slightly when she saw the ice. Shiro felt her body shiver for a moment as she recognized an incoming danger. Quickly rolling to her left, she turned a portion of her body into snow. Boom! The spot she was in exploded as Shiro quickly turned to the spot and saw a fire javelin. You've got to be kidding, Shiro muttered, seeing the queen shift to the fire element. The armor was tinted red, showing the element as Shiro realized the queen could probably use all of the basic elements. Not staying still in the same spot, Shiro pivoted around her hand before flipping once more. Flicking her wrist, 3 ice spears shot out from the ground towards the queen. A semi-translucent orb appeared around the queen as the ice spears shattered on impact. A god mana barrier powered by 300k MP. You've got to be kidding me, Shiro said, annoyed. She didn't mind fighting against the queen, but for her to drain 300k worth of mana along with the 200k worth of health was an insane task. Narrowing her eyes, Shiro had an idea. I just need to force her to waste all of her mana. Using her snow magic along with her ice magic, Shiro changed the weather of the boss room. Crouching down, Shiro made a ramp towards the boss. Boom, 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 boom. The boss sent several fire spears towards Shiro as she countered with her own ice spear. Jumping off the ramp, Shiro made 2 daggers in her hands and sliced towards the queen. Pawn, 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 pawn. Several hollow echoes rang out as Shiro sliced away at the shield. Swinging her hand downwards, Shiro created another ramp of ice as she dodged a breath of lightning. Pressing both daggers together, Shiro made a nanocraft sword and sliced upwards. The queen flew backwards, dodging the strike. Quickly flipping backwards, Shiro dodged a blade strike from the queen. Mid-flip, Shiro created a dagger and threw it towards the queen. Boom! Detonating the dagger, Shiro saw ripples spread out on the mana barrier. Che, only 50k MP was used so far, Shiro muttered as she slammed her palms onto the ground. An ice pillar shot out the ground as it aimed for the queen. Opening the mandibles on her mouth, Shiro could see the queen use fire breath to melt the pillar. Flicking her wrist, Shiro caused a giant ice clamp to close in on the queen. Boom! The clamp caused a huge ripple in the mana barrier as the queen was jammed between the 2 clamps. The queen's eyes glistened as she slammed her arms outwards and destroyed the clamp. Pushing more mana into her wings, the queen dashed towards Shiro. Stomping down hard, Shiro caused a giant wave of ice to shoot towards the queen, but she sliced it in half easily. What greeted the queen, however, was a giant blizzard. Snow obscured her sights as she tried to sense Shiro but failed. Boom! A sudden explosion of ice surprised the queen as the attack hit behind her. Flicking her bladed hands, the queen sent several wind blades over to try cut Shiro. Unknown to her, a pair of azure eyes were tracking her. Shiro sighed softly, seeing the mana she managed to take off. However, she had already used around 7,000 of her total mana, leaving her with just 4,000. Making a few tiny ice bullets in her hand, Shiro decided to try increase the queen's rage so that she would fire off large-scale attacks and drain her mana faster. Don. The bullets tapped at the mana shield as the queen looked around but became furious when she couldn't find Shiro. That's it, keep going, Shiro thought. The queen's body became a mix of red and yellow as it flew upwards. Shiro dashed towards a pillar and used it as cover. Lightning and fire gathered around the queen's mouth as Shiro understood the queen wanting to wipe the area with a single attack. Pinching 3 fingers together, Shiro made a thin dagger. Her goal was for the dagger to interrupt the queen when she's still charging her attack. However, she needed to time it correctly, as interrupting too early wouldn't drain as much mana, and interrupt too late means the queen firing the death beam off. She eyed the attack as pressure was at an all-time high. Now, she thought, throwing the dagger with her full strength. The timing was a little early as the attack was around 75% charged. However, any further would be dangerous territory. Clenching her fist, she caused the dagger to explode. Boom. This caused a chain reaction as the breath attack was forcefully stopped. Since it wasn't fully ready, the attack exploded in the queen's face. Not bad. Shiro thought, since the failed attack managed to wipe out almost 100k worth of mana. Naturally, this included the charge up and the explosion the barrier absorbed. However, she too was left with just 2,500 MP. I should take it down from the skies. She thought, as having the queen fly around was going to increase the duration of this fight. Actually, Shiro grinned as she had an epiphany. She started to sprint towards the queen without cover whilst launching small ice bullets to gain its attention. The queen glared at her hatefully as 4 of her blade legs opened up. Flying towards Shiro, the queen slashed her legs at Shiro's body. Twisting her body to avoid the blades, Shiro grabbed one of the queen's armor plates. The force felt like it could tear her arms off as she gritted her teeth. The queen thrashed her legs around as she tried to kick Shiro off her back. Using faded snow movement, Shiro avoided the blades as she pulled herself on the queen's back with some difficulty. Pressing her palms on the gap between the 2 pairs of wings, Shiro narrowed her eyes. Mana extractor, transfer vent. Shiro thought, as she couldn't make anything more with the remainder of her MP. A device was being created in her palms as it ate into the queen's shell, causing her to scream. The nanobots were ruthless as they ate away at anything blocking their path so they could make the device. The device had its own limits as Shiro was borrowing from the queen's mana pool to make up for what she lacks. The mana extractor was used to take the mana that was being fueled into the wings, and the transfer vent was used to give Shiro some of the mana. Sweat was dripping from her head as she was pushing her creation a little. What she had unlocked right now was Nanotech Engineering Tier 1. Both the mana extractor and the transfer vent were something she should have made when she was Tier 3. The cost was low, but the physical burden was huge. Blood started to drip from her hands as the nanobots continued to be produced, trying to form the device. When the device was finished, there was a pool of blood dripping from her fingers as Shiro had to endure the pain. Her HP was also dropping little by little as she tried to create something out of her league. Naturally, the queen wasn't letting Shiro stay on her back. But no matter how she tried to shake Shiro off, she kept an iron grip, stopping herself from falling. The amount of mana that was being absorbed compared to the amount being transferred to her was very inefficient. However, the main goal of the mana extractor was to drain the mana from the queen. When the MP was completely drained, the queen plummeted towards the ground as Shiro kicked off the back and landed on her feet. She flinched when she felt the pain emanating from her right arm. Nanotech corrosion, right arm, 9 days, 23H figures. Shiro thought, as this was to be expected. Forcing her body to produce something of a much higher tier had dire consequences. If she tried to make the items 5 tiers higher than her, the backlash would be permanent. However, the silver lining was that the queen had lost her entire shield. On the other hand, her MP was full, and it was just a matter of time before she drained the queen of her health. Shiro was about to dash forward but stopped when she felt a shocking pain tense up her nerves. SSSSS. Reaching her left hand towards her right hand, Shiro made a frozen brace as it would hold her arm in place while she fought. The pain was still there, but it wasn't as bad. Flicking her left hand, she created several ice walls as she blocked a slash from the queen. In the time she recovered from the pain, the queen recovered as well. Such a waste. Shiro thought, as she could have dealt the queen so much damage. Since her right hand was busted right now, Shiro opted to reduce the queen's health with bombs and long-ranged attacks. Making a dagger in her left hand, Shiro braced herself. Dashing towards her, The queen opened all four bladed arms and cut towards Shiro. An ice pillar erupted under her as Shiro dodged the strike. She gritted her teeth as she endured the pain from her arm. Stabbing her dagger into the ice pillar, she twisted it, and a myriad of ice spikes shot out from the pillar. Due to the close proximity of the queen and the pillar, she wasn't able to block it and was struck several times. Letting go of the dagger, Shiro controlled the ice to make a gap and launched the dagger into the queen's face. Boom! The dagger exploded into a cluster of sharps, dealing more damage to the queen. Enraged, the queen twisted her body and became a cyclone of relentless blades. Shiro hopped off the pillar lightly as she made a ramp to cushion her fall. Flicking her finger upwards, a spear shot up from below the queen's legs and stabbed into her torso. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to pierce her torso, causing Shiro to frown. Making sure she kept her distance, she whittled the queen's health little by little. Here was the biggest problem. Unless one can deal a fatal blow, a monster will stay at 1 HP. Though the monster will still have a hard time on 1 HP as its armor would be weakened by a large margin, allowing for adventurers to have an easier time to deal a fatal blow. Shiro was drenched with sweat as she had been fighting continuously for around 2 hours, whilst also enduring the pain from her arm. Creating a nano-craft sword, Shiro threw it towards the queen and it fell just below her feet. Swiping her left arm, an ice pillar propelled the sword into the body of the queen, killing it for good. Finally, Shiro muttered as she sat down with fatigue. Laying her body next to the queen's corpse, she closed her eyes and waited for her stamina to recover. When her stamina had recovered, Shiro stood up and made a sword. She cut the queen's corpse as she looked for the mana stone. However, the process took a lot longer for her to do as her right hand was completely useless right now. Collecting the stone with much difficulties, Shiro threw it in her mouth as she decided to treat herself to a snack. "Collect," she said as she sat down with a wall of ice behind her that supported her. The loot was bountiful as she could see more than 4 pieces of blue gear. One being an accessory, one being a weapon, and the last 2 being pieces of armor. And these were the 4 that was helpful for her. It didn't include the ones that were bad for her. The armor was the average armor with the stats of a level 25 gear and no skills. The accessory and the weapon were the true prizes. Elemental properties change depending on what elemental-focused mana you insert into the weapon. The dagger boasted an incredible piercing stat, and the passive was very helpful as well. If she had any other elemental property apart from ice. Holding the dagger in her left hand, Shiro examined the appearance. Much like the Fragant Queen, the dagger had a white quartz color. The guard had a rainbow pearlescent sheen as there was an orb in the middle. Right now the orb was grayed out as Shiro inserted her mana into the dagger. The blade seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, while the orb glowed with a neon blue. At the same time, the blade gained a plus 20 ice damage. "Heh, that's pretty interesting," Shiro muttered, and decided to try to insert her nanobots inside. There was a visible reaction as the blade trembled, and the orb shifted from gray to silver before turning back to gray. Shiro stopped seeing this any further, and she may risk damaging the dagger as the nanobots were an artificial type of mana. Now that she realized this, she just understood how absurd it was for an artificial class to join her through the afterlife. Shaking her head of the existential questions, she checked her other drops since she couldn't be bothered to deal with the meaning of life. There isn't one. You drift along the currents of time. The end. The earring is an amazing accessory with the skill mana barrier. However, she was primarily a run-and-gun type of combatant, both figuratively and literally as it was her combat style with the Nanomancer class. But the skill was handy to have around as it would help protect her from any sneak attacks. Equipping the new equipment, this was her current stats. Snow Girl, Tier 2 Ice Magic, Passive Regeneration, Blessed by Ice, Snow Magic, Faded Snow Movement, Cold Aura. Nanomancer, Dagger Creation, Nanotech Engineering Tier 1, Sword Creation. Other, Mini-Map, Inspection, Disguise, Harden, Equipment, Lesser Fear, Equipment, Sensory, Equipment, Mana Barrier. With the equipment boosting her INT to exactly 300 points, her MP surpassed 13k. Her health was currently only in the 5,000s due to the adverse effects of her making a Tier 3 item with Tier 1 strength. Shaking her head, Shiro realized she was a little too overconfident with this fight. I need to remold my mindset. I'm no longer the SSS class Nanomancer. I'm just a D-class snow girl right now, Shiro thought with a shake of her head. Walking over to the obelisk that appeared in the center of the room, Shiro teleported to the teleport shrine. The time was 11:15 p.m., and she had plenty of time before she would go to bed. Pulling up her phone, Shiro decided to search up the technology in the current world. It was kind of hard as she could only use her left hand while the right arm was encased in ice to support it. Huge railguns, cold weapons, firearms, nukes. Seems pretty basic, Shiro thought, frowning at the choices she could see. Naturally, she had no access to military information, but it wasn't hard to guess the technology from looking at what's available to the public. With the knowledge she had from her past life, Shiro guessed she could probably propel the current technology by more than 10 years. In her arsenal, she had a multitude of her lovelies to be shown to the world. Advanced coil guns, portable electromagnetic guns, nanotech armor, magnetic repulsion systems, and much more. Her mind was like a trove of technology the current world would kill to obtain. And naturally, she also knew how to turn someone else into a nanomancer. While she was browsing through the technology, she stopped seeing an interesting image. The image was that of a giant mechanized armor. It was crimson red with neon orange segments, weapons on both hands, and wings on the back. The back seems to be composed of several mana propulsion systems which give it flight. The parts connecting the mech like muscle might be crystallized mana fibers. The joins are controlled by a piston system, and the mech seems to be highly flexible. Shiro thought, looking for some similar concepts. I can probably recreate this. While the world may be lacking in the technology to flesh out concepts, I most certainly can. The energy used to power the system would be the natural mana conversion generator. The skeleton of the mech can be reinforced nanotech rods. These rods are many times heavier than desired, but the durability makes up for that. The muscles can be composed of light nanotech fibers twined with crystallized mana fiber. This would give it the flexibility and the durability it needs. The armor can just be the light nanotech plating, and finally, the control system will be the nerve sensory system. She thought, mapping out a blueprint of the mech in her mind. The nerve sensory system is a device that connects to your neck. It is situated on the nape as it would detect what the user wants to do through the synaptic cleft and transfer it as an action to the mech. One would normally use this when combined with floating mana blades, but Shiro thinks this fits a giant robot better. As a giant robot, there will always be an innate delay from the console to the extremities of the mech. With the nerve sensory system, she can shrink this delay down many times, so make the mech more efficient. Though that being said, making the mech is another matter in and of itself. She has two options for making the mech. A. Assembly through small pre-made parts. B. Total assembly. As the name suggested, the first part is making the mech through several pre-made parts. The main problem with this is the storage she would need as well as the time needed to assemble the mech. As for B, she would need a ludicrous amount of mana to create and assemble everything at once. The benefits would be that she can create the mech anytime she wants, but her concentration but be stable. This is due to the fact that she needs to envision the entire blueprint and not make a single mistake. A small mistake could lead to the entire mech collapsing on itself, making it a waste of mana. However, baby steps first. Thinking about mechs at this stage was nothing but a pipe dream. She could barely sustain her expenditure when using a nano craft sword, never mind a giant 100-meter mech. However, from what she could guess, her next unlocks for the Nanomancer class are bow creation, heavy weapon creation, defense creation, armor creation, and firearm creation. As for what's after firearm creation, it was the more technologically advanced weapons such as the railgun. If I guess correctly, then I'll probably unlock the bow creation around the 30,000 MP mark. The bow needs me to create the nanotech fibers, so the expenditure will be huge, Shiro thought. However, the nanotech fibers allow for her to output much more medium-range potential, as the penetrative capabilities of a bow was unmatched until she unlocks firearm creation. Breathing out some cold mist, Shiro tilted her head back. I have my work cut out for me. she muttered with a small smile. Progressing through the levels and unlocking everything slowly excited her. When she was experimented on to become a nanomancer, her level was over 200 without her being able to experience leveling up a level by level. She just shot to level 200 straight away when the experiment finished. Now that she can experience the growth process she missed out on, the feeling was enjoyable. That moment when you level up, when you find a piece of better equipment, when you have to figure your way out of a fight, when you defeat something you couldn't before, and when you surpass your limits. She adored these feelings of growth. As she was thinking to herself, her quiet and peaceful aura was mystifying. Walking slowly, Shiro made sure not to increase the pain she felt from her right arm. Bam! A man crashed into her from her right side as Shiro took a sharp breath of pain. Gritting her teeth, sweat started to fall. Looking at the person who crashed into her, Shiro frowned. It was a man as he had void black hair and crimson eyes. He was around half a head taller than her and quite handsome at that as well. His body was covered with cuts as blood flowed continuously. Strange person. Shiro thought as she was about to walk away but felt a hand grab the back of her neck. Shiro cursed as this was just making the pain in her arm worse than what it already was. You're my hostage for now. Please bear with it as I'll return your freedom once the danger has cleared, he said quickly as his voice was deep and alluring. Or at least what would have been alluring to others, but Shiro just found the voice to be infuriating. Lucius LVL 50. Shadow Walker Lucius put strength into his legs as he leapt over a building and onto the roof. Gritting her teeth, Shiro pushed strength into her lower body as she flipped upwards with him, still grabbing onto her. Her left palm aimed at his head while a torrent of snow and cold air covered him. Lucius frowned when he felt killing intent, but realized the temperature was dropping dramatically. His movements were being dulled whilst frost started to coagulate on his body. Quickly letting go of the girl, he stumbled back in surprise. Even if he was injured right now, not many people should have the ability to hurt him, never mind a level 25. Shiro landed as she tapped away at the phone. She couldn't write on her notepad, so she had to use the phone. Using the web app, she typed her line into the search bar since she didn't have an app ready. Don't you know how to handle a lady dipshitty? Can't you see I'm injured too? Shiro typed out. I'm sorry. He apologized in surprise. You do you whilst I do me. Goodbye. Walking over to the edge, Shiro crouched down and made an ice ramp back to the ground. Lucian watched her leave as he looked at his hands and frowned. Few quickly dodging a dagger hastily, Lucian cursed at the girl for wasting the time he just bought for himself. Quickly putting strength into his legs, he dashed away. It took her a lot longer to reach the dorm as she didn't want to hurt her right arm. Scanning her student ID, she saw Lyrica there with a worried frown. Shiro. Lyrica called out as she stomped towards her. Seeing the ice brace Shiro created for herself, Lyrica felt her worry and rage increase. Why are you going out this late? A beautiful girl like you could get kidnapped, ah? Shiro smiled wearily seeing Lyrica's worry. Pulling out her phone, she tapped away. Sorry, I just wanted to level up a little. But look, I'm back and I'm a level 25 now. Yeah, that's great and all, but look at the state of you. Lyrica pointed towards Shiro brace. What if you didn't return one day? I was really worried, you know. Shiro smiled as she stood on her tiptoes and patted Lyrica's head. Patting my head doesn't make it any better. Lyrica complained with a pout, but her anger decreased significantly. I know, thank you for worrying about me. Shiro smiled. Huh, what will I do with you? Lyrica shook her head as she held Shiro's hand. Shiro flinched a little, feeling pain from her arm. Are you all right? Lyrica was anxious seeing Shiro react so visibly from a gentle touch. Even when they were fighting, Shiro would barely flinch. Yet here she was, flinching from a tap. Yeah, I'm fine. Just the boss did a number on my right arm. Lyrica frowned as she turned to the receptionist. Excuse me, is the school healer still awake? Lyrica asked. He should be in his office. Do you want me to call him over so she won't have to walk over? The lady asked, pointing at Shiro. It would be a great help if you can. Lyrica smiled. The lady nodded and picked up the phone. Dr. Hoffman, I have a young lady injured in the dorm reception. Are you able to come here and make a diagnosis? The lady said. They couldn't hear what the doctor said, but the lady eventually nodded back towards them. Dr. Hoffman will be coming here in a few minutes, the lady said as Shiro nodded. There were a few chairs in the reception, so Shiro walked over and sat down slowly. So Shiro, how did your arm even get like this? Lyrica asked, sitting next to her. Got hit a little too hard. Shiro shrugged with her left shoulder only. Can getting hit a little too hard reduce you to a flinching and sweating mess? Lyrica asked with a raised eyebrow. Why do I feel like you're getting more sarcastic? Just your imagination. Lyrica looked away. She felt really relaxed around Shiro as she could joke around with her and play around. Something which she wouldn't be able to muster up the courage to do with other people. That being said, Shiro, how did you level up to 25 so quickly? Lyrica asked. I soloed the Frag Ant's Burrow. At this point, you can tell me you soloed the level 35 Necron Hollows and I'll believe it. I'm not that insane. There are still limits. Shiro chuckled slightly before flinching from the pain. And so it seems, Lyrica said, looking at her arm. They continued to chat for a little while before they saw a man walking towards them. Hans LVL 43, combat medic. He had long brown hair tied into a low ponytail, brown eyes, a slight stubble, and a small cut scar on his chin. He looked to be 6'4", and his build was rather robust. His outfit consisted of a pair of black rimmed glasses, a white lab coat, black t-shirt, and black work pants. Adjusting his glasses, he looked at Shiro. From what I'm seeing, you're the one who needs the diagnosis. Shiro nodded as she pointed to her right arm. Lyrica sat anxiously as she wondered what extent of the damage was needed for Shiro to flinch with a light touch. Crouching down, Hans observed the arm. There were no visible damages except the palms and fingers being a little bloody. Can you undo this ice? He asked. Shiro nodded as the ice started to thaw. Hans frowned as he could see Shiro holding back the pain. Pulling out a tablet, he aimed it at Shiro's arm before pulling back. The tablet was like a transportable X-ray machine as it used mana to take an internal diagnosis of the patient. What the FCK? He cried out in surprise at the extent of the injury. How the Hades did you even get this injured just on your right arm? He asked, looking at Shiro. Shrugging as a response, she didn't let him know about the nanobots. What's wrong with her? Lyrica asked. It seems like your friend decided to drop AF King House on her arm. Every bone in her right arm is fractured if not broken. The muscles are ripped to shreds, and Hades. Her tendons are on the verge of snapping. Hans said as this was one of the most insane injuries he had ever seen. This type of injury isn't something the potions can heal. If you use the potions, there is a chance that the injury will become permanent. However, her body seems to be actively trying to heal her. I guess it would take anywhere from a week to a month for her arm to heal, so the best course of action is to not give the arm any shock. Let it heal naturally. Hans concluded, standing up. The most I can do for you is to give you some pain-resistant pills. Hans offered. Please, that would help a lot. Whilst Hans went to get the pain-resistant pills, Shiro refroze the cast on her arm. Shiro, tell me honestly, how did your arm get that injured? I want to know the truth. Lyrica asked with a deep frown. Just an accident when fighting. I'll be fine after 10 days. But what if something happens in the 10 days? What are you going to do about that? Then I trust my safety to you. Shiro smiled, looking at Lyrica. Shiro, Lyrica muttered, feeling a little overwhelmed yet happy that Shiro could rely on her. Ahem. Here are your pain resistance pills. Hans said, interrupting their conversation. Thanks. Shiro nodded and took the pills with her left hand. Hans walked away as his work was done. Looking back at Lyrica, Shiro saw that her face was a little red. Did you fall in love with Dr. Hoffman or something? Shiro teased with a grin. Blurg, as if. Lyrica shook her head and walked back to her room. Shiro chuckled before flinching again. Walking back to her room, she examined the pills. High-quality pain-resistant pills, pills of high quality that will dull your pain senses. Heh, I didn't think he would have pain-resistant pills. Shiro muttered in surprise before popping the pill into her mouth. She felt the pain dull as she sighed in relief. Sitting up on the bed, she fell asleep. Dr. Hoffman, why did you make such a reaction earlier? You don't understand. That degree of injury isn't normal. When you get hit, but something that breaks your bones, there would be a cluster at the point of contact before the injury would disperse. The further it is away from the impact, the sparser the fractions get. However, her injury was like something made sure everything was broken before stopping. The level of detail to make sure every part of her arm was broken but not disabled astounds me. Hans replied, "This level of injury is self-made. It's impossible for a monster to cause this. And knowing her class being just an ice mage, that level of detailed self-inflicted damage is impossible as well." Hans sighed. "Then what do you think happened?" "Honestly, I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before." Hans shrugged. "You think she's hiding something?" "Maybe. Who knows?" "Erg. Shiro, you don't need to write down your boredom. I can see it." Lyrica replied with a slight giggle. She understands that Shiro found it boring in the close-quarters combat lesson. The knowledge they taught were rudimentary. Not to mention, she was currently injured, so she couldn't join in on the sparring session either. "I just wanted to verbalize/visualize my intense boredom in this lesson." Shiro typed, "Lyrica, you should already know a little more than what's being taught in this lesson. Since both of us know your power with the dual-ended blades exceeds the current curriculum." "And that's true. But we still need to focus for formalities." Lyrica smiled. "I want to melt. It's hot and boring." Shiro sighed as she laid her body flat on the desk. She did so in a way that her right arm wouldn't hurt as much. In addition to her boredom, the day was quite hot as Shiro felt stuffy just being in a room. "Ha ha ha, so you can't deal with the heat?" Lyrica giggled slightly. "No, I can't. I hate the sun. But your passive is really helpful, isn't it?" Lyrica commented as she felt cooled down next to Shiro. Yeah. Just treat me like a walking air conditioning." Shiro waved her left hand lazily. "Wow, you really feel different when it gets hot." Lyrica muttered, seeing the unreactive and whatever vibe Shiro was emitting. "I'm just not too good when it gets too hot. I'll be fine when it cools down, or when the sun gets blocked." She just wanted to curl up into a ball and retreat to the corner. "Shiro, for the spar, do you just want to watch by the side?" Lyrica asked as they had to go change for the sparring session. Shiro didn't even type out a line as she pointed to her arm. "Fine. Pretend I didn't ask. I can probably join if you want. I'll just be standing in the same spot using my ice though," Shiro said as Lyrica shook her head. "Nope. You should just be good and recover for 10 days. Well, 9 not including today," Lyrica said as they walked towards the changing rooms. There was a mini-test today as they had to try touch the teacher once. The main task wasn't to touch the teacher as it suggests, but rather what the students like to term survive. Shiro was quite interested in the mini-test. Unfortunately, her arm didn't exactly agree with her sentiments. The hall was huge as Shiro was sure it could fit 4 football fields in a 2x2 format. Surrounded by high walls and powerful lights which illuminated the area, this was by far one of the biggest buildings of this school. Walking away from the group, Shiro sat down and watched the teacher split the teams up for sparring before grabbing a few students for the mini-test. Minding her own business, Shiro browsed the net for anything interesting. Halfway through her search, she saw someone walking towards her and looked up. It was a boy a little taller than her, with average looks and a pair of glasses. In his hands was a bottle of water. "Ted LVL 14, Archer Erm. F for you." He stuttered before putting the bottle down and ran away. "How cute," Shiro thought with a giggle. Seeing the boy work up the courage to give her a bottle of water made her smile a little. During his run, he turned around slightly to check how Shiro reacted. Shiro only smiled and gave him a light wave. This in turn caused him to blush a little and had a dumb smile plastered on his face. Looking at the bottle, Shiro picked it up and inspected it. "Water bottle, just a water bottle. What else do you expect?" This god description, Shiro thought with a sweat drop. However, Ted's actions seemed to have sparked a chain reaction amongst the guys. They walked over and handed her items like towels and chairs. Shiro was getting swarmed by the mob as her annoyance slowly increased. "Thanks, I'm fine. I don't need all this," Shiro typed out with a weary smile. One of the boys looked at the foldable bed he carried behind him. He sighed slightly before muttering, "Such a shame. Why did you bring a bed?" Sending the boys away, Shiro sat down and massaged her eyes. "Look at you, reeling in the boys." Lyrica giggled as she walked over and sat down next to Shiro. "A boon/curse I would be rather content with not having." Shiro sighed. Ha ha ha, a lot of girls would want the attention you're getting. Lyrica laughed, seeing Shiro struggle. Shiro rolled her eyes, but had a small smile on her lips. That being said, don't you have anyone lining up to take you as their partner? Shiro asked. Ahaha, that's a little complicated. Lyrica smiled wearily. Seems like she had a story to tell. Shiro thought, but decided to not pursue this matter. Feeling a glare on her, Shiro turned her head and saw a few girls whispering to each other and pointed at her. What do you think they're talking about? Emin? I don't think you want to know. Lyrica shook her head. She didn't want Shiro to experience mental bullying from girls due to their jealousy. I kill monsters for a living. I don't think a lot of things can harm me. Shiro typed out. She didn't know what was so bad about what they could be talking about. Not to mention, Shiro was quite curious about what normal girls do around her age. Due to her unfortunate kidnapping after the village was raided, she never truly experienced what girls do her age. I guess so, but it's still not very pleasant to be ostracized, so just don't pay them any attention, Lyrica said. Seeing her constant refusal, Shiro could only nod her head. It didn't matter too much if she didn't know. She had Lyrica to spend her time with anyways. The spars continued as it was Lyrica's turn to try survive against the teacher. Since she couldn't use her actual weapon, Lyrica could only settle with a staff. Her movements were a little awkward, but she could still put up a much better fight than when she just used a single long sword. The teacher was dancing circles around Lyrica with a series of careful, concise footsteps. However, this didn't affect Lyrica as her hidden proficiency displayed how powerful it was, with just a mere fraction of its power. Sweeping clockwise with her foot, Lyrica created a little zone for herself as the teacher hopped backwards slightly. Smiling lightly, the teacher entered the zone with minimal care. However, that overconfidence bit her back quickly as the staff end entered her view quickly. Ohaya? Lyrica's already forming her attack domain using the hidden proficiency. Shiro thought impressed. An attack domain was the stage before a full domain. It is a small concentrated area where the fighter would have pure concentration reaching 120%. Not many can break this attack domain without their own. There are several forms to the attack domain which varies from weapon to weapon. Bow and arrows formed a donut-shape attack domain. Anything around the mid-range area is the bow and arrows home turf. Staffs have an hourglass type of attack domain. The ends of the staff contain the most amount of power, yet the center lacks diversity. The sword and greatsword have very similar attack domains as it is shaped like a semicircle. It is harder to attack properly when the swordsman tried to strike behind him. But the frontal power held much diversity with an all-rounder type attack domain. Axes and maces had a much narrower attack domain, but their power compensates. With fast-moving rotations, the axe and maces are the powerhouses. There are more, but the dagger's attack domain is one of Shiro's favorites. It didn't have the power of the sword, nor the range of a bow. However, the piercing and the undisputed close combat prowess, along with the diversity, made it an attack domain that needed to be feared. For Lyrica to almost construct her attack domain without even using the staff for long truly shows the prowess of the hidden proficiencies. Not even Shiro, who used to have full body control, could form her attack domain with her weapon yet. One may call it unfair for Lyrica to gain the attack domain without hard work, but the hidden proficiency was an inborn gift. A natural talent is a part of one's fighting prowess, and luck played a big part in life, whether one denied it or not. Tilting her head to quickly dodge the staff strike, the teacher grabbed towards the staff. Lyrica allowed the teacher to grab as she used the force to propel herself forward and sweep a kick towards her head. The teacher flipped backwards, dodging the kick. It was a shame that Lyrica's stats were lacking, or else she would put up a good fight against the teacher. Is this still the same Lyrica? She's so good at fighting. True. Seems like it was her level holding her back. So I'm looking at her, and is it just me, or is she really, really beautiful? Now that you mention it, if you look closer, isn't Lyrica really attractive when she's focused? How did we not notice earlier? She was so quiet before and hardly joined in. Shiro smiled, hearing the compliments towards Lyrica. She knew Lyrica was a beauty that only had a slight problem with her lack of confidence before. Her small aura and behavior made it hard for people to notice her beauty since she was always looking down. However, At this moment, Lyrica was solely focused on the teacher as she wanted to defeat the teacher and prove her worth. Her gaze was focused as her normally rounded eyes became sharp. There wasn't the casual smile she had, but instead was replaced by a serious frown. Her expression gave people the feeling of heroism and bravery as she fearlessly charged towards the teacher. Stabbing her staff towards the teacher, Lyrica transitioned into a vault and gave the teacher a roundhouse kick. Following up on the momentum of her kick, she landed on her foot and swung the staff towards the teacher. Her movements from her hidden proficiency was a combination of different martial art movements. The current form was similar to the Chinese Shaolin monk staff arts. Her spare hand was used to balance her body while she kept low on the ground, giving her a very stable foundation and a hard-to-topple balance. A little staff martial arts? How fun! The teacher smiled as her eyes narrowed, and she took her own form. She dashed towards Lyrica, clearly wanting to initiate the fight rather than wait. Once the teacher entered her attack domain, Lyrica stabbed the staff towards the teacher. Dawn. Slamming her palm against the flat end of the staff, the teacher stomped backwards to transfer the force before grabbing the staff and hit it with her spare hand. Snap. The staff snapped in half as Lyrica's demeanor shattered along with it. Without her hidden proficiency assisting her, Lyrica was just an inexperienced adventurer who was no match for the seasoned teacher. Lyrica raised her hands in defeat as the teacher was able to wipe the floor with her. Learn some hand-to-hand combat. You need to have a backup in case you lose your weapon. The teacher advised as Lyrica nodded and walked away. Shiro patted the seat next to her as Lyrica sat down heavily. Passing Lyrica a bottle of water, Shiro watched her drink it all in one go. Ah, refreshing, Lyrica said, feeling rejuvenated. Nice work, Lyrica. Shiro smiled. Ah, it's a little frustrating though. Lyrica smiled sadly. Why? I wanted to win so bad. Even with this boost, I still couldn't defeat her. Don't compare yourself like that. You're trying to compare in the wrong territory. I know, but you would have won against her. Lyrica sighed. No, I won't. What do you mean? Her status, experience, and body control are all factored in when she fights. You're trying to compare with a seasoned veteran with only a limited arsenal and power. That is how you become depressed. Shiro shook her head. Being competitive is good, but there is a limit called the achievable target. Above this target, and one would be chasing an unreachable star, thus breaking their spirit more times than boosting it. One had to be careful when choosing a target as it would encourage improvement. But I thought you said the hidden proficiency was powerful. I still couldn't defeat her. Lyrica pouted. You know how many people would have wanted to strangle you for saying that? Shiro chuckled slightly. The hidden proficiency is powerful, but it is just a jump start. It's not omnipotent, as one's hard work would hone the hidden proficiency further. And even those without a hidden proficiency can defeat the talented with enough hard work. But aren't there ones you cannot surpass without talent? What about them? Lyrica asked. Are you untalented? Do you not have a hidden proficiency? Have you not grasped the boundaries of an attack domain at a young age? Shiro asked rhetorically as Lyrica had no answer. Not many people have the benefit of receiving a hidden proficiency. Be grateful and work hard to further your talent. Slap. Lyrica slapped her cheeks, shocking Shiro. You're right. I can't be such a spoiled brat, Lyrica said with flushed-up cheeks from the slaps. Ow. Why did you have to hit that hard? Shiro chuckled. It was meant to be a wake-up call for me, but it hurts more than I thought, Lyrica said with little droplets of tears forming. Shiro only chuckled before wiping the tears away with her fingers, which caused Lyrica to blush slightly. After resting for a bit, you should keep trying to face the teacher to get experience, Shiro suggested. All right, Lyrica stuttered as she jogged away to get a new weapon. Shiro only shook her head. Why does this girl get so flustered so much? She thought. Hey Shiro, the teacher called out. Yes? Since you're an ice mage, why don't you have a slight spar with me? But you don't need to move from your space, but instead try to attack me with your magic, the teacher suggested. Sure. What's my win condition? Just restrain me within the time limit? The teacher smiled. Sure. I'll grab a chair so I can sit down in the middle. Get a little comfy. The teacher only shrugged as she waited for Shiro. Grabbing a stool, Shiro placed it in the center before sitting down and crossed her legs. Ready when you are. Shiro typed out as a light smile hung on her lips. Getting her confirmation, the teacher hopped a little on the spot to warm herself up. She's heard of how abnormal Shiro was from the other teachers and wanted to see if her experience truly matched up with veterans. 3. The students gathered up in a 50-diameter circle around them as they watched with interest. This was a rare battle between the highest-level student and the sparring teacher. Level 25 Shiro vs. a level 35 teacher. 2. Lyrica watched in anxiousness as she was worried about how Shiro would fare with her arm. 1. Go. The teacher shouted as Shiro's aura changed instantly. CRRR. Ice spread out in a circle with her being the source. The teacher jumped up slightly as she dodged the initial freezing. Shiro didn't let her off as she flipped her left hand and several ice spikes shot towards the teacher. The teacher had a serious expression as she twisted her body and stepped onto the spike before jumping off. Not even a second after landing, an ice cage was already halfway formed with her inside it. Roundhouse kicking one of the ice spikes, the teacher escaped the entrapment. Before she could even sigh out a breath of relief, the broken shard of the ice cage expanded and latched onto her arm. SK. The teacher clicked her tongue before clenching her hand and shattered the ice. Seeing this, Shiro could only smile bitterly and shake her head. Her experience and skill were there, but the stats were not. The teacher could simply overwhelm her with brute strength. However, she wouldn't go without a fight. Her eyes glowed with a slight blue as she snapped her fingers, causing an ice forest to appear. Waving her left hand, spears shot towards the teacher from the ice trees. The teacher was basically attacked from every direction she could have been. To make matters worse, they were fired with different time intervals as it would be hard for her to strike everything down in one go. The teacher narrowed her eyes before crossing her arms in front of her and charged towards Shiro. She decided to end this farce and break through with force. She saw Shiro smile and frowned. Such a shame. Perhaps if my stats were a little higher, you may be in a pinch. Shiro shrugged. What do you mean? The teacher asked with a frown. She clearly had Shiro on the ropes, yet why is she still saying that she was the one in a pinch? Shiro only smiled as she pointed up. The teacher looked up as she saw what was waiting for her. The entire sky was covered with countless spears of ice as each one was rotating to increase penetrative power. The teacher felt sweat drip down her back as she couldn't imagine what would have happened if Shiro was the same level as her. She wouldn't have been able to dodge that mini nor brute force her way through it. Standing up, Shiro tapped the floor with her foot lightly as the ice started to thaw and retract into her palm. The teacher stared at Shiro's back with a complicated gaze. The feeling of jealousy rose up in her as she realized she only won due to brute strength. When put in an even playing field, she wouldn't have even reached close to her. Shiro, that was amazing. Lyrica ran over as Shiro smiled. I still lack an ignore defense attack. Without one, I doubt I'll be able to challenge those of a higher level too well. Shiro shook her head. If she had the stats, she wouldn't have needed to attack the teacher in so many ways to distract her from the main attack above her. And even then, she would have been able to shrug it off. But ignore defense skills are rare, and even then, you need to be a high level to get a natural skill. Lyrica replied. Defense ignore skills were on high demand as a single one may be the key to turning a battle around. Shiro too knew this, but what she was counting on was her Nanomancer class. Each of the firearms come with a passive ignore defense as they dealt heavy damage, the main damage dealer being the sniper rifle. When charged with mana, the sniper could even help her deal a few million damage to a monster's HP. Call Madison. We're going to have her fill her side of the bet from before. We're heading into a dungeon. Shiro smiled. Right now? Lyrica asked surprised. The faction recruitment will start in less than a month's time. Do you want to still be in the first class while taking the recruitment? Shiro asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, no, but, like, your arm. Lyrica said, pointing at Shiro's arm. Aya, do I have to explain every time? Don't worry about it too much. At the very least, I'll be assisting you from behind while you take Vanguard. Shiro shrugged. The worry Lyrica showed for her was nice, but it was a little too excessive. I see. I know I'm asking a lot, but since you're my first friend, I don't want you to be hurt so much. Lyrica said as Shiro paused. She remembered that Lyrica was still just a 15-year-old girl. She wasn't a seasoned veteran like her, nor was she used to putting up a tough front. Lyrica was just showing simple care towards her well-being. Lyrica, why are you so cute? Shiro grinned, patting her head. Huh? What brought that thought up? Lyrica blushed. AI, so cute. I just want to pamper you. Shiro wanted to have a voice already, as she'll be able to ignore the annoying typing and just talk to Lyrica. Who's pampering who? I'm older than you. Lyrica called out. Shiro only lazily waved her left hand as they went to the lunch hall. After waiting for a little while, Madison arrived with her two friends. What do you want? She asked, clearly not happy. We're challenging a dungeon, and you should know the rest. Shiro smiled. Which dungeon? Madison sat down. They had to adhere to the rules of the bet they make, otherwise, they'll have to deal with the reinforcers that make sure the contract is followed. I'm thinking of challenging Shadow Temple level 1520. Both Lyrica and Madison looked at Shiro like she was an asylum escapist. Lyrica tapped Shiro's forehead as she frowned. Shiro, I know you hurt your arm, but did you hurt your brain as well? Lyrica asked as Shiro felt like coughing up blood. Madison, on the other hand, was too shocked to even speak. No, I'm not crazy. This is actually done after taking account of your fighting style. Shiro shrugged. Yours as well, Madison. Huh. Wait, what mine? Madison replied, shocked. Yes. While Lyrica is a more attack-orientated fighter, you are more of a defense counter-type attacker. Are you trying to advance into a shield swordswoman? How, never mind. Yeah, I want to be a shield swordswoman, Madison replied. It wasn't too hard to figure out the direction a person wanted to proceed onto by looking at combat records. So for Shiro to understand, it wasn't too surprising. We don't necessarily need your two friends there. Shiro pointed at the two. It would work out if Madison helped them clear the dungeon, but her two friends weren't needed. What do you mean? Madison asked. We're going to clear the dungeon with you three filling in the numbers. However, to make the run faster, we're going to have you play the part of the main tank, Lyrica as the offense and me as the offensive support. What about us? Madison's friends asked. I don't have a role for you. You can be meat shields if you want. Shiro shrugged. The two were offended but stopped remembering that she's a level 25 ice mage. So as I was typing, Madison, you'll help tank the assassins while Lyrica will kill them. I'll be reducing their reaction speed, so it should be easier for you too. She was initially going to do the dungeon with just her and Lyrica, but knowing that she'll not always be around Lyrica, it would be good if she was able to get some experience working in a party. What better way than to work up in member count? From 3 members, and eventually extending into a full party. As for you two, join if you want. Just don't drag us down. We're not going to drag you down. Just you wait for us to surpass her contributions. They frowned and pointed at Lyrica. Shiro only shrugged as she stood up. In that case, we're going to the Shadow Temple straight away. Get your gear if you don't have it. Shiro typed out as she stood up. What about potions? Don't we need to stock up? Madison asked. I can answer this. Lyrica cut in, not wanting to be left out. Shiro said that low-quality potions in this city have bad effects later on in the line. The best thing to do is let your wounds heal naturally over time. Lyrica replied as Shiro nodded. As Lyrica said, the best thing is to let yourself heal over time. Lyrica may be able to regenerate since she's an elf, and you hardly take damage. However, for us, we can't regenerate. Healing potions or a healer is our best option. Madison replied. Since Lyrica isn't holding them back, her initial anger with her decreased. If that's the case, then you should try to drink as little as possible. Only drink when necessary. Shiro replied, seeing Madison being so cooperative. We'll meet up at the dungeon in 30 minutes. Shiro typed out as Madison agreed and left with her friends. I thought we're supposed to be enemies with her? Lyrica asked, tilting her head slightly. We were, but that doesn't mean we should antagonize each other at every moment. Unless they actively go against me continuously or do something unforgivable. I won't seek out their destruction. Shiro's kinda like a saint then, Lyrica said. Oh please, I'm no saint. I will kill them in the cruelest way possible if they truly anger me. Just ask those scientists. Shiro thought as she remembers the sight of the head scientists after she was done with him. The hero killed the other scientists, but she had the honor of torturing him, opening him up, keeping him alive, a little red carpet of his organs, using the nanobots to eat him from the inside out and making sure he felt everything. What are you smiling about? Lyrica asked, seeing Shiro smile so happily. I just thought of a really good memory. How is that so? Are you able to tell me? Lyrica asked curiously. Maybe next time. When it was time to enter the dungeon, Shiro arrived along with Lyrica. Have you prepared everything? Yeah, I just hope you won't take this too far. The dungeon is roughly 3 to 7 levels higher than us after all, Madison said. Don't worry, the main goal of this dungeon run is to level up. Shiro typed out as Madison nodded. Shiro LVL 25. Ice Mage Lyrica LVL 12. Elven Swordswoman Madison LVL 15. Swordswoman July LVL 13. Mage Carol LVL 14. Swordswoman, seeing everyone in the party, Shiro keyed them into the Shadow Temple and entered without any problems. When their vision cleared, they saw that they were in a dark forest. The trees had no leaves, the ground was bare, and the skies were clouded. There was a long distance till the actual temple, as this was the first test. They had to survive the assassins' onslaughts while they walked towards the temple. I won't talk this time, so either you or Madison take charge. Shiro said Lyrica, as her goal for this expedition was to see how Lyrica developed, either as a strong teammate or a reliable leader. Then I volunteered to be leader, Madison said as Lyrica nodded. Sure, but we'll change roles depending on the situation. Lyrica replied. No problems with me. What about you girls? Madison asked her friends. No problem. I don't mind. Okay, in that case then, I want to get our formation down. Me and Lyrica are in front with July and Shiro behind us. Carol, you cover our backs in case an assassin targets the mages, Madison said. Carol nodded and walked behind the group. Now let's go, Madison said. Shiro could have made a blizzard around them and dulled the assassin's movements. But seeing as though Madison didn't even ask her what her basic abilities were, Shiro decided to hold back on it her now. That being said, her blizzard was a double-sided blade that would have affected her entire party as well. Clang clang. Lyrica blocked 2 daggers with her blade as the party perked up. Let's rush through. The assassins don't enter the temple, Madison said as the party rushed forwards. Madison and Lyrica were the main tankers as they would block the assassins, while Shiro and July were the ones to clear them up. Fireball. July would mutter every time she used the skill. For junior mages, they had to visualize their attack skills. Saying out the name would help them get a better picture. This was due to the fact that the skills they get are more conceptual compared to swordsman skills. They had skills such as Sword Cross, Sword Rush, and Killing Cut, while mages had Tier 1 Ice Magic, Tier 1 Fire Magic, and so on. While the mages had wider selections, they needed to visualize the attack or the power decreases. Shiro only shook her head before flicking her hands and killed an assassin in one go. Due to her needing to memorize the myriad of blueprints for her Nanomancer class, she was used to remembering a lot of things. Simple ice magic and the such were an easy task for her. July gazed at her with her competitive spirit ignited. Feeling the gaze, Shiro only smiled, as a little competitive spirit amongst children were good. Trying to rush through the first trial quickly seemed good at first, but with the amount of assassins increasing, it became harder to progress. The pressure on Lyrica was exceptionally huge as she had to block several assassins at once. This pressure was both good and bad. Good because it was pushing her attack domain closer to maturity. Bad because this was straining her heavily. Shiro could see the sweat drip from her forehead as she was trying her best to protect the party. Madison also knew this, as the rush approach wasn't a good option since their speed wasn't high enough. They were fine in other departments, but they just needed speed. Shiro shook her head as the temperature started to drop. Madison paused, seeing a snowflake drop in front of her. Her arms were getting goosebumps as it was getting colder and colder. The snow increased at a visible pace as they soon realized it was Shiro causing all of this. Raising up her hand, Shiro increased the snow before clutching her fist. The storm expanded as the blizzard howled in their ears. Their bodies shivered as frost could be seen forming on their skins. Hey, Shiro, stop it. You're going to kill us, Madison shouted. Madison, look outside, Lyrica said, pointing outside. The storm was raging as they could barely see past it. There were ice statues for which they could recognize to be the assassins earlier. The only reason why they were freezing up as well was due to the unavoidable side effect of using Shiro's ice and snow magic. She was fine, but they weren't. Even when she did try to let the blizzard avoid their location, the temperature was still dropping significantly. Madison, let Lyrica be leader. Shiro typed out as Madison nodded. Rushing into the fray was an overestimate on her part. She had just assumed that Shiro will help them clear everything, but that wasn't the case. She only helped as much as needed and never more. Just the bare minimum to keep them alive. Lyrica, you take the lead. How would you exit this situation without my help? I would take the time to kill every assassin and secure a resting zone for the moment. Get our stamina back before continuing. Lyrica said as Shiro only smiled. The correct answer would have been to retreat. If they didn't have her, they would have party wiped and died right there. Lyrica, that would have led to everyone dying. Huh, what do you mean? Lyrica was puzzled. Look outside. How many more assassins do you think there are? If not for my blizzard, do you think they'll give you guys room to regain stamina? Shiro asked as Lyrica paused in understanding. If Shiro wasn't here, we wouldn't even have the time to breathe. Entering deeper would only lead to death. Everyone is under-leveled and Shiro is the only high level. Without her, there's no hope. Lyrica thought as she smiled bitterly. The correct answer was we should have left and regrouped a little, right? Lyrica said. Indeed. But since our main goal is to level up, you guys regain your stamina. I haven't killed them yet, just put them into stasis. Shiro typed out as they sat down. After recovering, Shiro waved her hands and the blizzard started to fade away. Kill them now before they unfreeze. Lyrica only nodded as she dashed towards a group of frozen assassins. Twirling the dual-ended poison blade, she smashed two before twisting her body and smashed another one. Madison was shocked seeing how eager Lyrica was to get EXP through killing the assassins. Running to kill an assassin, she didn't want to be left out. Contributions: Shiro, 32% Lyrica, 29% Madison, 18% July, 13% Carol, 8% the loot received from the assassins were distributed, but Shiro didn't get anything useful. None of them were blacksmiths or alchemists, so she just recycled the miscellaneous items. Resting up for a moment, they walked towards the temple at a leisurely pace. The reason why Shiro picked the Shadow Temple for the dungeon to level up Lyrica in was due to the temple in the middle. It is the Shadow Trial Temple. The Shadow Trial Temple gave a few scenarios and challenge to the party entering the temple. If they succeed in the challenges, they were granted a boost in EXP. If completed to a good degree, they were guaranteed a level up. A great degree was roughly a level and a 20% boost into the next level. An amazing degree gave almost 2 levels, and finally, the perfect degree gave a treasure and 2 levels. Naturally, one would think about entering the dungeon when they're higher level to gain more experience. But the challenges increase in difficulty dramatically the higher level you are. Which is why Shiro's main goal was for Lyrica to level up in the temple. There were 5 challenges as each one represented a stat in one status board except for health, strength challenge, mana challenge, speed challenge, dexterity challenge, and defense challenge. Each challenge had a boss one had to defeat in the respective category. This is when it was recommended for one to be a lower level. The lower level you are, the easier the bosses will be and the easier it was to defeat them. When challenging the trials, they'll enter separate rooms and won't see each other's progress. Thankfully, the danger of death didn't appear here as the only dangerous area was the start area. Entering the dungeon, they were greeted with a pit of black fire and 6 challenge doors next to the black fire. The strength door had the carving of a muscular arm. The mana trial had a magic circle. The speed trial had a carving of a pair of boots. Dexterity a pair or hands, and the defense had a shield. Which trial do you want to enter? Shiro asked. Let's do them from left to right. So strength trial first. Lyrica said, pointing at the strength trial. No, I'd say we do the defense trial first. Do it while we aren't fatigued yet. Madison disagreed. Lyrica frowned as she had her own reason to choose strength. If we do strength, we have our full power to complete it. There aren't any guarantees for the defense trial. We should get what we can, while we can. Lyrica argued back. But if we do the defense now, we'll be able to at least complete one of each. While not being able to gain a good result from a single door, we can get a decent result from all the doors. So Madison is more of a person who focuses on the wider goal, while Lyrica is a person who focuses more on a single goal. Shiro thought with interest. That meaning Lyrica is better off being the solo teammate that is highly reliable, while Madison is the leader who focuses on the group status rather than a single person. Shiro, what do you think we should do? Lyrica asked as they couldn't come to an agreement. You want my opinion? Then I would say focus on the single rather than overall. Shiro shrugged. Choosing the overall good was and never will be a task for her. No matter her power, her control, she'll rather focus on those who have her favor. Lyrica being the first one in this world to gain her favor. Che. Madison clicked her tongue in annoyance, while Lyrica beamed happily. Walking up the strength door, they placed their palms on the cold stone. Do you wish to take the strength test of the Shadow Temple? Clicking yes, they were teleported to another room. The light was blinding as Shiro was forced to use her left hand to cover her eyes. When she opened them once more, she found that she was within a medieval castle. Large pillars supported the ceiling as she could see golden chandeliers hanging from the roof. A red carpet was laid out before her, and she wasn't alone. To her left, a beast with 2 pairs of arms, void purple muscles, golden eyes, 2 crescent horns with a scaled spine and tail. To her right, a delicate-looking female with light blue hair, pointed ears, golden eyes, standing at roughly 5 feet 8. She was a beauty. As the first monster to enter the Shadow Temples, you have given permission to attempt the dungeon story, Kingdom Survival. Kingdom Survival? Shiro muttered. Did you say something, my liege? The woman asked as Shiro looked over. Nothing, she replied. Story quest, Kingdom Survival. You are the ruler of the Een Kingdom of the East. To your left is your life companion, the Void Beast. To your right is your servant, failing forces prepared to invade your kingdom as you have to think your way out of this. Story quest. An unfamiliar concept that she had learned about in her time in the school. Certain dungeons contain a story quest where the adventurer is able to partake in the quest. The quests have different objectives as the adventurer had to complete the main one. Doing so will grant the adventurer bountiful rewards, while failing did no harm except for a drop in level. Shiro's mind worked fast as acting awkward could decrease your credibility in the situation. Failing. Can you tell me about the current situation? Shiro said with a stern face. Her appearance was still the same, so it was a little odd due to her tone. However, Failing didn't seem to notice. My liege, we have the Thunder King and his army of 500,000 approaching with an estimated time of 3 days. The Fire Queen with her army of 200,000 in 4 days. The Beast Kingdom with 10,000 strong monsters in 2 days, and the Ocean King blocking out escape through the sea as of this moment. Failing replied. How many capable men do we have? Shiro asked. Currently, we have 100,000 capable warriors ready to lay their lives down for the Een Kingdom. I see. Shiro muttered. Tell me which direction the enemies are coming from. Thunder King from the north, Fire Queen from the east, Beast Kingdom from the west, and the Ocean King from the south. The situation is bad for trying to tough it out. The most dangerous is the Thunder King than the Fire Queen. I need to try turn her favor around with enough firepower to defeat the Thunder King. However, not only do I need my own bargaining chip, but I also need to resolve an issue of why they target this kingdom. Shiro thought. She was able to quickly adapt to the quest as her motto had always been to revolve around being flexible. Failing. Why did they target my kingdom again? This stress has gotten to me. Shiro said, massaging her eyes. My liege, they target us because of your treasure. Did you forget? Do remind me. I have a treasury of items. I don't know each and every one of them. Shiro shrugged. It is an item called the Fabricator. We inject mana and it ejects items. Though the items must be detailed and fully imagined by the user. If a single piece of mistake occurs, the item is destroyed. Fabricator. For something sounding like that, the mana to material conversion has to be small. Therefore, to make the most out of it, I must make something small but powerful. Shiro, though. She had an idea for a weapon to help them out, but whether or not the Fabricator can create it was another problem. Take me to the Fabricator. I want to check something. Shiro said as Failing nodded. Stepping out of the throne room from what it seemed, They walked towards the treasury with the void beast behind them. Curious, Shiro decided to open her status board. Temporary status HP 1 400 000/1 400 000 MP 5 000 000/5 000 000. She frowned a little, seeing her stats as just an HP bar and MP bar. However, if what she planned can be made, then the HP and MP could just be ignored. She wasn't going to fight her way out of a hopeless situation if she could have a hopeful situation. Arriving at the treasury, Fei Ling brought out an orb. The orb itself was colored silver in color, and it was the size of a football. Fabricator, red, can make anything as long as it has the mana and the necessary knowledge. Shiro thought as she decided to test out something. Closing her eyes, she started to imagine a pistol. The frame, the recoil spring, the slider, the barrel, trigger, the hammer, extractor, the loader, the grip, and so on. The visualization of the pistol became clearer as the orb shone with a silver glow. Fei Ling stood by the side as she watched Shiro use the fabricator. Fabrication complete. Product equals simple pistol. MP cost equals 3 million. Opening her eyes once more, Shiro frowned, seeing the insane MP cost. Due to the fact that she was fabricating the pistol out of pure mana, it takes more MP to solidify into a suitable frame. Fei Ling, how much mana are we able to extract from our residents? Shiro asked. I do not know, but definitely above 50 million should we include our fighting force. Though if we were to use them as well, I'm not sure if they can protect the kingdom to their full potential. Fei Ling replied, understanding that Shiro wanted to use their mana. Do we have anything to store that mana if we extract them? If we do, go set up a public donation under the pretense of donating a little mana to help save the kingdom. Shiro ordered. This situation itself seemed fun as Shiro wanted to see if she could truly complete the quest using an unorthodox method. First, she needed a few important parts to this: a reactor, a primer, a compressor, a remote, and the shell. The reactor must be highly reactive, and she needed a compressor to condense down the energy. Getting a general blueprint in her mind, Shiro started to focus on the fabricator. From the inside out, the first part is the core. A hollowed sphere of reactive material, followed by the explosive compressor. Inside the hollowed sphere, I also need to add another distributor to get the reaction needed from the core. Outside of the core, I need more compressors before finally finishing with the receiver, what will help detonate all of this. Shiro thought, closing her eyes. The fabricator glowed a silver light before it recorded the blueprint successfully. Shiro grinned, seeing this. She had no need for an army, no need for complicated relations to survive. Not if she had this on her side as the tipping point for this war. She won't be the one seeking them out, they'll be the one begging her to stop. Fabrication complete. Product equals remotely activated atomic mana pulse bomb. MP cost equals 100 million. Fabrication complete. Product equals remotely activated atomic mana pulse bomb. MP cost equals 100 million. That being said, just relying on this bomb couldn't solve everything. With the insane MP cost, the most she could do is to just set it off once. Forming a relation with the Fire Empress would still be advised. However, just one bomb isn't enough to convince them. She also needed several. The most optimal number would be 2. With 2, they would have the mental thought that she may have another. With that thought implanted, they can't risk it, thus granting her a natural advantage over the relations. First step is to send out a message to the Fire Queen. Ask for a joint operation as the Thunder King is the biggest threat. Suggest to her that I have something to show my power, and she would be collateral if she rejects. Shiro thought, but it'll be a waste to not make the most of my time here. She muttered. Being set in a situation like this could provide her with more opportunities. Martial arts, technological theories, mana manipulation, and most importantly, skills for her ice magic. Since she was focused on nanomancery in her past life, she had no experience with ice magic outside of the rudimentary level. Whilst she did have theories for reaching extreme essences of ice for it to start burning, that was too far down the line that it wouldn't help for the time being. Her current arsenal with the ice was very simple, a field which makes it efficient, spears, pillars, and the such. She was just throwing ice at people rather than using them to the best abilities. Walking around the castle, Shiro tried to look for Fei Ling but paused when she realized an important fact. She was lost. FCK was all she could mutter realizing this. Mustering up mana, Shiro wanted to use ice but realized her mana was that of the shadow attribute. If that's the case then this might work, she muttered as a dark purple mist surrounded her. Walking towards the wall, her body started to flow into the gaps and walked towards the throne room. Seeing the void beast still there, she sighed in relief. Void beast, can you go call Fei Ling for me? Shiro said, not sure if the beast could understand her. Thankfully, it did as it nodded and started to leave. Sitting back onto the throne, Shiro started to plan out her course of action. Stage 1. Gather the needed mana for the atomic mana pulse bomb. Stage 2. Send a messenger to form relations with the Fire Queen. Stage 3. Detonate the bomb in the Thunder King's army to weaken them. This was her plan of action in a nutshell. In between each stage, she would need to work hard to make it a success. You called for me, my liege? Fei Ling said as she bowed. I need your help with a task. I need to send a message to the Fire Queen about a friendly treaty. Also, I want you to help me gather books about the use of ice magic, martial arts, and technological theories. Shiro said as Fei Ling nodded. In which order do you wish that I fulfill these tasks? Help me gather the books first and the public donations. After that, you can send the message to her. Shiro said as Fei Ling nodded. Sitting on the throne, Shiro felt a little idle. She was just waiting for the jobs to be done and not partaken in the jobs themselves. Maybe I should learn some martial arts to improve my close-quarter combat. Shiro muttered as this spare time gave her a moment to think to herself. Closing her eyes, she decided to recount the times she had seen the hero and her party members fight. Their use of recoil, their use of momentum shift, the center of gravity, battle instincts, and finally, force shift. Each and every one of them can help a person dramatically, should they now even just a little. Remembering a routine the fighter of their party once did, Shiro walked off the throne and crouched low. In slow, steady movements, she lifted up her left arm to the height of her head and the right arm in front for the attack. Lock the joints before the attack. Store the kinetic force. Like a gun, hammer out the force in one go. Shiro thought as she slowly reeled her right arm back, moving into a stance with a strong center of gravity. Shiro took a deep breath in and out as her irises narrowed. Punching forward, Shiro used a little too much strength as the momentum carried her body with it a little. She frowned before looking at her hands. My body isn't suited for power combat. I need a counter-force martial art style, preferably one to do with flexibility. She thought. Her current close combat didn't include any styles as she was just barely able to shift her momentum. Her natural advantage would be her instant acceleration, the ability to go from 0 speed to max speed in a single short burst. While she couldn't use the ability to her full S due to the new body, she still remembered the sensation, therefore, making it easier for her. In the time of her musing, Fei Ling returned with a stack of documents. My liege, here are the books you asked for. I found every book regarding to ice magic, technological theories, and the most suitable martial arts manuals for you. Fei Ling said, placing the books down. Thanks. Shiro smiled. It was but a simple task. The letter and the hawk are ready. You may write the details and send it off at any moment you want. Shiro nodded as she picked up the ice magic books. Seeing the contents, she smiled bitterly as the book was a blur. Of course it won't be this easy. Shiro thought as she had another way of getting what she wants. Fei Ling, what martial arts do you use? Shiro asked. I use the Een style phantom arts. Do explain the style to me. I'm rather interested. Shiro said as Fei Ling nodded. The Een style phantom arts are a set of martial arts designed for women. It requires excellent flexibility and counter judgment. The main focus is to not be hit like a phantom while striking a shock through their bodies. When we are hit, we redirect the force in the shape of momentum and strike back at our enemies. However, that is the fail-safe of the Een style phantom arts. We should try to not get hit at all if that is possible. The users of this style are like a phantom, silent yet powerful, without form yet corporeal. Fei Ling replied. Oh, do you think my body suits this type of martial arts? Shiro asked with interest. My liege is a mage, therefore I cannot say. But I believe with enough effort, one can learn anything even if it's just the rudimentary. Fei Ling replied honestly. Very well. Since that is the case, why don't you show me the entire style Phantom Arts? Shiro smiled. Her memory was incredible, so she believes she can remember this style even when she leaves. As Lyrica had previously stated, take advantage of what you can, while you can. Fei Ling nodded as she stepped away and walked to the center of the room. The Phantom Arts revolves around 5 main concepts. First Phantom, Illusionary Phantom. Second Phantom, Speed Phantom. Third Phantom, Counterweight Phantom. Fourth Phantom, Internal Feasting Phantom. Fifth Phantom, the Soul-Stealing Phantom. Fei Ling said as Shiro nodded, recording this into her database. The Illusionary Phantom takes advantage of blind spots and misdirection. You are a mirage, so close yet so far. Shifting her leg a little, Fei Ling raised her arms as she moved in a flowing motion. Before Shiro realized, Fei Ling was already in front of her. Trick the eyes, trick the mind. Strike at the weakness. Second Phantom, Speed Phantom. A set of footwork that focuses on minimal usage for the biggest gain. The constant contraction and the relaxation of your muscles. In a blink of an eye, Fei Ling was already across the room. Third Phantom, Counterweight Phantom. This form focuses on the art of redirection as we primarily use the legs to counter. Fourth Phantom, the Internal Feasting Phantom. We focus our strikes like a needle to damage the weakened body, being the tough outer shell. Fifth Phantom, Soul-Stealing Phantom. Pure attack, no defense. Go for the kill and nothing less. Seeing her demonstrate each of the moves, Shiro made sure to record everything down. A few hours passed in a flash as Fei Ling was patient enough to teach her all the moves. Closing her eyes, Shiro absorbed the knowledge as she thought about combining a few moves with her current arsenal. Fei Ling, let's have a little spar. Shiro said as Fei Ling didn't understand. My liege, you can overwhelm me easily. Why is there a need for a spar? Because I wish to test out what I've learned. Shiro's voice rang out from behind Fei Ling as she shivered. Her guard was dropped for a moment as Shiro had already managed to get behind her using the Illusory Phantom in the most basic form. As you wish, my liege. Fei Ling replied as they separated. They didn't get into any stance as there were no basic stances for the Phantom Arts. They had to flexible and adapt to change. From no stance to every stance. They must not stick to anything like the shape of a phantom, forever changing. First Phantom, Illusionary Phantom. Their body faded for a moment before reappearing in front of each other. Fei Ling was able to continuously get behind Shiro, causing her to frown. Second Phantom, Speed Phantom. Tapping lightly on the ground, Shiro landed on the ceiling before rebounding towards Fei Ling. She casually stepped sideways as she bent her leg towards Shiro. Third Phantom, Counterweight Phantom. Twisting her body, Shiro kicked similarity and redirected Fei Ling's kick. Fei Ling was astonished as she never believed anyone could be able to learn a set of martial arts this well in a few hours. Albeit a little on the rudimentary side, it was nevertheless impressive of her. Fourth Phantom, Internal Feasting Phantom. Shiro narrowed her eyes as she pivoted on her right leg as a central point before striking downwards with her left leg. Fei Ling smiled slightly before stepping back just before the kick hit. The only downside to Shiro would be her lack of reach. Her area of influence was rather short as she had to get close and personal to make the most of her skills. Even though Fei Ling dodged her kick, Shiro didn't mind as she could transition into another attack. Changing the kick into a stomp, Shiro cocked her elbow as force gathered in her arms. Punching forwards, Fei Ling dodged into the fist and almost phased through like a phantom. Tapping Shiro's inner elbow and pushing the fist, Fei Ling redirected the force. TSK. Shiro clicked her tongue as she pivoted on her foot and increased her momentum to kick towards her head. Fei Ling kept her composure as she crouched down and supported her entire both with just her right arm. Placing her left foot behind Shiro's knee, she gently kicked Shiro's torso, forcing her attack away. Flipping backwards, Shiro created some distance as she had a grin on her face. This was the martial arts she wanted. It fit with her fighting style as well due to the high requirements for body control and flexibility. My liege, You are a genius for understanding the rudimentary of the Een-style phantom arts in a short while. However, do keep in mind the weakness of the phantom arts. Our reach, defense, and the overall attacking options. The phantom arts are primarily used for countering, therefore. Unless they are the attacking force, our exhibited power is reduced by a lot. Fei Ling said with a bow. Are you able to write a quick page about the phantom arts? Shiro asked. Indeed, I can. Fei Ling nodded and grabbed a piece of paper before starting to write down the phantom arts. Just a page will do. Shiro reminded as she wanted to see if she could see the contents. Looking at the blurred writing, Shiro could only sigh as this meant that she'll have to develop her proficiency in the phantom arts later. Forget about this. I'll send the letter to the Fire Queen, Shiro said as she sat on the throne and crossed her legs. Writing down the letter, she gave it to Fei Ling to be sent. Time remaining until Ever Army surrounds Een Kingdom. 3 days HAAA. The Fire Queen sighed out. She had flaming red hair and scarlet eyes. Wearing a slightly revealing outfit that accentuated her enormous bust, she sat in her carriage. After the pressure from the Thunder Kingdom, she had no choice but to invade the tiny Een Kingdom. From what she's heard, the ruler was but a little girl. Little she may be, but she was powerful. Honestly, she hated the Thunder King. He was a tyrant, a greedy tyrant who stopped at nothing to gain that of which he wanted. His newest target, the treasure possessed by the Een Kingdom's ruler, the Fabricator, a miracle tool of the red grade that was able to make anything as long as the person had a clear image. But with the current world's knowledge and technology, the best they could do was mass-produce a few weapons and vehicles. It wasn't really anything too amazing, but what the king wanted he shall get. Such a poor little dumpling. The Fire Queen muttered. Knock knock, what is it? She asked. It's a message from the Een Kingdom. From their queen. A servant said. I dare say. You haven't checked the contents, have you? The Fire Queen said, narrowing her eyes. From confidential matters like this, having a servant read the letter would be detrimental. I don't dare, Empress. Amen. The Fire Queen nodded and retrieved the letter. Opening it up, the queen was shocked. Fire Queen, I'm going to keep this short. Would you like to form an alliance with me? We both know the power of the Thunder King being too big for the world. However, recently, I have managed to develop a weapon of mass destruction using the power of the Fabricator. A single use will allow me to wipe out over 200,000 of the Thunder King's men with ease. As a fellow oppressed rulers, I do not wish to involve you in the massacre if I can avoid it. Naturally, you may also choose to ignore my warning and be caught in the collateral. You can think this as a threat. I don't intend to hide that fact. But the simple statement remains. Join and live or ignore and die. Your choice. If you do not believe me, you may see the destruction for yourself in time when the Thunder King arrives. Pray that you aren't too close to the site, or else some collateral damage will affect your army as well. Queen of the Een Kingdom, Shirokek, this little dumpling is rather feisty. Just her writing tells me of her tone. The Fire Empress muttered. Pardon, my Empress? The servant asked. Nothing, you may leave. She waved her hand. For her to adopt an attitude of me, being the one wanting the alliance, could mean a lot of things. But primarily, it doesn't matter if I joined or not. She can probably deal with this with her new weapon. The Empress thought with a serious face. She had to tread carefully. Between Shiro and the Thunder King, she would rather Shiro win as their military power is bigger than Shiro's. However, if Shiro can give out what she promised, then she really couldn't hold a candle Shiro and her kingdom. They'll become the biggest threat. Yet for her to ask for an alliance means there are still complications on her side. She desires this alliance but isn't solo focused on it. A convenient boon if anything. Thus, meaning she doesn't mind using the weapon on me as well. Ha ha ha, I'm guessing she doesn't see this situation as a threat, but merely a playground for her weapon. Another day in her life. The queen chuckled as she examined the attitude Shiro adopted. But this empress doesn't like to be threatened. Should the little dumpling's weapon be not up to standard, she can bet I'll be going after her head. The Fire Queen muttered with a cold glint in her eye. In the end, she didn't mind who comes out victorious. Rather, she didn't mind them weakening each other in the war. The more men they lose, the easier it was for her to overtake either of them in the end. How are the public donations? Shiro asked. Due to the urgency of the situation, many have been very willing to donate all of their mana. With that being said, a lot of our denizens have already migrated due to the current affairs. Our total tally for MP gathers amounts to 43 million. Fei Ling reported. Heis. How far can they even go? If the Thunder King is who you say he is, then he'll rather kill a kingdom than to let a cockroach survive. Running away now is just speeding up their death. Shiro shook her head. But 43 million. The weapon needs 100 million. We have 2 more days at most, which should be barely enough time. As for the maneuvers we have to pull after the weapon drops, we will have to adopt a wait and see approach. She sighed. My liege, to explain to this servant why you believe this weapon is the turning point? Fei Ling asked. What do you think of a moment in your life that you were met with unstoppable power? Under certain circumstances, I should try to run. Fei Ling replied. Now, what if you can't run? I'll try to fight. And the final question, what if you couldn't even fight it? I'll die trying. Fei Ling replied with determination. Indeed, but do you think a tyrant like Thunder King will be the same? I believe he will still fight as he is stubborn. Fei Ling said, unsure as to why Shiro pointed out his strong personality. Naturally. Now, I want you to consider his subjects. Shiro said with a glimmer in her eye. His subjects? You still don't get it. This isn't a fight between kings and individuals, but rather the army. Since he is so oppressive and favors an iron fist, do you think his subjects are truly loyal? Shiro grinned with her eye narrowed. The face which didn't belong to the body of a young child caused Fei Ling to shiver. The faith and anger the people have against the Thunder King is our advantage. Humans don't like to be restrained harshly. It's their natural instinct. When faced against something so terrifying that it breaks their will, they'll try to leave. With Thunder King's attitude, he'll kill the leavers and force them to fight. Shiro explained with a gesture of her open palm. When you give that fear an extra push and douse them with promises and a way out, do you think they'll take that? In other words, a rebellion. Fei Ling muttered, realizing Shiro had already simulated the situation with the description of the Thunder King she had given her. Indeed, the Thunder King would force his subjects to fight, but when I give them that extra ray of hope, I covered his army into my pawns. With his ego and personality, he would never believe something he did was wrong. So this battle will serve as the guillotine to put a crack into his mind. And when the Fire Queen chooses a side due to my weapon, the crack becomes a deadly fissure that will split him in half. Shiro smiled sinisterly as she clenched her fist. A broken king is no opponent, mere trash by the roadside. Killing him then will be a mercy, Shiro said, tilting her head back. But that being said, Fei Ling, a king is a lonely position. No matter how strong you are, there are times when you are tested. A tyrant like the Thunder King has no companions to support his burden. No one he can trust, no one who can help him. He is wary of every subject under him. Who will betray him? Who will stick with him? The constant pressure placed on him tires him out. Fei Ling, will you be my right-hand woman? One who I can trust, one who I can leave my back to, and one who I can call a friend, Shiro said, looking at Fei Ling. Fei Ling kneeled on her right leg as she placed her hand over her heart. To I, Fei Ling, there was no greater honor than to serve you, my liege. But I was wrong. The highest honor would be to accompany a king not as a servant, but as a friend to support his back and share the burden. If I were to be as rude, I indeed wish to become my liege's right-hand woman and friend. Fei Ling said as Shiro smiled. Then please call me liege no more. Call me Shiro, as you are my friend before servant, Shiro said, standing up and placed her hand over Fei Ling's shoulder. Yes, my El Shiro. Fei Ling corrected herself with a smile. Shiro grinned, seeing the change in attitude. Either way, we're playing the waiting game now. Once we collected enough mana, they'll be dancing in my palms. Shiro shrugged. So let's use the rest of these days to improve the Een-style phantom arts. As you wish, Shiro. Shiro, we got 100 million mana now, Fei Ling said, walking into the throne room. She saw Shiro examining the orb as she looked up. Pass me the mana first. Afterwards, keep collecting, Shiro said as Fei Ling nodded. The storage for the mana was a neon green crystal. Shiro grabbed it and saw the information. Extreme mana storage, red, 100, 000, 290/500, 000, 000, oh my. A maximum storage of 500 million. Shiro muttered in surprise. Transferring the 100 million mana to the orb, she returned to Crystal back to Fei Ling. Try to gather as much as you can. We still have a day left until the Thunder King arrives, Shiro said as she nodded. Leaving the throne room, Fei Ling went to continue with the public donations. Fabricator stored MP 125 million in her time of waiting. She would deposit all of her MP into the fabricator. Seeing the 9-digit number, Shiro sighed as it was going to be gone in a few short moments. Remotely activated atomic mana pulse bomb created. 100 million stored MP. Looking at the bomb in her hands, Shiro grinned. The remotely activated atomic mana pulse bomb, or the mana nuke, has enough power to wipe out anything in a radius of 30 miles. Naturally, it won't activate unless primed with the remote. Only after the remote is broken can the bomb be activated using physical force. The best part about the bomb is that it is almost impossible to dodge. The speed of which it sends out the explosive pulse was too fast for most to dodge. Shiro in her prime with nanotech supporting her might be able to barely outrun it. Barely. And that was when she was the strongest in the world. Flicking her hand, Shiro summoned a shadow soldier. Over the course of an entire day, she managed to figure out some of the skills that came with her current abilities. Instructing it to place the bomb roughly 35 miles away from the kingdom, Shiro sent a shadow bird to make sure it was in the correct space. Covering her eye with her right hand, Shiro saw what the bird saw. Go, she said as both the bird and the soldier dashed out the throne room. There was only one day left before the Thunder King's arrival. Crossing her legs, Shiro had a smile on her face, thinking of the surprise she had in stock for him. Kufufufu. The feeling of playing someone around your palm is quite enjoyable, Shiro muttered. Right now she was like Buddha tricking the Monkey King. No matter what the Thunder King did, he would lose. Retreat? Sorry, that just gives her more time to make another bomb. Attack? Sorry, this miss already has a bomb ready for you. Hide. Then I can just bomb your kingdom into submission. The king had to fall someday. Thunder King arrival ETA, 1 day. Standing above the city walls, Shiro narrowed her eyes as she was looking through the shadow bird's vision. The Thunder King's army of 500,000 men stomped in sync as it created quite an intimidating scene. If that bomb is activated through shock, you all will dead by now. But I don't want everyone to be dead. Only 250,000. She thought as the bird started to morph, seeing a clone of Shiro land in front of him. The Thunder King stopped the march. He was a muscular man standing at almost 7 foot tall, hulking physique, yellow hair and yellow eyes. He looked to be around his 30s. Have you come to beg? He sneered, looking at her with disdain. Not as much beg, but rather a warning. Turn back now, and your men may not die a hopeless death. Shiro smiled. Ha 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 ha. Even if you mustered up something with the fabricator, what can you possibly create? The Thunder King grinned as he jumped off his mount and landed in front of Shiro. Due to the high difference, Shiro had to crane her head all the way back as it wasn't comfortable for her at all. Looking at Shiro closely, the Thunder King started to realize her beauty as he paused. He was about to grab her chin and get a closer look when she disappeared. Shiro warned with a cold glare as she was behind his head with a blade to his throat. Kuhuhu, join me as my concubine. I'll let your kingdom live as dowry, the Thunder King said. Shiro narrowed her eyes as she stood up and stepped on his head. Jumped off. She landed safely and started to walk away. I take this as you agree? The Thunder King grinned. HM? Sure, whatever. Shiro said, not even looking back. I didn't think you were such a coward. But this king likes the woman being submissive like they should be. The Thunder King grinned. If Shiro was still a snow girl, the entire battlefield would have been encased in ice from the murderous intent raging inside of her. I'll agree to sign your death contract, Shiro thought as she had already activated the remote. The bomb should be ticking down now. Why don't you BBBBBO? The Fire Empress had increased her pace for the last day, as she wanted to see the so-called weapon of mass destruction. Resting on the top of the mountain with her troops, she had her army survey the surroundings for any enemies. Hee, the little dumpling is brave. She doesn't have a single soldier out. The Fire Queen muttered, seeing the empty battlefield for which the Thunder King arrived at. My Empress, do you really believe the young queen of the Een Kingdom having a powerful weapon? Half and half. Honestly, it's a gamble. For her to have that much confidence that she sees me as a bonus must either mean overconfidence, or that she was telling the truth. For a person to become the ruler, they wouldn't make threats without some backup in place. What if the young queen was really lying this entire time? She wouldn't have told me to watch the destructions then. The Fire Queen smiled. Soon, she saw Shiro and the Thunder King face against each other as she grinned. Kuhahaha, just look at that ridiculous height difference, she said in humor. Standing up, she walked to the edge of the hill they were on and watched in interest. She saw the Thunder King try to grab Shiro's chin but missed, and Shiro was behind his head. Seems like it may just have been a false alarm, the Fire Queen said, seeing no resemblance of a weapon. In that case, ready up, troops. We're going to end the Een Kingdom, the Fire Queen shouted. Yura! Boom boom! Light flashed as the queen and her army were blown backwards with a tremendous shockwave hitting their bodies. Blurg! The Fire Queen spat out blood as she was knocked back the furthest. Urg, what the Hades! She called out as she struggled to her feet. Looking to her right, her pupils shrank in fear. What was half of a hill was reduced to ashes as there was a giant crater between her and the Thunder King's army. It was as if God decided to punch the very earth itself. Nothing was spared. This was her weapon? The Fire Queen muttered in shock. Ha 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 dot ha ha h. No wonder. Why would she even care about me if she had this? The Fire Queen shouted out in insanity and fear. A quarter of her army was eradicated as they were, unfortunately, a little too close. My Empress, are you all right? A servant asked, limping over. All right? Yeah. Why wouldn't I be all right? We're going to kill the Thunder King. Ha ha ha, what is a king to a god? We at least have hope of killing the king, ha. The Fire Queen rambled, almost as if she was crazy. The power Shiro outputted with the bomb was more than anything a mage could do in the world. They just didn't have that kind of power. And yet, she wanted to fight against that. Heh, that should convince the Fire Queen, Shiro muttered as she looked at everything from her shadow birds. The mana nuke could be controlled as she could choose the shape of the blast. She made sure to increase the intensity near the back of the Thunder King's army and the Fire Queen's army. Creating a shadow horse, Shiro dashed towards the remnants of the Thunder King's army. Well, I did warn you, did I not? Shiro said as she saw the Thunder King struggling to stand up. He had bloodshot eyes as his demeanor was like that of a mad beast. Infusing mana to her voice, Shiro made sure the entire army could hear her. Listen up. I did not want this war as it was your tyrant of a king. Should you help me end his reign, I can assure you that I will never turn the weapon against my own subjects. Did you not see my earlier display? I tried to be peaceful, but your king does not appreciate the matter. Now that he had forced my hand, unnecessary casualties have been created. Choose wisely and end this farce. Hearing Shiro, the army stood up slowly as the Thunder King became enraged. All of you, I am your king. Did you forget whose country your families are in? He shouted as it worked to a certain degree. I have no family, a soldier shouted back. Blurg. Whether it was from the comment or the blast, the Thunder King threw up a little mouthful of blood. Shiro held back a laugh as she saw the king's threat fall short. If you choose to surrender and help me end this, king, I can guarantee your family's safety. Fire Queen has come to assist the Een Kingdom. A voice called out as Shiro grinned. Everything was in place, and the king had fallen. You, all of you, die for me, the Thunder King shouted, but Shiro cut him off. Clutching her hand, a shadow blade appeared as it cut right through his neck when he least expected. She was about to speak again to the army when she paused. Looking around, Shiro found herself in a dark space. Scenario complete. Unorthodox method of completion. Calculating results. Thunder King's army would become yours. The Fire Empress comes under you as a servant. The Beast Kingdom ran, and the Ocean Kingdom gave up. Evaluation. Though unorthodox, it was a perfect solution. Out of 4 kingdoms, 2 now serve you, and the other 2 are destroyed. All whilst no casualties on your side. Final rank. S rank completion due to the use of pure force. Rewards, 3 levels, 1 treasure, Shadow Empress title, and 200 free attribute points. Shadow Empress, plus 25% of all stats. Plus 25% stealth when attacking without the enemy locking onto you. Stealth attack, sneak attack, plus 50% critical chance, and plus percent 20 critical damage. Wow, Shiro muttered seeing the rewards, though she understands why it was so rewarding. If it wasn't due to her treasury of blueprints and knowledge, she would have been hard-pressed to do anything. Facing off against a 500,000-strong army with just 100,000 strong wasn't an easy task. Not to mention, the fabricator couldn't record the blueprint of an incomplete item. You had to visualize the ins and outs. An easy task for her, yes. Others? Not so sure. If one were to try form diplomatic relations, it would be hard to gather the support of the other kingdoms due to the sheer power of the Thunder King's army. However, despite all of that, she completed it with a single mana nuke and a small number of mind games. Distributing her attributes, Shiro couldn't but grin. Name, Shiro, week in 5 days, 15 hours, race, Snow Girl, evolution criteria yet to be met, title, Shadow Empress level, 28 class, Snow Girl, Nanomancer Snow Girl, Tier 2 Ice Magic, passive regeneration, blessed by ice, snow magic, faded snow movement, cold aura. Nanomancer, dagger creation, nanotech engineering Tier 1, sword creation. Other, mini-map, inspection, disguise, harden, equipment, lesser fear, equipment, sensory, equipment, mana barrier. With her MP tipping past the 20k mark, her HP was following up closely. It was just a shame that her weakened state remained unchanged. The good news, however, would be that the days she spent in the other quest world took off a little of the timer, thus leaving her with less than 6 days to wait. As for her final prize, it was the treasure. Her heart pounded in anticipation as she tapped the icon. An egg? Shiro thought. The egg was black in color, roughly the size of a school bag, and had purple smoke patterns. Shadow egg, shadow egg? Shiro muttered. Sign life blood contract? Seeing an unfamiliar term, Shiro paused and frowned. Tapping the writing for the term, she saw the description. Life blood contract. Forming a contract with your heart blood, you and the beast are connected deeply. A portion of the beast's skills and power will be shared with you upon maturity. When you die, the beast dies. When the beast dies, you are fine. Well, isn't that a little unfair? Shiro muttered. However, it wasn't her concern. As harsh as it was, she didn't want to die because the beast was road-killed. Pressing yes, Shiro's pupil shrank as she felt like a dagger stabbed into her heart. Wincing slightly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shiro cursed in her mind as the blood splattered over the egg. Absorbing the blood greedily, a dark mist started to flood out as Shiro could see the egg crack little by little. The crack expanded as Shiro saw the contents. It was a bird with black and dark purple feathers. A narrow head, purple eyes, sleek body, and long feathered tail. Seeing the name, Shiro was surprised. When something shows as a question mark, it's either she was too low level to know it, or that she wasn't supposed to know at the moment. The little bird flapped its wings and landed on Shiro's left shoulder. Rubbing its head against hers with affection, it chirped lightly. Cute. She thought seeing the little bird's actions. Hey, little bird. Are you male or female? Shiro asked in humor. Hearing the question, the bird only tilted its head before flapping its wings. Then I'm just going to call you Ian. It sounds like a unisex name. Shiro shrugged but flinched. Oh right, my arm, she muttered. In the time she did the quest, her arm was fixed. Now that it was back to the way it was, Shiro would need to get used to it again. Little Ian, are you able to hide your title? It will bring this miss much trouble, Shiro said, giving the bird's head a little rub. Well, that works. Giving the bird one more playful tap to the beak, Shiro smiled as she looked for an exit. Would you like to leave the resting zone? Tapping yes, Shiro felt her vision shift as she was back in the main hall. She saw that Lyrica and the rest of the party were still doing the last test, so she made an ice chair and sat down. Crossing her legs, she tapped her thigh as the bird hopped over. Shiro couldn't hold the smile back on her face as she played around with the bird. It didn't take too long as the rest of the party came out one by one. Shiro, you've already finished? Lyrica said in surprise. Shiro was about to open her mouth but realized she was mute again. Sighing in annoyance, she pulled out the phone and started to type. Yes, I have. I even got a pet bird out of it. Shiro typed out whilst giving the little bird a little massage. How it's so cute, Lyrica said as she tried to reach out for it. The bird jumped in shock as it dived into the sleeve of Shiro's uniform. Little birdie, I'm not a bad person, Lyrica called out to the bird. However, the bird didn't even peek out as Shiro could feel it shiver in her sleeve. Chuckling lightly, Shiro stood up. Now that we've finished the trials, let's head back. Walking out the temple, Shiro asked another question. So how were your trials? It wasn't too bad. I could have done better though, Lyrica sighed, feeling disappointed with herself. What about you, Madison? Me? Oh, it was all right, Madison replied, feeling surprised that Shiro would ask her as well. The way back was rather stale as they didn't really have anything to talk about. Shiro just played with the bird the entire time. Lyrica looked at the bird, feeling a little jealous. Am I feeling jealous of a bird? Lyrica thought, realizing how petty it was. Shiro only raised an eyebrow, seeing Lyrica's change in emotion. Are you all right? What's on your mind? Shiro asked. Nothing, Lyrica replied, trying to smile it off. Shiro only shook her head. She couldn't baby Lyrica all the time, so if she wanted to figure this out herself, Shiro will let her do just that. If you need help, just tell me. Shiro smiled. Shiro, Lyrica muttered. How the Hades is this one-sided pink aura being created between them? Madison thought. If either Shiro or Lyrica was a guy, then it would make sense. Or just homosexual. Madison thought, looking at Shiro. Her expression was calm and didn't fluctuate at all, while Lyrica, on the other hand, was slightly flustered. She would occasionally look towards Shiro as well. Madison thought as she was getting interested. Leaving the dungeon, Shiro parted ways with them as she wanted to find some food for her bird. Hey, Lyrica, Madison called out as Lyrica stopped. What is it? She asked. So, between you and Shiro. Madison started as Lyrica nodded. What about it? Do you have feelings for her? Madison asked. But rather, it was her first time seeing someone like that, so she was curious. At the mention of having feelings, Lyrica started to imagine certain scenes. Her face became red as she didn't know what to say. And no, we were just really good friends. I still have something to do. Goodbye, Lyrica shouted, running away in a panic. She definitely has feeling for her, Madison thought with a grin. Getting involved in love stories were definitely the most interesting thing for her. Forget fighting, an interesting love story gets her going. Walking around the city, Shiro pulled out an E-rank mana stone. By logic, since she was a monster and 8 mana stones, the bird should eat them too. Poking its head out of her pocket, the bird looked at the stone before turning away. Maybe it doesn't like to eat mana stone? Shiro thought, throwing the E-rank stone in her mouth. After she's leveled up, the E-rank mana stones would no longer fill her up no matter how many she ate. They were like jelly beans that were sweet to the taste but never filled you up unless you ate in disgusting amount. Rubbing her stomach, Shiro could only lament at her hunger since she had a limited amount of D-ranked mana stones. A meal for her cost around $90,000 due to the price of D-ranked mana stones. Even if she were to use her savings, it wouldn't last her more than a few days. This miss is literally shoveling cash into my mouth to feed myself, Shiro muttered with a silent tear. Her stomach was aching for substance, so she could only pull out a D-rank mana stone. The second she pulled it out, the bird looked at it before looking at her. It made a sighing gesture as it grabbed and threw the D-rank stone reluctantly into its mouth. Shiro felt a twitch creeping up on her mouth as she saw the little bird's action. Littleine, that was this Mrs. Meal, okay? You can't just go around stealing it, Shiro said, tapping the bird on the head. She let it be for now as it may grow up to be useful for her. It was a mysterious shadow-type beast pet after all. Not to mention, she also had the lifeblood contract with it. AI, Littleine, you're lucky that this miss here is nice. Or else you be my soup for tonight. Pulling out another D-rank mana stone, Shiro threw it into her mouth. Chewing the stone, Shiro enjoyed the feeling of a full stomach. However, as if learning its lesson, In held out its wings and did a pitiful eye towards Shiro. Fine, here you go. Shiro smiled wearily as she gave it another mana stone. She could always get more in the dungeon, only that it requires a bit more work now that she also has to feed In. In chirped happily as Shiro giggled slightly seeing this. Whilst walking, she saw a crowd of people gathered in the distance. Her curiosity was piqued as she hopped over. There was a stage in the center as different people walked up. Here comes contestant number 20. Will he be able to dodge the arrows and take the number 1 spot? Let us see. An announcer shouted out. The contestant in question waited as 10 pillars rose up around the stage. Breathing deeply, his gaze was focused as he got into a martial art stance with a sturdy center of gravity. Phew, 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 phew. Blunted arrows shot out as he twisted his body to dodge the arrows. Narrowly passing him, the arrows hit a mana barrier that caused the arrow to lose momentum. This protected the spectators as they could watch without any problems. No matter where the man went, the arrows followed. He only managed to survive 33 seconds in the field. Oh, only 33 seconds. Unfortunately, he has not taken the number 1 spot of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Can anyone take this challenge on? With an entry fee of 30 D rank mana stones and a reward of 10 C ranked mana stones. You heard me. 10 C ranked mana stones. On top of that, even if you don't get top place, there are still prizes for top 10 C rank. Shiro's eyes glowed with hunger and greed while In was the same. It was drooling a little from its beak as Shiro wiped it clean. Little In, if I do this, I get 8, you get 2, okay? Shiro said as the bird shook its head. It put 7 feathers up for itself and 3 up for her. Okay, listen here, little In. I'm the one doing the test. So, by rights, more should go to me. The bird made a difficult expression and held up 4 feathers for her and 6 for it. 6 for me and 4 for you most. Non-negotiable. Shiro said bluntly as the bird shook its head. It's that, or we don't do the test at all. That was a lie. She wanted the C-ranked stones so bad. Just thinking of their taste made her appetite increase. Hearing the offer, In wanted to reject but didn't dare to, for was still better than none. Nodding its head reluctantly, it retreated back into her pocket. Chuckling slightly, Shiro looked for what should be the registration area. It was a simple registration area as it had a leaderboard by the side with the top 10 ranks and times. There was quite a big queue as Shiro waited with patience while watching the other contestants. On to contestant number 21. With a flexible build and amazing judgment, can he enter the top 10? The contestant in question was a tall and skinny male around 6 feet 4. Nodding, the man signaled for the test to start. He held the shaft of the arrow and redirected then to another arrow. His eyes moved around constantly to pinpoint the arrows as it made sure the entire area around him was covered. He's using his stats and reaction to simulate an attack domain around him, Shiro thought, seeing the man pinch arrows out of the air and throw them to another arrow. However, that proved to be extremely taxing as sweat was pouring out of him. He's finished, Shiro thought as she turned her attention away. Oh, and he's out. With a time of 1 minute and 14 seconds. He's just outside the top 10. Looking towards the leaderboard, Shiro's only task was to get the 10 mana stones. Therefore, she didn't need to pay attention to anyone else. Rank 1. Ling time. 2 minutes 10 seconds. Naturally, Shiro didn't think she could do this easily. There were people higher level than her attempt this, but what they don't have was her experience. She could easily see all the arrows and react. However, the limiting factors were her arm and physic. This is where the In-style Phantom Arts came in. With the third Phantom, Counterweight Phantom, she would be able to exert her body to its maximum potential without harming her arm too much. Once it was her time to register, the person paused as he looked at Shiro from top to bottom. Pointing at her ice-casted arm, he raised an eyebrow. Don't mind it. Just register me. I have the stones. Shiro typed out. Okay, but I'll need you to sign this contract so that any injuries would not be on our part. The man said as Shiro nodded. Reading through the contract, it was as the man said. Any injuries occurred in this event will be the participants' responsibility and should not hold the organizers accountable. Signing the contract, Shiro walked over to the contestants' tent as she could see a lot of men stretching their bodies. Surprisingly, she also saw a familiar face in the tent. Ah, Shiro. Helion quickly jogged over with a smile. Hi, Helion. Thank you for making my friend's weapon last time. It was very well done. Shiro smiled. Ahaha, don't worry about it. It was a pretty interesting experience for me as well. Helion grinned as he rubbed the back of his head. I got some feedback from my friend if you want to hear it. Shiro smiled. For a blacksmith, hearing feedback from their weapon was greatly appreciated as it helped them understand how well they made their weapon. Oh, feedback? Sure, lay it on me. Hopefully, it wasn't too bad, Helion said, feeling a little nervous. Hopefully, he made a decent impression on the young lady in front of him. She said the balance of the blade was great. Located at the middle of the handle, the balance allowed her to really be flexible with her movements. A great cutting edge and design allowed her to pull out 120% of her strength. She thanks you greatly. Shiro typed out. Phew, that's good to hear. Helion grinned. Also, what happened with your arm? He asked, pointing at her arm. I got injured in a dungeon. It'll take a few days to heal. Nothing major. You should be careful in a dungeon. Though, why don't you just use a potion to heal? Helion asked, confused. I wanted it to heal naturally in case I get permanent damage from the potions. I see. Helion quickly looked for a chair as he pulled it over for her. Here, take a seat. Thank you, Shiro replied, not rejecting his goodwill. Also, just out of pure curiosity, how old are you? The craftsmanship of that blade was very nicely done. Me? I'm 25, almost 26. Helion grinned. Is that so? You look like it, but don't feel like it. The experience you showed was beyond your age. Ha ha ha. Well, my family is a blacksmithing family. Since I told you my age, can you tell me yours? He asked. Sure. I'm 13. Helion was shocked seeing a level 28 age 13. Not to mention, her temperament was way beyond a 13-year-old. Chuckling slightly at his reaction, Shiro typed out another line. Why are you shocked that I'm 13? Well, it's just that when I was younger, I was in love with a girl who looked my age. After playing with her for a year, I confessed to her. Only then did I find out that she was 32 and married. I was 10 back then. Helion sighed, pulling on a chair for himself to sit on. So you feel in love with a 10-year-old looking married woman when you were 10? Shiro typed out, holding back a laugh. I know. Now I don't judge by appearance, but rather by temperament. He shrugged. What age did you think I was then? Shiro asked curiously. I thought you were above your 30s. Helion replied truthfully. 30s? This miss has a young temperament. What do you mean by 30s? Shiro asked, surprised. She had always thought she gave the feeling of a person in her 20s and not her 30s. Well, it's just how you speak, like someone with a tone of experience. Well, type like someone with a lot of experience. Helion said as Shiro thought and agreed. Her age totaled up was definitely above her 30s. Whilst they were talking, another contestant walked up to the stage as he wore nothing but a pair of pants, showing off his ripped body. This one is a veteran, Shiro thought as she could clearly tell the compressed power hiding in that body. Declan LVL 50. Martial artist? Shiro thought, seeing the class. There were times where there would be a different class compared to the base systems. These classes are similar to hidden professions, but are rather taught than discovered. Example being the martial artist class. Her guess was for Declan to have learned martial arts as a child, and when he classed up, he chose martial artists as his class. Interested in his capabilities, Shiro crossed her legs and narrowed her eyes just ever so slightly. Helion, who was beside her, paused, seeing this as he understood this pose. It was the pose she pulled when she observed him make the blades for her friend. A pose which tells people that she's curious or interested. Perhaps it's a habit of hers? He thought. Her aura was creepily calm and silent as she was entirely focused on the thing that interested her. Declan stood in the center as his eyes were deadly focused. Cocking up his arms and legs for maximum explosive potential, he punched out as soon as the arrows were shot towards him. The first hit connected with the side of the arrow, pulling back, He hit another arrow with his elbow. She watched with great interest as his hits were accurate and powerful. Declan was similar to Lyrica. His attack domain was on the verge of forming as he was able to deal with the initial levels easily. However, as the arrows increased in speed, he had to compensate by guessing the directions. This gave him a few close calls, but nothing major. However, to Shiro, it was like watching everything in slow motion. Her eyes were tracking everything with ease, but her body was another question. Seeing and reacting were two different things that were both important. If you can see but can't react, you lose. If you can react but not see, you also lose. The delicate balance between sight and reaction was compulsory for any good fighter. This is what she was seeing in Declan right now. While his sight may not be as good, there was a balance between sight and reaction. As for Shiro, she was like stuffing an F1 race engine in a small family car. The engine was powerful, but the body of the car can't keep up. Force it, and the car breaks. Say Helion. When you see him fend for himself, what do you see? Shiro asked, wanting to get a third-party opinion. What do I see? Well, I see that he's struggling. The arrows are getting closer and closer to him the longer he survives for. Helion said as he was able to track the arrows quite accurately. What else do you see? Shiro asked, wanting to test Helion a little. What else do I see? I see the area around him shrink. I see him locking up his punches for maximum attack. Helion replied, putting his hand on his chin. Shiro smiled hearing the answer. From what she could see from her surroundings, not many people were able to see the detail of Declan locking up his arm. Can you see his mistake? Shiro asked. Mistake? He shouldn't be locking up his arms at this stage of the defense. His task is to survive, not kill. He shouldn't be locking up his arms for that amount of time. During a defense like this, the best thing to do is to try to conserve your stamina. That being said, his endurance is ridiculous. Shiro said as the smaller the attack domain becomes, the more tenacious Declan became. He was sweating bullets, but his eyes were energetic as ever. Hold up. Is he developing a technique right now? Shiro narrowed her eyes as she observed everything. If his main task was to get number 1, he would be conserving stamina. But the longer he goes, the more forces he is using. He was actively pushing his limits higher and higher the more stamina he uses. He was forcing shut his attack domain to make it stronger the closer it got to him. Narrowing her eyes, Shiro had a grin, as it was not often you see a person like Declan. The first layer rotated clockwise, the second anti-clockwise. For any arrow that passes the first layer, they'll be stopped by the second. If it passes the second, it will break due to the colliding forces of both layers. Never mind. It wasn't a mistake, but rather, I was looking at it from the wrong perspective. He is discovering and refining a technique to repel the attacks. In a few short moments, he was able to completely secure the area with a 3/4 of a meter around him. Seeing that he succeeded, he couldn't hold back a grin. Stamping down, he caused a shock wave to spread out as it pushed to the arrows away. I got what I want. You can carry on with your event, he said simply before leaving. So it seems that Declan has forfeited. Therefore, his time shall not be recorded, the announcer shouted out. Shiro and Helion looked at each other. Did he just pay 30D ranked mana stones just to have arrows fired at him? It's either that, or he just wanted to brag and look cool. Helion replied with a huff. Shiro shrugged with a slight giggle hearing Helion's jealousy. Don't worry about it. Since you make weapons, your physic is pretty good. Shiro replied with a smile. Then that I shall do, Helion said as he took his shirt off. His refined physic was in view as Shiro wasn't too surprised. But the shock factor was still there. His muscles had a slight bronze color, as she could tell they were powerful. Helion's number was 29, as he was 3 spots in front of her. When it was his turn, he walked out with his muscles proud. His goal for this was rank 3, C rank materials. He wanted to work with them, so he could complete one of the requirements for his class up. Breathing out, Helion had fire flare up around his body as if he was a warrior of fire. The fire wrapped around his shoulders, arm guards, and neck. His eyes glowed orange as he made a fire war axe. The axe had 2 sides, while one was an axe and the other a hammer. Since this is still my physical ability, it shouldn't be against the rules, right? Helion asked. As long as it isn't an area of effect, then it is fine. The announcer nodded. Then that's good. Helion grinned. Slamming the pommel of the axe into the ground, more fire erupted up as it covered Helion's body. What was half armor was now full armor. Arrows shot towards Helion as he twirled the war axe in his hands and smacked away the arrows with ease. Shiro raised an eyebrow seeing Helion's actions. First off, what he used first was what was known as the elemental true armor. When a person reaches a certain proficiency with their respective elements, they gain an armor with that element. The armor itself takes a lot of MP per second, as Shiro also had her own one with the nanotech. But the drain for the nanotech true armor was ridiculous. Just wearing it for even a split second now will drain her. But the truest surprise for her was how early he managed to unlock the true armor. The normal average of unlocking the elemental true armor was around the late 3rd class. For Helion to get it during his 2nd class up, only genius could be used to describe him. The elemental true armor boosted one's stats along with their perception. Knocking down the arrows is an easy task for Helion right now. Stopping at 1 minute and 50 seconds. Helion took 3rd place. Removing his armor, he turned around and was about to wave to Shiro when an arrow pierced his pants and almost entered a certain hole. PFFFF. Shiro laughed out loud as that arrow could have gone up his rear. Ha 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 ha. Shiro was clutching her stomach as she almost fell off her chair. If it wasn't for the fact that he looked so refreshed having gotten 3rd just to get his rear stabbed, Shiro wouldn't have laughed this badly. Shiro, don't laugh, Helion said, embarrassed. I'm sorry, it's UST2 funny, Shiro typed out with difficulty. It was hard for her to type with her laughing so hard. Helion sighed as he let his guard down a little too much. Now there was a hole in his pants where the arrow struck. Thankfully, there was still a few more contestants before it was Shiro's turn, giving her time to settle down. When it was finally her go, she managed to calm herself down. Sorry about that. It was just a little unexpected. Shiro smiled. Unexpected is putting it easy. Helion sighed. Walking up to the stage, the audience started to mutter about Shiro. An injured kid is trying this? Is she going to be okay? She even got an ice cast on her arm. Is she going to work with just one arm? What a waste of 30D ranked mana stones. I know. How many takeaways can I get with the E rank mana stone? Huh. Shiro only smiled hearing the comments, as it was always fun to prove them wrong. The rules of this survival were simple. No area of effects, no outside help, and when the arrow strikes the torso, you lose. Naturally, this means her cold aura wasn't allowed. However, she took this into account. The main reason as to why she was confident was due to the counterweight phantom together with her observational abilities. Making an ice spear in her hand, Shiro twirled it a little as she got used to using the spear without her right arm. In her prime, Shiro was a master of her dagger attack domain and several other weapon domains. The staff and spear were one of them. Naturally, she couldn't form a domain right now due to 2 reasons. First, her right arm. Without the use of her right arm, she couldn't fully exert the power of her attack domain. The second reason was her body. Due to the different body shape, she had to figure out the best way to use her current body from scratch. Littleine, don't poke your head out, okay? Shiro whispered as she could feel the bird respond positively. Giving the announcer a signal, she focused on the devices firing the arrows. Click, 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 click. Out of the myriad of noises blocking her senses right now, she was able to filter out the mechanisms working in the devices and guess which one fires first. Before it even fired, Shiro crouched low and twirling her spear. The arrow was shot right after, and she caught it with her spear. In-style Phantom Arts, 3rd Phantom, Counterweight Phantom. Giving the spear a light twirl, she redirected the arrow towards the second arrow that fired. Pivoting on her leg, she used the other end of the spear to redirect another arrow. Her mind was working like a machine right now as she put it to overdrive. She was listening out for the machine click, seeing the arrows, reacting and redirecting the arrows, repositioning herself before doing the same thing again. Little did she know, tiny circuitry patterns were showing up in her pupil and hair. However, they were barely visible. To the people watching, they were shocked, speechless. Shiro looked like she was in a dance. With only one arm, She was able to redirect every arrow coming at her from every direction. She didn't do fancy flips or anything like that. She just pivoted on the spot whilst twirling her spear. The ice itself left a slight blue trail behind it due to the speed she was twirling it. Helion sat on his chair in shock. This was the first time he saw her perform, and he knew her experiences were vastly more superior than his. He may be a genius for unlocking the fire elemental true armor, but in an even playing field with Shiro, he would, 100%, get destroyed by her. Mentally counting down, Shiro decided to stop at 3 minutes. Any further, and her body wouldn't be able to keep up with her, even if she did predict a few moments before the arrow was fired. Flicking one of the arrows up, she let it hit her torso gently. The devices stopped as Shiro blocked the remaining arrows. An amazing performance by the young lady Shiro. With an astounding display of precognitive foresight and body control, Shiro was able to deflect arrows into one another. With a final score of 3 minutes and 22 seconds, she defeated the previous score by a whole minute. We still have a few more contestants till the end, so unfortunately, you are not the winner just yet. The announcer called out as Shiro nodded and walked away. Sitting back down, she saw Helion's speechlessness and chuckled. "Are you all right?" she asked. "No, I'm just rethinking my life choices and the fact that I, a level 50, was outperformed by a 13-year-old level 28. Helion muttered, causing Shiro to laugh slightly. If only he knew that I'm only a few weeks old. Shiro thought, but didn't want to break the poor man's pride. There weren't any more changes as Shiro kept her #1 spot. Receiving her 10 C-ranked mana stones, Shiro couldn't hold back the grin and the sparkle in her eyes. "Wow, you must really have wanted those mana stones," Helion said, seeing Shiro about to drool. "Yeah, I did." Shiro typed out as stored away the C-rank mana stones. Keeping 4 out, she put them in her pocket as Ian chirped happily. "Oh, were they snacks for your pet?" Helion asked, seeing Ian. "4 of them were. The rest are for me." Shiro smiled. She wasn't lying, just that they weren't used for any other purpose other than filling her stomach. "How is that so?" Helion nodded in understanding. It wasn't uncommon for people to keep a few mana stones on them, as they never know when they want to commission a weapon or armor to be made. Ian popped his head out the pocket and swallowed one of the finger-sized mana stone in one go. Shiro was surprised how it didn't choke on the stone, but what did she know about monster physiology? Did the little guy just almost catch up to my MP in one go? Shiro thought in shock. "Hey, little Ian, why don't you eat another mana stone to level up again?" Shiro asked. Ian made a painful expression as it pointed at its bloated belly. He wasted the C-ranked mana stone. She thought, realizing this fact. A low-level monster couldn't possibly absorb everything the mana stone gave. Therefore, it was surprising Ian didn't explode into chunks. "Greedy little fellow. I'll confiscate your stones for now, so you don't waste them," Shiro said, storing away the stones. Ian wanted to grab them but was too bloated to move. It was as if Ian transformed into a grenade. To Helion, Shiro fed a stone to Ian, who became bloated. She then opened her mouth a few times before closing them again. "Anyways, I'm going to go back to make a new weapon using my new materials. If you need anything commissioning, just come to me." Helion smiled and patted his chest. "All right, I might need you for something else, but not right now." Shiro smiled. Helion felt excited on the inside, but curbed it once he remembered that she was 13. "Sure, just look for me and I'll help if I can," he said before walking away. Now that she was alone, Shiro decided to explore a little before going home. Before the faction recruitment, she had a few goals in mind. 1. Reach level 30 plus 2. Complete E-rank raid 3. Raise Lyrica's level to 20 plus. These are the 3 tasks she wanted to complete before the faction recruitment. Not only will it give Lyrica the edge in the recruitment, but she will also have a head start. By doing a raid ahead of time, she is able to get a feeling for how the quests are. As for why she wants to reach level 30, it was because she gets her first mini-class up. Since she chose to become a snow girl, she has smaller level-ups that allow her to eventually reach 5S if she wished. The tests are given at level 25, 30, 35, 40 and finally, level 45, which brings up to 5s just before her level 50 class up. Walking back to the Adventurers Guild, Shiro looked for the receptionist. Hi, I'd like to update my status. Shiro smiled. From what she's read, once she classes up into D class, she'll gain access to more missions, raids, commissions, and information access. All right. Can you give me your ID card and place your hand on the crystal, please? The woman said as Shiro nodded. It says here that you registered 2 weeks ago when you were level 20. Is that correct? Shiro nodded as a response since her only free hand was holding the crystal. All right. Done. You're now a level 28 D-ranked adventurer. You now have access to D-rank quests and E-rank raid party leader status. With this, you're able to lead an E-ranked raiding party. The woman said as Shiro nodded. Seeing her updated ID card, Shiro thanked the lady before walking over to a terminal. The terminal was easy to use as she had to scan her ID card to gain access to the quests. There were several types of quests ranging from the easy collection to the hardest raids. One could also find commissions from other cities, but they were extremely dangerous. Clicking on the raiding tab, Shiro searched for an appropriate raid. The list went on as Shiro looked for a suitable one. She needed to make sure the raiding party wasn't too high level due to backstabbers, and that the party wasn't too low either to not party wipe. E-rank raid, Spider's Whispers LVL 20 new party mostly made up of level 20s. Adventurers, 2235s, finding this one to be quite suitable, Shiro decided to apply for this along with a letter. I'm a level 28 ice mage with 20k MP. I want to bring my friend who is a level 15 elven swordswoman. I can guarantee her combat abilities myself, and I will also look after her in the raid. This is to just give her some experience. Shiro sent over as she waited for the reply. After the Shadow Temple, Lyrica managed to level up to 15 by the end of the trip, boosting her stats by a decent amount. Since the raid party request was put up not too long ago, the time to wait for the reply was short. In just a few minutes, Shiro already received a reply. We don't mind that she's a level 15. However, she'll have to take care of herself. Not only does she need to do that, we'll also need to conduct a little test on her if that is fine. Since she needs to that the basic survivability even with you looking after her. We'll also need to sign a contract saying her death is not on us. It'll be on you, as you were the one to bring her to the raid. Seeing the reply, Shiro nodded in understanding. It made sense. Having a level 28 on the team helped a lot and can help boost the survivability, even compensating for a level 15. However, if the level 28 focuses on keeping the level 15 alive, then it may put the entire team in jeopardy. Therefore, a test was needed to make sure the level 15 can survive on their own. Yes, that isn't a problem. Can you give me the time and date of this test? Shiro asked. We'll do the test tomorrow as we are still waiting for people who meet the bill. The time of the test is 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and the venue will be the training facility just down the block of the Adventurers Guild. Can you give us a basic description of you and your friends, as we know who you are tomorrow? My name is Shiro, and my friend is Lyrica. I'm 5'3", black hair and blue eyes. Lyrica is an elf around half a head taller than me. She has blonde hair, green eyes, and a pretty good figure. Okay, see you tomorrow, and we hope your friend can match up to the bare minimum. Since an adventurer like you will be a great asset to our party and help boost the survival rate. Saving the information to her phone, Shiro walked out of the guild. Another thing she wanted to do today was to buy the level up requirements for Lyrica's weapon. Get it to level 15. The requirements needed to level up Lyrica's weapon was 5x E-rank mana stone, 2x LVL 15 sword type. Weapons. The E-rank mana stones were easy. So was the level 15 sword types initially, but due to this city being quite a low-level city, the lower-level equipment had priority. Therefore, what would be an easy weapon to get became hard to get. Walking to the auction house, Shiro smiled remembering how she scammed them last time. Entering the auction house, she walked to one of the terminals and scanned her ID card. Searching up level 15 sword-type weapons. Shiro frowned seeing none being available. Do I have to get Hellion to create them again? She thought. The most important fact was the materials as she didn't know what he needed. Not to mention, he was probably making his C-class weapon with his newly acquired materials. Sighing to herself slightly, she walked over to the blacksmith's area and looked for anything that fit the bill. Level 10 spear, level 12 bow, level 8 dagger, level 20 rapier. There was a myriad of weapons as only a few matched the requirements. Shiro knew that the higher grade the weapon used for upgrade, the better the stat increment. However, due to the fact that her nano growth infuser was just a prototype, white weapons do an okay job while green would do it perfectly. Seeing a level 15 green cleaver, Shiro waited in line. "Can I have that green cleaver?" Shiro asked. "Gimme 100,000 US dollars, and it's yours," the man said as he knew the swords were in demand. "Sure. Give me the crystal and I'll pay." "I've changed my mind. Gimme 150K. The man said, surprised at the fact that she didn't even bat an eye at 100K. Shiro only smiled before looking down on her phone. "No thanks. I'm not that desperate. 100K was me being nice. Since you don't want it, I don't want your sword either." She turned around and started to walk away when the man tried to grab her to make her stop. Dodging out of the way, Shiro looked at the man blandly. "Ahaha, I was wrong. 100K no problem." The man smiled shamelessly. "I gave you the chance and you didn't take it. 50K, take it or leave it." Shiro grinned. The man was about to reject when he realized she might leave for good. The cleaver had been there for a while now. Even if the blades are in demand, a cleaver wasn't the best blade. "Okay, sure. 50,000 US dollars no problem." The man hurriedly pulled out the transaction crystal. Shiro nodded as she transferred 50K over. Storing the sword in her inventory, Shiro walked away calmly. The man thought he got a good deal while really, Shiro was the lucky one. She made sure to put pressure on him by agreeing easily to his first price and left as soon as he changed the price. She made sure her demeanor was unchanged as it put the pressure on him that she'll leave if he hesitated. With that blocking his rational thought, he would only hesitate for a moment before agreeing to her second price. 50K. She smiled to herself as the occasional scam felt good on the inside. Hee, who else to SC persuade next? She thought as she wasn't scamming, just persuading in quick succession. Her next victim was just as short-lived as her first. This time only worse as she managed to persuade the blade off him for only 40K. She was about to head home when she and Helion came face to face again. He had the face of a broken child who had his heart broke. "Are you okay?" Shiro asked. "Why didn't you come to me if you wanted the swords? I would have made you too easily," he said, feeling a little betrayed. "Because I didn't want to bother you. You also had your new materials, so I wanted to see what you did with them first. Not to mention, I'd rather watch you focus and make a masterpiece than to make throwaway trash." Shiro typed out as it was the truth. "Well, it included truths." "I see. Then you should have just told me." Helion shrugged. "Too easy." Shiro thought. "No, that's bad. Don't think like that." Shiro reprimanded herself as it was a bad thought process to have with friends or friends-to-be. "I still need to go back to Lyrica, so I'll commission something next time." Shiro smiled as she bid Helion a farewell. Knock, 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 knocking on Lyrica's door. Shiro waited patiently. "Ah, it's you, Shiro," Lyrica said with a smile as she was excited. However, her face blushed when she remembered what Madison said. "I got a present for you." Shiro smiled as Lyrica welcomed her into the room. "A present? You shouldn't have," Lyrica said, but was jumping for joy on the inside. "You'll be needing it for what we're doing next." Shiro shook her head. "Next? What are we doing next?" Lyrica thought as her face blushed at the thought. What is the girl thinking about? Shiro thought, seeing Lyrica blush a lot recently. "Are you okay? You've been blushing a lot recently," Shiro asked as she placed her palm on her forehead. This caused Lyrica's blush to deepen as she waved her hand frantically. It's fine, nothing really," she said hurriedly. Shiro only furrowed her brows a little before pulling out the two weapons. "Here are 2 level 15 sword-type weapons and 5 E-rank mana stones. You should upgrade your weapons since we're going to be doing an E-ranked raid." Shiro smiled as she leaned back slightly and crossed her legs. "Ah, so that was what you meant," Lyrica muttered with a silent tear falling. She was too focused on the 2 level 15 weapons that she didn't see the E-ranked raid part. "What else did you think I meant?" Shiro asked. "Nothing. Don't mind me." Pulling out her dual-ended poison blades, Lyrica set it down on the ground and grabbed the 2 level 15 weapons. Placing both weapons besides the poison blade, she set up the E-ranked mana stones as a pentagram. Lyrica was following the diagram the system gave her as she was nervous. unsure if it would work since upgrades always had a chance to fail. Shiro only smiled, feeling her worry. Her nano growth infuser was special amongst the tools to make a growth weapon. It had a 100% success rate, the only problem being the initial synchronization. If the weapon rejects the nano growth infuser, then it doesn't matter if the evolution rate was 100% since it couldn't evolve. Tapping upgrade on her screen, Lyrica watched with anticipation. From the poison blades, the handle glowed a blue-silver as metal tendrils slowly crept out from the orb. What the Hades? Lyrica cried out in surprise. She had heard of weapons being upgraded before, but never anything similar to this manner at all. The metal tendrils grabbed both swords as it dug deep into the construction of the blades. The blade itself flaked apart as the nanobots consumed everything with vigor. The 5 E-ranked mana stones started to float upwards as it slowly rotated towards the center handle. Electricity sparked as the metal tendrils started to spread outwards into the blades on either side, reinforcing them. 2 neon blue orbs could be seen on the base of the blades as circuitry patterns expanded from them and coated the entire blade. This small upgrade of 5 levels turned the blade from a mix of metal and monster parts to almost looking like a piece of alien tech. Shiro, Lyrica muttered, seeing the dual-ended blade. Tell me honestly, this isn't a normal upgrade, is it? Lyrica asked. No, it is not. I combined it with something I found in the dungeon from before. With it, I was able to make your weapon a growth-type weapon. Shiro replied, telling her a little of the truth. Ignorance was a bliss, and this was the same. Lyrica was too weak to know about nanobots right now. A single slip of a word, and Lyrica will be having the entire government after her. The appearance can be attested to aesthetic choices. But if Lyrica talked about nanobots, then they could no longer bluff their way out of this situation. Is that so? But what was the item for it to make such a big difference on the weapon? Lyrica asked. I don't know, but it worked. Shiro smiled. Indeed it did. Lyrica nodded. The new stats for the dual-ended poison blades surprised her by how good they were for just a level 15 weapon. Requirements to evolve into LVL 20, 15x E-rank mana stone 2x LVL 20 sword type, weapons. The average sharpness of a level 15 blade was only a plus 15. Even the stat-focused ones had only plus 20. Yet, this weapon was a mix of abilities and still gave her plus 20 in sharpness. So the reason I wanted you to upgrade this blade is because you're taking a test to be on the raiding party of an E-ranked raid. The spider's whisper. Shiro typed out. PFFFF what? Lyrica cried out in shock. She was just a level 15 and Shiro wants her to join a level 20 raid. I'll make sure you don't. Shiro grinned as she tapped Yin's little head. If Yin was a cat, she'll look like a kid version of a mafia boss. But I can't do it. Lyrica sighed. I believe you can. I want to trust in your abilities to cross levels and your hidden proficiency. Shiro encouraged. She believes in me. Lyrica thought as she imagined Shiro saying the sentence. It repeated over and over again in her mind as she felt a strange sense of power rising up in her. I'll do it, Lyrica said as Shiro smiled. There you go. But I want to trade. Lyrica said as Shiro found it reasonable. What do you want? Shiro asked. I want a shopping trip with just me and you. You'll get dressed however I want, is that okay? Lyrica asked, face red. As long as it's nothing lewd. I don't mind. Shiro nodded. Dressing up wasn't a problem for her, though she never did anything similar in her past life. It was just her fighting for survival and strength rather than actually doing thing a girl would do. So this experience would be a fun time for her. All right, let me get changed, Lyrica said as she walked to her closet. She paused and turned around to Shiro. What's up? Shiro asked. Can you look away? Lyrica asked. Sure, I guess. Shiro said as she spun her chair around. Lyrica was acting quite strange as Shiro didn't understand why. Shrugging her left shoulder, she waited patiently for Lyrica to finish. The sound of clothes ruffling could be heard. You can turn around now, Lyrica said as Shiro nodded. Wayo, Shiro muttered as Lyrica looked as if she had a major makeover. Wearing a light green dress decorated with floral patterns, Lyrica had her shoulders exposed. The sleeves of the dress reached her wrist. The front of the dress reached her thigh while the back reached her calves. In addition to this, she wore white stockings and a pair of small brown boots. The entire outfit accentuated her amazing figure as Shiro couldn't help but applaud as a fellow woman. Tying her hair into a ponytail, Lyrica stood there with a red face. "What do you think?" she asked. "It looks nice. Suits you very nicely." Shiro smiled. Hearing the feedback, Lyrica felt joy well up inside her. "Thank you," Lyrica said, holding onto Shiro's hand. Shiro couldn't write anything due to Lyrica grabbing her hands. Sorry." Lyrica let go when she realized Shiro couldn't type. "Don't mind it. But tell me, where are we going to shop? I want something that won't rip mid-fight. It'll be highly distracting." That being said, she still had no idea what her dress was made of. It was the first thing she had when she woke up, and it was indestructible, but the damage still passed through to her. "We'll be going to the civilians area since we just want to get some casual wear." Lyrica smiled and pulled on Shiro's arm. Shiro smiled wearily as she stood up and followed after Lyrica. When they were walking out of the school, Lyrica attracted several eyes as she was showing off her beauty. The other students were speechless seeing two of the most beautiful people in the school walking side by side, especially with Lyrica dressing herself up. To them, Shiro was the type that looked good in anything while Lyrica looked like a gentle breeze on a hot day. Refreshing. Madison only watched with a grin seeing the two. I wonder if Shiro was the one who suggested this or Lyrica. Kuhuhu, she thought with interest. Leaving the school grounds, Lyrica brought Shiro to the shop she liked to visit most often. The shop dealt with dresses, and such as Lyrica had the intention of making Shiro a dress-up doll. "All right. So in trade of me following you to the E-ranked raid, Shiro, I want you to dress in whatever I want you to write?" Lyrica asked. "Yes, that's what I agreed upon." "Then try this on," Lyrica said, grabbing a dress and pushed Shiro towards the changing rooms. Holding the dress, Shiro looked at it in surprise as she shrugged. "All right. If you want me to try anything else on, just grab them now to make it easier," Shiro said as Lyrica nodded. Quickly grabbing a few dresses, she slowly piled up a mountain of clothes. Shiro felt her mouth twitch seeing this many clothes. Does this girl have a fascination about clothes or something? Shiro thought, though the truth was Lyrica being more fascinated about her compared to clothes. The first outfit was a simple one, a dress shirt colored light yellow, a pair of black skin-tight pants that reached around her calves. Walking into the changing rooms, Shiro took off her dress and was about to put it on when she stopped. When they did the experiment on her, they had caused a ton of irreversible scarring on her body. Now that she was reborn, there wasn't a single blemish on her. Smiling lightly, Shiro saw her reflection and felt grateful for a second chance at life. Changing into her outfit, she wore a summer hat and walked out. Lyrica paused seeing Shiro, ignoring that fact that she basically had a block of ice on her arm, which she had no idea how she managed to change with that attached. Shiro was extremely beautiful, almost like a young model. "Amazing," Lyrica called out as she grabbed another outfit for her. Shiro nodded slightly as she took the outfit. It was a red and gold cheapao that exposed a little of her thighs, which she covered with some black stockings. The outfits kept coming as Shiro played along. It was surprisingly fun to spend time like this with her friend. Eventually, they settled with 3 outfits. The first being a snow-white hoodie, short jeans and stockings. The second being a white summer dress and a light blue silk jacket. And finally, the last one was a t-shirt and jeans. Shiro was about to change back into her normal dress when she realized something off in the dressing room. There was a camera that wasn't there previously. Someone must have snuck it in when I was away, Shiro thought. Grabbing the camera, she narrowed her eyes as nanobots formed in her palms. Controlling them to enter the camera, Shiro projected the footage on a small nanoscreen and saw that they recorded nothing. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the face of the assailant. Wiping out all the stored data, Shiro decided to implant a mini trap inside that would cause the camera to explode and send sharp shrapnels at the assailant. There was also the chance of someone else picking it up, so she installed a fingerprint recognizer. As long as it was the same person, the trap will go off. If it wasn't, the trap would lay dormant. Making sure that the camera was disabled, she scanned the room and surroundings to make sure there were no one looking before finally changing again. Perverts, the lot of them, Shiro muttered with a shake of her head. Picking up the 3 outfits, Shiro walked out of the changing rooms. Lyrica, let's go. Shiro typed out as Lyrica nodded. Due to Shiro trying out different outfits, they attracted a small crowd since Shiro herself was a beautiful girl. Reaching the till, Shiro eventually paid for everything since they were more expensive than Lyrica thought. Even though she's been saving up her money from the previous dungeon runs, the expenses of clothes were still above what she could afford. It made sense since the dungeon gave them a lot of money. Even low-level people can just spend a little of their time in a low-level dungeon to make some bucks. Therefore, the prices had to go up accordingly. Halfway through paying, Shiro was sure she heard a faint scream as her eyes were cold. Leaving the store, Lyrica had a satisfied face since she was able to witness Shiro in a lot of different outfits today. Let's go. Shiro called out as today was the day Lyrica had her test to join the raid. Alright, but first, why don't you get changed to something else? I know your outfit now almost never takes damage, but still, wear something else, be more exciting. Lyrica said, pointing at her plain white dress. But this is convenient. Shiro shrugged. Convenient isn't going to cut it. Lyrica said as Shiro sighed and got changed. She decided to mix and match as she went with a white shirt, short jeans, and black stockings. Wearing some black sports trainers, Shiro walked out of her room with Ian perched on her head. PFT. Lyrica laughed, seeing Ian use Shiro's head like a bird's nest. Let's go already. We don't want to be late. Shiro said as Lyrica nodded. Since she was undertaking a test today, she wore some easy-to-move-in jeans and a shirt much like Shiro, but hers were long jeans. Walking out of the school premises, Lyrica noticed how many sides were set on Shiro since she changed her outfit. What if some bad guy tried to pick her up? Actually, Shiro, why don't you just wear the school uniform? Lyrica said, changing her mind. Shiro was speechless. Didn't she just tell her to dress up a little and be more exciting? We're not going back, Lyrica. Come on. Shiro said as Lyrica could only sigh sadly. Walking past the Adventurers Association, Shiro and Lyrica head towards the training center. The training center was massive as it was an underground facility. The first floor consisted of the reception and the terminals to apply for rent a training room underground. The main reason as to why the rooms were designed underground was to avoid the times where people would cause cracks on the ground. Therefore, berserkers and the like get the lowest rooms to make sure they don't damage anything too severely. Walking into the reception, Shiro pulled out her phone and messaged the leader of the raid. I'm at the reception with my friend. Where are you? Excuse me. Are you the one who applied to the Spider's Whisper raid? A voice called out as Shiro looked up. The source of the voice was a grown man with a hulking body build. Jonas LVL 30. Axe Warrior. Yes, I am. I'm mute, so I'll be communicating with my phone. Shiro typed out. Is this a joke? Jonas thought. The girl in front of him was not only a kid, but she was injured on one arm and couldn't speak. Already feeling fatigued, he massaged his eyes. Okay, follow me. We'll be conducting the test, he said as Shiro followed him. Lyrica, what are you waiting for? Come, Shiro said as Lyrica nodded. Entering the elevator, Jonas started to explain the test. There are a few tests that we'll be conducting. The first being close combat since the spiders tend to fight in close quarters. Next is dodging a multitude of ranged attacks, and finally, how she holds up to having both happen at the same time. Jonas said as Lyrica nodded, albeit feeling a little nervous. She was a level 15 doing the recruitment test for a level 20 raid. She could not be nervous. Understanding that Lyrica was feeling nervous, Shiro only smiled slightly and tapped her shoulder. HM? Patting her head, Shiro smiled lightly. I believe in you. Lyrica nodded with a blush, feeling more confident. Also, Shiro, I'll be needed to test you as well, seen as though you're injured, he said as Shiro nodded. She expected this much when she applied. Only people out of their mind would recruit someone injured without knowing their capabilities. Reaching underground floor 13, the three walked out. The design on the floor was simple and sleek with white walls. Shiro only paused slightly as it reminded her a lot of the lab she was taken into. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she continued to follow Jonas. Swiping his ID card on one of the doors, they were greeted with a team of people and equipment within a pretty large room. From just her visual estimates, Shiro guessed that the room was roughly the size of half a football field. This is the original team. Everyone here is either level 20 or 20 plus. They'll be the ones to help conduct your test, Jonas said as Shiro nodded. Shiro wasn't too surprised at the assassin, mage, and swordsman, but she was surprised by the Grand Healer. If she remembered correctly, Grand Healer was a rare class that only a quarter of all healers obtain. For her to be in a small party in this small city was a most definite surprise. The reason Grand Healers were called so was due to their healing capabilities. They were able to cast large area of effects as it would heal a whole team rather than just one or two near them. This was another reason why the Grand Healer were a must-have in large raid. Naturally, one can also go with a normal healer, but they would need a lot more, otherwise they would struggle to heal everyone. The first test is the close quarters combat. We'll be having Paul and Trace attack you while little test dummies would also obstruct you, Jonas said as Lyrica nodded. Walking into the middle of the room, she held out her hand and summoned out the dual-ended poison blades. Wow, that's a pretty intimidating weapon you have there, Paul said as he pulled out 2 daggers. He was a tall and skinny male as he measured up to around 6'5". His hair was blonde and eyes were brown. Don't joke around. This is the recruitment for a raid. We can't have a weak link or we'll die, Trace said, unsheathing a sword. He was slightly shorter than Paul as he was roughly 6'3", black hair and black eyes. Ready, Lyrica said as she twirled the blade around her arms to get warmed up a little. Paul and Trace looked over and Jonas, who nodded as activated 4 spider puppets. Making an ice chair, Shiro sat down and watched with interest. Paul instantly went into stealth as Trace rushed towards Lyrica. Twisting her body, Lyrica swung her blade at him, forcing him to parry with her sword. Paul appeared behind Lyrica ready to attack. Lyrica wasn't unprepared as she pivoted on her foot and twisted the second blade towards Paul. CRR. Sparks flew as the 3 blades collided with each other. One of the spider puppets was about to latch onto Lyrica's leg as she crouched down and jumped up. This forced Paul and Trace's blades away. Stabbing the dual-ended poison blade into the ground, Lyrica put strength into her core and twisted her body. Kicking towards both Paul and Trace, Lyrica showed great flexibility. Whilst supporting her body on the blade, she had enough stability to do a perfect split and kick towards both enemies. Jonas was surprised as he looked over at Shiro. Why does she fight so well for a level 15? He asked. Trade secret. Less asking, more testing, Shiro replied bluntly. Jonas only shrugged as it was up to Shiro if she wanted to tell him or not. Controlling the spider puppets, he made the other 3 jump at Lyrica. After kicking away her enemies, Lyrica had a serious face as she had to not let the 3 puppets touch her. She decided to use one of her newest skills gained when she reached level 15. Readjusting her grip on the handle quickly, Lyrica lowered herself down before twisting her body. The momentum caused her to start spinning slightly, but that slight momentum was enough to activate her next skill, Blade Whirlwind. Her speed instantly picked up as she landed back on her legs and twirled the blade around. The silver and blue light that came from the blades made it seem like a tornado was around her. Pa pa pa. The 3 puppets were knocked away as a gale was picking up. When her blades reached the fastest they could go, Lyrica twisted her body and slashed 3 times in a row, which erupted with blade energy. Trace's pupils shrank as he quickly activated auto-counter on his sword and blocked one of the attacks. Paul twisted his body as he barely dodged the attack since he was further away from Lyrica. I believe she passed the test? Shiro asked with a grin. Indeed she has. Jonas nodded. He wasn't annoyed at the fact that his 2 friends lost, but was in fact relieved since this meant a reliable teammate. Next is the long-range test. Jonas called out as Paul and Trace returned. Sylvia tapped her staff on the ground twice as a green light coated the both of them, healing them instantly. Instant heal. A must-have skill for a 3rd-class healer. The skill itself, while not healing as much as others, heals in one go. Shiro thought, seeing the skill. This test will have several cannons shooting at you, and you must dodge. Jonas called out as Lyrica nodded before pausing. Hold up. Did you just say cannons? She shouted out. No matter how well her hidden proficiency may be, she didn't have the capability to dodge a cannon at close range. Ha ha ha, don't worry. These cannons are simulations of the web shooter spiders. They'll be shooting nets around the speed of which the spiders would shoot their webs. Jonas called out as Lyrica nodded. If that was the case, then she could do it no problem. Seeing her confidence, Shiro only sighed and shook her head. Placing the cannons in place, Jonas looked over at Lyrica, who nodded. Lyrica twirled her blades as she cut towards the nets. Ping! Her blade bounced off the net as she was shocked seeing the toughness of the net before it wrapped around her and secured her in place. Seeing this, Jonas only sighed. Little girl, you were overconfident. The spider's webs are something even level 20s would find a little troublesome. Jonas said as Lyrica only nodded disappointedly. We don't need to do the last. You can at least survive on your own. Just watch out for those webs. Jonas said as Lyrica walked back feeling a little down. Shiro patted her back as Lyrica looked towards her. What is it, Shiro? Lyrica asked. Don't feel so down. Just think of it like this. You're a level 15 who pushed back 2 level 20s. A feat not many can do. Shiro smiled. I suppose you're right. Lyrica nodded. All right. It's your turn now, Shiro. Are you ready? Jonas asked as Shiro nodded. She walked into the center as she had a slight smile on her face. Erika, the fire mage, frowned seeing Shiro not prepare a single spell to be fired. How do you want me to do this? Fight you fist to blade, or finish it in one go? Shiro asked with a smile. Paul and Trace frowned a little seeing her confidence. Another overconfident one. Let's finish this quickly. Paul said as Trace nodded. Finish in one go if you can then. Trace said as Shiro nodded. Her eyes were calm as she had a smile on her face. The temperature started to drop as Shiro did a come at me gesture. Paul went into stealth as Trace dashed towards her. Slashing towards her, Trace signaled Paul to do the same. Couching down, Shiro did a handstand and kicked them both in the groins. This caused both of them to flinch as Shiro expanded her killing intent and used her Tier 2 ice magic to freeze everything around her. CRRR. The fight finished just as quick as it started since Shiro disabled the two. I take it as my victory? Shiro smiled as Jonas shivered slightly. He wasn't sure if he could do any better if he was to fight her. And he was 2 levels higher than her. Yes, you are. We'll do the long-range test now, he said after swallowing his saliva. Shiro only nodded as she first thawed the ice on both Paul and Trace. Waiting for the cannons to fire, Shiro gave her body a light stretch, bam 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 bam, flicking her wrist. 5 iced spikes shot out the ground and knocked away the nets with ease. Why did I even need to test her? Jonas thought. So since you both have passed the test, Shiro passing with flying colors, we'll include you into our raiding party. Jonas said as Shiro nodded. How many people are you lacking right now? I think we're just lacking 3 now, right? Jonas asked his friends. We just need 2 more people to apply for our group, and we'll have everyone. Sylvia replied. All right, the earliest we can do would be today. The latest maybe tomorrow. Jonas said, turning back to the two. Do you want to follow us to get some supplies first then? Jonas asked. If I take Lyrica with me to get supplies, she might get an idea of what's needed in a raid. Sure. All right, we'll go to the shop we normally go to. We'll get a little discount there. Jonas smiled. Lead the way. Walking out of the training facility, they headed towards the alchemists first. Hey Lyrica, where did you learn to use your blade like that? Paul asked. I don't know. When I use my weapon, my body knows what to do instinctively. Lyrica replied, feeling embarrassed. How is that so? Paul cut it out. She'll tell us what she wants us to know. Trace said as Lyrica smiled wearily. Shiro only smiled seeing Lyrica get the attention. Meanwhile, In was taking most of her time since the little bird was more fun to play with than she had thought. Shiro? Erika, the fire mage, asked hesitantly. Yes? I know I shouldn't do this, but how do you cast your spells so quickly? She asked. For Shiro to be able to freeze both Paul and Trace so quickly meant her visualization was extremely good. I just imagine my spell and fire it. Nothing out of the ordinary. I just imagine my mana holding the atoms and stop them from moving. As for you, it'll be using your mana to try speed up the shaking of the atoms, I guess. Shiro shrugged. How do I imagine atoms? What do they look like? I've tried with the images I've seen, but they never work. Hearing this, Shiro paused as in her past life. The technology was slightly more advanced than this world. She could visualize the atom, but it was hard to explain. Just seeing it once can imprint an image into your mind, but describing it was another matter. I don't know how to describe it, but I suppose if anything, you should train your mind. Multitask and keep your brain under stress to keep it working. Can you explain further? It's like this. Imagine having a bunch of arrows fire at you from 360 degrees. Now, I want you to single out the fastest one and fire a fireball at it. While you're thinking about your fireball, I want you to single out the second fastest and fire a second fireball. Understand? Shiro typed out. Naturally, being able to think that quickly required some talent. This was another strange aspect of her reincarnation. Most of her body's specs were the same. The brain's processing speed, the hand-eye coordination, the instant acceleration from no speed to max. It's as if this body was modeled after her first life. The abnormal brain process and senses were strange. I don't get it. Shiro paused for a second as she had another idea. Imagine this. If you play a game with lots of fast-appearing targets, you have to single out those targets while planning for the next one. Shiro typed out. I know what you're trying to say, but I just don't know how to. My mind can't think two things at once. Erika sighed as Shiro shrugged. Split thoughts were hard to do, normally, never mind in combat. Therefore, it wasn't odd for Erika to struggle. Thankfully, they reached the store so it didn't get awkward. Walking inside the store, they walked straight to the counter. Ted, I'm here to get some supplies again, Jonas shouted out. Coming. A voice called back. Soon they saw the person as he was an obese bald man. Ted LVL 40. Alchemist, what supplies do you want this time? Ted asked. We want some antidotes, some HP, some MP, reinforcement, berserk, bulwark, frenzy, and some fear-resistant potions, please. Enough for a party of 35. Jonas listed out. Hey Shiro, do you know what potions they are? I don't buy potions often, so I don't know. Lyrica whispered over. Antidotes, HP, and MP are self-explanatory. Reinforcement increases defense by 20% for a long time. Berserk increases attack by 10% and attack speed by 10%. Bulwark reduce incoming damage by 25% for 5 hits. Frenzy increases attack speed by 30%, and fear resistance is self-explanatory. Shiro typed out from memory. I see, but don't we have healers and supports for those? We do, but potions and buffs can stack. With potions, you'll be able to increase your power output by a wide margin to guarantee your safety a little better. What would you rather have? A singular buff or 2 stacked together? 2. Then you have your answer. Shiro smiled. Jonas paid for the items as he handed a set to both Shiro and Lyrica. When the time comes, we'll call out which potions to use. If you can, try to use the HP potions so the strain on Sylvia isn't as big. Jonas said as Shiro nodded. She wasn't planning on using any of the potions since she can handle herself. Lyrica, on the other hand, listen to Jonas. Use the HP potion when you can. Shiro typed out. But I thought you told me to not drink them if I could help it. Lyrica asked. Yes. However, this is a raid. We can't be stringent about our intake. Not to mention, if you die, you can't worry about future side effects. So if use the potion when you can in this raid. All right. Lyrica nodded as she trusted Shiro. We just got news. The raiding party is filled. We can go to the raid today. Jonas said as he looked up from his phone. Right now? Shiro asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, not right now. Rather tomorrow, so I can give the other recruits a chance at arriving. Jonas chuckled. Well, in that case, then can you tell me what time and where? We'll meet up at 10 a.m. outside of the raid dungeon. Would that be okay? Jonas asked. Shiro nodded as it wasn't too difficult for her. Then we'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Leaving the store with Lyrica, Shiro turned to her and typed something on her phone. Are you able to tell me the main points one must take notice of when attempting a raid? Shiro asked. I need to make sure the party is high level. I need supplies and info about the raid? Lyrica asked, unsure. Almost. When you look for a raid party, make sure the party leader isn't too high-leveled. Make sure he or she is within your range. This makes it so that you're able to defend yourself if they backstab. Next, as you said, you need supplies. But what supplies? You need spare weapons and potions. Weapons break often in a raid, so you need spares. However, your blade right now will fit the bill for this raid. Shiro smiled. From what I've found, the Spider's Whisper is made up of a series of bosses and puzzles. 3 bosses, 3 challenges, and a final boss. Each of the bosses are large-scale bosses with the raid boss title. We'll need to make sure that we are actually able to deliver a final crushing blow, or else the fight will never end. Therefore, one must know where our attack lies. If we cannot give them a killing blow, they will stay at 1 HP the entire time. And that's where the D ranks come in, right? Yep, D ranks like me, Jonas, and Erica are responsible to try deal the killing blow. Shiro nodded. Is there anything else I need to think about? Shiro thought about what she's already told Lyrica. Don't touch anything carelessly. You don't know if it's a trap. All right. So in a nutshell, just follow me and don't touch anything carelessly. I thought so. Arriving at the location, Lyrica was surprised at the sheer amount of people preparing for the raid. There were people who had set up a mini tent and rested. Others were doing some light spars. Hey, you made it. Jonas smiled as he waved to them. Yeah, it wasn't too hard to miss the giant crowd of people standing around here. I suppose so, haha. We're just waiting for a few others. Why don't you walk around for a bit? Get to know your teammates a little. Jonas suggested. Shiro nodded before walking away with Lyrica. However, she didn't look for anyone, mostly due to the fact that it was pointless. Trying to understand each other within such a small time frame didn't do much. It was like a student crunching to revise for a test 10 minutes before the test. Useless struggle. Looking for a chair or something similar to sit on, Shiro and Lyrica had a mini-tour around the camp. This aroused some whispers as Shiro was injured and Lyrica was only a level 15. Whilst walking, a tall woman blocked their way as her face was annoyed. Why are brats like you joining the raid? Stay at school or something. Don't put us all in danger, she said with a frown. We won't hold back the team, don't worry. We already passed the test the leader set, Shiro replied, hoping to not bear any hostility. Fighting in a team was a no-go in a raid. The discord set in the team could potentially kill everyone due to hesitation to work together. You passed the test? Maybe, but don't tell me that level 15 friend of yours also passed the test. She pointed at Lyrica. She did indeed. Do you have a problem with that? If so, ask the leader and not complain to us. Shiro shrugged. She wasn't going to show hostility, but it doesn't mean she likes to be pushed around. This caused the woman to frown as she walked away towards the leader. Shiro, I don't think this was a good idea, Lyrica said worriedly. Don't worry about it. This is common since no one wants to die. Jonas hit a metal plate 3 times to gain everyone's attention. So I know there are a few complaints of having Shiro and Lyrica join this raid, but I can assure you that their capabilities are real. A good way for you guys is to see for yourself. Jonas shouted out. We'll do a tester first. See how we are in the first challenge and first boss. If it's a struggle, then we'll stop early since there's no point continuing to our deaths. He continued. The raid party talked for a little while as they eventually agreed. Thanks. Shiro thanked Jonas as this would help quite a bit. Displaying the abilities to match the talking was the best way to prove yourself. With the first challenge and first boss being used as testers, it would be easy to show off their overall potential. It took the last few adventurers 20 minutes to arrive as Jonas frowned at their tardiness. Sorry, I was in a traffic jam, was their excuse. Jonas could only sigh in annoyance as he added everyone into a raid party. The highest level in the raid party was Jonas being at level 30, followed by Sylvia at level 30 and Shiro at level 28. The lowest was naturally Lyrica, being at level 15. Entering the dungeon raid, they were welcomed by a ghastly sight. The location was that of a ruined city coated with webs and nests-like structures. This is just the appetizer. We'll need to fight through a horde whilst we go to the main raid. Points to look out for. Webs. Just webs since there will be shooters on the walls. Either kill them fast or dodge their attacks, got it? Jonas shouted out. I take that silence as a yes. Tankers take the front, healers in the middle with mages. Everyone else spread out. Let's go. He shouted as they charged forwards. Krrrr. An echoing cry rang out as they could see spiders crawling out of the windows of the buildings, out of the ground and from the bins. Each of the spiders was the size of a human baby and had a dark purple armor, several pairs of neon red eyes that glowed ominously, and a hairy armored abdominal area. Dark Spider Drone LVL-15 Eura. Several tanks used taunting shout as it attracted the aggro of the spiders. Their eyes gleamed red as they swarmed at the tanks. Mages! Fire! Jonas shouted out, blocking the strike of a spider. Few fireballs shot out in volleys as Shiro also threw a few spears. The spears exploded out in mid-air as it rained shards of sharpened ice. Keeping an eye out for the shooters, Shiro made sure to conserve her MP, especially since her identity will be discovered when her MP runs out. Lyrica helped out as she would stab at the spider drones through the gap of the shields. Even though her sword was sharp, it would leave only a scratch should she hit in the wrong area. This was made even more difficult since she had less space to move around with the tankers in front of her. Shooters inbound! Jonas shouted out. Shiro immediately turned her attention to the distance as she found the shooters. They were colored red and had a much bigger abdominal area. Spider artillery LVL-21, 2, 3, 4. Shiro counted mentally as she realized there were more than 13 shooters crawling towards their general direction. Flicking her wrist, 10 ice spears rose up around her as she sent them flying towards the spiders. She made sure each spider had 2 spears assigned to it. The first spear would pierce the head while the second pierced the weapon joint between the abdominal area and the torso. Boom, 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 her spears combusted after killing the spiders, sending shards of ice to the surrounding drones. While she killed 5 of the spider artillery, the other mages weren't idle either since they killed the other 8 that was aiming at them. Shiro only frowned a little since the spiders came very close to shooting their web. If they did, they would need to dodge, or she'll be forced to smack the web out of the air. CRRRR, the ground rumbled as more heavily armored spiders started to roll out from their burrow. Spider tanks LVL-20 healers. Mass heal. Mages and damage dealers. Shred those tankers first. We'll hold back the drones. Understanding that the tankers were priority, the mages turned their attention over. Shiro frowned as she couldn't use any of her large-scale attacks without affecting the raid party. Reducing their reaction due to the coldness would be detrimental. Shaking her head, she decided to focus on the shooters and drones. Suddenly feeling killing intent, Shiro whipped her head around and shot an ice spear towards the healers. One of the healers screamed, drawing their attention. Clutching her fist, Shiro shattered the spiders into pieces before turning back to the shooters that were about to shoot. Throwing 4 more spears, she killed 2 whilst the last one slammed its legs down into the building and shot out a massive ball of web. Web inbound. Either break it or dodge it, Jonas shouted out. Shiro frowned as the web was much larger than she had thought. They definitely can't dodge this, Shiro thought with a frown. The web was too big and fast for them to dodge. Glancing over at her MP, Shiro decided to bite the bullet and pulled out an MP potion. Mana gathered in her hands as she spread out her cold aura. The ground started to freeze up slightly as she focused on the web. Raising up her hand, a giant ice pillar erupted out from the side of a building as it knocked the web away. The party was speechless seeing the sheer size of the pillar as Shiro quickly drank the MP potion to recover her mana. She wanted to keep her MP above 50% at all times just in case anything happens, such as backstabbing. Nice, Shiro. Everyone, kill the tankers, Jonas shouted out. Seeing as though the field was slightly frozen over, some of the adventurers had some problems with their foothold, so Shiro quickly crouched down and thawed all the ice. The battle continued with a few close calls with assassins and shooters, but they managed to survive the first challenge. Sitting down to rest, the healers healed the party. So how was it? Shiro asked Lyrica with a smile. How was what? She replied between pants. During the entire time, she was fighting non-stop as she needed to pull her own weight. The experience so far, with the shooters, the tanks, and the assassins. Oh, then it's hard. It's stressful and tense, Lyrica replied, getting a towel to wipe her sweat. Then everything is okay. I would be more inclined to worry if it's easy since it makes a person lower their guard, Shiro said as Lyrica nodded. She too understood this fact. Alright, let's have a little discussion about the boss. The next boss is called the Spider Tyrant. His main weapons are his physical attacks and speed. I want the healers to focus on us tankers since we could be heavily injured at any moment, Jonas said as they nodded. The weakness of the spider tyrant lies in its weak underbelly and thin joints. Damage dealers, I want you to focus on these spots. But the spinneret of the spider is also a weakness. Shiro thought. The spinneret of the spider is where they shoot their webs. Naturally, this means an easy hole to strike at their internals. Lyrica paused, seeing Shiro's expression. It was the same one she pulled when she asked her to attack the serpent's ace, or the cloaca. Shiro, you shouldn't strike at the spiders. Rear this time. It might overwrite the aggro the tanks get and disrupted the raid team. Lyrica warned. Che. Shiro clicked her tongue, seeing the missed opportunity. Don't feel like it's a shame, huh? Lyrica thought. Fine. I guess I'll have to do this fight normally then. Shiro sighed. Pulling Ian from her pockets, she fed him a D-ranked mana stone as she too was feeling a little hungry. Making sure that no one saw her, she popped a stone into her mouth and started to chew. What are you eating, Shiro? Lyrica asked, seeing Shiro chew on something. Just a sweet I had. Unfortunately, it was the last one. Shame. The resting period was soon over as the team walked carefully towards the entrance of the burrow. Guarding the entrance, the spider tyrant could be seen. It was around 7 meters long, 3 meters tall and 4 meters wide. It had razor-sharp teeth, purple armor with red highlights, 4 pairs of legs each looking sharper than the other, and eyes all over its body. Spider Tyrant LVL 20, Raid Boss HP 500, 000/500, 000 MP 750, 000/750, 000 Aim at the eyes. Don't draw too much of the aggro. Healers focus on the tanks like we discussed, and we can win this easily, Jonas said as he and the group of tanks charged forwards. HAA. They used their respective aggro skills as the damage dealers were nervous. If they accidentally drew the aggro, they would be gone in an instant. Drink your bulwark potions, Jonas shouted out to the tanks. CING. Blocking initial thrust of the spider tyrant, Jonas grabbed onto the leg as his muscles bulged. Ha! He shouted as chipped the razor edge of that leg. CRRKKKKK. The spider tyrant cried out in anger as it opened its mouth. Tankers! He shouted as 3 tankers dashed in front of him and used shield wall. The spider tyrant spat out acid as it hit a translucent barrier. SK. Shiro clicker her tongue as she saw the acid fly around. The acid could easily fall onto someone, causing them serious damage. Stomping down, she created an ice pillar that touched the acid and froze it entirely. Thawing her ice, Shiro made an irritated face and gestured towards the spider. Spread out from the tankers. Damage dealers attack. Jonas shouted out, understanding her annoyance of area of effect. Shiro and Lyrica nodded at each other as they dashed towards the back of the spider. Crouching down, Shiro started to construct a ramp as Lyrica started to run up the ramp. Jumping up, Lyrica twisted her body as she slashed at 2 of the eyes. CRR. The slash only left a shallow mark as the eyes were mostly unharmed. Flicking her wrist, Shiro made another ramp as it caught Lyrica. The spider was furious as one of the legs shot towards her. Clutching her fist, Shiro created a rotational dome around Lyrica and deflected the leg off. Using the momentum from the rotational dome, Shiro created a blade as it slashed towards the leg with increased power. Bang! The blade smashed against the leg, causing a wide fracture to run along the armor. That armor's annoyingly tough, Shiro thought with a frown. Thanks, Shiro, Lyrica said as she landed next to her. Shiro nodded as she wanted to give the eyes a stab. Crouching down, she made an ice pillar under her as she jumped towards the back of the spider. Forming 5 ice spears around her, she launched them towards one of the eyes as they fused together to one before stabbing towards the eye. Pushi! The spear stabbed deeply into the eyes as the spider tyrant cranked its body back and cried out from the pain. Flicking her wrist, Shiro made ramp from the buildings, cushioning her landing. Breathing out heavily, she frowned at her right arm since her maneuver just then pushed the limits of her flexibility just then. Bomb it! Jonas shouted as the tanks had secured the aggro. Now they just needed to bomb it until it only had 1 HP and deal a fatal blow. Opening her palms, Shiro created a nanocraft needle and inserted it in an ice spike. throwing the spike into the previous wound. Her eyes grew cold as she activated needle. But when it enters the body, it was another matter in itself. Nanocraft Needle LVL25, blue, plus 10 Pierce skill. Consume. Use mana to multiply the amount of nanobots present and consume materials near it. The harder the material, the more MP it takes. MP 10,000/10,000. She had the idea for this when first saw the nanobots consume everything near it in order to make a certain item. If she wanted to make a pillar in a wall, the nanobots will devour a portion of the wall to make room for the pillar. Therefore, using the same function, she crafted this needle that wasn't like her other weapons. Clutching her hands, she activated the skill. CKKKKRRR. The spider writhed around, feeling itself get eaten from the inside out. Landing back on the ground, Shiro put another mana potion into her mouth. Full. Breathing out slightly, she watched her MP get refilled. Seeing that everything was in control now, she decided to take the back lines and only attack once every so often. Though she would use her ice to give Lyrica as many opportunities to attack and gain contribution. The entire fight lasted 30 minutes as they finally got it to 1 HP. Unfortunately, Jonas lacked the stamina to deal it one final blow. Is this really how it ends? He muttered with gritted teeth. Their teamwork wasn't flawless, but no one died. That was the best news. However, it would all be for naught if they couldn't even kill the boss. Shiro, do you have anything to give the beast a final blow? He shouted out, parrying a stab. I guess it's not too hard. Shiro thought, keeping an eye on her mana. I can, but I'm going to need a few buffs and MP regen. Shiro typed out as she showed it to him. Sylvia, buff Shiro up. Jonas shouted out as the faster they kill this spider, tyrant the better. Sylvia nodded as she slammed her staff into the ground. On my authority as a grand healer, cast down and empower. Sylvia chanted as a magic circle lit up below Shiro. Blessing of Empowerment. Plus 10% status for 30 seconds. MP regen plus 100%. Shiro was surprised to see Sylvia having Blessing of Empowerment on top of her Grand Healer class. She was about to attack when Jonas stopped her. Sylvia isn't done yet. He smiled. Strength of the mighty, speed of the quick, magic of the unknown. Try status boost plus 15%, STR plus 15%, SPD plus 15%. Why didn't she use this earlier? Shiro thought, seeing these buffs. They weren't something a grand healer should have unless she studied buffs relentlessly and improved her mana control. I know what you're thinking, but Sylvia can't use these often. Jonas shook his head. Shrugging her shoulders, Shiro dashed forwards. Tanks fall back. Jonas called out as he knew Shiro's capabilities. Her large attacks will cause her own teammates danger as they couldn't avoid it. Spreading out her cold aura, Shiro expended her mana to increase the freezing potential. CRRR. Ice started to build up around the area as the adventurers started to shiver. Flicking her wrist, snow started to fall as the area around the spider tyrant became a blizzard. Style Phantom Arts, Second Phantom, Speed Phantom. Dashing around the back of the spider tyrant, Shiro jumped up and was able to get a clear shot of it from above. Snow started to wrap around her arm as a giant ice sword was being made. Making a foothold for herself, Shiro made sure it moved as to not put the entire weight of the sword on her body. Style Phantom Arts, Third Phantom, Counterweight Phantom. Her tiny body shifted as the momentum of the sword swung towards the head of the spider. Letting go of the sword, Shiro jumped up and flicked her wrist one last time. Her ice tendrils shot out of the ground as they grabbed onto the handle of the sword and slashed it downwards, increasing the momentum further. Boom! The sword slammed into the weak joint of the head and decapitated the spider tyrant. We did it! Someone shouted as everyone cheered at the downed corpse of the spider tyrant. Someone find the mana stone. Jonas shouted as he sat down. For raid bosses like this, they had a certain amount of time to collect the mana stone before the body would automatically collect itself. As for Shiro, she was slowly descending as to not hurt her arm. The harvest isn't too bad. Shiro thought, as the contributions both she and Lyrica made were decent. She had a contribution of 15% while Lyrica had 5%. Landing softly, She walked over to the fatigued Sylvia. Thank you for the buffs. Shiro smiled. I don't worry about it. Sylvia replied. May I know where you learned to use the buffs? I didn't learn from anywhere. I studied text by myself. Are you in this party permanently? Shiro asked. She was planning on making a party to go raiding, and a talent like Sylvia couldn't be let up on. Shiro, are you trying to poach my teammate? Ha ha ha. Jonas laughed as he walked over. Half and half. Having her help out at times would make things easier. Shiro shrugged, not denying this fact. I'm afraid I'm in this party for good. Sylvia smiled. Shame. But if I need your help in a dungeon run and raid, may I ask for your assistance? We'll see. I'll have to charge you for my services, thought. Sylvia giggled. Naturally. Shiro nodded in understanding. Leaving the duo, she walked back to Lyrica. How do you feel about this fight? A little tough, I won't lie. The defense of that thing was crazy strong. Lyrica sighed. Well, it isn't a raid boss for nothing. With bosses like this, you need to have a lot of patience. On top of that, you need to be able to judge the timings. When you can slip in another attack, or when you need to back out. Shiro smiled. You sound like you've done raids a lot. Lyrica said. I suppose you can say that. When I think about raids and the such, information just floods to my head. Shiro smiled. Mysterious. As mysterious as a 13-year-old level 28 can be, I guess. Shiro shrugged. Waiting for a little while, they managed to find the stone and the corpse dispersed. Her loot from the boss was a piece of armor, a weapon, and money. The basics. Scrapping both, Shiro looked over at Lyrica and realized she leveled up. What did you get? Shiro asked. I got a level 20 sword. I can use it as one of the ingredients to evolve my blade. She replied. Hold on to it for now. It might come in handy later. Shiro smiled. As everyone rested, Jonas explained the next section. Seen as though we can deal with the bosses without a problem. We'll continue this fight. The next area is the maze. There are several traps and false entrances. The maze resets with every dungeon raid, so we don't know the exact outline. But we are able to know the general path since the maze follows a rough outline. He then proceeded to talk about the path as it involved using several levers to open doors and progressing through them. There are a total of 10 chests, but 7 are fake. We aren't going to attempt to get them since our main goal is to get the bosses. Is that clear? Jonas shouted out. Yes, they replied. They knew the danger of carelessly picking a chest as it could lead to the entire party dying. That was a thing no one wanted. After they finished discussing the plan, everyone gathered together as they entered the burrow. The eerie silence freaked Lyrica out a bit as she held onto Shiro. Here's the first divergent. The pattern shows that the lever would be at the end of the right path 70% of the time, so we'll enter there first. If there isn't a lever, we'll backtrack, he said as the team followed. As they progressed with the maze, Shiro mentally mapped the entire area. The maze so far was like an ant's hive, cross-sections, false paths, levels, and the such made it hard to traverse in a short amount of time. It was only after 2 hours did they exit out the maze without harm. What welcomed them was a kingdom. Giant luminescent rocks glowed overhead as it gave the area an ominous purple-blue glow. Webs and eggs were scattered everywhere as they could see a building, somewhat resembling that of a palace. Between the palace and them, there was a huge ravine where nothing could be seen at the bottom. In front of that ravine, a platform could be seen with 3 crystals in 3 different locations. The crystals were huge as it was hard to miss. Spiders swarmed around the crystals as there were openings for more spiders to come. The next bosses are in there. But first, we'll have to open the gates for the boss. We'll need to defend 3 crystals in 3 directions. We'll assign 10 people at each crystal and 5 in the middle. The job of the 5 is to try thin out the herd. But the most important is to shout out the location of the spider knight. When you see the knight, you must call out its location and which crystal it's heading towards. Jonas said as he made sure everyone understood. When we know the direction of the spider knight, 2 people from each crystal must go to it along with the 5 in the middle. This leaves us with 8 people on 2 crystals, no one in the middle, and 19 people focusing on the spider knight. The 19 people focusing on the knight must kill him before he reaches the crystal. Once he's dead, we must grab his head and run to the center. The head will then glow brightly as the carrier must stand still for a whole minute. In this time, every spider is aggroed to him, so we need to defend him. Similar to last time, 2 people from each crystal must go and help him. This gives us 11 people protecting the carrier. After the minute has passed, the light around him will glow green. The carrier must then run to any crystal and pass on the light by touching it. We then repeat this process on the other crystals until we have all 3 being lit up. Got it? Yes. They responded. Everyone here knew the basics, as even if they didn't, they can just keep the role of killing the mobs around the crystal. I have a question. Go on. Let's label the crystals 1 to 3. This will make it easier and less confusing. Shiro suggested. True. All right, let's go with that. The crystal closest to us is 1, the one to the left is 2, and the right is 3. For the people in the center, it shall be Shiro, Lyrica, Sylvia, Josh, and Kin. The people for crystal 1 is. Jonas proceeded to assign roles as he then picked 2 people from each team to assist in killing the Spider Knight. You know your roles, you know where you should be. Now all that's left is to execute. Let's go, Jonas said as they dashed towards the platform. Shiro froze the ground beneath her feet as her eyes narrowed at the spiders in the center. Giving Lyrica a glance, they nodded at each other as Shiro flicked her wrist and spikes shot up, piercing the spiders. Lyrica put strength into her legs as she dashed forwards. Vaulting up using her dual-ended blade, she killed all the spiders. Center cleared. Sylvia shouted out as Shiro flicked her wrist and made her a small platform. This was to give her a better sight of the platform and increase her healing potential. Crystal 1 clear. Jonas shouted out as they made short work of the spiders near Crystal 1. Crystal 3 clear. Crystal 2 needs help. Hearing the call, Shiro turned towards them and flicked her wrist. 3 ice spears shot out and broke apart as they pierced the remaining spiders. Thanks. All crystals clear. Activate on go. 3, 2, 1. Go. Sylvia shouted as the 3 crystals erupted with blue light. Crack rack. Echoes of spiders rang out as they started to flood out from the walls. Lyrica, in a while, I want you to carry the head. Shiro typed as Lyrica was the best option in her opinion. The main reason was due to her level. Being the lowest level here, it was best for her to take the head so others can help cover for her. All right. Lyrica nodded as it was probably for the best. The spiders continued to crawl in as the team tried their best to kill them the moment they appear. Spider Knight spotted. Near Crystal 2. Sylvia shouted as Shiro made 5 ramps for them to get to the knights faster. 2 people from each crystal followed as they saw the knight. The knight was around 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Metallic-looking black armor and slow-moving speed. Spider Knight LVL 20 HP. 75. 000/75. 000 kill. Flicking her wrist, Shiro flipped the knight on its back as she jumped up and made another ice spike. Piercing the knight, she kicked off the spear and landed softly. Lyrica dashed right after and cut towards the fleshy sections between the joints. The whole ordeal didn't take more than a few minutes as the knight was killed. Making an ice cleaver, Shiro cut off the head of the spider and kicked it towards Lyrica. Dashing back to the center, the head in Lyrica's hand glowed, just like what Jonas said. Sliding on her feet slightly, Shiro spun her body as she created a dome around Lyrica and a frozen field in the center at the same time. Slamming her palms into the ground, pillars rose up as they were primed and ready to fire towards intruders. Quickly drinking another MP potion, Shiro clenched her fist since the spiders were already swarming towards her. Phew, 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 phew. Spears of ice shot out from the pillars as it pierced a few of the spiders. They were coming from every direction except up and down. With the help of the others, they were able to keep the spiders at bay whilst still helping each of the crystals. A minute passed as the head evaporated and absorbed into Lyrica's body. Run to Crystal 1. Got it. Lyrica shouted back as she dashed towards Crystal 1. With Shiro's ice to help, she was able to arrive in breakneck speeds. Placing her palms on the crystal, the light transferred over as the crystal changed colors. Nice. Rotation 1 is done. 2 more. Let's keep this up, everyone. Jonas shouted out words of encouragement as the overall potential of this raid party was much higher than he expected. Returning back to their respective location, Lyrica took a moment to get her breath back. The hardest part to this wasn't the fact that it was difficult to kill the knights, but rather stamina issues. With the constant bombardment of the spiders, it took a massive toll on their stamina. Second night found. Crystal 3. Repeating the process, they managed to pass rotation 2 without problems. However, at this point, everyone was tired as the defense was getting harder. Shiro was fine as her method of attack was her magic. As for Lyrica and the other close-ranged combatants, they were struggling heavily as they could barely get a moment to take a break. Since this was the last rotation, everyone was tense and their nerves were strained. It was in situations like this that a person was tested. Chances of failure or mistakes were at an all-time high as even Shiro was feeling a little nervous. Not because she couldn't handle it, but rather due to her teammates. Final night. Crystal 2. Dashing towards the final night, Shiro noticed the damage per second decreased dramatically as they had to spend almost 10 minutes to kill it. Thankfully, it was the last night so they could get a break. Stop, Shiro shouted out instinctively, seeing what someone was about to do. They tripped over their own leg as they were about to stab the head of the dead knight. If that happened, they would need to survive for almost an hour for another knight to appear. Gritting her teeth, she flicked her wrist as she blasted the adventurer away, freezing him to the wall. Sylvia understood why Shiro had to do it and quickly healed the adventurer up. Fortunately, nothing else went wrong as all 3 crystals glowed green and sent out 3 pulses. This forced the spiders away as they finally had a moment to take a break. Phew. Wiping away her sweat, Shiro sat down with fatigue. Good job, guys. Take this moment to rest up before the next fight, Jonas called out as they took a short break. The guy who Shiro had to blast away wasn't too pleased as he was constantly glaring at her. Seeing this, Lyrica got annoyed at it was the man's fault that they could have been wiped. She was about to stand up and walk over when Shiro grabbed Lyrica's arm. Don't go causing trouble. He's only glaring. If we increase the discord within our party, it will only hinder us and not benefit. Shiro shook her head. Lyrica frowned as she could only swallow back her anger. Resting for 10 minutes, the party was back in shape as the support helped them regain stamina. The next boss is the Spider Royal Guard. Be wary of his speed as he is extremely fast. However, his health is much lower than the Spider Tyrant. Jonas said, I can probably hinder his speed with my ice magic. Shiro suggested as ice was primarily used to crowd control a situation. That's good then. This boss should be quite easy for us. Jonas nodded in relief. So far, they have cleared 2 challenges and 1 boss. No losses were sustained, yet. Taking a moment to discuss the formations, Jonas made sure everyone was prepared both mentally and physically. After a quick briefing, they walked towards the ravine that laid between the platform and the palace. There was a rotational switch of sorts as he grabbed it and turned it in a clockwise motion. The more he twisted, the lower the crystals went. A bridge was slowly being constructed with the main material of the bridge being rocks, spider webs, and mana threading everything together. Crossing the bridge carefully, they arrived at the palace doors. Do you think there's a chest here or something? Shiro asked. Maybe, but at this point, we're just hoping to kill the next boss. Depending on what happens, we might end the raid earlier than expected. Jonas replied. They only had 1 life. If their firepower didn't cut it, then there was no point risking such a dangerous endeavor. Shiro nodded as that was the right decision to make. Risking the lives of party members made for a bad leader, especially since they knew they couldn't defeat the boss. The doors of the palace slowly opened as there was a giant hall in their view. The palace itself was made from a weird hardened mucus-type material as it gave the palace a very insectoid feel to it. Bang! The door closed as the party walked forwards. In front of them, the Spider Royal Guard stood. Rather than a spider, it was more of a cross between man and spider. It was around 3 meters tall, a hulking physique, black armor, 4 pairs of eyes and 4 pairs of legs sticking out of his back. Spider Royal Guard LVL 20. Raid boss, remember. Keep your guard up, protect the healers, and most of all, kill this FCKR. Jonas shouted as he and the tankers charged forwards. The Royal Guard grabbed 2 of his legs off as he hardened them up into swords. Clang! Two tankers charged forwards and blocked the strike. Grinning with disdain, the royal guard adjusted his grip on the swords and moved the tankers' shields away. Dangerous, Shiro thought as she quickly flicked her wrist. Two ice shield erupted out from the ground as it blocked the royal guard's legs from cutting the tankers. It didn't last long, but just enough for them to pull back. Thanks, they shouted out towards Shiro. They were grateful to have such a reliable teammate in the party as it increased their chances of survival. Shiro nodded as she slammed her palm into the ground. The royal guard crouched down and used his legs to propel himself to the roof. Shiro narrowed her eyes seeing this, as it would be annoying to try to freeze him. The royal guard could move faster than the rate of which her ice froze the area. She could cover the entire room, but the raid team would die also. Unless I freeze the entire room, I won't be able to restrain him. I'll act as support his round. Shiro typed out to Jonas. All right. You support the healers and the damage when you can. Jonas nodded. Bang. The royal guard pushed off the roof as it caused cracks to form. Three swordsmen dashed forwards and used double cut. Twisting his body, the royal guard dodged the blades as he was about to attack once more. Bang. An ice pillar hit his stomach as it pushed him back. He glared at Shiro, seeing that she ruined his guarantee kills. Fuh. Shiro breathed out as a snowflake-like pattern, made from ice, spread out from her. This would allow her to create ice anywhere in the room without needing to be within a certain distance. Avoid the ice when you attack, Jonas shouted out as he knew they needed this to survive. Therefore, they had to be the ones to compromise. The rest of the party nodded as they made sure to step in the gaps of the ice. The royal guard was enraged as he slammed his swords into the ground. Twisting them, he wanted to send countless webs up from the ground. No, you don't, Shiro thought as she could tell where the webs were coming from due to the crack in the ground. Swiping her arm, ice covered those openings and blocked the webs. The royal guard glared at Shiro as his aggro was shifted to her. Seeing that Shiro was mostly along without support around her, Jonas' pupil shrank. SHT. Help her, he shouted. However, it was too late as the boss was already in front of Shiro. In-style Phantom Arts. First Phantom, Illusionary Phantom. Shifting her body behind the royal guard, she grabbed one of the legs and narrowed her eyes. In-style Phantom Arts. Third Phantom, Counterweight Phantom. Twisting her body, she swiped at the royal guard's legs and lifted him over her shoulders. In-style Phantom Arts. Fourth Phantom, Internal Feasting Phantom. Boom. She slammed the royal guard's body into the ground as she sent the shock through its entire body, damaging the internals. Kicking off the royal guard's body, Shiro created ice on the joints to hinder it. The rest of the party was speechless as they just watched a 13-year-old girl move, flip, and smash the royal guard in one swift moment. Flicking her wrist, Shiro made a sword above the royal guard and slammed it into the joints. Making a trail of ice under her, she retreated a safe distance before drinking an MP potion. What are you dipsh-ts doing? F King hit it, Shiro shouted out as her frustration grew. She had no choice but to push her injured body to use the In-style Phantom Arts back-to-back since the boss aggroed to her. Each subsequent use of the In-style Phantom Arts would strain the body, especially the fourth Phantom and fifth Phantom. With that single use of the fourth Phantom, her right arm was occupying most of her mind with the pain. However, unfortunately for her, her voice couldn't be heard as they only saw her irritated face and wordless echoes. Jonas was the first one to snap out of it as he readied his weapon. Bomb it, he shouted out as his voice reverberated through the room. The rest of the party dashed towards the downed royal guards, hoping to get as much damage in as possible. Stabilizing herself from the pain, Shiro looked over at the boss. Yura! A hollowed scream rang out as the boss pushed the adventurers away. The force from his aura exploding out caused slight cuts to the lucky ones and mid to deep lacerations to the unlucky few. Sylvia, heal! Jonas shouted out. Already on it, Sylvia shouted back. Meanwhile, the boss had his eyes fixated on Shiro. I pulled the aggro too hard, she thought with a frown. Fine then, big boy. Let's play. Shiro grinned as she made a spear with the ice and twirled it with her left arm. The boss charged towards her as it swung the two blades in his hands. Kicking the end of her staff, Shiro sent it towards the boss, who smacked it away. In the time it took to do this, Shiro was already in front of it with another 4 spears aimed at his eyes. Cling, 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 cling. Armor dropped down from behind as it shielded his eyes. Pivoting on her foot, Shiro jumped on the boss's legs and landed on his shoulder. Crouching down, Shiro slammed her palm into the shoulder and ice stabbed towards the helmet. Bang! The helmet was forcefully pushed away as Shiro dashed towards the head. Stomping down on the head to get herself a better footing, she plunged her hand into the eyes. Poochie! Ripping the eye out, Shiro avoided his claw as she jumped off the body. The royal guard had green blood dripping out of his eye sockets as he gritted his teeth. That all you got? It was about to attack her again when Fireball struck its back. CRR. Seeing the boss turn his back to her, Shiro sent out more ice pillars as they served as restraints. The boss's rage shot through the roof as he was getting hit from multiple directions. Deep red aura flared from him as Jonas frowned. Get back. He's getting enraged. Ignoring this, Shiro dashed towards the boss and went under his legs. Since you're already infatuated with this, miss, doesn't matter if I increase it a little, right? She grinned as ice spears were forming around her. Seeing this, Lyrica already knew what was going to happen. Yura! A shout filled with pain and anguish rang out as his deep red aura dispersed. Everyone was speechless seeing this. Did she just dispel the boss's enrage by stabbing it in the ace? An adventurer asked the same question in everyone's mind. The royal guard, who had an alarming amount of spears pierce his rear, could only shake as his movements were hindered greatly. Heh, one of the greatest weaknesses of living beings. Shiro said, unable to hold back her grin. The rest of the fight was rather easy since the boss couldn't abuse his speed due to a certain girl. In this end, Shiro managed to rack up a contribution of 39.5%, shocking the team. However, they knew she earned it as she solo tanked the entire time, even though she was a mage. Lyrica, on the other hand, managed to get a 5% contribution. This, however, was mostly due to her taking the advantage and hitting the ice spears that were present in the boss's rear. Nice job, Lyrica. Shiro praised as Lyrica did well to take advantage of the weakness she created. Thanks. But Shiro, what is it with you and stabbing monsters' butts? Lyrica asked with a bitter face. Well, it's a good weakness. Enough firepower and size, and you can hinder their capabilities by quite a bit through stabbing the ace. Shiro said bluntly. But why do you look like you enjoy it a lot? Lyrica asked. Shiro only shrugged as seeing the monster's struggle made her feel a little giddy inside. Don't worry about it. More importantly, congrats on leveling up again. Shiro smiled. The EXP gained from killing a raid boss was many times more than that of normal monsters. With just killing 2, Lyrica managed to level up twice, leaving her at level 17. Naturally, this could also be attributed to the fact that her contributions were rather high. As for Shiro, her 39% contributions allowed her to level up to level 29. Distributing her points, Shiro smiled, know that she was a step closer to her 2 advancement test. Snow Girl, Tier 2 Ice Magic, Passive Regeneration, Blessed by Ice, Snow Magic, Faded Snow Movement, Cold Aura. Nanomancer, Dagger Creation, Nanotech Engineering Tier 1, Sword Creation. Other, Mini-Map, Inspection, Disguise, Harden, Equipment, Lesser Fear, Equipment, Mana Barrier. With her MP just below the 30k mark, Shiro wasn't able to unlock her bow creation just yet. Say, Lyrica, if you're the party leader right now, what would you choose? To go ahead and do the last challenge and the last 2 bosses, or quit while you're ahead? I would quit while I'm ahead since everyone is tired. The raid so far has taken a toll on us, and without a good night's rest, we won't be in top form to challenge the next ones. Lyrica said as she could tell from that last fight that everyone was reaching their absolute limits. Shiro nodded as what Lyrica said was correct. But you forgot another option. We can camp in the dungeon. Shiro smiled. But isn't it dangerous? Yes, but not in the boss room. The boss room is safe as the boss had occupied this area. Once we kill the boss, this place is open for camping. All right, everyone get the tents out. We're camping for tonight. We'll take night shifts and fight the boss tomorrow. Jonas shouted out as Shiro smiled. See? Come on. We're going to share a tent, so let's build it ourselves. Shiro typed out as Lyrica nodded with a blush. Sharing tents? With Shiro? What if I roll over onto her, or her onto me? Lyrica thought as her blush deepened. Shiro decided to leave a note telling Lyrica to help her when she snapped out of it. Walking away, Shiro started to set up the tent. Lyrica eventually snapped out of it and helped her set up the tent. You set up beds. Jonas seems to want to talk to me. Shiro pointing at Jonas, who was waiting by the side. Lyrica nodded as she went inside the tent. Can I help you? Shiro asked. Yeah. Can we have a short walk? I just want to talk for a little bit. Jonas smiled sure. Walking to the edge of the boss room, Shiro waited for Jonas to open his mouth. Thank you for helping us. Honestly, if you didn't tank the boss, there was a good chance for us to lose a few members. Jonas sighed. Shiro only shrugged at this as he knew what he was going to ask. If you're wondering, I just used normal martial arts to tank the boss. If it had hit me once, I would have been in danger. I've seen the martial arts taught around this area, and yours is definitely one of the most advanced ones I've seen. Which martial arts allows a 13-year-old to slam a 3-meter-tall boss into the ground? Jonas asked rhetorically. True. Shiro shrugged. Honestly, she doesn't know where the Een-style phantom arts lie in terms of quality in the martial arts world. But she did know that this martial arts suited her a lot, more so than her old mishmash of combat arts. But what I wanted to ask was not info about your martial arts, but rather, will you join my party? Jonas asked. What? I wish to recruit you into my party. No. Huh. I thought as much. Care to explain? Jonas sighed. I'm planning on making my own party. This stop in New York is only temporary. I aim for the bigger world, which is why I wanted to recruit Sylvia. A grand healer like her is not often seen. One with buffs as well. I know. Honestly, Sylvia is too good for our party. She saved us a lot in the past. Jonas smiled slightly as he leaned against the wall. Want to tell me why she's in your party then? Her father. That's why. Her father was a good friend of ours and Sylvia knew it. However, we couldn't find a support, so every dungeon run was dangerous. One day, we just couldn't handle it and he died. Sylvia was determined to become a healer and the best one at that, so she can help as many people as she can. The only reason why she stays here is because she wanted to look after us in place of her father. Jonas said with nostalgia. So she is staying in your party in place of her father. If that is what she wants, then I'll give up. I don't like to force people against their wills in situations like this. Since she likes to stay in your party, wasted talent or not, it's her choice. Shiro typed out. Honestly, you don't feel the age you look. Jonas replied honestly. This miss is only 13. If you need anything else, just ask. Shiro typed as she walked away. Jonas only shrugged as he returned to his tent. Opening the tent, Shiro found the inside to be completely set up. Beds were in place, and so was some food. Hey Shiro, what did he ask you about? Lyrica asked. He just asked me to join his party. I rejected though. Shiro shrugged. So he recruited you. Well, I suppose since Shiro is strong, a lot of parties would want you. Lyrica nodded. Yes, but I don't want them. I'd rather make my own party and explore the wide world. Shiro smiled as she sat down on the makeshift bed. Is that so? Lyrica muttered sadly as this meant that Shiro was going to leave. She didn't think she would be recruited since she was weak, much weaker than anyone she's seen, especially Shiro. Che, look at your expression. AI so dense. Shiro shook her head. Dense? What do you mean? Lyrica asked. Think about it. What have I done for you? You took me to dungeons, leveled me up, got me a weapon, taught me to fight, and brought me to this raid. Lyrica replied. Yep. And in the end, you still think I'm not recruiting you? Shiro raised an eyebrow. You're right. Lyrica muttered in realization. Right now I'm nurturing your talent. I'm helping you get stronger. Shiro typed out. But I thought you wanted me to join a faction? Lyrica asked. Just because you joined a faction doesn't mean you can't be in a party, does it? Shiro shrugged. Naturally, there were factions who forced the adventurers to not join other parties. But if that was the case, then Lyrica can just leave that faction. That is true. Lyrica nodded as she sat down on her bed. They talked for a little bit more until it was time for them to eat. Dinner was bland for Shiro since she couldn't taste the flavors at all. She could only hide 3D-ranked mana stones in her food. After giving In his part of the D-ranked stones, Shiro could only sigh at her remaining stock. I should probably go solo a few more D-ranked dungeons to get my stock refilled, Shiro thought. This time she'll be more careful as having a 10-day break with decreased stats wasn't fun at all. Not to mention, she had to be careful every time she exerted her body. However, by the time they finished this dungeon, her status debuff should wear off. Finishing the meal, they returned to their respective tents for the night. Shiro kept herself in a shallow sleep state to make sure they weren't backstabbed. Thankfully, the night passed safely. The next challenge is a parkour challenge. Everyone needs to work together since we can't use mana in this area, Jonas said as the party nodded. The next section of the Spider's Whisper raid involved them jumping and climbing through obstacles. One misstep and you'll fall to the bottom. The higher you go, the more dangerous it gets. Naturally, with a healer on the team, no one will die on this part. We'll do it in a buddy system. Everyone pairs up and help each other out. You'll be giving each other a boost to reach the next platform, Jonas called out. Shiro and Lyrica paired up. We can do this easily. Shiro smiled. Her mobility was top tier for her class and level. This was because her stats were focused around being a glass cannon. Therefore, she had to have the AGI to dodge. Yeah, want to race up there? Lyrica joked. You sure about that? Shiro replied, raising an eyebrow. Shiro, Lyrica, do you two want to be first? Jonas asked, seeing them joke about this section. Sure. Shiro nodded as she gave her body a stretch. Lyrica, I'll give you a 5 to 10 second head start. Shiro offered as Lyrica nodded. All right, don't regret it, Lyrica said. Stepping back slightly, she crouched down and held her blade. Stepping down hard, Lyrica dashed forwards as she stabbed her blade into the ground and vaulted upwards. Twisting her body, she stabbed it to the side of the walls and landed on the blade. Grabbing the blade with one hand, she spun herself before launching herself upwards, storing the blade into her inventory in the process. While the process wasn't perfect, it wasn't clumsy either. The raid party watched with a slacking jaw as they knew they couldn't do the same. They had high AGI, but they doubt they could pull off what Lyrica did. Shiro only smiled seeing Lyrica made use of her hidden proficiency. Her hidden proficiency would give hints and sometimes act on instinct. By adjusting herself at the last moment, she can force her hidden proficiency to act on her instincts and propel her upwards. I may have my work cut out for me. Right, little Ian? Shiro said, tapping Yin's head. However, her smile never faded as she stretched her body. The entire area was several tens of meters high as Lyrica was only around 10% of the way up. Ian's style Phantom Arts, Second Phantom, Speed Phantom. Her figure blurred for a moment as Shiro was already tapping on the walls. Making sure to step on the gaps, she launched herself with minimal contact. Flipping off the walls, Shiro leapt over Lyrica's head and gave her a wave. Shiro, Lyrica called out in surprise. She thought she had managed to outsmart Shiro through her hidden proficiency, but it seems like she was wrong. Shiro's figure blurred constantly as it made her seem like a ghost. In a short 2 minutes, she landed softly at the top on the floor. Lyrica only arrived after 10 minutes. Are we doing the same? Someone asked Jonas. Yes, we are. He nodded. Wait, what? Of course I'm F-King joking. Do I look like I can do a flip? Jonas retorted as they had something else of this. Carry this, Jonas said, throwing over a ladder. They had to resort to using ladders and climb up pair by pair. The entire area took them an hour and a half as Shiro waited bored at the top. Coughing awkwardly at the fact that they took so long to arrive at the top, Jonas led them to the next boss. The next boss is the second to last boss. The worst part about this is the time limit. We have 30 minutes to kill the Spider King, and after 30 minutes, the Spider Queen comes out. Individually, they're not bad. Shiro, he means they are annoying, Lyrica whispered over as she knew what the girl was thinking. Oh, was all Shiro typed as she decided to listen in on the strategy. The key to this boss is timing. When the boss fight starts, several waves of enemies will be attacking us with the boss. Within the wave of enemies, there will be a few spiders that are glowing bright red. We need to avoid them at all cost while the main damage team will be fighting the boss. For every 20% of the health lost, the boss will open his giant maws to eat minions. When he does that, we need to throw the bomb spiders inside instead to stop this. This will increase the aggro of whoever threw the bomb, but will stop his healing. Do this correctly, and we should be able to kill him before the queen comes. Jonas explained. What about if we don't manage to kill him before the queen? Someone asked. Well, SHT gets annoying. Because the queen will kill any bomb spiders on Sai, so we must draw her away. If she manages to kill a bomb spider, the Spider King will regenerate the 20% lost health. If we can't successfully draw her away, the fight will never end. As for the strategy for her, her back opens up every 30% health loss, and that's when she's in a weakened state. Outside of that, her armor is abnormally tough. She's a tank that can definitely take a beating. Therefore, we need to kill the king before we focus on her. Be careful though, she has fierce skills and causes confusion. Jonas said. Therefore, when a member is feared or confused, the nearest partner or buddy needs to force-feed the fear resistance potion since it has a low duration. If both are feared or confused, the surrounding people need to force-feed them. People need to call out quickly to reduce the chances of casualties. Jonas said as they nodded. Shiro only sighed as the best thing for this was the dispel skill. The worst part of this was that she could be feared or confused as well. She'll need to be careful in case she accidentally killed someone in one go. After discussing the basic strategies, the raid party got ready to fight the Spider King. It was a half-man with a spider body anywhere under the abs. The spider had dark purple armor while the man's skin was pure white. His total height measured to about 6 meters. Spider King LVL 20. Raid boss. The first thing Shiro did was to secure the aggro of the boss. She was going to be the main tank since she had the least chance of dying to it. Creating a few spears around her, she dashed towards the Spider King. Bang 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 bang, swiping his claws, the king destroyed the spears. Shiro frowned seeing this as the king's observational abilities are top tier. Twisting her body under his claws, she crouched down and tapped the underbelly of the king with her palms. Boom! A giant pillar of ice exploded as it forced the king to land on his side. Bomb it! Someone shouted as magic and skills shot towards the boss. Getting back up with difficulty, the king was about to attack when Shiro found the perfect opportunity. The adventurers thought, feeling an ounce of pity for the boss. However, that pity didn't get in the way of them killing it as they continued to launch attacks. They could only attack since the other adventurers are taking care of the extra spiders flowing into the room. Boss lost 20%. Get the bomb! Jonas shouted out as the maw of the boss opened up to reveal rows of disgusting teeth. Someone threw the bomb over, but their aim was a little off. Shiro frowned seeing this as she dashed towards it. Twisting her body, she kicked the spider bomb into the mouth of the king. She made sure to use counterweight phantom as to not set it off early. Boom! The king recoiled back as bomb exploded in his mouth. Your father could shoot better than you. Someone else throw next time. Jonas called out angrily at the thrower. Shiro only chuckled as she understood the joke. While she was tanking the boss, Lyrica was displaying a surprising amount of damage per second. Cing, 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 cing. Her blade created scratches upon scratches on the armor, but the damage was dealt. Backflipping off the back of the king, she landed softly. A spider tried to jump on her but was killed with a single swipe. With Lyrica increasing her damage output, the HP of the king was decreasing dramatically. Bomb! Jonas shouted out as this time someone actually threw on target. 60%, 40%, 20%. The HP decreased steadily as it reached the final hurdle. The last bomb. However, when maw opened up, the bomb spider was a little too far. Shiro, help me. Lyrica called out as Shiro nodded. Lyrica stabbed her blade into the ground as she stepped on it and launched herself through the air. Shiro flicked her wrist as a ramp made from ice was created easily. Lyrica landed without much force as she swiped up the bomb. Throwing it, the bomb flew in a perfect arc and landed in the spider's maw. Ugh! Crying out in pain, the king collapsed on his own body weight. Phew! Wiping her sweat, Lyrica walked over to her blade. All right, quickly clear out the mobs. We need to focus on the queen. Jonas shouted out as everyone pushed to kill the spiders. After the king dies, bomb spiders stopped appearing. Therefore, they wanted to clear the normal spiders for more room against the queen. Clearing out a 30-meter diameter circle around them, they gulped as they prepared for the queen. If they died, they would die for good. But times have changed. It would be hard to go through life without being an adventurer. You just wouldn't get the required cash to survive. Naturally, you could also work for the government. But with so many people in the world, who can guarantee a job? So they risk their lives to survive in this changed world. Phew. Poochie. A blade was launched at an adventurer as it lacerated deep into his torso. Sylvia. Jonas shouted out. Everyone here was risking their lives, so if they could save one or two, they would. Sylvia quick rushed over to him as she healed him as fast as he could. Shiro, who saw this, quickly ran towards the queen as she needed to stop her from attacking other adventurers. Creating a spear of ice, Shiro vaulted herself up as she kicked the end of the spear and sent it to the queen. Boom! Shiro exploded the spear just before impact as the force sent the queen back stumbling. Use this chance to prepare, Lyrica shouted out as knew what Shiro wanted to say. Shiro gave her a thumbs up. Creating two large pillars of ice beside her, Shiro stood like a war goddess protecting the gate. The queen slowly crawled back up as she glared at Shiro. She recognized the girl who stabbed her husband's ace. As the dust cleared, everyone could see the queen in her full glory. She was a large humanoid with spider-shaped designed armor, pale skin, 4 pairs of eyes, and long white hair. Spider Queen LVL-20. Raid boss. Her initial attack only hit for a pitiful 500 HP damage as the armor was abnormally low. Shiro only frowned harder as she saw the HP regenerate after a moment. We'll have to keep hitting her to keep her regeneration down, she thought. Glancing backwards, Shiro noted that the man was healed. Tankers charge. Jonas shouted as sweat was dripping down his head. The person who was heavily injured was one of their tankers, and if they aren't careful, they'll be done for. Dark red smoke started to flow out from the cracks of the queen's armor as Shiro understood it to the fierce skill. The smoke merged into a skull as it shot towards one of the adventurers. Arg! He cried out as his eye became bloodshot. Before he could even do anything, his buddy stuffed a potion into his mouth, breaking him out of the fear status. Thanks, he said as he panted. His buddy nodded as they returned to the fight. At least they can react fast enough, Shiro thought, thankful for this. The 2 pillars beside her extended out with smaller sections as they blocked the queen's strike. In-style Phantom Arts, 3rd Phantom, Counterweight Phantom. She raised her leg and pushed the queen's arms down before twisting her body and gave the queen another kick. As Shiro kicked the queen back, Lyrica dashed behind the queen and stabbed her using her blade. Arr! The queen cried out as her legs extended out behind her. Lyrica wanted to dodge backwards as she knew she was in danger. Shiro erected a shield seeing this. The legs weren't slowed by the shield as it pierced through and stabbed Lyrica in her abdominal area. It was about to stab at Lyrica again, but Shiro dashed in front of the queen. She grabbed the leg with her left hand. In-style Phantom Arts, 3rd and 4th Phantom, Counterweight plus Internal Feasting Phantom. Twisting her body, Shiro created a blade on her leg as she applied all the force into a sing point. The leg cracked as it broke away from the queen's back. Green blood splattered everywhere as Shiro threw the leg away. Lyrica took this chance to drink an HP potion. Thanks, she said as Shiro nodded. Dashing forwards, Shiro was about to stab towards the queen's eye. The queen leaned back as she kicked towards Shiro. Touching the leg with her left hand, Shiro flipped once before kicking the queen in the face. Shiro only frowned as her reach was abysmally small, since she would have easily ripped the eye out of the queen's skull. However, Shiro was already nowhere to be seen. Lyrica muttered in confusion. She suddenly shivered as snowflakes fell from the sky. Did Shiro get feared? Jonas asked with a frown. Yes, she did. When I tried to release her, she was long gone, Lyrica said with a bit of panic. But it seems like it worked out for us instead, Jonas said, pointing at the blizzard that was started to pick up speed. Run away from the queen, he shouted out. A pair of azure eyes were seen in the blizzard as Lyrica shivered, feeling the killing intent being radiated from Shiro. What the Hades did she see when she was feared? Jonas muttered with a frown. Meanwhile, Shiro was smiling like a psychopath in the blizzard as she started down the queen like a hunter and prey. When she was hit by the fear, a part of her was wondering what she was afraid of. However, what she saw was the light-bearer hero. She didn't fear him, no, far from it. She wanted nothing else but to end him. Since you want to take his appearance so much, let me fulfill your wish. Shiro grinned as she created a spear of ice. Dashing forwards, Shiro dodged the queen's strike and pinned the arm to the ground. Her cold aura was in full force as the blizzard was created mostly from her passive. After freezing the arm, Shiro kicked the queen's head. The kick caused the queen to recoil backwards as Shiro flicked her wrist and 5 spears stabbed towards the queen from different directions. Glancing around, Shiro saw that the blizzard was obscuring everyone's view as she grinned. Lightning coagulated in her palm as a dagger was formed. The dagger was printed with a skill she recycled from one of the items she scrapped before. Nanotech Ice Dagger, Blue, LVL10 naturally. This also means her bow creation was unlocked. Holding the dagger in her mouth, Shiro dashed towards the queen. Tapping on the knee, she jumped over her as a bow was formed in her hands. The queen currently had around 85% of her health. There were enemies everywhere around them, so Shiro could use her mana without worry that a red suddenly appeared. Creating an ice hook, she used it to pull the bow back in place of her right arm. Her eyes were cold as a neon blue arrow coagulated on the bow. Bang! The arrow was fired as it pierced through the armor with ease. Twisting her body, Shiro threw the bow up as she drank a few MP potions. Pivoting on her leg, she avoided a strike from the queen before roundhouse kicking the head. The space between them allowed the bow to fall back into her hands as she created another arrow and fired at point-blank range. Meanwhile, everyone outside could only watch the blizzard increase in size and turn the area in front of them into an icy tundra. They couldn't see through the blizzard as all they saw were flashes of light. One of the lights pierced through the blizzard. Boom! A giant crater was formed in the wall as the adventurers near it became pale. Jonas said as Lyrica nodded. From what it seems, what Shiro fears most was also what she wanted to kill the most. One of the adventurers saw the arrow and muttered in disbelief. How the Hades can there be such a dense arrow of mana? What do you mean? For it to cause this kind of destruction, it means the mana retained most of its power until contact. Even for me, the mana would disperse in time, which is why we use man-made arrows to be more efficient. So you're telling me a mage fires a better mana arrow than you? Yes. The light eventually faded after 30 minutes. The blizzard faded away as they soon paled at the sight. Shiro sat on the corpse of the Spider Queen with bloodshot eyes and an evil grin. She barely had a scratch on her as they looked at the mangled corpse of the Spider Queen. The most prominent injury was a hole from her rear all the way through to her head. It was a clean hole as they shivered thinking about what could have happened. Shiro pulled out a potion as she drank it and dispelled the fear status. Her killing intent dropped dramatically as the snowfall ended just like that. If you could solo the god final boss, why was it so hard to kill the bosses before? Seeing that the final boss was cleared, everyone rested up. Lyrica, who was beside Shiro, fidgeted a bit as she opened her mouth to talk but gave up. If you have something to say, say it. Well, I was just wondering what you saw. For you to be that angry, it must have been someone you disliked a lot. You thought I was angry? No, I wasn't. I wanted to kill, yes, but I wasn't angry. Nope, far from it. Shiro chuckled. For as long as she could remember, she had hardly ever been angry. That wasn't you being angry? Lyrica cried out in surprise as she looked at the mangled corpse of the queen. Nah, she just shifted into someone I really hate, don't worry about it. Shiro shrugged. They soon found the mana stone as the body dispersed. Due to her insanely high contribution, most of the loot went to her. Shiro flicked her wrist as a bunch of items fell out. These items were the ones not useful for her, so they could have it. This is some of the loot from the boss. Split it amongst yourselves. Shiro waved her hand as she dismissed them. She made sure to keep some of the best loot since it was the result of her own efforts. Hurrah! They cheered as they split the loot amongst themselves. Wait, someone shouted out as Shiro realized it was the guy she froze during the crystal stage. Jonas frowned seeing this, as they were lucky for Shiro to even want to share her loot. She still has most of the money. What about the items she's keeping away from us? These could just be trash she kept to divert our attention, he said as Shiro only raised an eyebrow. Is this guy stupid? He just watched me solo the last boss, and he thinks the adventurers will stand up against me? Think about it. We still have our supplies to fight the boss. Can we really make ends meet? What's harder to fight? A boss with annoying skills or a weakened girl? He continued as some of the adventurers had greed flash in their eyes. Lyrica felt her anger rise when she heard all of this. The worst part was people actually believing him as well. Shiro's body flashed forwards as a dagger was taken out of her inventory. Style Phantom Arts, Second Phantom, Speed Phantom. Kumla. His head was ripped off from his torso as Shiro had a dagger in her hand. Red blood was splattered over her face as her eyes turned towards the other adventurers who showed greed. The speed of which Shiro killed the man shocked them as they paled instantly. Who else wants to try me? Shiro typed out as she grinned. Some of the adventurers screamed in fear as they ran. Shiro didn't mind them as they couldn't tell the police anyways. Killing in the dungeon wasn't uncommon, but the police will arrest the assailants. Naturally, with them trying to rob her first, she would be the defendant. Crouching down, she looted the man's corpse as everything inside of his inventory was transferred over to her. Beginner monster title gained. You harvested your first human soul as a monster. How many more are to come? +1 stat growth up equals your attribute points will increase in effectiveness. E.g., 1 vit equals 50 HP is now 1 vit equals 100 HP. Seeing this, Shiro now understood why her counterparts had much more ridiculous stats compared to her. Since she had the monster physique, she would naturally get the bonuses from monsters. If she slaughtered an entire city, her stats would go through the roof. However, that's not what she is like. She wouldn't go around slaughtering those who have no conflict with her. But if they did, you can be assured that she'll wipe out the city from the face of the planet. After gaining the title, both her HP and MP have doubled due to this. Snow Girl, Tier 2 Ice Magic, Passive Regeneration, Blessed by Ice, Snow Magic, Faded Snow Movement, Cold Aura. Nanomancer, Dagger Creation, Nanotech Engineering Tier 1, Sword Creation, Bow Creation, Heavy Weapon Creation. Other, Mini-Map, Inspection, Disguise, Harden, Equipment, Lesser Fear, Equipment, Mana Barrier. Standing back up, Shiro looked around and saw that only Lyrica and Jonas' party were left. Only you guys are left, huh? Seems about right. Shiro typed out as she cleaned her face a little. However, the blood from both the adventurer and the boss stained on her skin a little, as it made her look creepy yet cute. A combination Lyrica was surprised that worked somehow. Even though I'm a bit annoyed that you killed him without question, I know he deserved it. Jonas sighed. Having trash like that who forgot who killed the boss wasn't needed in this dangerous world. Everyone only had one life, yet he tried to kill someone who kept them all safe. Mature thinking. I like. Shiro grinned. Jonas only shrugged while the rest of the party was only a little pale. The most surprising was the fact that Lyrica was completely unaffected. Lyrica, you're not surprised? Shiro asked. Surprised? No. Just a shame I didn't end him myself. Lyrica pouted a little. How cute. Shiro smiled widely as she patted Lyrica's head. Trace and Paul looked at each other. They're F-King crazy. Walking out of the raid calmly, they decided to trade contact info in case they wanted to party up again. Thanks for your help during the raid. Jonas smiled. Don't mind it. It was quite rewarding for me as well. Shiro replied as she wasn't wrong. Not only did she increase her level, but she also gained the monster title. Something which she didn't know about yet was able to boost up her combat prowess by a wide margin. As for Miss Sylvia, I'm always open if you want to join my party. Thanks for the offer. I'll keep you in mind should I ever need to switch. Sylvia smiled. Shiro nodded as they left for different directions. What do you want to do now, Lyrica? Shiro asked. I've managed to reach level 17. I'm thinking of challenging a level 10 to 15 dungeon alone. Lyrica said as Shiro thought and nodded. I'll follow you. Make sure you don't get yourself into something above your level. No, I want to make sure I rely on myself. It's dangerous, but it'll push me to my limits. Lyrica said with determination. Babying her all the time would be back. She should be able to take care of herself. Shiro thought as she supported her decision of soloing the dungeon. The only problem was her safety. Fine, but you need to stock up on supplies. If you don't have enough money, I can lend you 300,000 US dollars. Shiro smiled. No, it's fine. I have enough money for some supplies. Lyrica shook her head. Then I recommend you challenge the level 10 to 15 dungeon, Broken Howls. The monsters there are mostly single-target ones as they don't join up in a pack often. You should have an easier time there. Shiro suggested. All right. Thanks, Shiro. Lyrica smiled as she walked away. Watching Lyrica walk to conquer a solo dungeon, Shiro felt like a parent watching their child grow up. Hopefully, she'll be safe. Shiro thought with a smile. Walking towards the auction house, Shiro wanted to get some mana stone to stock up for both her and Ian. D-ranked mana stones averaged around 30k to 40k in USD. C ranks were unbuyable in this city. Thinking about this, Shiro decided to hold off from buying mana stones, since just buying 20 would take more than 600,000 US dollars. Looking through the equipment section, Shiro wanted to find any good equipment to recycle so she can take their skills. Che, just a bunch of unless items. Shiro muttered in disappointment. Most of the skills that were included in the items were single value advantages rather than percentage increases. With single value increases, they would do little to nothing later down in the line. Shiro had no use for them. Shaking her head, Shiro walked out of the auction house and decided to visit Helion. She wanted him to make a set of armor for Lyrica as a present. This was her first time doing a dungeon solo after all. Walking to the blacksmith's area, Shiro found her way to Helion. Shiro, what brings you here? Got a commission? Helion greeted with a smile. Yeah, I want to commission a full set of armor for my friend. Shiro smiled. Got any requirements? Like the amount of plating, leather, chainmail, and so on. I want it to be half-armored, half-cloth if possible. Nothing that restrains movement or is too heavy so it slows her down. Sure. The materials are a little harder to obtain, thought, especially since your friend is quite low of a level. Helion said, placing his hammer down. I want it to be level 20 armor. I have a bunch of materials from the Spider's Whisper raid. Show me. I'll see if it's enough to make the armor. Helion said as Shiro walked over to the bench. A large pile of miscellaneous items fell out as Shiro made sure to keep them this time as they were gathered from a raid. Items gathered from a raid are more powerful compared to normal materials, especially since the bosses have the title of raid boss. Plating, mana-reinforced webs, claws, thorax, crown armor, queen's extremities. Yeah, I think I can work with this. The only problem is the cloth armor. I can't make it since it's not my forte. Helion shook his head. Do you know anyone who can? Shiro asked. I know a woman. She's just a bit, how can I put this? Strange? Her tendencies are a little out of the norm, but I can guarantee her craftsmanship is equal or even above mine in aspects. Helion said as Shiro nodded. Then can I trouble you to make the chest piece, waist piece, boots, shoulders, and gauntlets? The chest piece should only cover the upper torso and not the abdominal area. I'll get your friend to do the cloth armor. Shiro typed out. Keep the mana-reinforced webs since they'll make good material for the cloth armor. Helion said, passing back the webs. Her name is Aram. She's just 10 minutes away from my shop. The shop name? Well, you'll know when you're there. It's a little out there. Helion coughed awkwardly. Marking a location on the map, Helion explained the way there before working on the armor Shiro commissioned. Walking out of Helion's shop, Shiro started to walk towards Aram's location. The shop was located in an obscure alleyway. Looking at the sign, Shiro had a blank face as she was annoyed. The FCK, Shiro thought. Double-checking on the map, Shiro found that it was indeed the same location. The name was also the same as well. Furrowing her brows, Shiro sighed as she entered. Welcome, Ohaya? Ohaya? A QTA woman said as she walked over. Shiro frowned as the woman had a devilish figure. Her hair was a deep shade of brown, black eyes, and a beauty spot just under her right eye. Aram LVL 50. Mage Shiro was about to type when Aram tried to touch her chin. Ice formed around Shiro as she frowned at Aram. Oh, my feisty one. She grinned. Turning around, she walked rather seductively to the counter. So how can I help, little one? Aram grinned. Helion recommended me here. I want to commission some cloth armor. Che, that muscle freak still doing this. Aram stopped smiled after reading the text. If you don't want to make it, then I'll find someone else. Shiro frowned as she was about to turn away. Bam! The door closed on its own as she turned around to a smiling Aram, who said I wasn't doing business. But naturally, I need my payment, she said, licking her lips. Shiro frowned hearing what Aram said. What kind of business? Shiro asked. Hee hee. Nothing too bad. She grinned as she walked up to Shiro. Shiro backed off a little as she made sure she could try to fight her way out if anything bad was to happen. Aya, don't be so on guard. So not cute at all. Aram shrugged. Tell me what you want. No need to get close. Shiro typed. Sure. I just want you to cosplay for me. Aram said, pulling out a few outfits. What? Cosplay? You don't know what it is? Aram asked. No, I don't. Care to explain? I just want you to dress up and take photos. Aram said as she pulled Shiro by her arm into a separate studio. The studio was quite big as there was a white backdrop, lights around the room, and a camera in the center. I want you to model for me while I take pictures of you in poses. Aram said as she sat Shiro down. I have a cast on my arm. Do you honestly think it'll look good? Shiro asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't worry about that. Naturally, you can unfreeze your cast. I don't mind. I just want my pictures. Aram smiled. Shiro eyed her suspiciously as she eventually nodded. What dresses are they? I like cute girls that are young enough to be my daughter. Aram said with disdain. That's good. But first, I want to tell you what I want. I want an underlayer of cloth armor for my friend. The dress itself should be strong to try to prevent as much ripping as possible. Shiro typed out. Easy enough. I can do that. Aram nodded as she walked over to a switch. Pulling the switch, Shiro's ears perked up as she could hear the inner workings turn and clank. CRRR. A wardrobe dropped out from the roof as Shiro could see an assortment of baby doll dresses and other. So you want me to dress up in these outfits? Shiro asked. Yep. Aram nodded. How many do I have to wear before you'll agree to make my commission? Wear all of them. Aram replied after a pause. All of them? There's at least 100. Shiro thought, but kept her face blank. Too much. Change your price, please. Che, fine. 100 sets? Aram said, playing around with one of her fans laying by the side. 50. Aram narrowed her eyes as she saw Shiro try to bargain. 75. That's my final offer. Helion himself is a really good craftsman. For this Aram to gain his recommendation must mean she's good. Wearing some clothes for good craftsmanship is a small price to pay. Shiro thought. Fine, 75 sets. Shiro nodded. Great. Try this one first. Aram smiled, pulling out a set. It was black in color with red frills, a small hat, a bow tie on the waist, white tights, and a pair of shoes. The shoes were colored black and had wedges. To top it all off, Aram handed her a small black umbrella. Change into this and we'll start the photo shoot. Aram said as Shiro nodded. Finding a secluded place to change, Shiro made sure no one could see her change. This dress is actually quite comfy, Shiro thought after changing into it. Both the material and the weight of the dress was delicate, yet there was a strangeness about them. It was similar to how her white dress was. Walking out, Shiro typed on her phone and showed it to Aram. What is the dress made from? It's light and won't rip. Nice, was all Aram muttered as she looked at Shiro. Shiro waved her hand as she snapped Aram out of it. Him. The material I used for this dress was made from the material dropped by humanoid animals. The female ones actually. For some odd reason, no matter what one did, their dresses never broke apart. Thankfully, of course, since perverts would be aiming for them all the time. So I managed to get my hands on supplies of these materials from the other cities and made these dresses. They won't break in combat, so females don't have to worry. Aram smiled. No wonder Helion recommended her. She actually had the materials which made my dress too. Shiro thought. Yet the funny part about them is that when you kill the monsters, the dresses break apart along with the monster's corpse. You get small fragments which then can be combined and sewn together to make more clothes. Naturally, Only the maker can change how the clothes look. Aram shrugged. She could rip that dress to bits if she wanted to while others can't. In that case then, am I able to commission a dress for myself then? Shiro asked. She did like a few of the dresses. Combined with the fact that they can't break, would make them a must-have for her. Just having a plain white dress was a little boring after all. Sure, but we'll sew 150 sets of clothes, Aram said, gesturing over to the wardrobe with a grin. 150? Can we do 120? That's my max. I have things to do later today, Shiro replied. She didn't mind trying out the outfits so she could find a combination she really liked later and commission it. Sure, 120 is fine. Now get on the stage, Aram said with an eager grin. Shiro nodded and walked over. She had decided to thaw her ice cast so she can have a full view on what the dress looked like. Since she only had a few hours left before her arm fully recovered, she could at least move it a little without it hurting too much. Opening the umbrella, Shiro stood there and waited for Aram to take a photo. Snap, snap, snap. Several shutters flashed as Shiro kept her bland expression. Can you smile for me, please? Aram said as Shiro nodded. Shifting her body slightly, Shiro smiled as her pearl-white teeth were exposed by the tiny gaps between her lips. Aram felt her grin widen, seeing such a fantastic model for all of her dresses. The entire photo shoot continued for a few hours as Shiro was so fatigued by the end of the shoot. She laid by the chair as she recast her arm back up. She had already changed back to the outfit she entered the shop in as Aram was sorting out the photos. I've done my side of the agreement. Now for the first commission, I want an outfit for an elf. She has blonde hair and just a little taller than I am. Shiro typed out. That will do. The great thing about these materials is that they adjust themselves. I just need to know her general appearance. Aram smiled. I want this to go under a set of armor. The armor consists of a small torso piece, waist guards, boots, and gauntlets. All right. Now what about your set? Aram asked. I want a piece from the 42nd set. The robe. I want the shirt of the 84th set. The pants from the 3rd set, the boots and stocking of the 24th set. Please dye them into one color scheme, please. White, blue, and black. Shiro typed out. Sure, that isn't a problem. Nice choices, by the way. Aram smiled. So I've got this question. Why is your shop called what it's called? Shiro asked, unsure. If it wasn't for the fact that Helion Hardwarned gave her directions and told her Aram's name, she would have never found this store. Why else? Because I sell things adult love related. Aram shrugged her shoulders. It was a fact she wasn't going to hide. Why don't you find a better location? I can't be bothered to put effort into that. I'm fine as it is, Aram said as she pulled out a few machines for Shiro's commissions. Hearing Aram's response, Shiro only shrugged. How long are you going to take to make the outfit? It's going to take a day or two to make the outfit, but a few hours to dye your outfit. Want to stay here and wait? Aram asked. No, it's fine. I'll go collect it both in a few days. Here's my contact information. Just text me when they're done. All right. Make sure to come often, little one. Aram winked. Sure. Your outfits are very well done. I know, I mean for the main merchandise of my shop. The FCK, Shiro thought. I'm 13. Age is just a number. So is a prison sentence. Aram only shrugged, seeing Shiro's reply. Fine. But just remember not to be alone. There are perverts who aren't as nice as I am. They'll definitely force themselves. Aram warned. I'll keep that in mind. Shiro nodded as she exited the shop. Stretching her body slightly, Shiro walked out of the alleys. It's been a few hours. I wonder how far Lyrica is in the dungeon. Shiro thought with a frown. Quickly heading back to the dorm, Shiro sat down on her chair and frowned. No, she'll be fine. Shiro shook her head. Pulling Ian from out of her pocket, she fed it a D-ranked mana stone and played around with him. When are you going to be useful, Shiro asked as Ian avoided eye contact. Fine. I'll be patient. Shiro smiled and rubbed Ian's head. But if you turn out to be useless, I might turn you into cool soup. She teased. Chirp. Ian chirped in fear as he hid his head. Ha ha ha, Shiro giggled slightly, seeing Yin's reaction. You're cute. I won't eat you, don't worry. After playing with Ian for a bit longer, Shiro decided to sleep since it was getting late. Helion. Aram screamed out as she stormed Helian's workshop. Hey, Aram. Did you like Shiro? Helion asked, looking up. Yes, I did, but you could have just called me over. Why did you have to ask her to come over to my workshop? Aram frowned as she sat down and crossed her legs. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Shiro is easy to get along with. Helion grinned. Yeah, I know that. But now she knows what I do, Afraid she'll avoid you like the other cute models you found? Helion smiled. I'll hit you. Aram frowned. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. She wouldn't be repulsed by things like that. Helion shrugged. If she did, I'll be coming for you. Aram narrowed her eyes. AI, don't be like that, ha ha ha. We knew each other since we were children. Both you and I know you won't hit your childhood friend. Helion grinned. And I wish you were wrong. Aram sighed. So you took another interest in Aloli? You sure she ain't a married woman this time? Aram grinned. This caused Helion to slip slightly as he coughed. She's only 13. I'm not that bad, Helion said. Right. Aram rolled her eyes. I heard you got some materials for your class up? Yeah, I did. Some C-rank materials. But dang, they're hard to shape. Helion sighed. What do you expect? You only have D-rank strength. Who told you to aim to get the class, Hammer Saint? You know not many people have gotten that right? Even if you're a genius, you're wasting your talents. What is talent if not to aim for a higher goal? What about you? Aren't you going for Mage Saintess as well? Helion gestured at her. That being said, how goes your advancement? He asked. It's going well. I've done 4 out of 5 advancements. But the last one is troubling me. Aram sighed. You haven't done it yet? No. I can't just grab any random monster. It has to fit the requirements for a perfect match. Heis. I've been stuck on this for so long. Aram tilted her head back. Her next advancement was to reach the class veteran source mage. After constant study, she had finally found the way to get this class. Yet when she got it, she was shocked at the requirements. Veteran source mage class up requirements. On waking up, Shiro rubbed her eyes as she unfroze her cast. Moving her arms a little, she smiled, feeling no pain. With her weakened debuff removed, her HP shot all the way back up to 34k. Little Een. This miss has fully recovered. Shiro grinned as she tapped Een on the head. Yin's body shook a little as it groggily got up. Flapping its wings, it landed on Shiro's head and proceeded to sleep again. Heh, lazy head. Shiro muttered as she stood up. Dressing carefully as to not disturb Een too much, she walked over to Lyrica's room and knocked on the door. A tired voice rang out as Shiro sighed in relief. Lyrica opened the door with a serious case of bed hair and dark circles under her eyes. Oh, it's you, Shiro. Want to come in? She asked. Shiro nodded as she sat on a chair. So was the dungeon run successful? Shiro asked. Half and half. I gave up just before the final boss fight, Lyrica said as she laid her body on the bed. Why's that? Shiro asked. Because I struggled a little too much with the second boss. The final boss is and always will be harder than the other 2 bosses. But since I struggled so much with the second boss, I doubted that I would defeat the last boss, Lyrica said, snuggling into her bed covers. But hey, I leveled up twice, which is pretty good. Since I knew I couldn't focus on the last boss, I aimed to kill as many mobs as I could. Lyrica smiled. Just so that I know, how long did you spend in killing the mobs? At 2 days? Something like that. 2 days? She spent 2 days killing non-stop, huh? Shiro thought as she patted Lyrica on the head. Good work. Shiro smiled since Lyrica was able to gain another 2 levels, thus bringing her up to level 19. Ah, your arm is fixed. Lyrica was surprised seeing Shiro use her right arm. Yep, my arm is entirely fixed now. Shiro smiled as she flexed her arm a little. Congratulations. Lyrica smiled. Want to hit up a dungeon later then? I'll take you to a dungeon and serve as backup. You try solo most of it, how's that? Sure. Lyrica nodded as she planted her face into the cover. I'm going out for a bit. I'll text you when we're hitting up the dungeon. Sure. See you later. Lyrica waved her hand slightly as Shiro only chuckled. Walking out the room, she headed downstairs. Shiro, your arm is healed? The receptionist called out in shock. Yes. It's recovered completely. Shiro nodded. Wait here. I'll have Dr. Hoffman check it just in case there is anything else wrong with your arm, okay? It was hurt pretty badly last time, she said. Shiro only sighed slightly as she knew she wasn't getting out of the dorm without being checked up first. Sitting by one of the spare stools, Shiro waited for Dr. Hoffman to arrive. Once again, Shiro didn't have to wait long for Dr. Hoffman to arrive. "Oh, don't you look energetic considering the amount of damage on your arm?" he said, scratching the back of his head. Putting down his bag, he pulled out a tablet and scanned her arm. "Holy, it really is healed. Not a single mark of damage," Dr. Hoffman remarked as he looked at Shiro. "What kind of crack did you take to heal up this well?" "Just slang for drug." He shrugged as he stood up. "So how come you're able to come here so quickly?" Shiro asked, as being the school healer means there are bound to be other people needing treatment. "Because unlike everyone else, I can't just slap an HP potion in your mouth and call it a day," he said, giving his neck a stretch. "Isn't that a bit irresponsible?" PFT. In this age of magic and wizardry, I'm pretty sure slapping an almost all-powerful potion in anyone's mouth fixes them up real nice. The only responsibility for me is to give them the potion. As your strange injury, I can't just slap a potion in you since it didn't heal the arm. Therefore, I need to be responsible, or else I'm pretty sure the principal will come rip me a new one." He shrugged. Packing his bag up, Hoffman walked away. Weird but not necessarily incorrect, Shiro thought. He wasn't wrong with the part about responsibility. In this new age of magic, near-fatal injuries could just be fixed with a spell or a potion. Responsibility within this area of medicine was no longer a thing. There were no assigning months upon months of medication for a small wound to be healed, nor was there a need for constant checkups. "You're injured? Potion. Next patient, please." It was that simple. Seeing that she was free to go, Shiro stood up and walked out the school premises. Going through her checklist of things to do, she realized that there were only a few days left until the faction recruitment. If I take Lyrica to a level 15 to 20 dungeon, I should be able to get her to level up. Hopefully, all the way to level 20, or even 21 if we do her class up, she thought. Checking the time, she walked towards Helian's shop after seeing that it was almost 9 a.m. "Oh, good morning, Shiro. You checking up on the armor?" Helion asked as he yawned slightly. "Yes. How's the progress so far?" Shiro smiled as she was the first customer of the day. "I only got a single boot left to do. If you wait by the side, I'll have it done in no time," Helion said, gesturing at one of the chairs. Shiro nodded as she sat down. "So your arm's fixed now?" "I was surprised seeing it all cast up and not healed with a potion or spell. The damage was mostly unhealable and had to be recovered naturally." Shiro smiled. "Is that so? Congratulations on healing then. Don't worry, I won't give you a discount," Helion said with a slight chuckle. He still remembered how Shiro didn't want any gifts or discounts the first time they met. "Thanks." Pulling out his equipment, he started to make the final boot as Shiro played with Een. "Little Een, you have so much mana but can't do SHT with it. When can you actually pull your weight?" she muttered teasingly. Even though Een was only level 5, his power just from his HP and MP alone could be compared to a level 20 plus. Een made a sad face as if Shiro had wronged him. Scooping up the mana stones, it stuffed them into its mouth with a silent tear. Shiro giggled seeing Yin's behavior when an idea struck her. "Little Een, do you understand me?" Shiro asked. Een nodded its head as Shiro grinned. "Are you a boy?" Een tilted her head in disdain and made a spitting motion. "So you're a girl?" Shiro asked, feeling happy Een was a girl. Girls were more fun to look after, animal or not. Een nodded her head and flapped onto Shiro's shoulder, rubbing her head against Shiro's cheek. She wanted to gain more of Shiro's affection. "I'll love you more if you could fight, Shiro said, rubbing her head. Not too long after, Helion had finished the boot as he brought out the other pieces. The moment the pieces came into close contact with each other, a slight silver-purple glow encased each on as Shiro widened her eyes in surprise. "He made set equipment?" Set equipments are, as it says, worn in sets. With a certain amount of pieces worn, a bonus effect would be triggered as they could be anything ranging from extra points to 1 stats or a set skill. Set skills were outrageous skills since they needed equipment of the same set to be invoked. "If I recycle this set armor, I'll be able to add the set skill to an armor I make in the future. Shiro thought as this was a rare opportunity. It's not every day you see set equipment being made, especially if it was for a level 20. Even in her past life, the lowest level set equipment she saw was level 50. She didn't know if this was good or bad, but she knew it was an opportunity nonetheless. Well, I certainly didn't expect this, Helion muttered, surprised by himself. Spider Queen's set LVL20, blue, the 2 and 4 piece effects didn't interest Shiro, but the final advantage was outrageous. Shiro recognized that to be the same skill bosses could use. A 20% attack speed and 20% power were no joke at higher levels. Even the 40 was something negligible. Shame this appeared on a level 20. If it was higher, I wouldn't even sell it. Helion lamented as skills no longer worked if a person was 5 levels higher. This miss can recycle this and use the skill whenever Shiro grinned. This was what truly makes her Nanomancer class thrive. While she could create weapons, they will and always be skillless blanks, except for the long-ranged weapons. With her skill recycle and reprint, she could effectively make the most insane weapon for a limited amount of time, whenever and wherever she wanted. Hopping over to the equipment, she looked at it with a smile that resembled that of a lecherous old man. How much? Shiro asked. 600,000 USD. Helion said after a pause. Considering the strength of this set, it can help someone clear their class advancement pretty easily. Therefore, the price would naturally be high. Grabbing the crystal, Shiro transferred the money over without hesitation as this set was too precious. Not only for her, but for Lyrica as well. It would take her a while before she can get nanotech armor creation. Therefore, in the time it takes, Lyrica can be using this set until level 25. Thanks, Shiro said as she left the workshop with the armor in her inventory. Helion could only wave goodbye as he lamented the armor not being higher level so he could use it. Ding! After walking out the store, Shiro had received a text message and opened her phone. Arim. Shiro, your outfit has finished dyeing. As for the one for your friend, it'll take me a few more hours to finish. Tapping away on her phone, Shiro replied as such. Thank you. I'll come to collect it later today. Arim only replied with an okay as Shiro walked towards a D-ranked dungeon. It was the same dungeon she fought against last time, the Frag Ant's Burrow, but this time, she had more of a guarantee to kill the boss. Her arrows fired from the nanotech bow housed an astounding amount of penetrative power. So much, in fact, that should she fire a fully charged arrow at the boss, she'll be able to shatter the mana shield. Naturally, the best thing was for her to kill it straight away, before it could put up any form of defense. After arriving at the dungeon, she made sure no one saw her enter. Style Phantom Arts, First Phantom, Illusionary Phantom. Entering inside the dungeon, she could already hear frag ants crawling towards her. This Missy doesn't have time for you, she muttered as snow started to fall. Stomping down, ice erupted outwards as it froze the entire area around her. Walking towards the first boss, Shiro had no mobs obstruct her way since they were either frozen to death or had no way to reach her. Seeing the familiar bombard frag ant, Shiro created a nanotech bow and drew back on the string. Neon blue mana twisted into an arrow as it was notched and aimed towards the bombard frag ant, charging up the arrow with a bit more mana. Shiro let the arrow fly. Boom! The arrow crashed through the ant as it obliterated its body with ease. Heh, that flying frag queen better watch her ace. Shiro grinned as she walked to the teleporter. The second floor was just as easy as the first. Charging up her bow, she managed to eradicate the millipede's armor and skewer it easily. As for the final boss, Style Phantom Arts, First Phantom, Illusionary Phantom. Crouching low on the ground, Shiro formed a bow in her hand whilst running around the queen. Neon blue mana gathered into an arrow as Shiro pulled back on the string. Not even waiting to see how the damage was, Shiro stomped down as 4 ice spears pierced upwards and lifted up the queen. The queen struggled, but Shiro's arrow was already notched and ready to be fired. Aiming at the ace of the queen, Shiro grinned. This is for my arm, she muttered. Boom! The arrow fired as it was aimed perfectly at the queen's ace. Unable to react, she could only wait upon her death due to an arrow up her ace. CRRR. The cry of the was filled with pain as Ian looked away in pity. Seeing that the queen wasn't dead, Shiro dissembled the bow as she created a spear. Twirling it in her palm, Shiro stabbed it towards the queen's ace. The queen mostly relied on her mana for her shield to defeat her opponents in a war of attrition. Yet, Shiro destroyed that option straight away. This made the queen an easy kill as her main weapon was destroyed. How fast the tables turn, huh? Shiro thought. The entire dungeon run took her a few hours as she didn't focus on collecting the loot. Harvesting the queen, Shiro threw the mana stone into her mouth and left for the second floor with Ian. The collection itself took longer as Shiro had to search all of the kills she got to get the mana stones. In the end, she managed to collect over 60 D-ranked mana stones. Little Ian, you get 25, I get 35, okay? Shiro said as Ian nodded. Chirping happily, she greedily ate up 3D ranked mana stones before falling asleep again. Chase so lazy. Really wonder where you get this trait from. Shiro giggled. However, the main harvest from the dungeon was reaching level 30. Name, Shiro Race. Snow Girl, evolution criteria yet to be met. Snow Girl. Tier 2 Ice Magic, passive regeneration, blessed by ice. Snow Magic, faded snow movement, cold aura. Nanomancer, dagger creation, nanotech engineering tier 1, sword creation, bow creation, heavy weapon creation. Other, mini-map, inspection, disguise, harden, equipment, lesser fear, equipment, mana barrier. Tapping on the star advancement tab, Shiro paused seeing the conditions for the class up. Snow Girl kill 20 ice elemental-based LVL 30 bosses, 30 ice cores, reach tier 2 attunement in ice element. The first two was easy for her as she had her Nanomancer class to help her out. However, she had no idea where to get the tier 2 attunement in the ice element. She's heard of reaching higher levels of synergy with your respective elements, hence the elemental true armor. However, elemental true armor only came when one reached tier 3 in their element. Even now, Shiro doubts her attunement would be tier 1 if not for her race advantage. Different races get certain advantages. Now that she was a monster, she knew the hard work one had to put into upgrading. At least it was much harder for a monster. Not only did you have to first break out of the dungeon's control, but you also had to leave the dungeon, survive the city, and only then could you start to evolve. Yet for these upgrade requirements, they'll be hard to achieve outside of a dungeon. To access a dungeon, one had to sneak through a city to reach it. It wasn't easy. The life of a monster, that is. Leaving the dungeon, Shiro decided to look up attunement regarding the ice element. According to the web, there is a government-funded attunement hall. However, the tickets to go inside weren't easy to get a hold of. The easiest way to get an entrance ticket to the attunement halls is through the Mages Association. They have the main access since mages need the attunement more often than warriors and other non-magic-based classes. Little Ian, do you think I can get any other attunement? Maybe metal since my class. Shiro said as Ian chirped in agreement. AI, if only you can talk. Shiro chuckled. However, before she went to the Mages Association, she wanted to go pick up the outfit from Aram first. Entering the shop once more, Shiro paused when she saw a familiar face. Hey Liam. Shiro smiled awkwardly. Liam stood frozen as he dropped whatever he had in his hands. I'll just look for Aram. Shiro typed as she walked away. Hold on. This is just a misunderstanding. Liam cried out as he walked over to her. Right. Liam. No need to shock her too much. You'll seem more suspicious if you get into a panic. Aram said as she giggled. Shiro, my brother is here just to check up on me. Aram smiled. Brother? Yeah, I'm her brother. Liam shrugged sitting down. He was just checking up on her to make sure she was making the bare minimum, so that she could pass the month. Yet just as he was waiting for her to get the monthly sales, Shiro walked in on him tidying up the store a little. Oh, I see. Shiro sighed. When she first saw Liam, she had a good impression of him. He didn't seem like anyone who would visit this kind of store in broad daylight. I presume you're here to get your outfit and your commission. Aram smiled. Yes. How far along is the outfit for my friend? Shiro asked. Almost done. If you just give me an hour or so I'll be finished. Aram smiled. Liam, help me out. Go to the second floor, third chest to the left. There should be a set of clothes there. There for Shiro. Aram gestured towards Liam. Liam nodded before heading upstairs. So you two are siblings? Shiro asked. She was curious as Liam and Aram looked nothing alike. We're siblings, but not blood-related. I was adopted into the family, and now it's just me and Liam left. Our parents died a while back. Aram shrugged. I see. Shiro nodded. With what Aram said, the atmosphere instantly turned to awkward as Shiro didn't really know what to say. The short time yet long silence felt agonizing for Shiro as Liam finally returned with her outfit. How much is it? Shiro asked. Nothing. You paid me by being my model. Aram smiled. It wasn't easy to have a young model which didn't run the moment Aram lead them to her shop. So for Shiro to still model for her saved her a lot of time. I don't want to owe you anything. Just tell me how much it costs. Che, just like the muscle brain said, $400,000 for both the current outfit and the one in the making. Aram shrugged. Shiro nodded as she paid the full amount. Is it okay if I go change into my outfit now? Sure. Same as last time. Just go to my studio. Aram said, pointing at the door. You two do what you need to do. I'll go back to my shift now. Liam said as he walked out. See you. Bye. Liam left the store as it was just Shiro and Aram left. Welp. I should go continue to make the dress now. Aram said, standing up. Shiro nodded whilst she made her way to the other room. Changing her outfit, she looked into the mirror and inspected herself. She wore a black shirt, short black jeans, white stocking, white boots, a large white robe, and a pair of white gloves. The robe had a crystal clip in the center as it held the robe together. Flipping up the hood, Shiro liked how she could extend the hood out so it hid her face. The design allowed for that. Pulling back her hood, Een cried out in displeasure as the new outfit didn't have any pockets for her to sleep in. AI, calm down, little Een. You have space here, see? Shiro said, pointing at her sleeves and the inside of her hood. There was enough room for Een to rest comfortably. Chirping lightly, Een burrowed himself into her hood as her head would occasionally peek out. Chuckling slightly, Shiro rubbed her head. Walking back to the main room, Aram was still making the outfit. It's almost done, she said with a shrug of her shoulders. Nodding, Shiro sat by the side as she watched Aram put the final touches on the outfit. Not even an hour passed before Aram stopped. Here. Satisfied? She asked. The outfit itself was colored light green with hints of blue and yellow along with floral patterns, which decorated the edges of the outfit. The dress itself was a sleeveless high-collar dress with a skirt that would reach halfway down the thighs. This was paired up with long white gloves and stockings. Thank you. Shiro smiled. No problem. Just come here if you need another commission. Trading with a photo shoot, of course. Aram winked. Shiro nodded as she stored the outfit into her inventory. Flipping up her hood, she walked out the street with people hardly being able to see her face due to a mix of height and the cover the hood provided. At most, they'll only spare her a glance. She first went over to the Adventurers Guild since she wanted to update her ID. After updating her ID, she walked to the Mages Association and waited in the queue. In order for her to gain access to the Attunement Hall, she needed to fulfill 3 conditions. 1. Be a member of the Mages Association. 2. Tier 2 magic user. 3. Top 50 on the priority list. First 2 was easy. The priority list was the annoying part. Out of so many mages in the city, she had to reach the top 50 in priority. The priority list was a list where they determine who has the most talent to be nurtured. This gave them a passive income of a certain amount of mana stones every week, materials, and study logs for magic. And to top it all off, they were granted access to the Attunement Hall. From rank 50 to rank 21, the time you get in the Attunement Hall was only an hour. However, even if it's just an hour, it provided the mages with a substantial boost to their INT stat. Rank 20 to 11 got 3 hours, while the top 10 had 5 hours each. Shiro's goal was to reach the top 20 if possible. If she wanted to awaken her attunement to elements faster, she'll need to spend more time in the Attunement Hall, especially since there wasn't a guarantee to awaken it in one go. Some may even go a lifetime without being able to awaken, whilst others could awaken on their first try. When it was her turn to speak, Shiro pulled out her phone. I would like to register as a Mages Association member. Can you show us your Adventurer's ID? Shiro nodded and handed over her ID. Age 13 and level 30? The receptionist cried in disbelief. The average age for a person to reach level 30 was around 25. Yet this girl was level 30 when she's only 13. I'll have to call the branch master for this, okay? She said as Shiro nodded. A small commotion was stirred up as the surroundings muttered about what they just heard. She's only 13 at that as well. How old is Julia when she was level 30? I think Julia was 21 when she reached level 30. She's left for the bigger cities since she classed up, but to think we'll be able to see someone break her record. True. Ignoring the commotion around her, Shiro narrowed her eyes when she felt a gaze scan her from head to toe. Looking over, Shiro saw the receptionist walk out with a man, which she presumed to be the branch master. The man looking around his mid-30s. He had a thin build, swept-back blonde hair, blue eyes, a clean face, stood around 6 feet 5 and wore a black suit. Mark LVL 50, Twin Element, Mage. Mark LVL 50, Twin Element Mage, are you the one who's level 30 at a young age of 13? He asked with a small smile. Yes, I am. I want to register for a membership. I see. I'm afraid we'll have to do a personal exam to determine your true rank and priority. Is that okay? It's not every day we get a young genius like you, he said as he gestured at Shiro. Now may you follow me to the testing room. Shiro nodded as she pulled forward her hood a little. Walking towards the testing room, Shiro wondered what the test was. Here is an old generation model of the virtual combat simulator. You'll be able to enter a combat space where your magic is measured, Mark said as he pointed the capsule in the center. This is also what we use to determine the priority list. Top 20 will have to fight to keep their ranks. Everyone outside of the top 20 will have chances to challenging the top 20 when they're in top 50. As for how we determine the top 50, it depends on how well they do in terms of performance average of the last 20 matches. Looking at the device, Shiro already had a basic idea of how it worked. I'm guessing it's based on instinctive reactions that you move the body in the simulation. This is so that levels and status don't matter at all, and it's all about how well the brain can control body, right? And to ensure fairness, I'm guessing that you make it so that everyone's character has the same status, meaning as long as your control and technique is good, you can win. Shiro typed out as she showed it to Mark. Have you seen this before? He asked, surprised that she knew about it. No, but it's easy to guess. Shiro smiled. If it's based on how well I can control my body, then I have an advantage over the people here. Shiro thought. I see. Anyways, I want you to enter the simulation and have a spar with me. I'll determine your priority level. Mark said as Shiro was a special case. The normal procedure for determining one's rank was just to do 10 spars with other people and ranked based on performance. However, for Shiro was a level 30 at the young age of 13. Mark wanted to test her out himself. Shiro reached out for Een as she set her by the side. I'm going to do this spar for a bit. Be a good girl and sit here, okay? Shiro said as Een chirped in acknowledgement. Is that your pet? Mark asked. Yes, her name is Een. She'll sit by the side while we do the spar. Getting into the capsule, Shiro closed her eyes as she entered the virtual world. In front of her, there was a panel for character creation. She was about to remake her body from her past life when she paused. This is my second life. No need to be so hung up on my past glory. I may have perfect body control with my old body, but I have a new one now. I should aim to get better at my current body. Shiro thought as she allowed the capsule to keep her current looks. Next was magic. Shiro narrowed her eyes when she saw metal base element magic. Exiting out the world, she flexed her fingers as nanobots entered the capsule. Searching through the records, she erased everything that might link to her being a nanomancer. Sighing in relief, she re-entered the simulation and only found Tier 2 ice magic. Finishing up the customization, Shiro marveled at the feeling. Whilst not as good as the virtual machines in my first life, this isn't too bad. Shiro thought. Shiro looked around as she saw that she was in a Colosseum-type construct. Cream-colored pillars could be seen around them as there was a spectator stand for the would-be viewers. The arena itself was made from rock and sand as it made it hard to get a decent grip on the floor. This might limit my phantom arts a little, Shiro thought with a frown. Phantom arts were heavily reliant on footwork and momentum control. With a surface like this, Shiro would find it hard to use phantom arts to their fullest. The only reason she could use it well with her ice was due to her control over the ice. If not, she'll be slipping everywhere due to the slippery surface. Not too far away from her, Mark stood. The test is simple. Demonstrate your magic during combat. Mark smiled. Lightning and fire swirled around both his hand as he gestured for her to attack him. His elements are fire and lightning. The lightning I can chain away using my ice, but his fire is a bit more annoying. His main weakness would be mana expenditure since his fire and lightning cost more. With him sustaining two elements, the best way for me to win is to draw out the fight. Another way would be to bombard him as much as I can. Shiro thought as ice and snow swirled around her. The wind caused her hair to flip around as she looked like an elemental spirit. First, I need my area of effect, Shiro thought as she slammed her palms down. Ice rapidly spread out as Shiro visualized the entire process to make sure the ice was extra strong and hard to melt. Mark jumped back in slightly surprise, seeing how fast the ice managed to cover the entire area. Even though there was a distance of at least 25 meters from her to him, he was almost hit by the ice. Her visualization must be incredible for the ice to spread this quickly, Mark thought as he landed on the ice. Sliding slightly, he crouched down and tried to melt the ice with his fire. His frown deepened when he realized the ice was still mostly intact. Before he could continue to melt the ice, he had to roll to the left as an ice spike landed and exploded in his previous spot. Flicking his wrist, he shot lightning towards her. Shiro only smiled as she clutched her hand. A wall made of ice rose up as the outer layer was thawed slightly, so there was a layer of water. Lightning chained along the wall as it dealt no damage. His fire can't melt my ice well enough, while the water from my ice blocks his lightning. This match is mine, Shiro thought with a smile. There was also the choice of overwhelming her in pure combat prowess, but she had a whole lifetime to hone herself in combat. A person fighting for 30-odd years couldn't compare to her. Dashing towards him, Shiro decided to go close-quarters combat. A spear of ice was formed in her hands as she stabbed towards Mark. Pivoting on his leg, Mark made a fist of fire as he punched towards her. Shiro flicked her wrist and the spear spun back towards her. This allowed her to grab the spear with two hands and block Mark's strike. In-style Phantom Arts, third Phantom, counterweight Phantom. Shifting her weight, Shiro pulled Mark towards her as kicked him in the stomach, using the combined weight of that instance of him attacking. URG. Mark groaned slightly as his body was sent backwards. Rolling on the ground, he flipped his body and stood back up. He only saw Shiro flick her wrist as he saw the area around him darken. He cried out in shock. Fire and thunder gathered in his palms as he launched a blast upwards, destroying the pillar Shiro was about to drop onto him. Shiro took this into account as she was already in front of him. Sliding on her feet, Shiro stabbed the spear towards his head. Phew! The power of the spear created a small gust as Mark managed to dodge his head out of the way. Fire and lightning gathered in front of him as he aimed it towards Shiro. Flicking her spare hand, a shield was erected in front of her. She frowned when she saw the blast carving through the ice with ease. Stabbing the spear into the shield, Shiro shifted her weight as she vaulted over the shield and landed behind Mark. Her spear was aimed at his rear as she grinned. Extend. The match ended just like that. Leaving the simulation, Mark and Shiro looked at each other. Was there no other way other than what you did? I don't know, maybe stab me through my chest? Mark said. The simulation would transfer a little of the phantom pain, so that the human brain would still react to the stimulus. Shiro only grinned as walked over to Ian. Tapping her head, Shiro placed Ian on her shoulders as Mark had a hand on his ace, still feeling a sting from the phantom pain. So your magic control is the peak of Tier 2, I'd say. Combat prowess. Hi. I'll place you in rank 20 of the priority list, okay? You'll also have a VIP membership with the Mages Guild, Mark said as Shiro nodded. Taking back the ID, Shiro wanted to see if she could access the attunement hall. Since I'm ranked 20 on the list, am I able to enter the attunement hall now? Shiro asked. So that was what you wanted. Unfortunately, you'll need to wait a day before you can use the attunement halls. Today is used by the top 10. Tomorrow is used by the top 20 and so on. Alright. What privileges does having a VIP account give me? You get access to tomes, materials, and skill simulations. Mark said as Shiro nodded. Skill simulations weren't anything foreign for her. In fact, they were one of the most common things in her past life. Not everyone can find a grimoire or skill stone, so they resort to simulations and people mimicking the effects of the skill. With enough proficiency and consistency, you'll be able to unlock the skill in the system. Naturally, with a martial art like In-style Phantom Arts, it won't show up on the system. This was due to the fact that it isn't a skill and rather a set of movements. In time, she should be able to gain a title though. Every martial art rewarded a title after a certain time. The first being Martial Art Style, Practitioner. The higher rank the titles get, the more bonuses it grants you. Then for the materials, am I able to trouble you with collecting 30 ice cores? 30 ice core? Mark said in shock. Ice cores, while not extremely rare, wasn't common either. Out of 10 ice-type D-ranked bosses, only 1 or 2 of them would drop. To get 30 ice cores was equivalent to killing almost 100+ ice-ranked bosses. The Mages Association could afford it, but it would still make Mark's heart ache from the expenditure. To get 30 ice cores, you'll have to be in top 10. At most, I can give you is 10. And that's the upper limit. Top 10, huh? Shiro thought as a grin slowly formed on her face. Seeing the face, Mark felt his ace tense up again. How do I challenge the top 10 for their spots? You'll have to challenge rank 19 first, and work your way up one by one. Is that so? How would I challenge them? Is it just by the simulation again? Yes. If the rank isn't online, you can challenge the rank above them. Mark nodded. All right. I'm going back in, Shiro said as she sat in the pod. The fight will be broadcasted. We have fights broadcasted so that people know about the rank changes. Sure. Shiro wasn't too bothered. It wasn't like she was going to be using her nanomancer anyways. Entering the simulation world, Shiro checked out the rankings and saw that rank 19 was available to be challenged. Pressing the challenge button, Shiro waited for the match to start. Opponent has accepted the challenge. Teleporting in 10, stretching her fake, simulated body, Shiro waited for the countdown to finish. The arena was more of a modern arena. It was a huge room without anything special, as there were only a few rooms with glass windows as the viewing platform. In front of her was rank 19 on the priority list. Killian. He had long red hair tied into a ponytail, tall body build, black robe, and a spellbook in his hands. Shiro grinned as she created her ice spear. The next victim was ready. Fuh. A cloud of smoke was breathed out as Lucius sighed. After several weeks of pursing from his attackers, he was finally able to escape their reach. Naturally by that, he means kill them all. Cracking his neck, he stretched his body. Che, old rascals thinking I was an easy target. He spat out as he threw away his cigarette. Right now, he was mentally worn out and fatigued. He needed a safe location to rest up. Walking over to the Mages Guild, he went up to the receptionist. Get Mark over here, he said as the receptionist frowned. I'm afraid you don't have the permission. Just tell him his lord is here then. Lucius narrowed his eyes. The receptionist paused hearing this and nodded. Jogging to the testing room, she soon returned with Mark. Lucius gestured slightly as Mark nodded. Walking into a separate room, Lucius sat down on a chair and closed his eyes. I'm sorry, young master. I wasn't able to help you since the association was being watched, Mark said as he kneeled down. No worries. I was able to kill them in the end, Lucius replied as he sat up. That being said, how's the tasks I gave you? I'm afraid I have little to no progress. The traitors hide their tracks extremely well, Mark reported. Lucius narrowed his eyes as the faction was slowly being overtaken by traitors. Even though he was the young master, his level was only 50. He couldn't stand up to those old monsters just yet. Keep trying to find them. In the meantime, try to get a few good seedlings in the faction recruitment. Having a few new bloods under my control will help against the traitors. Understood. Mark nodded. Ah. The two paused when they suddenly heard a scream coming from the main hall. Is there anything going on? He asked. Not that I know of. I think it might be one of the ranking matches, Mark said, pausing when he remembered what a certain girl did to him. Just the thought made him pucker his ace. Oh? Is the ranking match that brutal? Lucius asked with curiosity. For a match to be brutal, It'll have to cause a huge amount of damage in one hit before the system sends them out. For someone to be able to make the spectators cry out like that means they have quite the potentials. It's brutal in its own sense, Mark said after a pause. Lucius's interest was piqued further as it turned on the TV and tuned into the fight. Young master, I don't think you should W. Mark's warning was a little too late as they saw Shiro pierce the ace of the person who's ranked 18th on the list. Lucius's face darkened slightly as he saw how she aimed at the ace of the enemies. Actually, isn't she? He muttered, finding her a little familiar. Wait, isn't she the little girl who caused me to waste time? He thought when he saw her face. Mark, I want you to give me all the information you have on her, he said with narrowed eyes. Here, I was attending to her not too long ago, so I have her information on me, Mark said, handing him the ID copy. Age 13 and level 30, huh? Interesting. He smiled. Try recruit her into our group when the faction recruitment starts. Lucius smiled. I'll try. Mark nodded. Dismissing Mark, Lucius sat on the sat with a smile as he watched her fight. Yet oddly effective. We humans have little to no protection on our rear, making it a prime weak point. There is a natural entry there to destroy your internals after all. We can protect our eyes, our mouths, and other points in front of us. But one would almost never protect their ace. Lucius thought. It was an interesting weakness that Shiro had shown him. Male, female, monster, everyone had the weakness par from some. With such a spot available, it would be dumb not to attack it. The only factor restraining this would be embarrassment. Her face would be awfully thick if she isn't embarrassed by this. Perhaps I should consider this weakness as well, he thought with a smile. His eyes glowed with interest as he continued to read her records. Tapping his fingers, a shadow version on him rose up as it bowed. Keep an eye on her. I want to see if she's hiding anything else. The shadow faded into the cracks of the wall as he continued to watch. It was during the fourth match did he frown. Those movements. Why do they seem similar to the martial arts of the founder? He muttered. The founder of the faction he was in, Shadow Palace, used a special set of martial arts that was lost through time. The martial arts, while only a fragment of the original, allowed her to propel the Shadow Palace up the ranks of the factions out in the world. The martial arts focused on ghost-like movements and was purely a movement-type martial art. It was with this that the founder was titled Ghost. However, he was witnessing Shiro perform a similar set of movements that fit with the description of the founder's martial art. Standing up from his chair, he decided to have a little talk with her when she comes out of the simulation. Killing her opponent that was ranked 12th on the list, Shiro flicked her wrist as the ice spear dissembled. The stands were filled with spectators, as it wasn't every day that you see a challenger fly through the ranks, especially one that won with such an interesting tactic. You think there's something wrong with her? What do you mean? I mean, she's always going for the ace, right? She's also killing them one by one. Doesn't she know she could fight the top 10? You mean to say she's setting an example? Why else do you think she's fighting them one by one? Oh God. Imagine if she fought like this in real life. Don't. This world is cursed enough as it is. You can't deny it though. I suppose you're right. When she gets into top 10, do you think she'll get a title as well? Would they even allow it though? True. Titles are based on combat habits. With a habit like hers, what do you think she could be called? Ace Busting Queen? How about Ace Annihilator? Doesn't feel right. Ace Destroyer Shiro? Perhaps. Ace Destroying Empress. You know she's 13, right? It says her on her mage's ID. Ace Destroying Princess? That. Let's go with that. Ace Destroying Princess. I like that. Has a nice yet evil ring to it. Doesn't it fit her well though? Look at her. She's so pretty at a young age, but her tendencies are a little. Ahem. Tapping on the button for rank 11, Shiro saw that it was forfeited the moment she challenged him. Is he afraid? Shiro thought as she did fight her way through the ranks easily. Tapping rank 10, she was happy that he accepted. Rank 10 was called Shane. He was a mage that also focused on the ice element. As her vision shifted, she saw her opponent. He had a large robe that covered his body and face, leaving only his eyes out. His body build was slightly on the small side as he didn't have a weapon on him. Why do you keep stabbing at the ace of the mages? He shouted out as he glared at her. Shiro didn't reply as it was a waste of time. She only smiled provocatively as she taunted him. This caused him to frown as a magic circle wrapped around his arm. Before he could set out his area of control, Shiro was way ahead of him as she slammed her palms down and froze the area. Crouching low, she made a spear as she dashed towards him. Stabbing the spear into the ground, she pivoted on her feet as she slid around and behind him. She was about to stab her spear at him when she quickly shifted her weight and flipped away from him. Landing on the ice, she slid back for a moment before she stabilized herself. Shane had a chunk of ice encasing his rear as there were ice spikes shooting out of it. If she had stayed there, it may have injured her. Shane only smiled seeing he saw his plan work. Before he could even talk, he saw Shiro with a bland expression as she flicked her wrist. Boom! When she flipped away, she had set down a trap for him. If a small spear didn't work, then she just needed a larger one. From below his feet, a giant ice pillar shot upwards as it completely obliterated his chunk of ice that protected his rear. With a single move, his body was split in two as his corpse launched high into the air. The crowd was shocked as not even protecting your rear with magic could protect your ace. Seeing that she reached top 10 in terms of ranking, Shiro decided to stop as there had been enough victims for today. Exiting the capsule, Shiro stretched her body as she picked Dean up. HM? Where's the branch master? Shiro thought as she looked around. Exiting out of the room, Shiro looked around and saw Mark walking together with another man. Wait, isn't he that dipshit who handled me roughly last time? Shiro thought with narrowed eyes. Walking up to them, Shiro tapped away at her phone. Mark, I've reached top 10. I do believe I'm entitled to my 30 ice cores now. I earned this. Mark muttered, feeling a little pinch. Not only that, but his young master was here right now. It's fine. Give her the 30 ice cores, Lucius said with a smile. This caused Shiro to narrow her eyes as she wondered about their relationship. Thanks. My address should be on my ID profile. Just send it there. Hang on. I have a question for you. Lucius asked. What? Where did you learn your martial arts? Shiro frowned hearing the question. None of your business. And also, next time remember to handle girls with care. Shiro walked away as Lucius only chuckled. Handle with care, huh? Her methods aren't exactly the most careful, are they? Lucius muttered. You know each other, young master? She wasted my time during my pursuit. The old geezer's almost caught up to me because of her. Should I go and end her? Mark asked with a frown. Leave it. I want to recruit her. No need to kill an upcoming talent. Lucius shook his head. What he doesn't understand are the people who kill what they can't get. Humanity as a whole is only a small part of this world now. Satellites didn't work as they wished, so they couldn't scout out the vast world. They tried to send rockets, but they would get destroyed by flying-type monsters. With them forced to abide by foreign rules, they needed every talent possible. Even if they aren't part of the team, they're still part of humanity. Also that humanity can survive in this strange world. Give her the cores and support her growth. We need talents like her. Not to mention, she was able to almost freeze me when she was 25 levels below me. What? Mark was surprised. He knew that the higher level disparity was between two people, the harder it was to affect the higher level. Yet, for him to still be almost frozen by someone 25 levels below him, tells one volumes of Shiro's strength. Meanwhile, Shiro, who was exiting the building, was looked at with gazes of fear. Some were holding their rears as they shivered, feeling her gaze on them. Littleine, do you think I should have fought a few more people? Shiro asked. Een only chirped as she had seen too much today. Licking her lips slightly, Shiro narrowed her eyes and looked for anyone unaffected. This caused the adventurers to shiver in fear as they planned to get the best blacksmith in the city to make them an ace plate. Shrugging slightly, she decided to let them off and head home first. She still had her gift of armor and outfit ready for Lyrica. Returning to the dorm, Shiro knocked on Lyrica's door. Oh, Shiro! Lyrica paused when she saw Shiro's new outfit. Just seeing the hood frame her cute face and the stockings and jeans frame her thighs made her face heat up. You okay? Yes. Come in, Lyrica said as she quickly gestured for Shiro to enter her room. I got a present for you since you challenged the dungeon solo for the first time. This armor and outfit should help you a lot. Shiro smiled as she sat down on a chair. Pulling out the armor and outfit, Shiro gestured for Lyrica to take a look. Just, wow, was all Lyrica muttered, seeing the armor effects. The outfit is made from a special material like my first dress. It won't break or rip, but the damage is still there. So don't think just because the clothes didn't rip, you won't take any damage. Shiro warned. Of course. It would be stupid otherwise. Lyrica nodded. We have time to challenge a dungeon. Want to do it now? Shiro smiled. The sooner she got Lyrica to level 20 the better. This was so that she could get an extra edge in the faction recruitment. Lyrica nodded as she too wanted to reach level 20. Leaving the dorms, Shiro paused as she felt a strange gaze on her. Pulling her hood forward, she continued to walk whilst looking for the source of the gaze. She narrowed her eyes when she saw the figure. It was the shadow clone of Lucius. She only recognized the clone as she too used the same type of clone during the story quest of the Yin Kingdom. Shiro followed Lyrica as they walked out of the school facility. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Shiro typed out. All right, I'll wait here for you. Walking away from Lyrica, Shiro walked into an ally. The clone followed, but not before it felt two hands wrap around his head and neck. Next time make sure you don't make yourself so obvious. Shiro whispered even though she knew he won't understand. Twisting her hand, she ripped the clone's head clean of the torso as it broke apart. Dusting her hands, she walked back to Lyrica. Lucius, who was talking to Mark, paused feeling his clone's death. So she found and killed it. He said with a small smile. Killed what? Mark asked. She killed the clone I sent to observe her. Lucius chuckled slightly. Mark paused in shock as Lucius's shadow clones were very hard to spot. Not only were they small, but they also blended in almost perfectly with the surroundings. Even for level 50s, they would find it hard to notice the clone. I'm quite interested in her. Make it so that finding out her background is your top priority. Understood. Having killed the clone, Shiro returned to Lyrica as they made their way to the dungeon. Since Lyrica was level 19 and hitting level 20 soon, they decided to challenge the level 20 dungeon, Murloc Caverns. Murloc Caverns featured swamps and land-based combat. The Murlocs were large, frog-like creatures that walked on both legs, sickly green skin and blue patterns. In addition to this, they also had reptilian eyes, humanoid teeth, and tentacle-like protrusions from their backs. With everything combined, they made for a disgusting match. Within the ranks of the Murlocs, there are the basic troops to the highest Murloc King. The Murloc King being the final boss of this dungeon. There is a total of 3 floors in this dungeon. The first floor consisting of Murloc troops and heavy tanks. Second floor consisted of Murloc mages, troops, and shamans. The final floor being the king with all his guards. With Shiro being a level 30, they were allowed a permit to enter. This was due to the fact that Shiro was a level 30 and rank 10 on the mage's priority list. Anyone high in the ranks were able to challenge AE rank dungeon easily. Entering the dungeon, a new question surfaced in Shiro's mind. Lyrica, how did you enter a dungeon solo last time? I just snuck in here. Lyrica laughed slightly. So just like me. Shiro grinned. Patting Lyrica's shoulder, Shiro nodded in approval. Glug glug glug, the sound similar to someone drowning rang out as Lyrica took out her blade. Shiro stepped back as this was solo run for Lyrica. She was only the fail-safe. As the sound came closer, they saw the Murloc holding a small rusted sword. Murloc Troop LVL-20 Lyrica twisted her body as she launched her weapon forwards. Boom! The weapon smacked against the Murloc's sword as Lyrica jumped up and caught the blade. Twisting her body in mid-air, she slashed downwards and cleaved the Murloc in half. Shiro smiled, seeing her efficiency, since it shouldn't take too long for Lyrica to reach level 20. After several hours of grinding on the first floor, Lyrica had finally hit level 20. Congratulations? What classes are available? Shiro asked. I got Elven Swordswoman Star, Elven Swordmaster, and Elven Blade Dancer. Lyrica said as Shiro considered. What benefits and negatives are there? The Elven Swordswoman Star gives me a 15% bonus when attacking with swords, a 10% agility bonus, and an extra 10% STR when I attack with full momentum. Swordmaster gives me a 20% bonus, 15% agility, and an extra 15% STR. But I also lose most of my defense and skills in turn for new ones. What about the last one? Elven Blade Dancer? Shiro asked. She knew that all elves had a chance to reach Elven Sword Saintess, but she didn't know about any of the classes that came before it. While she could guess a few, Elven Blade Dancer was certainly a new class she had never even heard rumors of. Oh wow. The Elven Blade Dancer gives me a 20% bonus with swords, daggers, and chain whips, a 20% agility bonus, and an extra 20% STR. But that requires me to almost completely abandon my defense. From what she's told me, the Blade Dancer seems like a heavy damage-orientated class. It should have either amazing burst damage or long damage over time. From what I've seen of Lyrica, this may fit her quite nicely. Which class do you think you're going to go for? I'm thinking of Blade Dancer. Being able to end a fight quickly would be handy if I'm going to be soloing dungeons. Lyrica replied, Do what you wish. If I remember clearly, every elf has a chance to get Elven Sword Saintess, right? The strength of your class should be linked to the classes you chose previously. So for you to pick Blade Dancer, your Elven Sword Saintess may become a heavy damage-oriented class. Shiro smiled. How do you know about Elven Sword Saintess? That's supposed to be one of the secrets of the elf race. Lyrica cried out in surprise. I have my sources. But what do you mean by secrets? Isn't it supposed to be commonly known? Well, since you already know, I guess it doesn't hurt to tell you. Basically, the relationship between human and demi-races seem nice on the surface, but we all know they want to oppress us demi-races. Each race is basically exposed to the human race as they know all of our traits. The Elven Sword Saintess is supposed to be a secret against the human race should it ever come to that. Lyrica said with a sigh. With power like the Elven Sword Saintess at our disposal, the human race can't sit still. If they knew about it, it'll cause the humans to be wary and be on guard against the elven race, eliminating any source of danger that may come to the human race. Is that so? Narrow-minded fools. With the human race occupying such little of the territory, they still want to oppress the other races. Shiro typed out as she had a disdainful sneer on her face. Greed was one of the core parts of the human mentality. Very few could resist the greed which plagued their nature, and Shiro knows it. But everyone should at least have the ability to rein it in for the betterment of the race. You should try hard to get the class then. Having a hidden proficiency can help you gain the class. Shiro typed out. All right, but I have to say, I'm surprised Shiro is so, how can I put this? Open-minded? Kind of like that. I'm just surprised that you can be so calm. What if I become an overlord that enslaves the human race? Lyrica joked. Shiro only shrugged. Then I take responsibility. But to be honest, I can't exactly be called a human right now. Demi-race like you would be suitable, I suppose. Shiro smiled. Shiro's a demi too? But I thought your ID said human? Lyrica asked. In a world filled with trickery, you need to be good at disguising yourself. Shiro smiled. But what if I tell other people? Then it's just me misplacing my trust. Shiro shrugged. She didn't mind telling Lyrica that she wasn't a human for now. Naturally, she wouldn't tell her that she was a monster either. That'll have to wait. Shiro. Lyrica muttered, hearing Shiro trust her enough to reveal her non-human lineage to her. Whilst it wasn't the full truth, she knew a person like Shiro needed to hide parts of her life to avoid danger. So which class are you going to choose? I'm thinking of going Blade Dancer. My mom has told me about going for stars is good, but the difficulty scales up with each star. Blade Dancer seems to fit me more honestly. Lyrica said whilst tapped the Blade Dancer class. The conditions aren't too hard, I suppose. Defeat 3 bosses with the sword, dagger, and whip. 5D ranked mana stones. Achieve a 250-point total in Street, AGI, and DX. Lyrica said, telling Shiro about her class-up conditions. How many points do you have in total for your STR, AGI, and DX? I got 320 in total. That's 1 condition completed. You should aim to complete the rest of the tasks in this dungeon. But I don't have a whip nor a dagger. I only have this dual-ended blade which barely counts as a sword. I have something for you, don't worry. The main problem is your fighting potential without the dual-ended blade. Since your body's been adapting to the weapon, do you think it remembers some of the movements? Oh, you mean like muscle memory? Yeah, maybe, but I'm not too sure. Lyrica shook her head. You need to make sure you have basic proficiency with every weapon. There will be situations where you would lose your main weapon and have to make do with different weapons. If you train yourself, you'll be able to use every weapon available. But that's hard, Lyrica complained. Reaching a basic understanding in every weapon was hard, as not only did she need to train in each of them, she needs to make sure she curbs any weapon movement habits she picks up. Examples being the difference between an axe and a dagger. The heavier weapon types involve the use of momentum control, whilst the light weapons, like the dagger, need no such thing. To gain proficiency in everything, she'll need to make sure her movements don't collide with different weapons. Shouldn't be. I was able to gain an above basic proficiency in every weapon since I was trained from the time I was a kid. But aren't you still a kid now? Lyrica asked with confusion. When I was trained younger then. It took me a few years, but I was able to curb my habits and get better. Shiro smiled. I need to remember that my current body resembles that of a 13-year-old. I shouldn't be talking about experiences like I did in my past life. Shiro thought. Anyways, since you've killed most of the mobs on the first floor, let's kill the obelisk guardian and go up to the second floor. All right. Lyrica nodded as they made their way to the guardian. When they arrived, they saw the obelisk located in the middle of an island and the boss swimming in the water. Sensing Shiro and Lyrica, the boss dived down before shooting out the water. Bang! The boss landed with a heavy thud as his entire body was exposed to the duo. He had a slimy and elongated body that was a revolting hybrid between a frog and an eel. The mouth of the murloc stretched back all the way to his arms as the rows of teeth caused both Shiro and Lyrica to cringe in disgust. Blue wave-like patterns stretched across his body as the back was decorated with fins. Murloc River Guardian LVL-20. Elite Shiro hopped backwards as she started to float mid-air. Her robe fluttered slightly while she watched with a small smile. Lyrica summoned her weapon as she charged at the murloc. Glup glup glup. Sidestepping, Lyrica dodged easily as her blade glowed with a slight red tinge. Heated edge. Slashing twice with her skill, Lyrica caused a cross to be burned into the side of the murloc. Glup glup. Crying out in rage, the murloc swung his tail as Lyrica quickly slid on the ground, narrowly avoiding the tail swipe. Stabbing the sword into the ground, Lyrica vaulted herself onto the back of the murloc. Twirling the sword, Lyrica caused a multitude of lacerations to appear on the murloc's body. The murloc's eyes glowed red as sparks started to flicker around him. Seeing this, Lyrica quickly jumped backwards, avoiding the lightning. Pivoting on her leg, Lyrica twisted her body as a gale started to pick up. Whirlwind slash. Poochie poochie. Two deep ghastly gashes could be seen on the back as Lyrica took advantage of her momentum to increase the damage. Not wasting the excess momentum, Lyrica shifted her footwork and cleaved downwards. Bang! The blade cut deeply into the flesh, but wasn't able to sever the tail. Lyrica frowned slightly seeing this. The murloc retaliated by bending back at an abnormal angle. His mouth opened wide as it wanted to swallow Lyrica whole. Kicking the bottom of the blade, Lyrica dislodged the blade from the tail as she rolled out of the way. Boom! A miniature dust cloud exploded outwards as the murloc's head crashed against the ground. Quickly reorientating herself, Lyrica narrowed her eyes. The murloc's tail could be seen swishing around in the smoke. Glup glup. Smashing through the cloud of smoke, the murloc charged towards Lyrica as she quickly vaulted upwards to avoid being eaten. Boom boom boom. Destroying a large portion of the scenery, the murloc tilted his head back as it swallowed everything. Creepy F-cur, Lyrica muttered with a frown. The abnormal size of the jaw freaked her out as there was something that unsettled her mentally. She just couldn't stand looking at such a disgusting thing. Meanwhile, Shiro was becoming more and more satisfied watching Lyrica fight. Not only were her movements fluid, but she was also starting to improve on her hidden proficiency, adding her own movements to flow from one skill to another, all whilst not disrupting her current tempo. The subtle shift in her center of gravity shift to cooperate with her footwork and wrist movement didn't escape Shiro's eye. At the rate she's going, she may very well be the youngest to ever comprehend her attack domain. In this life, and in my previous life, Shiro thought. Having an ally like this would definitely make future dungeon runs easier, as it was hard to solo the higher level ones. Just one monster would have people struggling, as they all had their own skills that could kill a person quickly. Whilst Lyrica was fighting the boss, Shiro scanned for his HP. Murloc River Guardian LVL 20. Elite. He's going to die soon. Shiro thought with a smile. The Murloc slammed his hands into the ground as Lyrica dodged, stabbing the blade deep into the back of his palm. Lyrica twisted her body and gave the blade a roundhouse kick. Bang! The kick to the blade ripped a large chunk of the flesh out as Lyrica caught the blade once more. Following the momentum, she slashed towards the Murloc's eye. Glup glup glup. Seeing that Lyrica has it handled, Shiro decided to craft the weapons she needed for the next two bosses. The whip and the dagger. Not only that, but Shiro needs to make sure they didn't break due to the MP durability. Hiding her hands behind her back, Shiro started to imagine the blueprints. The dagger itself needs to be strong, tough, and powerful for a level 20 weapon. It can't be the throwing dagger type I use. It must have high durability. Lightning sparked in her palm as metallic fibers started to appear and merge together. Twisting together, a dagger slowly formed as Shiro made sure each component was extra tough. Constructing a skill chip, she added disguise onto the blade. This was the blade that Shiro managed to create. Not only was it of the purple rank, but she had used up an astounding 45k MP to make this dagger. For such an amount to be inserted to a level 20 dagger would propel it to the purple grade easily. Twirling the dagger in her hands, Shiro smiled. This was a weapon, similar in design to her old dagger. Orphenium was one of the sharpest, yet most brittle materials back then. The only problem was its durability. The dagger she had now was basically a copy of the dagger at a lower level. Boom! Just in time, I guess. Shiro thought as she saw the Murloc collapse down lifelessly. Lyrica wasn't too tired out as she was only panting lightly. Landing softly next to her, Shiro tapped her shoulder. Good job. Thanks. But I should have killed him faster. Lyrica sighed as she sat down. Hearing this, Shiro only shrugged, as wanting to do better was always a trait she liked to see in others. Collecting the corpse, Lyrica was about to head up to the second floor when she was stopped by Shiro. Here, take this. Shiro typed as she passed Lyrica the dagger. HM? A dagger, oh my god, a purple grade. Lyrica shouted as her hands quivered. Purple grade equipment was exceedingly rare even in the front lines. While they may be more common with lower level equipment, they were still something rarely seen. How did you get something like this? Lyrica asked. No questions. Just use this for the next floor and kill the boss. After that, return it to me, and I'll give you the whip for the final boss. Understanding the subtle hint of ignorance is a bliss, Lyrica stopped asking questions. Entering the second floor, Lyrica adjusted her grip on the dagger several times as she tried to get a better grasp of the weapon. Unlike the dual-ended blade, the dagger doesn't have the range or the damage. You have to focus on pinpointing the weak areas and strike there. What do you mean? Understand that like most humans, monsters also have innate weaknesses like the tendons. Cut those tendons apart, and they won't be able to move. Shiro smiled. Break the spine and they collapse onto themselves. And naturally, you can also go for the ace, but since you're using a dagger, you won't be able to make use of that weakness. Thankfully, Lyrica thought. Just make sure you move fast and attack the weak points. Circling around and slashing at the tendons is a foundation move every dagger user needs. Beginner or not. Shiro smiled. Lyrica nodded as she closed her eyes. She tried to remember the feeling of when she was using the dual-ended blade. She needed the muscle memory to help her out during this floor. Thankfully, the second floor consisted of mages, basic troops, and shamans. While the magic was a little harder to dodge, she should be able to handle it. Sneaking to the first group of Murlocs, Lyrica suppressed her nervousness as she narrowed her eyes. There are 3 mages and 2 troops. I should go for the mages first while avoiding the troops. If I deal with the troops, it would be annoying to dodge the magic. Lyrica thought. Taking a deep breath to suppress her nervousness, Lyrica reopened her eyes. Dashing towards the group, she kept her body low on the ground. The mages detected her immediately as 3 fireballs were created and sent towards her. Remember the feeling. Remember the feeling. Lyrica thought as she needed to dodge. Pivoting on her foot, she sidestepped away from the first fireball. Slamming her palms on the ground, Lyrica used the force to slide under the last two fireballs. I did it, she thought in excitement. Making sure to not lose her rhythm so far, she continued her dash towards the mages. The troops raised their swords as Lyrica flicked the dagger into a reverse grip. Ding! The sword came into contact with the dagger as Lyrica twisted her body and slammed a kick to the side of the Murloc's cranium. The force caused him to recoil backwards as it gave Lyrica enough room to grab the second Murloc troop. Slashing her dagger at his wrist, she caused him to drop the sword. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fireballs fired towards her as she used the Murloc as a shield. Glup, glup. The Murloc cried out in pain as his back was scorched. Throwing the Murloc away like trash, Lyrica arrived at the first mage. Panicking, the mage smashed the staff towards Lyrica. Grabbing the staff, Lyrica pulled it towards her as the mages lost his balance. She used her left leg to kick behind the knees of the mage, causing him to kneel before her. PPFFFF. Slashing the dagger at the spine and neck arteries in one swift movement, blood started to spray out. Pooey. Quickly spitting out the blood that got into her mouth, Lyrica rolled to the side, avoiding the fireballs. Grabbing a handful of sand and dirt, she threw it towards the mage's eye. PFFF. In the time that the mage was blinded, she slashed his neck, leaving only one more target on her kill list. With the final mage, Lyrica decided to finish it fast. Twirling the dagger in her hand, she built up the momentum and flung the dagger towards the mage. Pa! Shiro did a facepalm as she saw the dagger fly through the air and was about to land in the ocean. It had completely missed the target as Shiro flicked her wrist. A wall of ice was erected as the dagger struck the wall. Seeing Shiro facepalm herself, Lyrica knew about her mistake. Sure, she may have retained some of the muscle memory, but she still wasn't used to throwing daggers. Quickly rolling out of the way, Lyrica dodged the fireball. Grabbing the down mage's staff, Lyrica ran to the ice wall and vaulted herself up. Ripping out the dagger from the wall, she did a backflip and landed softly. Finishing off the mage with ease, Lyrica sighed. She was about to talk when an ice spike shot past her face. GLU! A cry rang out as Lyrica looked behind her and saw that it was the Murloc she kicked aside at the start. An ice spike was embedded into his skull as it collapsed weakly. Don't let your guard down. Make sure each and every one of them is dead before you look away. Understood. Also, why did you throw the dagger? You've never trained in dagger throwing at all. How would you expect to throw the dagger with both the accuracy and the power needed to kill that mage? I just thought it looked easy when other people do it. You need to have good control over the flick of your wrist, the strength of your arm, and the point where you release the dagger. They all play a part in how to throw the dagger correctly. If any of them are lacking, there is a high chance of the dagger not being able to hit the target with enough force. Shiro typed out as she took the dagger. Without looking back, she flicked her wrist and the dagger shot in a beeline towards the tree. See? It looks easy due to how casual I threw it. But do you think it's easy to perform? Lyrica shook her head. Then why the Hades did you try to throw it? Shiro asked as Lyrica looked down. Shiro knew she had to be strict with Lyrica at times. As much as she wanted to assist her, if she wasn't careful, Lyrica would develop bad habits. If I wasn't here to stop that dagger from flying into the ocean, you would have lost your weapon. Even if you had your dual-ended blade. What would you do if you had no more weapons? I'm sorry. Lyrica apologized as she knew she made a big mistake. Shiro sighed as she passed the dagger back to Lyrica. We're spending a while here to train your dagger arts. Shiro typed as she pulled out another dagger. She was going to make sure Lyrica understood the basics of daggers. For days. It took Lyrica 4 days to get an approval rating from Shiro. If rated out of 10, with 1 being a decent dagger user and 10 being someone on a veteran's level, Lyrica would get a 2.5. Shiro, on the other hand, would be too far up the scale. Thud. The dagger embedded itself deeply into the cranial bone of a Murloc shaman as Lyrica massaged her wrist. The training Shiro gave her was to try to hit a stationary target whilst running around and doing flips. That was just stage 1 out of 4. The next stage had involved her hitting a stationary target with Shiro launching magic at her, The third stage had her hit a moving target, and the final stage being all of the above whilst fighting a crowd of murlocs. This type of high-intensity training had allowed her to gain a much better grasp on daggers. Shiro was about 75% sure that Lyrica could solo the Obelisk Guardian of the second floor without much hassle. Just in case, she had made a second dagger which included a magnetic component, which attracts both daggers together. This was so that she could retrieve the dagger whenever she wished. In addition to this, the more mana she injected into the dagger, the stronger the pull. Originally, this was a skill for an armor that was meant for tanks, but Shiro decided to add it to the dagger since she had a few ideas with what she could do with it. Go challenge the Guardian. As always, I'll be watching. And remember, use every one of your tools. The magnetic function can be used in many ways that some may not even imagine. Shiro smiled. She had some ideas, but the satisfaction of finding out was something she wanted Lyrica to experience. All right. Lyrica nodded as she too felt it was time. She didn't want to spend too long as she still had the final boss to fight. With a whip at that too. However, this time she was allowed the leeway to use her dual-ended blades because she wouldn't have the time to get used to the whips. She was just going to test how far she could go with the weapon. Walking up to the boss, Lyrica took a deep breath. Murloc Grand Mage LVL-20. Elite. The Murloc Grand Mage was just slightly larger than the Murloc Mage. It was roughly 3 times as big. Shiro only yawned slightly as she could probably kill the Grand Mage in a few minutes. With a large body like that, it was basically a sitting duck for her special treatment. Making herself an ice hammock, Shiro laid on her stomach as she watched Lyrica fight the boss at a leisurely pace. Since the Grand Mage was a huge target, Lyrica needed to make sure she abuses this as much as she can. Keep moving, don't stay in one place. Strike at the weak points and maybe make it hurt itself with his own magic. Lyrica thought as she dodged the mage's first strike. Dashing near the Achilles heel of the Murloc, she narrowed her eyes and slashed at them with her 2 daggers. She only frowned as she saw them leave only a faint shallow mark. Not staying in the same spot for longer than needed, Lyrica immediately made her way to the other leg and stabbed down with all of her strength. Bam! The Murloc stomped down with his leg as a shockwave was sent out. URG. She couldn't help but groan at the hit. Sliding on the ground slightly, she stabilized herself. Lyrica felt the temperature rise as she saw a huge fireball shoot towards her. Taking a deep breath, she dashed around the impact zone as she had to grit her teeth from the heat. While her clothes didn't burn, she did feel like she was being cooked alive. Flicking her wrist, she flung a dagger at the leg as it embedded itself. Stepping on the dagger, Lyrica jumped up onto the Murloc's knee and recalled the dagger using the magnetic feature. Dodging a palm slap, Lyrica ran towards the hip tendon. If I can rip the hip tendon, I can destroy his mobility further to create more blind spots for me to take advantage of. She thought. Strengthening her grip on both daggers, she pushed power through her entire body as she used the skill, Body Reinforcement. A simple skill that boosts your physical potential in short bursts. PFF. Dashing past the hip area, the daggers dug deep into the flesh as blood splattered everywhere. During this, Lyrica had lost her hold on the dagger due to the force and the blood attesting against her grip. Twisting her body, Lyrica recalled the dagger that was stuck in the Murloc's flesh. Catching the dagger, Lyrica paused for a moment as she had an epiphany. The dagger faced almost no resistance coming back to me. During the moment it came back to me, it had cut open more of the flesh since it was in the way. While it took a little bit more MP, the force of the dagger was something I couldn't output easily with my current strength. Perhaps if I were to make use of the magnetic function of the dagger, I can deal more damage to the boss. Lyrica thought. Shiro grinned, seeing the glint in Lyrica's eye. Standing up, Shiro decided to focus more since it was finally going to become interesting. Grabbing onto a branch, Lyrica swung herself upright as she wanted to test if she could propel the dagger away as well as pulling it back to her. Injecting her mana with the intent of repulsion, Lyrica smiled, feeling the daggers want to leave her hands. I'll need to time this correctly. Pull the dagger in and swing it before pushing it away to maximize the momentum carrying the dagger. She thought. She was about to try out her new idea when a flipper slapped towards her. Quickly using the branch to propel herself away, Lyrica frowned, seeing the mage slap the tree away. Even with the thick roots trying to secure the tree down, the mage was able to uproot it with ease. Thankfully, the mage was now lying on his stomach, as he couldn't move one of his legs due to the severed tendon. Landing on the ground, Lyrica let go of one of the daggers and dashed toward Mage. Injecting mana, the dagger flew towards her as Lyrica narrowed her eyes to make sure her timing was right. Now, twisting her body, she used the inertia of the dagger to slash towards the neck artery of the Grand Mage. PFFF. The power behind the dagger caused a huge slash mark to stretch across the neck of the mage. Bingo! Lyrica grinned as her plan worked. With her attack plan working out, it didn't take too long for Lyrica to kill the boss. Not only was the boss unable to move, but most of his magic missed their target. Landing the final blow on the boss, Lyrica sat down heavily and laid on her back. A cold towel plotted on her face as she removed it to see a smiling Shiro. Congrats. Also, good job in figuring out the main form of attack with these two daggers. Inertia. Remember, no matter what, inertia can help boost the power of an attack several times due to momentum. Lyrica nodded as she decided to lay there for a second with the towel cooling her off. Hey Shiro, I'm just wondering, but where did you get the towel? You'll be surprised at the stuff I have in my inventory. I just grabbed a towel I had inside and froze it before melting it again. Shiro shrugged. I see. Don't most people store armor, weapons, and other important stuff? I do. But it's just that I also have a bunch of miscellaneous items inside. She wasn't lying. She did keep a few spare weapons in her inventory that she collected from bosses. But most of the items inside her inventory were everyday items such as clothes, food, mana stones, and survival kits such as tents. Weapons only made up for a small portion of her inventory. Make sure to rest properly. Next fight is the final boss. Shiro smiled. Sitting on a rock, she decided to make Lyrica her whip. She was a little confused at the type of whip Lyrica should use. There were several types, but the main ones were the unbarbed, barbed, and the bladed whips. The unbarbed were used mostly for torture, so that was off the list. Barbed whips offered greater attack speeds at the cost of lower damage, while the bladed whips were the opposite. They dealt greater damage at the cost of flexibility, weight, and speed. Depending on the situation, one would switch between the two whips. However, Shiro finds that annoying and a hassle to switch between whip types during battle. If I build the blades into the whip itself should be able to extrude and retract the blade length at will. She thought as this would essentially allow all three main whip types to be combined into one. Making sure Lyrica couldn't see the forging process, Shiro made the whip behind her back. Each segment of the whip must contain a micropiston that can extrude and retract the blades. The activator switch should be near the thumb for easy access. Each segment should be able to retract and lengthen the whip as well. This way the whip is able to switch between long-distance and short-distance combat with ease. The best way to do this is to have the nanobots further compact and reinforce the whip when it gets shorter. Imagining the structure of the whip, the empty husk in her hand right now had neon blue lights stretch across the body as the internal systems were being added. Making sure to add the disguise skill, Shiro smiled lightly. Blade control? Inject mana when pressing the button to control the length of the blades in each segment. The longer the blade, the more damage. But attack speed decrease proportionate to length. Length configuration. Inject mana to lengthen or shorten the size of the whip. The longer it is, the more damage. The shorter it is, the more durability. Standing up, Shiro walked over to Lyrica. Here, your whip for the next boss. Try to get a feeling for it. Shiro smiled as she passed it over. At this point, I'm not even surprised at the fact that you pull so many weapons out of your inventory. You can pull out an armory and I wouldn't care. Lyrica chuckled. Don't be so sure. Shiro thought, as she will eventually become a moving fortress with the amount of MP she'll have in the future. As Lyrica held the whip, something clicked inside her as a familiar feeling washed over her. Shiro paused seeing this change. They looked at each other as Lyrica felt her mind blown. You've got to be kidding me, she muttered. Give it a try. It's the only way we can be sure. Lyrica nodded as she walked over to the tree. Lengthening the whip, she injected mana and caused the blades to lengthen. Taking a deep breath, her aura became sharp as she flicked her wrist. Whoppish! The whip carved through the air as it sliced the tree in half. Just, don't say anything, Shiro, Lyrica said, putting down the whip. Do you know how much I want to slap you right now? Who in actual Hades has 2 hidden proficiencies? Shiro typed out as she was honestly surprised at the fact that Lyrica has 2 hidden proficiencies. Even in her past life, having discovered a hidden proficiency out of hundreds of millions could propel a nation's status no matter how bad the proficiency was. It was unthinkable to have 2. Yet Lyrica had one of the most diverse proficiencies on top of that. I honestly don't know what kind of god blessed you, or what you won from the gene pool, but I can say for a fact that so many would want to strangle you for your luck. You literally can't complain anymore about people being more talented because you are defying logic right now, Shiro said as Lyrica nodded. Though I feel a little off balance. Maybe 2 whips then, Shiro said as Lyrica nodded in agreement. Just practice with 1 whip for now. I'll give you the second one in a second, Shiro said as she planned to drink a potion to regain MP. Watching her practice, Shiro couldn't help but have ideas about Lyrica's new weapon. She has a combination of 2 proficiencies. This means her weapon is most definitely a ridiculous hybrid. The main problem is construction. I can't continue to give her my nano-craft weapons as they aren't the solution to everything. Maybe I should recruit Helion and try to help him become a better blacksmith, Shiro thought as a blueprint of the weapon was coming to her mind. A slim dual-ended blade that can separate and transform into whips or 2 swords. A combination of Lyrica's 2 proficiencies that is unheard of in the world. Perhaps the weapon of the future elven sword saintess. Shiro smiled in anticipation. Handing Lyrica the second whip, Shiro was able to see the attack domain slowly make its appearance. With a whip in each hand, a cyclone of silver lights formed around her. Clap, clap, clap. Shiro clapped her hands as she walked over. Do you think you can solo the boss with this? Shiro asked. Maybe. I'm guessing a 50-50 chance, Lyrica admitted. Sure, she has the hidden proficiency, but even her first one took her a while to get used to. To go straight into a boss fight with just a few hours of practice was insane. Just try your best. Try to flow into the state of your proficiency and push it further. Go with the flow. Shiro smiled. Lyrica nodded as she too knew this. But understanding it and performing it were 2 vastly different things. To actually perform what she understands, she would need to train herself relentlessly and hone the feeling of her proficiency. Flicking her wrists, she retracted the whips and prepared to fight the final boss. Activating the obelisk, they felt their vision shift as they were in the middle of a huge island. The Murloc King was a huge, muscular Murloc with ripping muscles. The slight lack of fat on his limbs made his arms and leg grotesque when compared to the hulking torso. It wore a cape and had 2 large swords strapped to his back. Murloc King LVL-20 Elite. Boss. The guards were basically the heavy troops with slightly thicker armor. Murloc Royal Guard LVL-20 jumping up high. Shiro made herself scarce as she watched the battle. Lyrica closed her eyes as she surrendered a little of her control to the proficiency. Her aura changed as she unfastened the 2 whips. The king flicked out his hand as 2 royal guards charged towards her. Whoppish! Pish! 2 whip cracks rang out as Lyrica had managed to slice the eyes of the guards through their helmet. This caused them to fall over and clutch their eyes in pain. No need to kill them. Disable their sight and focus on the boss, Lyrica thought as she flicked her wrist. The whip shot towards the boss like a serpent hungering for prey. Clang! Even though Lyrica extended the blades at the last moment to increase their power, the king didn't even flinch as he blocked the whip with one of his swords. Flicking her wrist, Lyrica retracted her whip and dashed towards the king. She swung both her whips as they made a scissor motion. Clang, clang. Seeing that the king decided to block, Lyrica smiled as she retracted the barbs in time for the whips to wrap around the sword. Pulling the sword apart, Lyrica created a gap in the king's defense. Kicking the king, she jumped back and unwrapped the whips from the swords. Twisting her body gracefully, she whipped upwards, causing 2 deep lacerations to appear on the king's body. The fight was rather one-sided as the king couldn't move as fast as Lyrica. Not to mention, the whips took less stamina than the dual-ended blades. All it took was a flick of the wrist, and Lyrica could lash him several times. A battle of attrition was also viable since she could slowly whittle him down until he had 1 HP. More of the guards tried to attack her as Lyrica dodged and lashed at every one of them. With the whip, everything that was a few meters away from her was in her kill zone. However, due to the fact that she can shorten the whip if she wanted to, Lyrica was able to adjust her kill zone whenever she wanted. A deadly combination with a hidden proficiency like the whips. Time passed as Lyrica whittled down the king relentlessly. His HP soon hit 1 as she narrowed her eyes. Lashing the whip, unbarbed, around the king's neck, Lyrica jumped onto his shoulders and wrapped it around a few more times. The king tried to struggle, but to no avail. The moment she picked up momentum, Lyrica extended the blades as they sliced mercilessly into the neck of the king. Rip! The head flew off the king's shoulders and landed with a hefty thud. Fuh! Breathing out heavily, Lyrica calmed the nervousness that had occupied her heart. Congratulations! Shiro typed as she landed on the ground. UHH! I was so nervous. Lyrica shouted out as she dashed towards Shiro. Hugged her tightly, Lyrica relaxed herself as she snuggled into Shiro's hood. Een slapped Lyrica's head with her wing as Lyrica was invading her area. Lyrica didn't care as she was having the time of her life. Shiro decided to allow her to have her way since Lyrica did work hard to kill the boss. Having relaxed for a while, Lyrica removed herself from Shiro and walked over to the boss's corpse. Her face was blissful as Shiro smiled wearily. Upon collecting both the stone and the loot, they prepared to leave the dungeon. However, Shiro tapped on her shoulder and stopped her. Here's 5D ranked mana stones. Advance your class now. Shiro smiled. Most level 20 class ups only needed 1D ranked mana stone, and yet Lyrica's Elven Blade Dancer needed 5. The commotion caused by this wouldn't be small as it may attract some unwanted attention. Therefore, Shiro wanted Lyrica to class up in the dungeon. But it's still 5D ranked mana stones? That's like 150,000 US dollars. Lyrica said as she felt awkward for Shiro always giving her items to assist her. What are you being surprised about? I can go fight a D-ranked dungeon to get my stock refilled. If anything, I only use them to feed Little Een. And to feed myself, Shiro thought. After giving Lyrica 5 D-ranked stones to class up, she planned to fight a D-ranked dungeon to not only level up, but to replenish her food supplies a little. But Shiro cut her off with a snap of her fingers and did the silencing motion. Understanding that Shiro can be stubborn for certain things, Lyrica accepted the mana stones. With her having fulfilled all the requirements to class up, Lyrica tapped the icon as a pink glow enveloped her body. Pink and golden lights flickered off her body as they looked like flower petals that surrounded Lyrica. The light stayed for a while as Shiro knew this would have been a bad idea outside of the dungeon. Lyrica LVL 21, Elven Blade Dancer. Seeing Lyrica's tag change, Shiro smiled. Congratulations. You've taken your first step into the D ranks. Thank you. I have to say, I feel awfully light. Lyrica said as her agility had experienced a boost from the class up. Take a day or two to get used to this. It would be dangerous to challenge a dungeon without having decent control over your body. I know. Lyrica nodded. As for your weapon, I'll get Helion to make it. Leaving the dungeon, they headed back to the dorm as it was already deep into the night. The first thing Shiro did the next morning was to look for Helion. Arriving at his workshop, Shiro was surprised to see the amount of people queuing up. For those who didn't have an ace plate, they rushed forwards towards Helion as they wanted to get protection as quick as possible. The ones at the front helped those without an ace plate as a unified community was working seamlessly. Shiro was speechless seeing this. Only in danger would the human community work in harmony. Is this the same case? She thought. The queue was tense as they all stared at her with caution. By the time Shiro arrived back in the workshop, she was the only one left. Helion had a grin on his face as sweat dripped off his forehead. Shiro, I really need to thank you. Business is blooming now. Just making an ace plate earns me so much money. Helion laughed as he patted her shoulder. Meh, like some flimsy plate can stop my attacks. Shiro typed with slight disdain. Helion shrugged. So what brings the infamous destroying princess to my humble store? I want to commission weapons again. Shiro typed out as she pulled out a sheet of paper and started to draw out the blueprint she had thought up of. The design was similar to that of the dual-ended blade Lyrica currently had, but instead, the blades are able to shift and extend into whips. In the center of the weapon, the handle is able to disconnect and separate the weapon into two whips or two swords respectively. Seeing the blueprint of the weapon come to life, Helion was dumbfounded. What kind of futuristic tech is this? I understand what the parts do, but how the Hades am I supposed to make something like this? Helion cried out looking at the design. The mechanisms are based on this whip. Pulling out the nanotech whip she made, disguised as an orphenium whip, Shiro separated one of the segments. Looking at the compact and intricate components jammed into the segment, Helion was astounded at the craftsmanship. How the Hades did someone even make this? Helion asked as he inspected the weapon. No, I definitely can't make this. This is something beyond me. Turning over to Shiro, he gave her the weapon back. Tell me honestly, did you raid a bloody military site or something? How the Hades did you even get your hands on something so insane? He asked. Shiro only shrugged. So I take that as you can't make it. No, I can't just yet. Maybe when I class up several times and have the needed equipment. Otherwise, I don't see myself making anything close to that. In that case, then just make me 2 whips and a dual-ended blade for level 25s. For the whips, I want a barbed and a bladed whip. The length should be adjustable if possible. I'll see what I can do. Seeing the whip has given me a few ideas about how to let it extend and retract. Helion said as Shiro nodded. Do you need any materials? Nope, completely free. But before you say anything, just think about how much I've earned from selling ace plates. I got more than enough material needed to make your weapons. Thinking about what Helion had said, Shiro found it logical as it was indeed true. All right, thank you for your hard work then. Shiro thanked him as she left the store. Her next step was her main task, to head to the Mages Association and find out her elemental attunement. Arriving at the Mages Association, Shiro went up to the receptionist. Can I use the attunement hall? I was told I could use it today. The receptionist smiled wearily. I'm afraid today is limited to the top 20 and not top 10. You would have had the chance to use it yesterday. What? Shiro paused as she realized this was true. During her spree of destroying a hymn, during her spree of ranking up, she had overlooked the fact that she could have entered the hall yesterday. But don't worry. The branch master had already foreseen this and reserved you a spot. The previous rank 10, Shane, wouldn't be allowed use the attunement hall today. You'll be taking his spot instead. Thank you. Can I enter the attunement hall then? Shiro asked. Yes, you can. But do note that in the future, you have to make sure you come at the right date. Understood. The receptionist guided her to the second floor. Going through a series of doors, they came up to a huge open room. She couldn't see the walls of the room as it felt like she was staring at the night sky. Stars were flickering as Shiro didn't feel like she was in a room. The attunement hall is simple. Sit in the center and meditate. Slowly use your mana and the elemental attunement would show itself. The lady said as Shiro nodded. Sitting in the center, Shiro patted Yin's head before closing her eyes. A pale aura erupted around her as the receptionist decided to leave. Slowly, the mana started to change as the colors started to appear. Crystal blue, deep purple, flickering yellow, and silver blue. A total of 4 colors appeared as it fluctuated constantly. Crystal blue of ice, deep purple of the shadows, flickering yellow of lightning, and silver blue of metal. For colors swayed around in Shiro's aura as she herself was unaware. Right now, she was in a state of focus as she brought out the mana from deep within her. She dived deep into her basic mana construction as the stars above her glowed. The attunement halls were a special place. It was designed, crafted, and enhanced to allow one to awaken their elemental attunements. While most would awaken one, in the rare case of 2 elements. Shiro had 4 elements living in harmony inside her, each supporting each other and growing stronger at the same time, making up for one another's weaknesses. Originally, she should only have 2 elements, lightning and metal, due to her nanomancery. Ice came with her reincarnation into a snow girl, and shadow due to her contract with Een. As Shiro opened her eyes, she realized she wasn't in her own body anymore. The area around her was a strange mess of twisted colors, floating platforms, flickering orbs of light and tendrils of mana swaying around gently. Am I tripping on some acid? Shiro muttered. Her body was strange, as she was a light silhouette of what her body was. She could not move physically, but rather with intent. Focusing to move her body, Shiro frowned slightly. It feels a little strange, but I'll manage. Looking ahead of her, she saw 4 main platforms that were near her. She was about to walk ahead when she paused, realizing where she was. Right now she was inside her mana realm, the place which she draws her mana. She remembers seeing the mana realm in her past life. However, compared to what her previous mana realm looked like, her current mana realm right now was akin to a jumbled mess, hardly recognizable due to the broken links of colors which resulted in them being crammed together. Sticking out her hands, Shiro narrowed her eyes as clutched her palm. A batch of colors started to shake as Shiro focused on separating the link. However, no matter how hard she tried, they refused to budge. If the links were all sorted out, my mana efficiency would shoot through the roof. But why would my mana links be broken and scattered? Shiro frowned. Mana link, human or monster, are all aligned and connected. And whilst her elements were in harmony, they couldn't work to their best abilities. The effect may not be obvious in the low levels, but when she increases her level and gain higher tiered spells, the consumption would be many times greater than other people and monsters included. An example would be if someone could launch a catastrophic spell 5 times before they ran out of mana, she would only be able to launch it once or twice. And this was including her massive mana pool. Broken links and unorganized connections are a rare case. If broken at a high level, the surge of chaotic mana inside a person's body would cause them to die. However, to break the mana link, a few very careful steps need to be taken, as it would be hard to affect them otherwise. Not many would go out of their way to destroy the mana link, as you can just kill them instead. The only reason someone would do this is when they wanted the person to feel great pain before death. Shiro thought to herself, then why was I born with broken mana links? She muttered. Broken mana links were a huge setback, as there were only a few ways to fix them. Sighing out heavily, Shiro decided to visit her elemental islands first. Elemental islands are beacons which helps you connect with the elements and enhance their power. The more developed your island was, the more powerful your elemental attunement became. Right now, each of her islands was bare, as there is nothing to help her connect better with the elements. The islands would eventually develop itself further over time. But right now, all of her elements, except for ice, was the lowest in the Tier 0 spectrum. Her ice, on the other hand, was at the peak of Tier 1 and almost reaching Tier 2. Landing on the ice island, Shiro sat down in the center. Crystal blue lights surged around her as a magic circle was being formed. Shiro frowned when she felt her fatigue increase at a horrendous pace. Broken mana links also obstruct the advancement of tiers, huh? Shiro thought. One would automatically be sent out of the mana realm should their fatigue hit a dangerous level. The worst part is that tiers had to be upgraded in one go. She couldn't just do it in parts. Taking a deep breath, she increased the amount of mana that surged towards her. The island started to tremble as the ice started to expand across the entire island. Shiro's body started to float upwards as she closed her eyes. A ball of crystal blue mana appeared around her like a shield. Clutching her hands, Shiro increased the buildup of mana as she had to grit her teeth, slightly feeling her fatigue almost reach the limit. Opening her eyes, she erupted out with a wave of mana that shattered the shield and turned the island into a frozen tundra. KUH. Shiro coughed out a slight amount of blood as she was forced back into her body. Sweat was dripping from her forehead as she frowned. The broken links were obstructing her from upgrading the island. If she wanted to reach higher up in the tiers, she needed to fix her mana realm fast, or else there will be a point where she will no longer be able to tier up no matter how hard she tried. Wiping the blood from her lips, Shiro stood up weakly as she was heavily fatigued. In chirped in worry as she saw Shiro cough up blood. I'm fine, don't worry. Shiro smiled and patted Yin's head. Check back on her status. She smiled, seeing that the upgrade was a success. Wiping away her sweat, Shiro left the attunement halls. Shiro, Mark called out after her. Yes? You must have done your attunement, right? We'll need to register your attunement onto your ID, he said as he handed her a tablet. I'll hide metal and lightning for now. Shadow will be obvious sooner or later when Ian evolves. Shiro thought as she entered Tier 2 Ice Attunement and Tier 0 Shadow Attunement. Thank you. Mark smiled and took the tablet. While his outer appearance seemed to be composed, he was shocked deeply inside. She has 2 attunements? A shadow one as well? Perhaps her pet was the one who gave her the attunement. Then that means the pet is something special. He thought, are my 30 ice cores ready? Yes, we were about to send them, but you can collect them instead. Follow me, Mark said as Shiro nodded. As she was following Mark, she couldn't help but think about her broken mana links. No matter who or what, they will always be born with unharmed mana links. Yet hers was a jumble. This meant that it would be either a birth defect or something happened to this body before she occupied it. Snow girls/women were monsters that can be formed in a few ways. First was the natural way. Mana would gather near an icy location and slowly gain sentience. The next was the reconstruction kind. Mana would take the negative emotions of a woman who died in an ice-surrounded area and slowly reconstruct them into a snow girl. This meant that there was a high possibility that her body was the reconstruction kind. Then this means the previous owner on this body had a feud with someone to warrant a broken mana realm. Shiro thought with narrowed eyes. This will make everything a lot more complicated as she didn't know who the person was. She could literally walk in a big city and someone come slap her head right off her torso. I'll have to keep my face hidden more often then. Shiro thought. Maybe a lower face mask from Aram will do the job. A lower face mask that can be removed or pulled up at any moment will help her hide her face. That being said, I could literally just be thinking about this too much. Shiro shrugged. Arriving at a set of doors, Mark had her wait for a moment before he came back with a box. In this box is the 30 ice cores that you wanted, Mark said, feeling a pinch in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that his lord told him to give it to her, he would try to find some other excuse to not give it to her. Thanks. Taking the cores, Shiro walked out of the building. With 2-3 tasks done, I'll just need to kill the 20 ice-based bosses, Shiro thought as she searched up for any level 30 dungeon. LVL 25, 30 Silver Wolf Forest, LVL 30 Yetis Mountain. Out of 5 LVL 30 dungeons that were in this city, only 2 were ice-based. Silver wolves hunt in packs, which will be annoying, while every single one of the Yetis are like a mini-boss in itself. There were benefits to fighting either one, but Shiro wanted one that was quick and easy. She did have 20 bosses to kill after all. Eventually, Shiro decided with Yeti as it would be easier to target boss, whilst avoiding the mobs if they traveled outside of a group. Fighting the wolves would just be time-consuming and not to mention, stamina-consuming. Also a pain in the ace. Returning to the dorms, Shiro knocked on Lyrica's door. "What's up?" Lyrica asked. "I'm going to be a little busy tomorrow, so I won't be in the dorm," Shiro typed, leaving out the fact that she was challenging a dungeon solo. "You're going to be challenging another D-ranked dungeon, aren't you?" "No. Don't lie. I know what you're like, Shiro. Just make sure you have supplies and stay safe," Lyrica said with a sigh. Shiro was a stubborn one. Lyrica knew that while many people would want to avoid danger, Shiro wanted danger to increase her level. How else would a 13-year-old be a level 30? Shiro patted Lyrica's head with a smile. "I got it, don't worry. I picked a dungeon that was weak against me." "All right." Shiro left the dorm early and next morning as she arrived before the gate to Yeti's Mountain. Sneaking her way in, she made sure that none of the guards saw her. Her vision shifted as she saw where she was. As stated in the name, she was on top of a huge mountain. She could see dangerous cliff sides that would lead to one's death if they fell down it. The snow was falling gently as the ground was encased in layers of snow and ice. Normal adventurers would need to get special gear, just so that they could fight at a decent level in the dungeon. There were no obelisks here on the mountain. Every one of the bosses was at different heights as Shiro tilted her head and looked up. The mountain could be split into 3 areas of varying heights with the final boss at the very top of the mountain. Not only did the adventurers have to fight with unstable footing, but they also had to put up with lack of air, the biting cold, and the occasional blizzard that may happen. However, these did nothing to Shiro as she was unaffected by the conditions. Making herself a bow, Shiro stretched herself slightly before jogging up the mountain. She narrowed her eyes as she saw the first Yeti. The Yeti was roughly 2 meters tall with white fur and blue skin. Its neon blue eyes glowed in the snowfall as Shiro only smiled. Style Phantom Arts, Second Phantom, Speed Phantom. Her body flickered as she jumped to the side of the mountain. Kicking off the wall, Shiro pulled back on her bow as she aimed at the top of the Yeti's skull. Bang! The arrow shot downwards as it killed the Yeti in one go. The force of the arrow caused the ground to crack and shatter as Shiro landed not too far away. Walking up to the Yeti, Shiro harvested the mana stone before collecting the loot. The loot was mostly mediocre as they didn't provide her with any skill. Walking away from the Yeti, Shiro continued her way up the mountain. Looking up, Shiro narrowed her eyes as she contemplated about taking a shortcut. If I take the shortcut, I lose out on potential loot and levels. If I don't take a shortcut, it'll take longer to reach the boss. She thought as Een popped her head out. What's up, little Een? Shiro asked as she patted her head. Een opened her mouth as she gestured to it. You want food? Shiro asked as she pulled out a D-ranked mana stone. Een shook her head as Shiro understood what she wanted. You want another C-ranked stone? It'll be wasted, you know. Shiro smiled wearily. Een tried to pull a pitiful face but failed as it caused Shiro to chuckle. Fine. Here, she said as she pulled out the C-ranked mana stone. Een chirped happily as it ate the stone. A purple glow covered her body as Shiro realized that Een was leveling up again. Shiro raised an eyebrow seeing Yin's stats. You finally got a skill. Shiro smiled as Een chirped in acknowledgement. However, she was a little too bloated to move. Did you eat that mana stone so you could level up? Shiro asked. Een nodded. How cute. Shiro chuckled as she tapped her round belly. Een could only surrender herself to Shiro's prodding as she couldn't move. Fine, I'll stop poking you now. Shiro grinned, seeing tears form in Yin's eyes. Placing Een back into her hood, Shiro made sure to not nudge Een too much. The best thing about having a contract with Een was that she shared her skills. So in effect, she could share the shadow buff twice in her party. The best part of this skill was the elemental resistance. With both her and Een casting this, there'll be a plus 10% elemental resistance to the party. If her future party was to fight a heavily elemental-based boss, then this skill is a godsend. Pulling up her hood, Shiro dashed up the mountain. Turning the corner, she saw a group of Yetis that were about to cross paths with one another. Knocking an arrow, Shiro narrowed her eyes and aimed the bow. Bang, 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 bang. Arrows continuously fired as each one hit the head of a Yeti with pinpoint accuracy. Sliding on her knees slightly, she dodged the attack of a Yeti and fired an arrow towards his spine. Bang! The body was ripped in half as Shiro breathed out heavily. In a short moment, she had managed to kill off 5 Yetis with ease. TCH, if I still have my guns, this would be easier. Shiro muttered as her true expertise came from her firearms. She was a veteran of cold weapons and close-quarter combat. However, with the firearms, she was a master with an almost 100% accuracy. Snipers, pistols, machine guns, she was accurate with all of them. People had attack domains which evolved into a zone of control. Within the zone, they had control over everything. However, she never grasped the zone of control. If anything, she had a mimicry of one. Her versatility with her firearms and accuracy made it so that she could defeat those even with a zone of control. Harvesting the corpses, Shiro smiled seeing her get 5D ranked mana stones. 5 out of 5. Nice. Shiro grinned as she stored them away. Keeping the bow in her hands, she waited for her MP to regenerate. The only downside to her bow right now was that each arrow took a minimum of 1k MP and at least 5k MP each to one-shot the Yetis. And this was when she aimed for the weak points. If she missed a shot, which was rare, it would have just been a waste of 5k MP. A dangerous amount when taking into account the fact that 5k was equal to almost 15% of her total MP. Once her MP had regenerated, Shiro continued her hunt. On the way to the first boss, Shiro had made sure she killed each and every one of the Yetis that came her way. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the bow, Shiro lamented the fact that she couldn't exploit a certain weakness. If she did, she would have opened herself up to an attack. And while she could use ice, it would be a lot less effective and consume too much mana. Inserting more mana into the bow, Shiro looked towards where the boss was. Currently, she was below the boss area so she couldn't see the boss. But that didn't stop her as an arrow was formed in her hands using nanobots. Knocking the arrow, Shiro shot it upwards with barely any force. Only enough to be around eye level with the area and nothing more. Clutching her hands, the arrow expanded into a mirror. Narrowing her eyes, Shiro made sure to see if there were any obvious weaknesses. The boss was a stereotypical Yeti with a few minor differences. There were neon blue patterns spread out across his body, for horns and ice spikes on the elbows and spine. His arms were abnormally long as they reached all the way down to his feet. In addition to this, his arm had 2 elbows. Small eyes, which means bad vision. His nose is quite big so he may rely on smell. No ears so he can't hear. Attack range should be quite far due to his arms. Shiro thought as the mirror fell back down. I can try to supercharge an arrow and shoot it towards his ace through the mountain, but that has a high chance of missing. Not to mention, the power would decrease by a lot. She sighed as she disassembled the mirror. Littleine, hold tight, okay? I'll be fighting a boss. Shiro warned as Ian nodded. Giving her body a stretch, Shiro narrowed her eyes before dashing up the face of the cliff and towards the boss. Ian style Phantom Arts. Second Phantom equals Speed Phantom. Her body flickered as she climbed higher. Knocking an arrow, Shiro charged it full with MP. This should do for now. She thought as 7.5 KMP was charged in it. She wasn't naive enough to think that this would be able to one-shot the boss, but rather to try to deal as much damage as she could at the start. The boss's defenses would be lowered at the start. Therefore, this was the best chance to heavily injure it. Jumping over the cliff edge, Shiro saw the boss and pulled back in her bow. The arrow was shaking as if begging to be fired. Boom! Smashing into the cervical spine just under the skull, the arrow smashed the Yeti into the side of the mountain. Landing softly, Shiro didn't let up as she made another mana arrow. Boom! Just as the Yeti climbed out of the wall, the second arrow shot against his torso and sent him back. Lightning and metal twisted in her palms as Shiro made a nanotech arrow. Aiming upwards, Shiro shot the arrow. Pish, pish, pish. The arrow started to break apart as it formed into several smaller arrows. There were tiny rockets that were attached to the tip as they propelled towards the Yeti. Boom, 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 boom. Each of the arrows was an explosive-type arrow as cracks started to spread further on the cliff face. Yura! A furious roar rang out as Shiro grinned. Little bit more than half health taken off, huh? I can take that, Shiro muttered with a smile. Knocking another arrow, she was about to fire when the Yeti launched a huge chunk of the wall at her. Quickly rolling to the side, she dodged the wall and aimed once more. The Yeti didn't give her a break as he had already jumped towards her, about to smash down with his hands. Shiro narrowed her eyes as she slammed her palms down. Boom! The giant wall of ice shot upwards, slamming heavily into the Yeti's body. While her ice could deal minimal damage, she could still at least use it as protection. Shiro frowned slightly at her MP drainage. A little unexpected, but not too bad. She thought, with his reach, I should continue to bombard him with arrows. Knocking an arrow, Shiro closed one of her eyes and aimed at the Yeti. Mana continued to be inserted into the arrow as the Yeti ran towards her with anger. Aiming carefully, Shiro released the arrow when she had a good shot. Bang! The arrow pierced the Yeti's right eye before smashing through the brain. The Yeti walked for a little more before collapsing in front of Shiro's feet. When the arrow was fired, she made sure the arrow acted like a drill to increase the piercing power. Not to mention the fact that 10 KMP was injected into the thing. Pulling out the mana stone, Shiro collected the body. Most of the loot consisted of miscellaneous items, while there were only a few worthwhile items. However, the best item in the pile of loot was the Elemental Orb. Elemental Orb, ice type fused together with a weapon or armor to give it an ice property. Elemental orbs were quite in demand as higher level ones give you the more powerful versions of the elements. While she couldn't use this since she had no need for it, it would be an amazing tool for blacksmiths like Helion. He would be able to either infuse this into a weapon or armor with pretty high amount of efficiency. I should probably give this to him for Lyrica's next weapon. Having an ice property would allow her to crowd control the enemies better. Shiro muttered, storing away the items. Sadly, Her level didn't increase, but that was fine. She still had quite a distance to travel before she reached the final boss. However, before she could leave, Een jumped out of her hood and flew towards a corner of the boss arena. "Little Een?" Shiro called out, curious. Een landed near an ice boulder before chirping to Shiro. Walking over, she picked Een up. "You want this boulder?" she asked. Een shook her head as she made a smashing motion. "You want me to break it?" Shiro asked as Een nodded. Not sure why Een wanted her to break the boulder, but it wasn't too much trouble for her. Making a nanotech hammer, Shiro jumped up as a rocket behind the hammer increased her momentum. Boom! A shockwave rang out as Shiro saw that the hammer barely chipped a little of the boulder. "The FCK?" Shiro cried out in surprise. For the ice boulder to resist her hammer to this extent means that it was something extraordinary. Shiro narrowed her eyes as she placed Een down. "Little Een, careful, okay? I'm going to give this rock Hades," Shiro said as Een nodded. Stepping back slightly, Shiro adjusted her grip on the hammer. Dashing forwards, Shiro jumped up and twisted her body. Een-style Phantom Arts, Third Phantom, Counterweight Phantom. In addition to the Counterweight Phantom, Shiro also used the rocket to increase her momentum further. Boom! The impact caused the ground to shake, causing Shiro to grit her teeth. The smash only caused a few fractures to spread out while some of the force still traveled through her body due to the rebound. "What the Hades is up with this stupid boulder?" Shiro said as she gave it a kick. Making a skill chip in her hands, she inserted it into the hammer. Flame Spirit Enhancement Power Loader Shock Multiplier Blast Shell, adding 4 skills that not only increase the power output, but also the elemental weakness. Shiro readjusted her stance. Making a ramp of ice, she started to skate as she increased her speed. Jumping off the ramp, she twisted her body and used the skills. The hammer lit a flame as it glowed with a golden light. Boom! The force of both objects colliding caused a shockwave bigger than last time as Shiro activated the dismantling on the hammer. This was so that the force would travel through the nanobots instead of her. Thankfully, the force seemed to have done the job as the fracture was getting bigger by the second. Making a sword, Shiro jammed it in one of the openings before kicking the sword and split the boulder in half. "Che, let's see what's in here that gave me so much trouble," Shiro muttered as she walked towards the remains of the boulder. Moving the pieces aside, Shiro was surprised to find a wisp of light hovering in the center. "You've killed a snow girl in the process of formation. Gain title Fratricide. Snow Girl Essence X1. That was a snow girl?" Shiro muttered as she realized that egg, or boulder, was the result of mana trying to form the snow girl using natural means instead of the corpse-consuming option. Since the egg was a dense piece of mana, its defense would naturally be tough. However, that toughness would go away once it expended itself to form the snow girl. Looking at the ball of essence in front of her, Shiro could help but smell an enticing scent emit from it. Am I supposed to eat this?" Shiro muttered as she poked and prodded at the ball of essence. However, before she could consider eating it, Een nabbed it in her mouth as swallowed it. "AI, little Een. You can't just take it when you want to." Shiro sighed. She wasn't going to eat it anyways, so giving it to Een wouldn't be too bad. After all, cannibalism was something a little uncomfortable with her. She didn't even know what kind of adverse effects it could have had anyways. Shiro raised an eyebrow when she saw Een gain an increase of 10 KMP in the skill Ice Chain. This naturally meant that she had the skill as well. Ice Chain, Tier 1, create a chain of ice around the enemy, locking them in place for a short amount of time. Cost, 3000 MP. Duration, 10 seconds. Varies depending on strength. Cooldown, 1 minute. Interesting. Shiro muttered as it was a rare occasion that a mage would have a specific spell skill. Mages would normally get skills like Tier 1 Ice Magic, or the such. For a specific skill like Ice Chain, it would mean the power output of the skill would be higher. Compared to an Ice Chain made from the Tier 1 Ice Magic, the Ice Chain skill would be around 10% to 20% better. Good job, Een. Next time you can help me by locking down the enemies. Shiro smiled as Een was ecstatic from finally being able to help Shiro. Placing Een back into her hood, Shiro decided to check out the new title Fratricide. Fratricide, you've killed a member/sibling of your own race. Plus 10% hate from Snow Girls plus 10% respect from Snow Woman him. I suppose if you think about it, all mana-based monsters are siblings since they came from the same source. That being said, why am I getting 10% respect from Snow Woman? Shiro muttered. Perhaps it's to do with the hierarchy. Strong eat the weak. The Snow Woman goes through a myriad of challenges to get to where they are. So I suppose killing a member of one's race isn't that uncommon. Shiro thought. Dusting herself, she continued her way up the mountain. Shiro narrowed her eyes when she saw the first Yeti after the boss. Each of them were much slimmer and had a more elongated body. Een chirped in excitement as it couldn't wait to test out her new skill. Give me a moment, okay, Een? Shiro smiled as Een nodded. Knocking an arrow, Shiro crouched as she aimed at the Yeti. Since they're slimmer, that means their speed must have increased as well. If I have Een help me restrain them for a moment, this will make things a lot easier. Little Een, restrain him when I say go. Shiro said as Een nodded and started to fly upwards. Go. CRRR. Ice chains shot out from beneath the Yeti's feet as it wrapped around the legs, torso, arms, and head. Boom. Shiro shot her arrow the moment she saw this. The Yeti couldn't dodge as the arrow drilled through the Yeti's skull, killing it instantly. Nice job, little Een. Shiro praised with a smile as Een danced happily on her shoulder. Harvesting the Yeti, Shiro and Een continued their murder streak all the way up the mountain. There was a moment when more than one Yeti appeared, but it was dealt with simply. Shiro would first shoot one of them before Een chained up the other one. With the second one chained, she would take the chance to kill it as well. And just in case a third Yeti came, Shiro had her ice chain ready and waiting too. Now with Een being able to help out in the fight, a portion of the EXP went to her as her level jumped upwards. Whether or not it was due to Een being very powerful because of her race, or the fact that she isn't getting as much EXP, Een was only able to level up one time, even though they killed so many. The level had given Een 1k in HP and 2k in MP, taking a moment for both her and Een to regenerate back to full. They walked towards the second boss. Hiding behind a wall, Shiro peeked at the second boss. The boss was a hulking mass of flesh compared to the first boss. Its height measuring up to around 3 meters tall, hulking muscles and 2 gigantic horns that looked like spears. Yeti Berserker LVL 30, Elite HP, 700, 000/700, 000 MP, 100, 000/100, 000. Say, little Een, doesn't this guy look more like a bipedal bull than a Yeti? Shiro asked as Een nodded. All right, you know the idea. Let's go, Shiro said as Een nodded. In the time they had been fighting, Een managed to grasp the timing slightly, which made it easier for Shiro. She didn't need to shout out go all the time. Dashing towards the Yeti Berserker, Shiro knocked an arrow in her bow. CRR. Ice chains sprang up from the ground as Een used her skill. Making herself a ramp, Shiro jumped upwards and aimed at one of the Berserker's shoulder tendons. Butchie! The arrow severed the tendon easily as Shiro landed near his feet. Lightning and metal erupted out of the bow as a blade was made on one of the edges. Twisting her body, Shiro cut towards the tendon by the heel of the Berserker. Boom! The Yeti knelt down heavily as Shiro dismissed the bow and made a whip in her hands. Lashing the whip around the neck of the Berserker, Shiro wrapped the other end around the legs. Injecting mana to retract the whip, the Berserker fell on his back. Lightning sparked in Shiro's hand as she jumped up. A greatsword was formed as she had printed several power-type skills into the greatsword. Twisting her body in mid-air, Shiro glared at the Berserker with cold eyes as she swung the blade. Een-style Phantom Arts, 3rd Phantom plus 4th Phantom. Combining both counterweight Phantom and internal feasting Phantom, Shiro increased her destructive power further. Boom! A crater was formed under the Berserker's head as Shiro had aimed for the neck. However, she frowned when she saw the previous wounds heal back up along with the neck wound. TSK. Monster Skill Rejuvenation. Shiro frowned as she knew this skill. Rejuvenation was a skill that regenerated all damage sustained in the past 5 seconds to a certain degree. This skill was a common skill that appeared in the skill set of heavy attack type monsters. The skill was annoying to go against if the monster was higher level since they were smarter and knew how to use the skill to its full effect. The worst part was that during the time the skill was casted, The monster would have a barrier proportionate to 200% of his health for 3 seconds. This protected it during the time it was recovering. Flipping off the stomach of the berserker, Shiro saw the ice chains break as the berserker glared at her with bloodshot eyes. Stomping down, Shiro didn't let it have the chance to attack her. A blizzard started to pick up pace as Shiro's body was hidden in the blizzard. Activating Fated Snow movement to gain an increase in speed, she circled around the Yeti. Boom! Smashing down with its fists, the Yeti cracked the ground as he didn't give Shiro the chance to attack it again. Musclehead. Shiro cursed as the berserker's solution to her attack was to attack everything and anything around it, even if it was wasted effort. Dashing away from the berserker, Shiro aimed her hands up in the air before clutching them. A gate frame made from ice slowly appeared as she slammed her hand down. The gate shot towards the berserker as it pinned it down from the neck. Boom! With the gate suddenly smashing against his head, the berserker was back onto his stomach. Boom, 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 boom. 5 more gates smashed downwards, trapping all his limbs with an extra gate at his waist. Gra gra! The berserker cried out in struggle as it could barely move its body. Shiro only smiled as she remade her bow and nocked an arrow. Pulling back her bow, Shiro was about to fire when the berserker made an almost human-like sneer. Light gathered between his horns as Shiro's pupils shrank. Dissembling her bow, Shiro dashed to the side as she started to skate away from her location. Boom! A blast of energy shot towards her previous location was the blast spread outwards. Making a barrier using her mana shield, Shiro was sent rolling back due to the force. It was only after a few rolls did she slow down. Flipping back onto her feet, Shiro frowned when she looked at her current stats. HP, 38, 000/50, 000 MP, 0/82, 500. This was the first time in a while that she had taken damage as Shiro wasn't pleased. The sheer fact that the berserker had rejuvenation surprised her. However, what shocked her more was the fact that it even had the tier-up version of the breath attack. It wasn't strange for a D rank to have a breath attack, but for the berserker to have a top tier 2-3 breath attack was insane. If she was hit by that full-on, she would have moved definitely died. Quickly stuffing an MP potion into her mouth, Shiro dashed towards the berserker. She needed to take it out quickly before it pulled out another insane skill from his ace. Remaking the bow, Shiro made sure it was a heavy bow this time, one that boasted the strongest attack power in her arsenal right now. Drawing back on the strings, mana twisted into an arrow. Holding the string back, the amount of mana charged in the arrow continued to grow as the berserker was trying its hardest to struggle out of the gates. Seeing the gates cracking, Shiro knew she had to attack it soon. Injecting a few skill chips into the bow, Shiro activated them all. Piercing blow, enhanced power, latent power, attack boost, rotating shot, BOMMMMMM. The recoil of the arrow being shot sent Shiro sliding back as it pierced the berserker through the entire length of his body, the entering point being the mouth. It was only when she saw a clean hole through the berserker did Shiro relax slightly. Fuh. Breathing out, Shiro walked towards the corpse. Climbing into the hole she created, she harvested the D-ranked mana stone. Collect once again. The loot was subpar in Shiro's opinion. However, if the other adventurers were to know this, they'll want to strangle her since they would kill for her loot. They weren't like her who could create suitable weapons when she wished. Recycling the equipment except for a few, Shiro patted Yin's head as she looked up. Not far from the top now, Shiro said. With the pace she was going at, killing the boss 20 times should be roughly a day or two's worth of effort outside of the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, however, it would equate to roughly 30 to 50 days. Climbing higher up the mountain, the next mobs were similar to the Yeti berserker. They all looked like bipedal bulls that had white fur. Wait, actually, I have an idea, Shiro muttered as she placed her palm down. A giant sheet of nanobots spread out as Shiro frowned, seeing the surface area only being 10 meters squared. Compression system, piston propulsion system, retraction system, sensory system. She thought as the trap was slowly being made. Looking at the trap, which bolstered 4 spikes for every meter squared, Shiro grinned while she covered the trap with snow. She waited for her MP to recharge before taking action. Making a bow in her hands, She aimed it up and shot a flashbang arrow. Boom. The arrow exploded into a ball of light as the Yetis had to cover their eyes in pain. Due to the nature of snow, they reflect light very well as they could cause blindness if not careful. While the Yetis were used to the light shining off the snow, they couldn't stand the sudden burst of light caused by Shiro's arrow. Grua! They roared out as their eyesight slowly recovered. When they saw Shiro, they glared at her in anger. They roared in sync as they stormed towards her. However, the moment they stepped on the trap, a laser sight appeared and aimed at Yetis. When it locked on, the spears shot upwards before expanding like a Venus flytrap. Sharp spikes decorated the inside of the trap as it slammed shut on the Yetis. Gruaha! Their screams reverberated in the mountains as they soon died out not too long after, returning the silence back to the mountains. Looking at the sight in front of her, Shiro couldn't help but giggle as that one trap allowed her to kill 8 of the Yetis. Regenerating her mana, she walked towards the final boss. As she continued to kill the Yetis, she couldn't help but notice the fact that the Yetis were decreasing in numbers the higher up she went. I hope it's not another god species again. Shiro cursed as she was still a little annoyed from the millipede from last time. In a dungeon of ants, a millipede was one of the obelisk guardians. When she arrived at the highest point, she crouched down to make herself smaller and peeked towards the boss. The boss was sniffing around as Shiro narrowed her eyes seeing the boss's appearance. The boss was unlike the other Yetis. Instead of white fur, he had black and blue fur, an appearance which made Shiro question whether or not it could even hide in the snow. His other features include a total of 4 muscular arms that seemed like they could snap a car in half just by tensing themselves. Titanus Yeti Ravager LVL30, Boss HP 800, 000/800, 000 MP 200, 000/200, 000 I should probably restrain his arms first, Shiro thought as she looked over to Een. Little Een, lock up his arms please. Shiro whispered as she made a bow. CRR CRR. Ice chain wrapped around the Ravager as Shiro pulled back on her bow. Gar. The moment he roared, she let go of the arrow. Boom. The arrow exploded in the mouth of the Yeti as Shiro knocked another arrow. Pulling back, Shiro split the mana arrow in 2 and fired them both. Flexing her fingers, Shiro controlled the arrows to shoot at the Yeti's temple. Grabbing her bow at the handle, Shiro twisted them and separated it into 2 swords. The ice chain started to break apart as Shiro used her ice chain skill as well to lock the boss down longer. Quickly making a skill chip, Shiro made an ice ramp towards the boss. Jumping up, she aimed at the boss's arteries and slashed with several skills combined. Blood Rush Momentum Multiplier, Increase Power, Increase Sharpness, Razor Edge Pushi. The cuts severed both arteries as blood flowed out in huge quantities. With large monsters like the Ravager, their blood circulation would be fast-seeing, as they would need large quantities of energy to move their hulking bodies. However, the main point as to why Shiro aimed for the arteries was due to the fact that with such a heavy amount of blood loss, the health would drain much faster. The boss glowed with a blue light as Shiro only furrowed her brows. You and your god rejuvenation. Shiro cursed as she waited for a moment. As the shield wore off, Shiro plunged one of her blades into the Ravager's mouth. Quickly jumping backwards, Shiro avoided the grasp of his hands. Clutching her hand, the sword exploded in the Ravager's mouth. Making herself another sword, Shiro dashed towards the Ravager's legs. PFF PFF. The cuts appeared around his heels as Shiro severed the tendons. Jumping up, she twisted her body and sliced at the shoulder tendons. However, the arms suddenly bent abnormally as they reached out for her. Boom. Shiro quickly made a pillar of ice from the bottom of her feet, pushing her away from the arms. Looking at the arms that could bend back on itself, Shiro frowned in disgust. Drinking a mana potion, Shiro made a bow and knocked a nanotech arrow. Pulling back the string, she dashed around the Ravager. Boom, 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 boom. Ice spike were created in the Ravager's hands as he threw it towards her. Een-style Phantom Arts. First Phantom plus Second Phantom. In addition to the first and second Phantom, Shiro activated Fated Snow movement as well, boosting her speed further. A blizzard started to pick up as the Ravager narrowed his eyes. Making 4 swords, one in each hand, he started to swing around him. Don't bother. I'm going ranged combat for a reason. Shiro called out as she was already above him. Boom. She shot her arrow downwards towards the Ravager. Ping. The arrow shifted into a giant bladed net. Wrapping around the body of the Ravager, the blades dug deeper into his skin the more he struggled. Flexing her fingers, Shiro caused the blades to rotate. Garr! The Ravager roared out as blood continued to flow. Knocking 2 arrows, Shiro aimed for the arteries once more. For a boss like the Ravager, the best way would be to let it die slowly on his own. Now that the tendons and the arteries were destroyed, she didn't need to do anything else. Jumping up onto a platform, Shiro sat down and watched the Ravager coldly. Her bow was ready to fire should the Ravager attack her. After 30 minutes of struggling, the Ravager died and collapsed weakly. Dismissing her bow, Shiro collected her loot. Che. Nothing useful. Shiro muttered as she made her way back down the dungeon. Now she had to repeat this 19 more times for her star-up requirement to be met. Shiro was laying on her back lazily as she had her legs in the air. Kicking back and forth slightly, she waited for the 20th Ravager to die. What an annoying class-up task, right, little Een? Shiro asked as Een chirped while snuggling up to her cheek. In the time that they had run this dungeon 20 times, Een had managed to level up a lot. In LVL 18 with her level up, she learned the new skill Shadow Cloak. Shadow Cloak is a stealth skill as it would let you blend in with the shadows. However, due to the fact that the skill was Tier 1, it drained quite a bit of MP per second. Shadow Cloak, Tier 1. Use the shadows to hide yourself. Once the Ravager died, Shiro saw her class-up requirements being completed. Snow Girl kill 20 ice, elemental-based LVL 30 bosses 30 ice cores reach Tier 2 attunement in ice with all of the requirements fulfilled. Shiro tapped the star up. The 30 ice cores appeared around her as they slowly merged to form a crystal cocoon around her. Her senses were dulled slightly, but she could tell her body was getting stronger. Ping. The crystal shattered as Shiro slowly opened her eyes. She could tell that her senses were increased by quite an amount. This included her status. Name, Shiro Race, Snow Girl, Evolution Criteria yet to be met, Title, Shadow Empress, Beginner Monster, 0/10 humans killed for title up, Level, 33 class. Snow Girl, Nanomancer Snow Girl, Tier 2 Ice Magic, Passive Regeneration, Blessed by Ice, Snow Magic, Faded Snow Movement, Cold Aura, Icy Touch, New, Icy Breath, New. Nanomancer, Dagger Creation, Nanotech Engineering Tier 1, Sword Creation, Bow Creation, Heavy Weapon Creation, Shield Creation. Other, Mini-Map, Inspection, Disguise, Mana Barrier, Speed Up, Equipment. Shared Skills, in Shadow Buff, Tier 1. Ice Chain, Tier 1. Shadow Cloak, Tier 1. The only thing the second star did for her was give her 2 new skills and 20 more points to distribute per level up. While this was subpar in her opinion, Shiro understood that the more stars she got now, the better her future classes would be. As for her new skills, one was a passive much like Cold Aura. Depending on her killing intent, she's able to touch anything and freeze them over without using mana. Icy Touch. Passive. The cold touch of a snow girl can be fatal if one is not prepared. With a single touch, one might be sent into a coma. Effectiveness varies depending on surrounding temperature, killing intent, and enemy resistance. As for the second skill, it was an active type skill. Icy Breath. Expend MP to breathe out a torrent of cold mist which is able to freeze enemies when used with enough MP cost. Varies upon user's intention. Cooldown. Not applicable HNN. Ashiro stretched her body as running a dungeon solo for 20 times was very tiring. Little Een were finally done, Shiro said as Een celebrated. Hopping back on her shoulders, Een snuggled herself back in her spot. Chuckling slightly, Shiro left the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, around 25 days have passed, meaning 25 hours outside. Massaging her neck slightly, Shiro prepared herself for Lyrica's lecture once more. On her way back to the dorms, Shiro was confused as to why she was getting more stares than normal, especially on her face. Did my star up change my face or something? Shiro thought. Arriving back at the dorm, Shiro saw Lyrica waiting by the door. Sure. Lyrica paused as she saw Shiro. Her face instantly blushed as she tilted her head back to stop a nosebleed. However, her eyes continued to stare at Shiro. Is there anything wrong with my face? Shiro asked as she was curious. Just take a look yourself, Shiro. Lyrica muttered, making sure to imprint the image into her mind. Taking out a mirror, Shiro was surprised at her reflection. Her face looked a lot more alluring now, as there was less baby fat around her face. Her features were delicate as it made her seem surreal. Her skin had a rosy tint to it, urging people to give her skin a pinch. One of the biggest changes was her hair. Originally, it had been pitch black in color. However, it was now a dark midnight blue with streaks of white flaring at the tip of her hair. Well, I may need the lower face mask from Aram sooner than I thought, Shiro thought, storing away the mirror. She never expected that leveling up a star brought such changes to her physical appearance as well. Scratching the back of her head slightly, Shiro looked at her new hair with a slightly perplexed expression. It wasn't that she didn't like it, but that this meant troubles for her later on. The chances of her body changing more with each star earned were quite high as Shiro couldn't explain the growth. You like this hair? I wasn't too sure. Shiro lied as she examined her hair. Your hair is nice. It's rather unique with the white flares around the edges. Lyrica nodded as she made sure her nosebleed was gone. Pulling out a handkerchief, she cleaned her nose a little. Well, enough of that. Have you prepared yet? Shiro asked. Prepared for the event? Yeah. Faction recruitment starts in 2 days. You should prepare yourself since we want you to get into a decent guild. With a good guild, the mortality would be lower. True, but I'm not sure if I can get into one. From the previous faction events, I know that there is an introduction, then a total of 5 stages, and a prize pool at the end, Lyrica said as they walked into the dorm. Do you know how the event is going to be laid out this year? Shiro asked as she wanted to test Lyrica. The introduction is basically the different factions showing off, so people can decide which one they want to join. The intro includes different factions sparring with each other and competing in some fun events. The next stage, or the actual stage 1, is the Warriors division. Every melee-type adventurer participates in this event, as the challenges vary every time it is held. Stage 2 is the Mages division. Just like Stage 1, every mage participated in this event. Stages 1 and 2 aim to thin out the crowd in for both mages and warriors alike. This would leave around a few thousand competitors in the event. Stage 3 is aimed at thinning the crowd even more. Most often, this is a battle royal. They'll be doing this part in the simulation, so people can go all out. Stage 4 is a tournament of sorts. They'll reshuffle the remaining members and put them in several different blocks. Anyone who isn't top 3 is then eliminated. The final stage, Stage 5, is where it's 1 versus 1 fights. The winner of each block will place in the top 10, 20, 25, etc., depending on how many there are. The order is shuffled around, so the potential first place may be the last place within the top 20. As for people under the top 20, they can challenge the higher ranks to try to get into the top 20. There are rewards for the top 10, top 20, top 50, and top 100. Last time they held the recruitment, they had C-ranked items for top 10. The winner had a special C-ranked item that boosted his potential up by several folds. Lyrica explained as they went to her room. Sitting down on the chair again, Shiro crossed her legs. So are we going to be registered as adventurers or under the school? We'll be registered under the school when we join the faction recruitment. This is so that the school can have bragging rights if a big faction recruits one of our students. Lyrica said. I see. Oh, before I forget, I'll be heading out again tomorrow, only to get some accessories. Mind if you take me along? Lyrica asked. Sure. Though the shop name is a little out there, the private stock is definitely worth it. It's where I got both of our outfits. How more curious now. It's not every day you see such a good outfit too. Not to mention, it doesn't break. Lyrica said as she glanced at her outfit. We'll set off early tomorrow. Good night. Shiro typed as Lyrica nodded. Walking back to her room, Shiro frowned seeing another shadow. Flexing her finger, a spike appeared and stabbed the shadow at the temple. TSK, stalker. Shiro frowned as she set a few traps around her room. It took an hour before all the traps were laid out perfectly. Shiro decided to message Aram, as well seen as though she had the chance. Shiro. Hey Aram. Would it be fine if I visited your shop to commission for another accessory made from monster cloth? Aram. How much monster cloth do you think I have available? Shiro was surprised seeing how fast Aram replied. Shiro. I just want to commission a face mask that I can pull down. Black in color. Aram. I'm sure. You know the payment, right? Modeling again. Shiro. I'm not too sure about this. I have a friend coming with me. Aram. You can just do the photo shoot together with your friend? Shiro. I'll have to ask her tomorrow then. Aram. If she doesn't want to, I'll put it on a tab. You can come model for me when you have time. Shiro. Thank you very much. Aram. No problems. Putting her phone aside, Shiro changed into her nightwear before sleeping. Would it be okay if you pose for a few outfits with me? The outfits Aram has are quite nice as well. Are they similar to what we have on now? Kind of. Since these outfits are what I requested, they're a little different to what she has in stock. Hey, I don't see why not. It seems fun, Lyrica said. While her speech was calm, her mind was racing about the type of outfits she could see Shiro wear. Turning into an alleyway, Lyrica frowned slightly. So are you sure the store is in this alleyway? Lyrica asked. The location is a little obscure, but it is indeed here. You'll see it when we get there, Shiro said as they turned a few corners. Lyrica blushed heavily seeing the store title as she looked over to Shiro. Shiro wasn't fazed at all as she entered inside. Shiro, wait up, Lyrica called out before following her. Hiding behind Shiro slightly, they enter the store. Welcome, you're here. And you brought your friend as you said. Aram smiled as Shiro nodded. Yeah, she's agreed to model with me. Shiro typed out as Lyrica moved around nervously thinking about the type of outfits they could have. Surely it shouldn't be similar to what her store sign is, right? Lyrica thought as the image of Shiro wearing something lewd was outside of her character. But it may not be that bad. Lyrica blushed. Aram grinned seeing the reactions and the type of gaze Lyrica looked at Shiro with. I should get some of my more spicy outfits out. Aram thought with a grin. Nothing lewd. Che. Both Aram and Lyrica clicked their tongues as Shiro had a bland expression. Lyrica blushed as her guard was down, so her internal thoughts leaked out. Aram only grinned wider. Reaching under the table, she pulled out a face mask. This is what you wanted. It zips up at the back, Aram said as Shiro nodded. Putting on the mask, Shiro pulled up the fabric so it covered her mouth and nose. Breathing wasn't hindered as Shiro pulled out a mirror to check how it looked. It's not too bad. It hides my lower face quite nicely, actually. Only my hair is a little more memorable, I suppose. Shiro thought as she looked at her hair, which had a white flare at the tips. Let's go to the studio, Aram said as she clapped her hands. Lyrica nodded as she was much more eager than Shiro. Walking back to the studio, Aram revealed her outfit collection to Lyrica. Wow, Lyrica muttered seeing the huge assortment of outfits. How many are we doing today? Shiro asked. Since it was only a mask, I'll let you off a bit easier. 30 sets. 30 sets? Lyrica was shocked. 30 sets took quite a lot of time to try on, and that wasn't factoring the modeling time. It's simple. Last time Shiro did well over 100 sets for me. Aram waved her hand as she grabbed an outfit. Handing it over to Shiro, she also gave a set to Lyrica. Now get changed while I set up the camera, Aram said. Not only did her face change slightly, but her body also. Yesterday she was too tired to check, but now she realized she's grown a little as well. Her bust, whilst still small, grew a little too. I wonder what the owner of this body looked like as a grown-up, Shiro thought with curiosity. Changing into clothes made with monster cloth was much easier than normal due to the fact that it was affected by mana. Expanding the outfit, Shiro put her arms through the sleeves before shrinking the outfit. Wearing a few more pieces, she was fully changed. Lyrica was daydreaming as she examined Shiro's body entirely. Are you not feeling well? I'll do your half of the modeling as well if you aren't feeling well, Shiro offered. No, it's fine, Lyrica said, snapping out of it. She didn't know how it was possible, but it felt like Shiro's grown a little. If she had a slightly more mature body, it wouldn't be too bad either, she thought to herself. Copying what Shiro did, Lyrica was surprised at how easy it was to change into the outfit. It was even more so than her current outfit since her outfit was in pieces. These dresses, however, were mostly one-piece dresses. If every outfit is this easy, 30 outfits will be done in no time, Lyrica said as she put on the accessories. Shiro only smiled as Lyrica would be eating her own words soon. Walking out of the changing room, they saw Aram with everything set up. Get on. We're taking a few photos now. Aram smiled and gestured to the area with the white backdrop. Erg. Lyrica groaned as she finally finished doing the final outfit. I remember a certain someone saying this will be done in no time at all. Shiro chuckled slightly. Yes, I did. However, she took over 100 pictures with each outfit. Lyrica said, sitting up. It isn't too bad. If you get used to it, you can get through 100 pictures quicker. Shiro smiled. I suppose, but you are so tiring. Lyrica complained. Since you've already got your item, you don't get a reward, okay, Shiro? Aram said as Shiro nodded. As for your friend Lyrica here. Catch this. Aram said, flicking over a USB. Catching it, Lyrica glanced at it with curiosity. A 3 terabytes USB? What do I need it for? Lyrica asked. It's 3 terabytes worth of modeling pictures Shiro took, including today. You don't want? Who said I don't want? Lyrica said, quickly storing it inside her inventory. Aram giggled as this was what she expected. By the way, I heard that there is a pretty big auction happening tonight. They're holding it since the faction recruitment is tomorrow. With everyone in the city, they'll have a bigger audience to take money from. Aram said as she sat down by the counter. She decided to inform Shiro and Lyrica as they may find something useful at the auction. A auction? Is there anything remarkable about it? Shiro asked. Remarkable? They said something about a sword being really good for low levels. A blue greatsword, in fact. Quite a rare weapon. Aram said as Shiro paused. Isn't that the sword I scammed to them? Shiro thought. What's so remarkable with the sword? They say the skill is a rare percentage skill. It's able to increase the strength of the user by 100% for a short moment. Since the sword itself is level 15, not only could it help them pass their class advancement, but it will also help them get an edge over other level 20 adventurers that join the event. Then what about items? Shiro asked. Weapons were nice and all, but items held the cake for her. She could craft a few items, but they were very limited due to her knowledge of them. Items. I don't remember a lot, but the supposedly best item for the auction is something called an awakening stone. If you don't know what it is, it's an item that'll help you unlock your elemental attunement, or at least enhance it. Tier 0 to Tier 1, with the highest being Tier 1 to Tier 2. Aram said with a wave of her hand. The awakening stone is pretty good, I suppose. Shiro thought as she too knew about this stone. If one had more than one elemental attunement, the stone would have a randomized chance to awaken your main element or the sub-element. For her, it was a chance between 3 elements since the ice was already Tier 2. Having an extra element would help, I suppose, but my MP drain is going to increase. She had 3 elements right now at Tier 0, so the moment she used the awakening stone, she'll gain the skill line for one of these elements. Lightning to improve her attack power. Metal for defense, which was rather useless considering her fighting style, and Shadow to increase stealth. I'll think of more ways to use them when I unlock them. Shiro thought as the auction seemed pretty appealing as of this moment. Well, in that case then, Lyrica, why don't we go to the auction? I've managed to make quite a bit of money in the dungeons. Not sure how much it compares to others, but it should be pretty high up there. Sure. I'm mostly going to go there to keep you company, though. Lyrica shrugged. The amount of money a high-level adventurer earns isn't something a normal person could estimate. Depending on their skill, they would either be earning well over millions in a week or barely scraps from the monsters over the week. With the dungeons being able to give out money, not only was the world economy united into one, but prices of normal items shot through the roof. The price inflation of items that was caused due to dungeons meant those lower-leveled had to risk their lives daily just to barely survive. Even in her past life, the controversy around the dungeons was quite high. The benefits they bring allowed the civilization to revolutionize with new inventions by the minute with mana. However, the negatives made the weak suffer a harsh fate. Where words could have won against strength was but a dream for the weak. A world where at its core was a strong preying on the weak society of dangerous occupations. But when the beasts came in hordes and destroyed cities with ease, they realized they weren't the rule makers anymore. They were the players to the rules. They had to grow stronger to survive. Easy as that. Leaving Aram's store, they made their way to the auction house. New York auction starts at 9 p.m. 9 p.m. It's 8 p.m. right now. Shall we wait here for an hour? Lyrica asked as Shiro nodded. Looking for a table at a nearby cafe, Shiro played around with Ian. Since there is an auction this big, there's bound to be robberies after the auction. Since 2 million is obviously not enough, I should take advantage of the chaos. Shiro thought as she patted Yin's head. With the skill Shadow Cloak, she'll be able to hide under their watchful eyes since it would be deep into the night by the time the auction finishes. Looking over at the auction house, Shiro narrowed her eyes as she could see a few figures watching it stealthily. Lyrica, I suggest you try to make yourself as unnoticeable as you can during the auction. If you make yourself known, then there is a big chance that you could get robbed at the end of the auction. Shiro warned as Lyrica looked up. What do you mean? Look above the auction house, the window of the third house to the left, alleyway near the food stand, in the crowd of people looking at the pamphlets, and finally look at one of the staff handing out the pamphlets. Shiro typed out as Lyrica observed them all but couldn't notice anything wrong. Is there anything special about them? She asked. Each and every one of them is observing who in the crowd looks the most wealthy. On top of that, they're also checking for the places which have cameras, and which places to best rob someone. The ones I've pointed out just now are only a small portion of these people. There are roughly 30 plus of them surveying the area. Shiro typed out as Lyrica paused in shock. Shiro, let's not participate then, Lyrica said as Shiro only shook her head. We are most definitely going. You'll also be able to have a look at the atmosphere that comes with big auctions, especially since you may be going to the auctions more often in the future. Shiro smiled. Having understood the chaos that comes with a big auction early on would be better. This was to prevent Lyrica not knowing what to do in the future if she was to purchase a good item. We're going? But what if they decide to kidnap you or something? Lyrica asked. True. Shiro nodded as she too understood that. But I have the confidence of leaving unharmed. Shiro smiled. But the main problem is you. I want you to leave the moment the auction is over. You can observe from far, but nothing with 200 meters of the battles that may happen. Shiro warned with a serious face. Lyrica nodded in understanding. The hour passed quickly as the time for the auction was at hand. The sun was already setting, but the crowd was still as lively as ever. Two people were walking side by side, as one was a tall male, and the other was female. The male was around 6'5", a slim yet powerful build. His hair was short and was colored black. He wore a suit and mask which covered his appearance. The female, on the other hand, was around 5'7", had an alluring figure and had long blonde hair. She wore a suit and mask as well. Juaner, how many level 50s do you think is planning to rob the winners of each bid? The man asked. His voice was deep and calm. It was as if nothing in this world could make him hurry his pace. My Juaner, I told you to call me by my name outside, he said, cutting her off. Nantion, I see around 20 of them, she replied nervously. Amen, maybe it's because you're the same level as them. But there are exactly 47 level 50s looking at this auction. Nantion smiled, giving Juaner a glance. The mask was a special type of mask that was made with one-sided material. He could see others clearly, but they couldn't see his face. I'm sorry that I didn't manage to see them all, she said quickly as she bowed. I told you don't be like that. I'm not strict like those elders. No one is perfect, Nantion replied as he gestured for her to stop bowing. However, training more is always advised. You need that strength so the greed of humans can't take over you. I may be here to protect you now, but I can't help you always, Nantion said, shaking his head. He paused slightly when he saw two girls walking in the crowd. One of them was quite short while the other was an elf. The short woman had her hood pulled forwards as Nantion narrowed his eyes. Her figure felt very nostalgic as he inspected her. Shiro LVL 33. Ice Mage, that's not the aura an Ice Mage should be emitting, he thought. The aura was much colder and more dangerous than what a level 33 Ice Mage should have. Closing one of his eyes, he reopened them after a few seconds. When he reopened his eye, there was a golden ring in his iris. The golden ring was something unique to him, and him alone. Due to an accident early in his life, a special type of skill was permanently embedded into his right eye. Eyes of truth, heaven's eye, God's eye. It was known by many names. However, the main purpose was to allow him to see through every type of disguise. Shiro LVL 33. Snow Girl, a Snow Girl huh? Nantion thought. Oddly enough, he wasn't able to see her stats like he could with other people. Furrowing his brows slightly, he turned to Huan. Can you help me gather all the information about an adventurer in this city? Nantion said as Huan nodded. Pulling out a tablet, she quickly tapped through the database. Name and class? She asked. Shiro, Ice Mage. Here. She passed him the tablet with all of her information. Reading through all of her information, Nantion passed the tablet back. Since she's done nothing wrong and even helped pass a raid with minimal difficulty, I shouldn't make things hard for her. Nantion thought as he didn't mind the fact that she probably killed one of the adventurers. Human greed was a disgusting thing to see after all. The fact that she didn't kill everyone in the raid was surprising in itself. She had the capabilities, and he knew monsters got stronger the more they killed. So for her to not kill them for strength made her more humane than over 30% of humanity as a whole. If she could become humanity's ally, then they would benefit mutually. Maybe if I recruited her into the sect, I could form a sort of alliance with her. He mused to himself. It seems like the Shadow Faction's young master also has his eye on her. Huaner muttered, seeing the records. While only level 50, she was one of the best hackers the world had to offer. She was able to easily see the Mages Association's branch manager search for Shiro, and she knew he worked under the Shadow Faction's young master. Shadow Faction? The faction itself is slowly being destroyed on the inside, yet the young master has his eye on her? Nantion muttered. Looking over at Shiro, he decided to keep a closer eye on this monster who was more humane than a third of humanity. He also wanted to find out where this feeling on nostalgia stemmed from. Meanwhile, Shiro, who Nantion had observed with the heaven's eye, shivered for a moment. Feeling a gaze that seemed to know everything there was of her, Shiro frowned and looked around with caution. Are you okay, Shiro? Lyrica asked. Yeah. Let's continue to the auction. Shiro typed out while keeping her guard up. The queue to the auction was long, so both Shiro and Lyrica had to wait for their seats to be assigned. Due to the fact that she only had $2 million, she and Lyrica were placed in the lower stands. Basically the poor stands, huh? Lyrica muttered as both she and Shiro sat down. They were assigned to the very back and given an electronic panel to bid on an item. As for their neighbors, they were two men who were giving them a glance every now and again. Lyrica frowned as she felt goosebumps rising. Shiro was tempted to freeze them over with her icy touch, but decided against it. She didn't want to start killing people here after all. Crossing her legs, Shiro closed her eyes as she waited for the auction to start. Lyrica only shuffled closer to Shiro due to her repulsion towards the man that sat near her. Thankfully, there were quite a few cameras around the area, so they wouldn't be harassed. Inside the auction house, there were several top-tier level 50 adventurers to stop the people from causing a hassle. But when they get out of the auction house, it was no longer their problem. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the auction before the faction recruitment. You know what we're doing, I know what we're doing. But while I know what we're selling, you don't know just yet. So let's not waste time and get to the first item of the night. The auctioneer shouted out as Shiro opened her eyes. The first item of the night is a type of medicine. Hailed from China, this pill is a medicine that may allow you to jump tiers and defeat those who had classed up to D rank in strength. Known as the external reinforcement pill, this pill increases every single one of your stats by 150 points. The duration is 3 minutes. Plenty of time to turn the tables. The auctioneer shouted out as Shiro lost interest quickly. Honestly, 3 minutes was a good amount of time, as he said. But who would let someone drink/eat/apply medicine in front of them? Therefore, in Shiro's opinion, the pill was about as appealing as someone's kidney stones. Bidding starts at $400,000 with increases of more than $5,000 at a time. 400,000, 410,000, 450,000. Wow, it's more than $500,000. Lyrica muttered in shock. The cost of this single pill was insane. More than 500,000 US dollars for trash. Wasting money. Shiro typed out lazily. What she was most interested in was who won the awakening pill and who won her scam sword. I suppose. But they can also just save the pill for another time. Like in a dungeon to save themselves from death. True. The next few items were also unappealing as Shiro wasn't interested at all. The next item is a little special. Graded with the rare blue grade. This weapon is also one that comes with a skill. The Fire Giant's Titanus Cleaver. A devastating great sword for the warriors who are above level 15. With an incredible skill which grants an increase of 100% in strength. This weapon will easily destroy all those who stand in your way. The auctioneer shouted out as a level 20 warrior walked up to the stage. Just so you know the power of the sword, we have a level 20 warrior to demonstrate with us. The warrior picked up the sword and turned to the right. A steel rose up as he slashed towards it. Pang! The sword went halfway into the... As you can see, the sword only traveled halfway into the reinforced steel. And now, once again with the skill activated, a second rose up as the sword flared with a bright red. Shiro narrowed her eyes as she realized the warrior wore armor that increased his speed. This offset the 80% speed that came with the sword, making it seem more powerful than it should be. TSK, sly rascal. Shiro thought as this would easily fool a lot of low-level adventurers in the hall. Then again, who was she to call them sly? She did scam the auction house with the sword after all. Raising the sword, the warrior slashed once more. Boom. The sword cleaved easily through the as cheers could be heard. The bidding starts at 250,000 US dollars with an increment of 10,000 US dollars each time. Remember, you'll be able to earn all this back easily should you enter a good faction. The auctioneer shouted out. The final bid settled for 500,000 US dollars with the auction house barely managed to break even with the price they paid for the sword. HN. Nantion chuckled slightly when he saw Shiro's sword get sold for 500,000 US dollars. With what he's read from her records, she scammed the auction house for 450,000 US dollars and some spare materials. With this, the auction house made a small profit of 50,000 US dollars. For a mute snow girl to be able to scam the auction house. Amusing. I wonder if she's going to fight in the tug-of-war after the auction. Nantion thought as he looked over in her direction. Currently, Shiro had her lower face mask on while her eyes would dart around occasionally. She's on guard constantly. How vigilant. Nantion thought with a smile. Hwaner was confused as to why Nantion started to chuckle and smile. Is there anything funny, my Nantion? Hwaner asked, correcting herself. Nothing. Just finding it laughable how the auction house didn't manage to make as much as they expected. Nantion replied with a wave of his hand. Actually, do you think we can put something up for auction? He asked, turning towards Hwaner. I believe that is within the last segment of the auction. We should be able to if we give them the notice. Do you perhaps want to auction something? Hwaner asked. Amen. Give the people more incentive to try to fight for the rewards. Think of this as a taster for tomorrow's event, Nantion said, pulling out an item from his inventory. But that's... My lord. You cannot. Hwaner said hastily as she kneeled and cupped her hands. What Nantion had just pulled out was a potential awakening relic. The relic has 3 charges, and each charge will awaken the potential of a single person. Even though Nantion was one of the most important people in the sect, he was still only given 1 potential awakening relic for his subordinates. Each charge of the potential awakening relic takes years to charge up, so each one was priceless. Yet Nantion wanted to use the relic in a tiny auction held in a tiny city? The decision baffled Hwaner. I know it's important, but do you think I cannot recover the relic? This is just bait. Nantion chuckled as he gave her the relic. He wasn't worried that the relic would be used since it takes a full 12-hour period to use the relic. Holding the relic, Hwaner had a perplexed face as she still didn't understand. If he wanted a bait, wouldn't a low-level weapon do the trick? Her lord had more than enough purple-grade weapons in his inventory to the point that he could make a small hut with them. Yet of all things, he chose to auction this relic? What was his goal? Just auction it, Hwaner. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Nantion waved his hand whilst looking towards Shiro. Show me what you can do, Snow Girl. He thought with slight anticipation for what is about to happen. He wanted to see how much she could do in a situation where it's the playing field for level 50s. Understood, Juana replied as she left the room. Meanwhile, Shiro felt like she was about to fall asleep from the mediocre items that were on auction. When will the awakening stone be put on auction? She thought, massaging her eyes a little. Are you tired, Shiro? Lyrica asked. No, just bored. These items aren't very helpful for me, Shiro replied. Then do you want to sleep for a bit? I'll wake you up when it's time, Lyrica offered, hoping Shiro would sleep on her shoulder. No, it's fine. Shiro shook her head. Lyrica could only sigh in slight regret. It took over an hour before the main host of tonight's auction was brought to the front of the hall. Shiro refocused her attention as she wanted to know who won the Awakening Stone. The next item is the Awakening Stone, an amazing item that will help awaken or enhance your attunements to a certain element. While it can only upgrade to a maximum of Tier 2 in attunement, you must remember that is within the ranges of a top-tier D-ranked adventurer. The auctioneer shouted out. Bidding starts at 1 million credits. 1 million, 1.5 million, 1.55 million. They're paying millions for something they won't even get at the end of the night. Shiro typed out. How are you so sure that they won't be able to get it? Lyrica asked, surprised at how sure Shiro seemed. Just a hunch of mine. Shiro smiled. The bids were continuously being shouted out as Shiro made sure to memorize who shouted out the bids. It was only when the bid hit the value of $6 million did they stop. The winner of the auction was who Shiro realized to be one of the top 10 in the priority ranking. Rank 4, Lewis Sanders. Shiro muttered as she was about to stand up. Before all of you leave, I must inform you about a slight change in the auction tonight. Within the final batch of items, which are sold by adventurers yourselves, we have a very special item. The item is called a Potential Awakening Relic. The Potential Awakening Relic is a rare artifact that is used by the factions fighting in the front lines. With a single use of this relic, you can awaken your inner potential. Your strength will outshine your peers with ease. With such a rare item, I'd suggest you not to leave your seats just yet. We will be handing out the items for the winners when the auction ends after all. Whether you leave now or later wouldn't make a difference, the auctioneer said as Shiro sat back down. She never expected a Potential Awakening Relic to be auctioned here as well. For a high-level item, it was such a waste for it to be auctioned in this low-level city. Who's so dumb to auction this? Shiro thought as she looked around. Looking up at the higher stands, Shiro narrowed her eyes as she made eye contact with a male on the third floor. The third floor is strictly for VIPs. Why is someone like him looking over here? Shiro thought with a frown. Nantion only smiled seeing Shiro look in his direction. He chuckled before waving his hand slightly. Shiro furrowed her brows and looked away. Lyrica, I suggest you go back to the dorm now. Shiro typed with a frown. Is it because of the Potential Awakening Relic? Yes. If there was going to be a fight before, now it will be a bloodbath. Those level 50s will kill without a second thought for the relic. All right. You should come with me as well, Lyrica said, but Shiro shook her head. This is better for me since they'll be preoccupied with the Potential Awakening Stone. Shiro replied. Since they'll be focused on the main item, there'll be less focus being placed on the Awakening Stone. But this is a double-edged blade. Since there are fewer people focusing on the stone, that also means less chaos. With less chaos, it will be harder to steal the item / not to mention, she'll have to try to take advantage of the moment the item is taken out of the inventory. There is only a small window of opportunity, and if she misses it, there may not be another chance. All right, but you must promise me to not try anything outside of your power, okay? Lyrica said as Shiro nodded. Lyrica looked at Shiro for a moment before turning away and walked out of the auction house. So she told her friend to escape the moment she saw the relic, huh? Nice choice. Nantion thought with a smile. Juaner, what are the chances for a level 33 to steal an item in this type of situation? Nantion asked. I do believe they have no chance. Juaner replied. Trying to steal anything under the eyes of over 30 level 50s was a suicidal move for any level 33, no matter how powerful they may be. Indeed. But I'm quite curious as to how we may be proven wrong tonight. Nantion said as Juaner looked at him with shock. You don't mean the Ice Mage, right? She asked. She seems to want the Awakening Stone more than the potential Awakening Relic. Good choice considering the tug of war for the relic. But a dangerous choice since she might have to go against 1 or 2 level 50s for the Awakening Stone. Nantian smiled. How come you're placing so much emphasis on her? Huaner asked. She may be 13 years old and level 33. But can't we also do the same to some of the younger sect members? Yeah, but have you seen a few week-old level 33? Nantian thought as he was sure the Shino that left the dungeon was her. Level 33 for a few weeks old was an insane feat that he couldn't believe happened. This showed her potential as a fighter and more so as a potential ally. Even more so due to the fact that she was level 20 when she left the dungeon and soloed the boss of her dungeon. Indeed, a 13-year-old reaching level 33 is an easy task in our sect. But do you think they can be the same in New York City? The dungeons here are low-leveled. The items don't go above blue grade, and most of all, everything here is below level 50. Can you really tell me we can get someone to level 33 at the age of 13 with these conditions? Nantian asked. Huaner, as a teammate, was someone you could trust. However, her ideology about the world outside of the sect was a little narrow. She believed the sect was number one and no one else could defeat them. A dangerous train of thought. No, I cannot. Huaner replied as she looked down. Then you should be giving praise instead. Don't be so petty with praise. Nantian said. Huaner nodded in response. However, she still didn't see why Nantian had placed so much interest in a small adventurer from a small city. It simply didn't make sense. Eventually, the bid for the relic reached an astounding $24 million before it was won by a level 50 warrior. Narrowing her eyes, Shiro pulled her hood forward to cover her face along with her face mask. In-style Phantom Arts, First Phantom, Illusionary Phantom. Her figure flickered as she disappeared from the auction hall. Nantian widened his eyes slightly in surprise. In the slight moment she flickered, he had lost sight of her. Interesting. There wasn't any spike in mana, so it must be a type of martial arts. A little bit similar to the martial arts of the Shadow Temple. Perhaps this was why the young master of the Shadow Temple wanted to keep his eyes on her. Nantian thought as he too stood up. Huaner, come. We're going to watch this tug of war and see if there are any good seedlings for us to pick, Nantian said, walking out of the booth. Huaner followed quietly. Standing unnoticed at the collection hall, Shiro waited for the winner of the Awakening Stone to arrive. There he is, she thought as she kept her presence small. Lewis Sanders was a tall man with long brown hair. His face was average, but his aura was powerful. Lewis LVL 46. Earth Mage, grabbing the stone quickly, he left the building. Shiro followed him and noticed 2 other people doing the same thing as her. So it's going to be a 4-way battle. Shiro thought. Shadow Cloak. Black mist wrapped around her as it merged with her body. Jumping up onto the roofs, her body was barely visible even under the moonlight. Activating disguise, she hid her status under question marks. LVL? This combined with the fact that her appearance and outfit couldn't be seen properly made for a decent disguise. Crouching down, she narrowed her eyes at the 3 who started to fight. All 3 of them were mages, with Lewis being the second highest level. One of the assailants is a level 50 mage, and the other was a level 44 mage. With them being a whole 10 levels or more above her, Shiro needed to make sure she did this carefully. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out as Lewis blocked the attacks with an earth shield. Flipping back slightly, he gritted his teeth with anger. He had thought that he would be let off free since most of the level 50s were focused on the relic. Who knew a level 50 would still focus on his Awakening Stone? However, he wasn't unfamiliar with these guys. The level 50 Kane was the 5th rank on the priority list, while the other level 44, Paul, was 6th. Lewis, hand that stone over. Kane shouted out as his hands lit aflame. In the simulation you suppressed us. But this is real life, so do the right thing and hand it over. Paul shouted out as well. Pooey, surpass me if you have the capabilities. If you don't, then don't bother. Lewis replied disdainfully. Rock covered his body as it created a pseudo-armor. Case. Lightning struck towards Lewis while he slammed his palms downwards. A pillar of earth blocked the lightning, diverting the force into the ground. Arg! Lewis cried out in pain as Kane had managed to land a fireball on his back. Pivoting on his leg, Lewis caused several rock arms to shoot upwards and grab Kane by the leg. Bang! The arm slammed Kane into the ground with as much force as it could muster. Paul gathered lightning into his hand, slowly forming it into a dense lightning spear. Pulling back his arm, he threw the spear towards Lewis. "Yura!" Lewis shouted out as the earth wrapped around him. Gritting his teeth, Lewis resisted the pain and glared towards Paul. However, the moment he turned his back to Kane, Kane controlled the fire to form a giant hammer. "Ha!" He shouted out as the hammer slammed into the back of Lewis' armor. Boom! His body was launched forwards, causing him to roll for several meters. "FCK off!" Lewis shouted out just as his mana started to spike upwards. A huge rock golem was formed next to Lewis. Quickly climbing up the rock golem, Lewis controlled the golem to punch towards Paul. He wanted to get rid of the weakest one of the playing field. "I'm not that easy," Paul shouted out. Lightning twisted around his palms while he pulled his palms apart. Sparks jumped from one hand to another as it slowly gathered in the center. Boom! The ball of lightning shot forwards, smashing a hole through the golem before dispersing into mana. Paul had to make sure the lightning ball didn't cause additional damage as he would be in trouble otherwise. While they could fight the winners of the bids, they couldn't involve citizens. If they did, a squadron of level 50 patrolmen would hunt them down. Lewis quickly regenerated the golem back to full HP. Looking around with urgency, he narrowed his eyes on the skyscrapers. Raising his hands, rock spikes erupted from the ground, causing Paul and Kane to dodge in a panic. Bam! The golem crashed heavily against the skyscraper as Lewis controlled it to climb higher. Shiro, who was hiding by the roof of the buildings, frowned slightly when she saw where Lewis was running away to. Annoying, Shiro thought. Crouching down, Shiro put strength into her legs. In-style Phantom Art, first Phantom plus second Phantom. Her body flickered every so often as she dashed after Lewis. Jumping up, she used her passive float combined with her Phantom Arts to scale the building quite easily. Ha, 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 ha. Lewis huffed with fatigue. Shaking his head, he got rid of the slight headache. This was a problem with Earth Element mages. While their defense was strong, it took more MP the more damage that stacked up. Holding against the bombardment of a level 50 and 44 wasn't easy at all. Shiro hid in the shadows as she waited for the level 50 and 44 to catch up. Boom boom. Two figures landed heavily on the roof. "Lewis, you can't run anymore. Just hand the stone over," Kane shouted out. "You know what? Take it. Fight amongst yourself for it," Lewis retorted. "While they're distracted, I should hit them off the roof and run," he thought while pulling out the stone. "Here," he shouted as he threw the stone. Pulling back his hands, he quickly made 2 stone spears. "Chance," Shiro thought. Crouching down quickly, she dashed forwards. In-style Phantom Art, second Phantom plus Faded Snow movement. Snow erupted outwards as it pushed the 3 mages away. "See, another mage," Kane shouted out as he shielded his eyes. Shiro managed to grab hold of the stone and store it in her inventory. Shiro thought as she saw that it was just a normal stone. Bzzz. She suddenly heard lightning behind her and quickly reacted accordingly. Twisting her body, she slammed her palms into the ground and activated her skills. Icy Touch plus Tier 2 Ice Magic. Boom. The lightning missed her narrowly as the aftershock sent her back. "Kua." Shiro coughed slightly from the force. "Hand over the stone, girl," Paul shouted. Flaring her mana, Shiro didn't say anything as ice erupted outwards. "SK. When did this city get such a strong ice user?" Kane clicked his tongue as the ice pushed him back once more. They didn't have the leisure to inspect her right now since a pause could be fatal. Shiro quickly turned towards Lewis, who was dashing away. Narrowing her eyes, she flicked her wrist and an ice ramp was constructed. Dashing towards him, she left the other 2 on the roof. "Follow," Paul shouted as lightning flared on his body. Kane scoffed as he erupted with flames. 3 lights chased after the Earth Golem through the skies of New York City. However, most didn't focus on that as another battle was being raged for the relic. Nantion stood on top of a skyscraper and watched everything calmly. So far, everything was within his expectations. It seems like her status as a monster has allowed her to fight the level 50 and level 44 on pretty even ground. Nantion thought. Huaner, do you want to try fight for the relic as well? Compare yourself to the other level 50s. Nantion asked as he looked towards her. I'm fine. My speciality lies in hacking and not combat. Maybe if I have my robots with me, I might give it a try. All right, Nantion replied. Looking back towards Shiro's direction, he saw her chase after the golem with quite some vigor. Seems like she wasn't able to get the stone within one try. Probably got tricked. Nantion thought as he started to float. I'll be right back, Nantion said before his body flashed away. Huaner only sighed in frustration. The original goal for them to be here was to look for traces of a ritual being made. Yet now not only did they go off on a tangent, but Nantion seemed to be placing a little too much focus on a random girl he saw. Huaner only pulled up her tablet and hacked all the cameras around the city. Focusing on the cameras near Shiro's fight, she wanted to see just what was so special about her. Shiro made an ice spear in her hand as she twisted her body on the ice. In-style Phantom Arts, third Phantom, counterweight Phantom. Throwing the spear with as much force as she could, Shiro then crouched low and increased her speed towards the golem. Boom! The moment the spear touched the golem was frozen over instantly. Lewis was thrown off the golem as he landed heavily across the ground. You are okay. Shiro stepped heavily on his chest. Reaching out her hand, she gestured for him to give her the stone. Feeling the strength increase, Lewis knew he would be killed if he didn't give her it. Here, take it, he said, handing her the Real stone. Making sure it was the Real stone, Shiro quickly stored it in her inventory. Backflipping, she avoided 2 strikes from the level 50 and 44. Looking around, Shiro tried to think of an exit plan. However, Kane didn't let her as he started to attack with lethal force. Boom, boom, boom. Fire spears, bombs, chains, and cages erupted around Shiro. In-style Phantom Arts, first Phantom plus, second Phantom plus, faded snow movement. Her body flickered and escaped the bombardment with relative ease. Landing on the wall of the building, Shiro's eyes glowed with a neon blue as her killing intent increased. A blizzard started to pick up while the surrounding area was being completely frozen over. Since you want to kill this miss, then it means you're ready to be killed yourself, Shiro thought as her body faded into the blizzard. Seeing that this was beyond their league, both Paul and Lewis ran away from the scene. Only Kane remained as he needed the stone to change his life. He needed it to awaken his second element, so he could advance with his class. Slamming his palms down, fire erupted outwards, easily overpowering the blizzard. Shiro was a small distance behind him with her dagger ready. It wasn't a nanotech dagger since she could feel a constant gaze on her. Therefore, she settled with one of the daggers she kept spare from the Yeti dungeon. Floating slightly above the ground, Shiro made sure she didn't make a sound. Creeping up to Kane, Shiro reached out her hand slowly. Since she was using her first Phantom, faded snow movement, and shadow cloak to keep her presence at a minimum, Kane didn't notice her. The moment her arms were almost around his neck, she snapped to action. Pushi. The dagger slid across Kane's neck as her other hand dug deep. Feeling the contact with the spine, Shiro twisted it and broke it in the process. Increasing the effectiveness of her icy touch, Shiro froze Kane from the inside out. Seeing the counter go up by 1, she knew she had killed him. Her level increased by a whole level with just 1 kill. Snow Girl. Tier 2 Ice Magic, Passive Regeneration, Blessed by Ice, Snow Magic, Faded Snow Movement, Cold Aura, Icy Touch, Icy Breath. Nanomancer, Dagger Creation, Nanotech Engineering Tier 1, Sword Creation, Bow Creation, Heavy Weapon Creation, Shield Creation. Other, Mini-Map, Inspection, Disguise, Mana Barrier, Speed Up, Equipment. Shared Skills, In Shadow Buff, Tier 1, Ice Chain, Tier 1, Shadow Cloak, Tier 1. With that kill, not only did she get Kane's entire inventory, but she also managed to break through 100k in MP. Suddenly feeling the source of the gaze come closer, Shiro flicked her wrist and sent a dagger flying towards it. AI. So feisty, Nantion said as he caught the dagger between his fingers. Shiro's breath halted for a second as she saw him. Nantion LVL? SHT. Why would someone of his level be in this city? Shiro thought as sweat dripped down her forehead. I have to say, Little Snow, nice work, Nantion said as Shiro kept a neutral face. However, her mind was in turmoil hearing what he said. Little Snow? Who the Hades is Little Snow? Let me introduce myself. Surname Lee, given name Nantion. I am Lee Nantion, and I have to say, Little Snow, for a snow girl like you to be hidden in this city isn't easy, ah. Nantion chuckled slightly as he landed in front of her. Shiro backed off slightly as she couldn't afford to provoke him. AI, don't be so guarded. Nantion smiled as he gently threw the dagger back to her. What's your goal? Since you clearly know what I am, so why aren't you trying to kill me? Shiro typed out. Seems like your verbal functions aren't developed yet. Well, just think of me having a mild interest in you. I want to see what a snow girl like you can do while blending into human society. Nantion said as he walked around Shiro. Would you rather me call you Little Snow or Xiao Shui? One is the English version and the other is Chinese. You choose. Don't call me either. We aren't close, but we will be. I want to recruit you into my branch of the sect. Nantion gestured at her. No thanks. I don't want to join a faction. This isn't a faction, but a sect. A hidden sect to be precise. Same thing. AI so difficult. Ha ha ha. Well, just try your best in the faction recruitment event. I'll be watching. Nantion waved before disappearing in front of Shiro. Making sure that he was gone, Shiro sat down heavily. She had a frown on her face as she didn't expect someone this high level to be in the city. TSK. Who the Hades gives someone a nickname before they even meet. Right, little Een? Shiro muttered as Een popped her head out of the hood. However, her mind kept on giving her a nagging feeling like she knew him. Shiro frowned before sighing heavily. Standing up, she returned to the dorms. Huaner had a frown on her face when she saw the fight for the Awakening Stone. For a level 33 to kill a level 50 as easily as she did wasn't normal. Perhaps she took advantage of the level 50 being weakened due to the constant fighting. But it still wasn't an easy task. Especially her use of skills. The strange footwork, the ruthlessness of her action, and most importantly, how strong her ice magic was. The level 50 was 17 levels above her, yet he was still pushed back. Nantion landed gently beside her. Her performance was pretty astounding, right? Nantion said with a chuckle. It was indeed an eye-opener. Huana replied reluctantly. More importantly, how is the fight for the relic? Anyone looking like they got potential? Nantion asked. No. They're weaker than even the pseudo-members of the sect. Shame. I suppose it's time to retrieve the relic now. Huaner nodded as she stored away the tablet. Nantion placed a hand on her shoulder as their bodies flickered away from the roof. Meanwhile, Shiro, who had just returned back to the dorm, undid her shadow cloak and pulled down her face mask. She had erased all of the blood marks with her ice, so she looked like she didn't get into a fight. Thankfully, the shadow cloak made it so that they didn't recognize her. The only problem was Lee Nantion. However, since he knew she was a snow girl and didn't kill her, it meant his intentions weren't hostile. But Shiro made sure to remind herself that she'll be careful around him in the future. Earlier, she had made sure to erase all of the blood marks with her ice, so she looked like she didn't get into a fight. Shiro. Lyrica called out as she hugged Shiro. Shiro patted her back with a light smile. I saw 2 lights earlier and knew one of them was you. You didn't know how worried I was. Lyrica said as they separated. It's fine. I got it in the end. Shiro grinned as she pulled out the Awakening Stone. Lyrica widened her eyes in surprise. You mean you managed to steal it under the eyes of a level 50? Yup. Nice, Lyrica said, giving her a thumbs up. Shiro only chuckled as she saw the change in Lyrica. She wasn't as shy as she was before. Since it's quite late, you should rest now. Yeah, you should rest too. Stealing this under a level 50 and escaping isn't easy, Lyrica said as she yawned slightly. Returning to their rooms, Shiro ate a few mana stones since she was quite hungry. Sitting on her chair, she leaned back slightly. She pulled out the Awakening Stone and observed the object. The stone was as big as her palm, a creamy white outer color. Inside the creamy white color were hints of the elemental colors. Awakening Stone, purple. A stone that can awaken/upgrade the attunement you have inside your body. This stone can increase your attunement from Tier 0, Tier 1, or from Tier 1, Tier 2. The way to use the stone was simple. She just had to run her mana through the stone while she was in a meditative state. It was similar to what happened when she entered her mana realm in the attunement halls. Sitting on the bed, Shiro sat in a lotus position and closed her eyes. A pale blue aura flared around her. The stone in her hand started to float upwards as it drifted just in front of her face. Ping! The stone shattered apart with a light glass breaking sound. Slowly, the shards melted into a liquid which gradually coated Shiro's entire body. It shifted colors every so often, changing from silver to yellow, then to a dark purple. It reflected the upgradable attunements Shiro possessed at this moment in time. KRRR settling with yellow. Lightning started to spark around Shiro's body as her face became pale. Upgrading her lightning attunement to Tier 1 with broken links was very painful. While not as painful as upgrading her ice attunement to Tier 2, it still caused her to grit her teeth. It took a full 30 minutes before the pain started to fade. Opening her eyes, Shiro took a deep breath. Looking down at her hands, she flexed her fingers and saw lightning flicker around them. Tier 1 lightning magic. I wonder what I can do with you. Shiro muttered as she knew lightning was one of the more diverse elements. It can act as both crowd control and damage dealer. Crowd control with the paralysis and damage with the sheer destructive power that naturally comes with lightning. However, she wouldn't be able to use this Tier 1 lightning magic to the best of her ability. Even in her past life, she never really focused too much on the elemental aspect of things. She would just blow everything away with her guns. Controlling the lightning, she tried to condense it into a single strand. Sweat dripped from her forehead since it was harder than what she had initially expected. She sighed slightly before laying on her back. Looking up at the ceiling, she couldn't help but think about Nantion. The stranger who knew about her identity didn't kill her and invoked a strange nostalgic feeling inside her. Hidden sect, huh? She muttered. Shaking the thoughts away, Shiro went to sleep. The next morning, Shiro and Lyrica had a quick breakfast. Ian was still sleeping in Shiro's hood, lazy as always. Ian, I got some food for you, Lyrica said, trying to tempt Ian out of Shiro's hood. Shiro chuckled slightly seeing this. Little Ian, stop being lazy, Shiro said, keeping her mouth movements to a minimal. This was so that it didn't look like she was talking and instead, eating. Ian chirped lazily as she flapped her wings and landed on the table. Grabbing the mana stone from Lyrica, Ian flapped her wings and flew back to Shiro's hood. After they finished the food, they walked towards where the event was being held. Shiro, what attunement did you awaken or upgrade? Lyrica asked. I got Tier 1 lightning magic. Flexing her fingers, a streak of lightning swirled around her palms. But doesn't that conflict with your base element? You know, ice. Lyrica asked. I suppose. But they can also synergize, you know. What do you think would happen if I thawed the ice I placed on someone and discharged lightning at him? The lightning would get amplified while also stunning the enemy for a slight moment. This would give me a gap in their defense for me to abuse. I see. I wonder what kind of attunement I have. Lyrica muttered. You'll find out sooner or later. I can let you use the attunement halls in my stead, I think. Well, I should be able to since I'm top 10 on the priority list. Shiro typed out as she wasn't too sure about whether or not that was allowed. Eh? You're on the priority list? Lyrica exclaimed. Yes. I'm ranked 10th, Shiro replied. However, her rank may have changed since she did kill the previous rank 5. I found you. Lyrica paused when she saw Shiro's title for rank 9. Ace-destroying princess. Looking over at Shiro, Lyrica nodded slightly. Agreed. Lyrica thought, agreeing with their nickname for her. Having the nickname Ace-destroying princess wasn't too far off from the truth. Shiro, you're rank 9 now. Is that so? So they already confirmed Kane's death. Shiro thought. The battle for the items last night was intense since they could still see the damage visible on the houses. There are broken walls, charred roofs, and destroyed roads. However, It seems like this was a common occurrence since a few level 50 mages were already fixing up the city. No one uninvolved was harmed last night. Only the people who took part in the fight were injured. At most, the news only broadcasted who died in last night's fight. Crazy, huh? New York has been through so much. It doesn't even bother stopping it now. They just restrict it, Lyrica said. Shiro nodded as a response. She read about this in a few textbooks in school. In the city, there are a few groups charged with maintaining public security. The two most important ones were the patrolmen and the law enforcement. The patrolmen who did what their title said. Patrol the city and make sure no one is acting out of line. The law enforcement, on the other hand, was tasked with taking down anyone who was too dangerous or needed to be killed. If anyone uninvolved with the item fight had died in yesterday's fight, they would be sent out and track down the killer. The fate of the killer would be determined through a court hearing. Naturally, if it wasn't the killer's fault in the matter, she would be let off with a warning. Situations like a curious citizen spectating too closely weren't uncommon. Adapt to change, huh? Shiro thought. Since they couldn't stop the fact that everyone was fighting after items, they just restrained the people they involved. This satisfied both sides since it would be their fault if they got too curious and died in the process. Curiosity killed the cat after all. They gave them the chance, and the victim still ignored it. Arriving at the location where the school was going to meet up, Shiro saw Madison waiting there with an annoyed face. Both you and Lyrica went off to do dungeon together and didn't take me. What about my romance? Madison said as she walked towards the duo. Romance? What? Shiro thought, confused. Lyrica blushed slightly as she realized Madison knew how she felt. It wasn't that we didn't take you, but the dungeons were a little too high-leveled for you. Shiro typed out as Madison furrowed her brows. Look at my level. Does it look low to you? She said. Madison LVL 20. Swordswoman? Eh? She actually reached level 20 within this short amount of time without anyone helping her like Lyrica did? Shiro thought as she was surprised at this revelation. Wow. Level 20. Congrats. Lyrica praised honestly. Thank you. Madison was a little taken aback at how honest Lyrica's praise was. Well, since you've reached level 20, once you class up, we'll take you into dungeons with us. Since there are 3 of us, we can register for an official party. How's that? Shiro suggested with a smile. Yep. No problems with me. Lyrica nodded. Sure. Just make sure you don't forget me this time. Madison said with a huff. Haha, we won't. I swear. Lyrica laughed. Since that's the case, we'll set up our party after the faction recruitment. Try to find a faction that allows you to form parties with outsiders if possible. Got it. Both Lyrica and Madison replied. The trio walked towards the location for their class. When the students saw them, the males immediately parted ways like mosses parting the seas. Bam! A set of chairs and umbrellas were set up almost immediately. Kneeling down almost in sync, they gestured for Shiro to sit in the main chair that had a table next to it. Seeing as they aren't stopping this, Shiro found it rude if she didn't take the freebie. Welp, it would seem like our seats have been determined. Shiro typed out as she walked to the center chair. Sitting down, she crossed her legs and pulled down her hood. Een flew down and rested on her thighs while a drink was placed on her table. Thank you. Shiro typed out as the student blushed and walked away. Seeing that Shiro was enjoying the situation to the full, both Lyrica and Madison smiled wearily. Let's join her, I suppose, Madison said, walking to one of the seats. Lyrica only sighed and followed. After a short while, a huge blimp started to approach the location with giant screens attached to the side. On the screens was the logo for the faction recruitment. It's time, Shiro thought, seeing the blimp. When the blimp arrived at the location, the screen shifted to the image of the commentator. To all who have joined us on this lovely day, welcome to this year's faction recruitment event. To all who have joined us on this lovely day, welcome to this year's faction recruitment event. The commentator shouted out with excitement. This year we are joined by some of the biggest factions on the rise. We are even joined by the famous Shadow Temple. We have countless smaller factions, so I will tell you about the big 5. Now do remember that this isn't ranked at all. This is just the top 5 factions in our opinions. First, we have Terra's Might. a faction that is well known for their best tankers that can go toe-to-toe with the boss. Some of their best achievements involve the clearing of the C-ranked raid, Tyrant Earthgorgon, in just 2 hours. The announcer called out as a group of people walked towards the center stage. Their uniform was a combination of black, green, and gold. H.A. They shouted in sync as a huge rock golem in the shape of a dragon appeared behind them. Urea! The dragon roared out, caused the ground to shake from just its voice alone. Huh, how rare. Shiro thought as she knew what this was. The Earth Dragon Golem was a combination skill, a rare skill that combines the might of several mages to form a single avatar, or in this case, the Earth Dragon. While its strength cannot be compared to an actual Earth Dragon, it was still a fearsome golem. Flexing its wings, the Earth Dragon posed with a majestic aura. The crowd cheered with fervor seeing the dragon. Wow, it's an actual dragon. Lyrica cheered as well, clearly impressed by the dragon. Shiro only smiled since she didn't want to burst Lyrica's bubble just yet. The Terra might walk to the corner of the stage with the dragon posing intimidatingly behind them. Next, we have the Seraphim's Call, aka the Holy Guild. They are famed for their healers and attackers which harness the light element. With an astounding record of single-handedly protecting a stronghold from a monster wave, they are a rising powerhouse you should keep your eyes on. After the introduction, light burst down from the skies while a group of people could be seen walking onto the stage. The sound of a bell rang out as quartz pillars rose up from the ground. Mist covered their area of the stage, making them seem more holy. When they came into view, everyone could see a group of handsome men and beautiful women. They wore outfits that were clearly inspired by the Olympus style of clothing from Greek mythology. Raising their hands in the air, they snapped their fingers. With the snap, a portal opened up and a statue of an angel appeared with a golden harp. A gentle melody rang out as the angel started to play the harp. Each flick of the string gave a buff to Seraphim's Call. The angel was a summoning spell that granted the entire party a buff for a short duration. Shiro watched with a neutral expression, clearly not happy with the whole holy theme they were going with. It just reminded her more and more of the light-bearing hero. Pretentious F-curs. Shiro thought with disdain. Walking to their side of the stage, Seraphim's Call had the angel stand behind them. With an icy hellscape wherever they go, we have the Winter's Grace, one of the strongest contenders to join the high-tier factions. Their ice magic is especially fearsome and could even help one jump levels. One of their biggest achievements consisted for finishing a raid 10 levels above them with no casualties sustained. After the short introduction, the stage burst into a snowstorm. Shiro looked up at the snowstorm with a frown. Even though she was this far away, she was sure the snowstorm would surpass hers in every aspect, especially the temperature. If she was to be hit by that, she would definitely be frozen over easily. Boom! The snowstorm exploded apart as it started to snow gently in broad daylight. The sunlight reflecting off the snow made it seem like it was snowing diamonds. Within the diamond dust, a group of people dressed in white and blue could be seen. While they didn't have a mascot/avatar/guardian behind them, the aura they released was more than enough to make their presence known. Walking to their side of the stage, they restricted the snow to only fall around them. This made it seem like a portion of the stage was ripped right from a snowy mountain. We now have the Shattered Dynasty, leaving only the destroyed corpse of every monster they see. The Shattered Dynasty's attack power is not to be underestimated. Armed with a skill passed down through the generations, they hold the title of the Supreme Spear. 5 giant spears materialized into existence above the stage. The spears were gold in color, measuring about 10 meters long and had a monstrously sharp edge that made people feel like they were getting cut just by looking at it. The people from the Shattered Dynasty stood atop the spear. Their uniform was colored gold and red with a hint of Eastern culture within their design choice. Flying over to their side of the stage, the spears hung ominously behind them. And finally, we have the famous Shadow Temple. There is not much to say about them except for the fact that you do not want to be their enemy. A tornado appeared in the center of the stage with purple lights appearing at certain intervals. A pair of glowing purple eyes appeared in the tornado as it brought the sense of unease to everyone. Boom! The tornado scattered as what was inside was an avatar of the Grim Reaper. A deadly scythe hung on its back while the members of the Shadow Temple stood under the bringer of death. With all 5 of the best factions introduced, the commentator then proceeded to explain the rules. For this year's faction recruitment, we'll spice things up a little. The first stage will be a King of the Hill type of event. Today will be the Warriors Division and tomorrow the Mages Division. We'll split up the Warriors into several blocks of 1,000 contestants. Each of you will be fighting your way to the top of an artificial mountain. The mountain has several layers, with each layer only being able to contain a certain amount of people. On the top layer, there will be the top 10. Whoever finishes in the top 10 will earn a red ribbon. The next layer would be the top 100, and the finishers of this layer will get a blue ribbon. Top 500 will earn a green ribbon, and the last layer will get a white ribbon. Naturally, this applies to the Mages Division as well. The ribbons will then be classified into their own group for this event: the red sector, blue sector, and so on. The top winners of each group will get their own rewards, with the winner of the red sector having the most bountiful reward of all. Due to the sponsors we have in this year's faction recruitment, the winner will earn a Berserk Power Fruit. This fruit will not only grant you a tremendous increase in stats, but also a suitable Berserk-type skill for you. The commentator shouted out. A group of mages flew into the airspace and spread out their hands. Gurururur. The earth started to shake as tens of arenas rose up into the air. Thankfully, due to the fact that they held the faction recruitment every year, there had more than enough space to accommodate the tens of arenas. The arenas were set up in a way so that the top layer would be bombarded from all sides. Alright guys, let's go draw our ticket lots. Close-quarter combat classes, come with me. The teacher called out as she was familiar with the process they had to go through. Good luck, you two. I'll be watching. Shiro typed with a smile. Watch me get that red ribbon, Lyrica said as Shiro only chuckled. It's not as easy as you think, Lyrica. You'll see. Madison only shook her head. The duo stood up as they walked towards the teacher. Seeing the two walk away, Shiro could only chuckle at how far they managed to progress. Through pushing themselves, both of them managed to reach level 20 and above in a few short days. Without constant struggling between life and death, they wouldn't be able to advance this fast. If I'm going to make a party for us, I would need to fill out the basic formation first, Shiro thought as she started to form the basic team composition in her mind. If possible, I wanted Sylvia to be my healer since she has the rare class, Grand Healer. Lyrica will be the Vanguard. Helion would also be good as a Vanguard. Madison will be the tanker. We'll definitely need another tanker to help split the burden. I can be center since I can shift between tanker, crowd control, and damage dealer. Now I'm only missing an assassin, an archer, and another mage. Shiro thought as having every role filled out was important. But then again, I am being a little optimistic with the thoughts of Helion and Sylvia joining the party. Therefore, with only me, Lyrica, and Madison, I need a minimum of 4 more people. Once I have the basic composition, the best thing to do next would be to find a second healer. Having to heal the entire team alone would be too much pressure on just one healer alone. She needed to share the burden. After getting a second healer would be a second tank. Shiro thought as making an efficient party was going to be hard work. AI. So troublesome, little een. Not only do I need 4 more people to make the basic foundation of the party, but I also need another healer and tanker. Not just anyone will do either. I need people I can trust, and people who are reliable. AI so difficult, Shiro said as she played around with Een. Een chirped in agreement. Meanwhile, Lyrica and Madison got their numbers and found that they were placed in different blocks. Good luck, Lyrica said as she gave Madison a thumbs up. Madison wrapped her arm around Lyrica's shoulder and whispered into her ear. So how is the progress between you and Shiro? Wait. Lyrica cried out in surprise. Her odd scream attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Blushing heavily, she looked back at a grinning Madison. What do you mean? There is no progress, Lyrica said as Madison grinned further. So you're not denying the fact that you're trying to progress with her? No. Go shoo, Lyrica said as she ran away to the arena. Madison only chuckled as she had plenty of time to watch everything unfold. Lyrica, who ran away, panted slightly while trying to stop her blush. However, what Madison said kept ringing in her mind as she looked over in Shiro's general direction. Biting her lips slightly, she sighed and turned away. Walking to the arena, she was given a special armband and weapon. The weapon and the armband were items that connected to each other. Whenever the damage caused using the weapon passed a certain threshold, the wearer of the armband would be pushed down a layer. This would ensure that no one would get harmed too badly, while also not restraining their combat powers by much. Twirling the sword in her hand, Lyrica made sure she got a general feel for the weapon. She wanted to get the red ribbon so she could impress Shiro. Warriors, get ready. The commentator shouted out as the screen shifted to the different arenas. On your marks. Lyrica adjusted her footing while she narrowed her eyes at the other contestants. Get set. She could see the other contestants activating a few of their skills, so she too activated hers. It was an aura-type skill she got on her class advancement to Elven Blade Dancer. Thousand Blade Aura. This skill increased her speed and power for a limited amount of time. Both the cooldown and backlash was rather mild, so she could use it at the start of this fight. A silver glow wrapped around her body and the sword she had in her hand. Since it was just a normal sword, she couldn't fight to the best of her ability. However, as Shiro once said, that is no excuse. Since she had the hidden proficiency, it meant that her body had the potential to move in such a way with different weapons as well. It was just a matter of practice and experience. Since she could get into the rhythm with the daggers, she could get into the rhythm with the sword. Start. Dashing forwards, Lyrica crouched low to avoid the initial scramble. Fighting wasn't her top priority right now. Getting to the top was. The longer she waited, the harder it would be for her to reach there. Lyrica's eyes became focused as her mind calmed down. She was slowly getting into her rhythm. Boom, 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 bam. Sounds of combat rang out continuously as Lyrica ducked and dived through the attacks. Rolling slightly, she slid on her feet and orientated herself. Dang! She blocked a strike from someone else's sword. Han LVL 20 Swordsman. Seeing that it was another level 20, Lyrica sighed slightly. Shifting her sword, she redirected his blade to hit the guard of her sword. Twisting the sword, she smashed Han's chin with the tip of her sword. If the sword was a real sword, it would have been a fatal blow. With that single attack, the armband registered the attack to be fatal and sent Han flying to the back of the current layer. So hitting any of the fatal areas counts as a one-hit kill. Lyrica thought. She was about to continue her run when a sword light slashed towards her. Reactive Guard. Activating one of her skills, her arms moved to counter the skill easily. Looking over at the person who sent the slash, Lyrica realized them to be a level 24 sword veteran. Crouching low on the ground, she charged towards him. Sword lights continuously shot towards her. Sidestepping the few that she could, she struck down the lights she couldn't dodge. Pivoting on her foot, Lyrica narrowed her eyes and increased her momentum. Bam! The two swords collided harshly. Crouching down, Lyrica swept her leg outwards, tripping up the level 24. Slashing at the nape of his neck, Lyrica was once again able to go for a one-hit kill. Quickly wiping her sweat, she looked around and saw the level 50s already occupying the top layer. Frowning slightly, Lyrica understood that she wasn't able to earn a red ribbon with her current power. She was just a level 22 Elven Blade Dancer. The levels were too far apart. Then I'll reach as far as I can, she thought. Putting power into her legs, Lyrica dashed forwards with her sword, ready to be drawn. Paw. Quickly slashing twice, she managed to one-hit kill two adventurers that weren't looking at her. Using their body as a stepping stone, she jumped forwards. Focusing her intent on the closest adventurer near her landing spot, she twisted her body and threw her sword. Bam! The sword hit the adventurer's skull, and one hit killed him. Catching her sword when it bounced back, she twisted her body and kicked backwards. The kick landed on the guard of someone's blade, forcing it upwards and away from her. Continuing with her momentum, she dragged the sword upwards. Frowning slightly at the fact that she didn't one-hit kill him, she reached out and grabbed the person's head. Pulling him towards her, she stabbed at his chest and eliminated him. Karg! Lyrica cried out in pain as she felt a sword strike at her back. Quickly rolling forwards, she lessened the impact on her back. This allowed her to live barely, as someone breathing on her could probably tip the damage taken over the limit. The assailant was a level 30 sword veteran who had a silver glow on his weapon. Sword Enhancement, an aura skill which slightly increases the speed of each sword strike. On top of that, both the strength and agility of the user would be increased as well. Lyrica thought. Flipping her sword in mid-air, she roundhouse kicked the pommel and sent it flying towards the sword veteran. Quickly blocking the sword, he was surprised at the fact that Lyrica was already within close-quarters combat range. In a swift set of movements, Lyrica managed to disarm him and chop him on the neck. This caused him to stumble backwards, giving Lyrica enough time to grab her sword again. However, due to the fact that his status was much higher than hers, he was able to recover just in time to block her strike. Pulling the sword towards him, he aimed to knee her in the stomach. Lyrica jumped upwards and dodged his knee. Placing her hand on his knee as a support, she kicked him in the forehead. Taking this moment to land softly, Lyrica pivoted her body and slammed the level 30 into the ground. Quickly slashing him on the neck, she eliminated him. Panting lightly, she dashed towards the layer for the top 500s. There were a few footholds that protruded from the side of the walls to help participants get to the next level. Narrowing her eyes, she saw people constantly getting on to the next level and people getting pushed off again. Pausing for a moment to regain her stamina, she ran up to the footholds. She was just about to jump when a sword slammed into the side of her torso. Gritting her teeth from the pain, Lyrica glared at the person who had eliminated her. Julia LVL 35 Dual Blade Warrior. Her attacker had brown hair tied into a ponytail, an average face, and a modest build. Seeing her uniform, Lyrica understood that she was a senior a year higher than her. Making sure she remembered her face, Lyrica was going to make sure she had her revenge. Landing at the bottom of the layer once more, Lyrica adjusted her grip on the blade. She wasn't going to mess around anymore and decided to use both berserk skills in her arsenal. Thousand Blade Aura plus Willow Blade Aura. Thousand Blade Aura was a skill that increases the attack and speed of the user. However, the Willow Blade Aura was more of a misdirection technique. It gave the feeling of blurriness and overlay into your movement to confuse the enemy. Much like the leaves of a willow tree, your image constantly shifts around. As the two auras activated, there seemed to be several images of Lyrica overlapping with each other. Dashing forward, she left a slight trail of afterimages, confusing some of the participants. Seeing two adventurers fight in front of her, Lyrica twirled the blade and held it in a reverse grip. Judging the distance with her eyes, she jumped and twisted her body. The sword struck the first guy's neck before following through by slashing the other person in half. While they weren't harmed for real, their arms bands threw them back at the start. Lyrica landed on her right foot before charging forwards again. She was too cautious last time and wasted a lot of precious opportunities. Right now, she was going to do exactly what her class was for, charging through like an unstoppable sword. Leaving a trail of light and flying bodies behind her, Lyrica charged towards the next layer with ruthless efficiency. While her movements may not be perfect just yet, it was more than enough to deal with people lower level than her. Not to mention, she was taking advantage of the time they were stunned to finish them quickly. This naturally attracted not only the attention of the participants, but also the attention of the faction executives that came to recruit more people. Her swordplay attracted the attention of the executives of the Sword Pavilion. They were a faction best known for their sword arts. Not to mention, their faction leader was looking for a disciple to pass on her sword arts as well. We need this girl. Her potential with the sword is one of the best I've seen in the arena so far. While some may have better power and control, she is a diamond in rough. If we can nurture her potential and talent, she'll easily surpass everyone here in the competition. A woman said as the other executives agreed. Not only is her body very flexible, but her judgment is also pretty top tier as well. But how will we get her to come of our faction? If we noticed her, it means some of bigger factions also noticed her. Shall we be blunt with her and tell her that she has the potential to be the successor to our faction leader? But tell me honestly, what do you think you'll do? Succeed a low-tier faction, or join a large faction as a recruit? The woman asked rhetorically. They all fell silent as it was true. They weren't able to compare to some of the big factions out there in terms of giving out benefits. However, it wasn't as if they didn't have any options. Just that the option was the last resort to try to attract one of the best talents in this event. Let's not make a decision just yet. Message the faction leader and ask her if we should try use it to recruit this youngster. Agreed. They nodded as this was the proper steps to take. The item itself was simply too important for them to make a decision on the stop. They would need confirmation from the leader first. However, opposite to their thoughts, the big guilds were barely paying attention to Lyrica since they were focused on the top layer of each arena. They wanted to get the best of the best after all. Nantion, who was situated at the top of the skyscraper, smiled, seeing the performance of Lyrica. He could tell that there were more to her. Her movements were awkward around the edges, clearly showing the signs of someone who was using a different weapon to normal. Huaner, bring up the information on the student, Lyrica Wallenstein. Nantion said as Huaner nodded. She hacked into the school systems and found her information easily. Yet, when she saw the information, she had to look back at Lyrica to double-check what the information she had was right. In the information from the school, it clearly detailed about how Lyrica failed in every class she was in. Not only was she low-leveled and bad at combat, but her personality was always meek. Yet right now she was the complete opposite. Her level shot up within the last few weeks and even classed up to D rank. Her combat standards were clearly above her peers as she could even defeat those of a higher level than her. Not only that, but she was about as energetic as she could be. Seeing Huaner being doubtful of the information she obtained, Nantion became curious as to what she read. Is there a problem with her information? He asked. I won't necessarily say it's wrong, but rather it's unbelievable, Huaner said as she passed him the tablet. It's unbelievable for someone like her to change so much on such short notice. Not only was her combat style improved by miles, but her personality did a complete 180. Comparing the both of them would make anyone guess that it's two completely different people with the same name. Indeed. It is as you say. Nantion nodded since the change was a little drastic, even for someone like him. Her weapon of preference is a custom-made weapon that looks like two swords have been connected by the handle. Not only that, this change only happened after she met Little Snow. Seems like Little Snow is nurturing up someone to be her companion. Nantion thought, as there were several clues hidden in the records. They all point to Shiro helping Lyrica with both her combat experience and status level. If I get Lyrica into the Sword God branch, perhaps I can get Little Snow to join the sect as well. This will also give me the chance to explain the sect to Little Snow. Since she doesn't like having her freedom restrained, the sect should be perfect for her. Nantion thought with a happy smile. The sect he belonged to isn't well known to the common people. However, the high-leveled factions have all heard of the sect. They were amongst some of the best factions in the world, and the rules were a little less restricting. They're allowed to join another faction as long as they respond to the sect's call for help in times of need. Naturally, there were a few rules in place to stop the spreading of the sect. If she knew about this, it would be hard for Little Snow to find a proper reason to reject joining the sect. It didn't restrict her freedom, and neither did it place a constant watch over her. Nantion thought. Huaner, after this event, send the clips of Lyrica to the Sword Gods branch. I want to see if she can gain their approval and receive the invitation to join the sect. Okay. Huaner replied simply as she knew Nantion never joked around with anything to do with the sect. If he wanted Lyrica to join, that means he sees something in her that will benefit the sect. Noting down what Nantion wanted to do, they refocused their attention back onto the event. Most of the placements were already decided except for a few that still had the potential to attack the next layer. In the time they had talked, Lyrica was already closing in onto the next layer, top 500. Lyrica charged forward with her mind, scanning everyone she needed to eliminate. On her path up, 5 people were climbing to the next layer. Planning out her way of attack, she twirled the sword and threw it to the first enemy. The sword smashed against his head. An instant kill. Jumping up, she grabbed the sword while making sure her foothold was in place. Kneeing him in the ribs, she twisted her body before slashing him at the back of the nape. 2 down, she thought. Tilting her head up, she narrowed her eyes on the third victim. Compressive power. Lyrica used one of the skills that came with her equipment. This skill allowed her to gather the force of her body in one short burst. The backlash will cause her to freeze up for a moment, but she had already planned the next steps. Boom. She jumped towards the third victim with incredible momentum. Bam. Her sword struck the woman's head and eliminated her easily. Her body froze up as she expected, but her flight path was already determined. Scraping the sword against the wall, she jammed it in one of the cavities and supported herself from falling. The short 2 seconds where her body was frozen felt long as she narrowed her eyes at the next 2 victims. It seemed like they knew each other since they were protecting each other's backs. Sam LVL 25. Swordsman Steve LVL 26. Swordsman swinging her body onto the sword. Lyrica crouched down and jumped towards the 2. Bam! Sam managed to block her strike while Steve took notice and attacked her. Twisting her body, she avoided the strike. She followed her momentum whilst kicking Steve's chin. That caused him to recoil backwards from the force. Grabbing Steve's collar, Lyrica swung him towards Sam and slashed at them both. Due to the fact that Steve blocked his view, Sam wasn't able to react to her strike. Eliminating the duo, Lyrica didn't have anyone else blocking her path to the top 500s. Crouching down, she dashed from one foothold to another. She left a trail of afterimages since her Willow Blade aura was still active. Landing softly on the second layer, she quickly bent backwards as she dodged a sword strike. Attacked the moment I reached this layer. Seems like this layer's fight is more desperate than the one below, Lyrica thought. Flipping backwards, Lyrica charged at the assailant in a zip-zag maneuver. Bam! The sword clashed with each as they came face to face. Lyrica didn't hesitate to headbutt her enemy. The force caused both of them to recoil with pain, while she threw her sword at the same moment. Striking him in the chest, Lyrica eliminated him and sent his body flying back to the start. SSSS. She breathed in sharply from the throbbing pain. Holding her head, she regretted acting impulsively. A heavyweight seemed to have been placed on her body since both her berserk-type skills wore off. Frowning slightly, she looked around for a place she could rest for a second. Naturally, there were none, but she was looking for an area with fewer fighters. Dashing towards the area with only 3 people fighting, Lyrica could already feel her speed drop dramatically. While it wasn't to the point where she'll not be able to fight, it would definitely be a hard fight. Trying to make sure her presence was as small as possible, she maneuvered around the trio. This was to make it seem like she was fighting with them while in reality, she was resting. However, the reality was often disappointing since they found out straight away. One of the fighters branched off and started to attack her. Blocking his heavy downward strike with a lot of difficulty, Lyrica kneeled heavily on her right knee. Scott LVL 30. Axe warrior gripping her sword with both hands, Lyrica struggled with the power behind his axe. Glancing to the side, she released one of her hands and allowed the axe to overpower her. Shifting her body to the right, the axe slid off to the left due to the lack of weight in her sword. Bam! Having successfully redirected his slash, Lyrica attacked his torso. Dang! The sword collided with the axe since Scott's stats allowed him to recover before her attack succeeded. Quickly jumping backwards, Lyrica created some distance between her and Scott. The level is too far apart, Lyrica thought with a frown. Even when her Blade Dancer class gave her a huge boost compared to the normal classes, it was still hard to bridge the status gap. When a person levels up from 1 to 20, they would get 5 points per level up to use, and then a plus 20 depending on what class they chose. A mage would have a plus 20 in INT, a warrior plus 10 in STR, and plus 10 in VIT, etc. This, however, was a one-time boost. After level 20, the average class gave 150 to 175 points for you to distribute, and then automatic points depending on your second class. Her Blade Dancer class gave her an astounding 225 points per level, not including the automatic status. In addition to this, she already knew the Blade Dancer class gave her incredible STR and AGI, since just these 2 stats could be compared to people 2 levels higher than her. Combined with her hidden proficiency, this made for a fearsome combo. Even if the sword wasn't exactly her hidden proficiency, she was able to get into a similar rhythm. Yet all this combined was a far cry from what a level 30 could output. If I threw my sword like before, there is a high chance I'll lose it. I can't fight him head-on either since he is a power-based attacker, Lyrica thought with a frown. This left her with only the options of suppressing him with speed, which was impossible, and eliminating him in one go. A single attack to breach his defenses. However, that seemed rather impossible as well since she was recovering from her backlash. She still had 3 more minutes to go before it wore off, and 8 more minutes till she could reuse the skills. And surviving 8 minutes against a level 30 wasn't easy. Brandishing her sword, Lyrica panted slightly as she shifted her body to a more defensive posture. Scott charged towards her with his axe dragging across the ground. Stepping back half a step, Lyrica stabbed her sword towards the axe so that it would glide along the blade and over her body. Dang! Her plan worked slightly since the axe did indeed miss her body. But this resulted in her feeling a lot of the resultant shock through her body. With her muscles contracted from the pain, it was hard for her to reposition herself to fend against the following attack. Seeing the axe chop towards her, Lyrica gritted her teeth and threw her body away from the impact zone. Bam! Rolling on the ground heavily, Lyrica was glad at the fact that she was able to avoid the axe narrowly. Scott didn't mind and jumped towards her. He used the Axe Warrior's skill, Ground Impact. This skill would use all the force gathered from his jump and attack with an area of effect skill. Lyrica started to sweat when she saw his AoE charge up. Looking around quickly, she cursed at the fact that there was no cover for her. Narrowing her eyes, Lyrica had no choice but to fight fire with fire. Her sword shimmered with a pale pink light. Sword Dance of the Lotus. Sword Dance of the Lotus was a skill that allowed her to attack several times like the opening of a lotus flower. She planned to try to disperse as much of the force as she can before the AoE hit so she could survive. Using her left hand to aim, Lyrica narrowed her eyes and aimed for the perfect moment, the small interval where he is barely within her reach, the gap where she could make the most of her skill to disperse his momentum. Now, a neon pink trail of light drifted from the tip of her sword as several lights followed. The streaks of light formed the outline of a lotus and collided with the Axe Warrior. Boom! A huge cloud of dust rose up from the impact, attracting the attention of the surrounding participants for a slight second. However, they looked away immediately after since it wasn't rare for clouds of dust to form in the midst of battle right now. Lyrica's body was sent flying out of the dust. Sliding on her hands and feet, Lyrica glared at the silhouette of the Axe Warrior. While she managed to survive the contact, she was left barely surviving once more. Checking her armband's HP, she was pleasantly surprised at the fact that it was slowly regenerating. So this was put in place to stop people from being eliminated as easily the higher up they are, she thought. However, this also meant Scott's HP was regenerating by the second. Realizing she had to act fast, Lyrica decided to risk it and dashed towards him. Dragging the sword on the ground, she flicked up a rock before hitting it towards him. Since the dust was still present, she was able to catch him off guard. With him being preoccupied for a moment with the rock, Lyrica dashed around him and cut towards his head. Sensing danger, Scott quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the strike. Flowing through her movements, Lyrica grabbed the back of his collar and slashed the sword across his neck. "You!" Scott cried out as he wanted to take her down with him. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately for Lyrica, the force of the armband was too much and he was sent back to the start. Fuh. Breathing out in relief, Lyrica took a moment to relax her body for a moment. Looking up towards the next layer, she decided against it. If I'm struggling with the top 500, I won't survive the top 100. They're filled with level 40s to 50s. Lyrica thought, I should use this moment to hone my combat prowess with people similar level or slightly higher than me. She concluded. After rotating between fighting and resting, Lyrica managed to secure her spot within the top 500. And stop. Cease your fighting. The first quarter of the Warriors division has finished. May the current participants leave the arena. The staff will clean up before the second quarter can enter. Walking away from the arena, Lyrica managed to find Madison before they returned to Shiro. Madison, Lyrica called out. Lyrica, how did you do in your arena? She asked. I only got top 500. Lyrica replied, feeling a little embarrassed for saying she'll get top 10. See? I told you top 10 wasn't as easy as you thought. Madison shook her head. Ha ha ha, yeah you did. Oh yeah, how did you do in your arena? Lyrica asked. URG. I only got top 1,000. Madison replied. Her arsenal mostly focused on defense, meaning her attack was trash. She was able to hold her own in defense, but could barely progress. No worries, no worries. This event was more focused on the attacking aspect after all, Lyrica said as Madison nodded. That being said, I'm rather surprised you got top 500. Most of them are filled with level 30s after all. How did you even hold your own there? I got lucky. Lyrica laughed. It didn't take too long for them to return to the area for the school. She saw Shiro sitting on her chair, relaxed as always, with the guys trying to please her. Naturally, this was limited only to giving her items and no touching allowed. Lyrica smiled wearily, seeing a few ice statues placed aside, and knew what probably happened. Welcome back. How was it? Shiro asked with a smile. I got top 500 and Madison got top 1,000. Lyrica reported. No, I don't mean rank. I mean in terms of combat experience. Since you two are still on the lower spectrum of the levels in this event, I want you to experience fighting more than ranks. Shiro typed, shaking her head. She expected their ranks to as such since they are basically the two sides of extremes almost. Lyrica with attack only and Madison with defense only. With this, they won't be able to get high ranks. However, the more important aspect would be to gain the experience that comes with fighting opponents. She could experience fighting in one-on-one battles or 5-on-1 battles. The options were there, they just had to take it. I guess I kinda did. Lyrica said since that was the truth. She had to fight tooth and nail to keep her spot in the top 500. Same. I was mostly focused on honing my defense. Madison admitted. Since she wanted to her a defense-orientated adventurer, she focused on fighting multiple people at a time. Then that's all that counts. If anything, I'll knock them out for you tomorrow when it's my turn. Shiro typed with a grin. Lyrica shivered seeing the grin. It was one she hadn't seen in a while, and one that would make her pray for the safety of her enemies tomorrow. The rest of the Warriors division didn't involve anyone they knew, so Shiro decided to take them elsewhere. Somewhere to hang out for a little while before tomorrow since her mage's division was tomorrow. So where do you two want to go? Shiro asked. Anywhere really. I just want to rest for a bit. Lyrica shrugged. In that case, then why don't we go to an amusement park? Madison suggested with a grin. Amusement park? What's that? Shiro asked as this was a foreign term for her. Both Lyrica and Madison were shocked by this. Normally, kids her age would at least know a little about the amusement park. Yet, they could see the honest confusion and curiosity in Shiro's eyes. You've never been to an amusement park? Didn't your parents take you there when you were younger? Madison asked. No, they didn't. Shiro shook her head. Rather, the only memory she had of her parents were that of peaceful ones. She would help them occasionally with chores and play around with some of the younger kids. Since her family lived in more rural areas, they didn't have much electronics. Thinking of her parents made Shiro a little nostalgic and sad due to the fact that they died without seeing her grow up fully. Then again, I suppose seeing me get experimented on would bring them more pain. Shiro thought with a heavy heart. Lyrica didn't know why, but she felt Shiro's mood take a sudden shift towards sadness. Perhaps it's something to do with her parents. Lyrica thought. Then let's go. The amusement park is a place where you can enjoy yourselves. Lyrica smiled as she grabbed both Shiro's and Madison's hand. Huh. Wait. Why me? I can walk. Madison cried out, shocked at the sudden increase in speed. Shiro only chuckled seeing Lyrica's enthusiasm and decided to play along. After calming down slightly, Lyrica released the two. So what exactly is in an amusement park? Shiro asked. It's mostly just a place where you pay money to enjoy rides. There are things like roller coasters, Ferris wheels, and other adrenaline-inducing rides. Lyrica explained. If you want adrenaline, then why don't you fight a monster in a dungeon? That gives you quite the pump of adrenaline. Yeah, but that's to improve your combat standards. This is to just relax and have fun. Madison replied as she bought herself a drink from the street vendors. Want some? She offered. No thanks. I'm good. They both rejected. Madison only shrugged seeing their response. So you say it's to have fun? Seems interesting. Shiro typed out as she was quite curious as to what people in this world enjoyed. And so far from what she heard, it seemed like the amusement park was something common for the children for New York to experience. Arriving at the amusement park, Shiro was surprised to see the huge rides that were available. People were screaming in excitement and raising their hands when they dropped down on the roller coaster. Since we're here pretty late, we'll only go for a few rides. Shiro looked around with curiosity and pulled down her hood. Letting her midnight blue hair drift behind her, she attracted the attention of the surrounding civilians. Een flapped her wings and landed on Shiro's shoulder. While she was looking around, she saw cotton candy on a stick and was rather surprised. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized the fluffy pink sweet. "Shiro, are you curious what these are?" Lyrica asked. She had a smile on her face since this was one of the rare times where she would see Shiro acting more like her age. "Yeah, they look like clouds, but the composition of these clouds are clearly made from sugar." Shiro typed out since her nose could smell how sweet the cotton candy was. Lyrica only smiled wearily when she saw Shiro back in her usual character. It would feel rather odd for Shiro to act like a child after all. "Yeah, they're called cotton candy, and they're basically sugar stringed onto a stick," Lyrica explained. That sounds rather interesting," Shiro thought. Now that she had a chance at life once more, she should try to experience everything she could. Walking up to the stand, she paid for cotton candy. While she couldn't taste it, she was rather curious for the texture. Taking a bite of the sweet, Shiro recoiled back at the texture. She made a face of slight disgust since it felt like she bit on a clump of string. The string would then fuse together before melting apart into nothing. "You don't like it?" Lyrica asked, surprised seeing how Shiro reacted to the cotton candy. "Not my cup of tea. The texture is a little strange for me. Do you want it, little Een?" Shiro whispered. Een turned her head away as she reacted the same way Shiro did. "You want it, Lyrica?" Shiro asked since she didn't really want to waste the candy. "Can I?" Lyrica asked. Shiro was taken aback at her enthusiasm. Seems like she really likes the cotton candy, she thought, handing over the sweet. Madison only face-bombed, seeing the slight misunderstanding between the two. In her opinion, Shiro looked like an older sister who was giving her little sister a piece of candy, while Lyrica looked like she enjoyed the indirect kiss more than the actual piece of candy. Walking over to one of the rides, they queued up for a while. The ride they chose was the biggest roller coaster available in the amusement park. Since time was short, they wanted to try the best-looking ride first. Paying for the tickets, they were seated down and secured to the carts. Shiro frowned slightly since she didn't have much control over her body due to this. "If the cart derails or anything of the sort, I might struggle with protecting the three of us," Shiro thought with a frown. The feeling of not being able to control her body to the fullest made her fidget a little. Clang, clang, clang. The cart started to move as Shiro made sure she was in a position ready to jump out and float at any moment. "Oh, wait, HHHMMMYYYYGODDDD." Madison shouted out since she was surprised at how fast the cart was actually going. Since the current riders of the coaster were all level 20 and above, they were allowed to increase the speed for more thrill. "Chirp!" Een cried out in a panic. Shiro only giggled and reached out for Een. Placing Een on her lap, Shiro re-evaluated the security since she could see the structural integrity of the ride is as strong as ever. Seeing that she was rather safe, Shiro decided to relax a little and enjoy herself. Lyrica felt relieved seeing Shiro smile on the ride. When the ride finished, Shiro was pleasantly surprised at how much she actually enjoyed the roller coaster. "Not going to lie, that was pretty fun," Shiro typed out. "Though not being able to control my body as much did feel uncomfortable." "True, but that's where the thrill comes from," Lyrica grinned. "URG. Thrill it maybe, but not one that I liked," Madison replied, looking a little pale. Previously, all the rides she went to were slowed down for the lower levels. But due to the fact that they were all level 20 and above, the speed increased by quite a bit. Shiro only chuckled seeing the opposite reactions of both Lyrica and Madison. One enjoyed the ride while the other looked like she was about to die. "We'll come back if we get the chance. But since it's getting late, we should go home and rest for tomorrow." Lyrica and Madison agreed. Since there were more mages than warriors in the city, the mages division would start much earlier than the warriors division.